"You're out of the will," Dad texted after I refused to fund my sister's lifestyle. Then I found out what they did to our family cabin. My name is Marcus. 31 male. For as long as I can remember, I have been the invisible glass child of my family, the one who kept his head down, worked hard, and stayed far away from the relentless drama. I was the first in my family to graduate college, paying my own way with student loans and 3 part-time jobs. I bought my own house by the time I was 29, and I've built a career in logistics that I am genuinely proud of. My younger sister, Chloe, 28 female, is the exact opposite. Every minor inconvenience in her life somehow becomes a catastrophic family emergency that requires a financial bailout. Lost a job? The family had to pitch in to cover her rent. Racked up $15,000 in credit card debt on designer clothes and trips she couldn't afford? Mom and Dad dipped into their retirement to bail her out. Wanted to go on a spiritual retreat to Bali? She borrowed $6,000 from the joint family emergency fund we all contributed to, and of course, never paid a single cent back. I tolerated it for years because it kept the peace. That was my designated role in this family, the calm one, the fixer, the shock absorber who smoothed things over when Chloe and my parents inevitably went at each other's throats. But it always left this bitter, acidic taste in my mouth. It felt like my financial stability was being treated as a backup plan for everyone else's reckless mistakes. The whole nightmare truly began when I got a massive promotion earlier this year. It was a huge jump: senior director of operations, a massive pay bump to $180,000 a year, and the opportunity to relocate from our gloomy hometown in Seattle to a beautiful new corporate headquarters in Denver. I was ecstatic. I had sacrificed my 20s for this. All those late nights, skipped vacations, and missed holidays finally felt worth it. When I took my parents out to dinner to tell them the news, they congratulated me, but it was in this distracted, hollow way, like they were looking right through me. Mom just kept checking her phone, and Dad gave me a stiff pat on the back before changing the subject to Chloe's latest boyfriend drama. About a week later, my phone rang. It was Chloe. She didn't even say hello. She just launched right in, her voice dripping with that familiar, demanding entitlement. "I lost my job," she blurted out. "And you're going to have to help pay my mortgage until I get back on my feet." I honestly thought she was joking. I let out a short, tired laugh, which was a massive mistake because she instantly went ballistic. "This isn't funny, Marcus, I am serious." She shrieked into the receiver. "You make way more than me now, and I am not losing my house just because you're too selfish to help your own flesh and blood." I sat in my car in the grocery store parking lot, completely stunned. I could feel my blood pressure skyrocketing, a hot flush of anger creeping up my neck. I forced my voice to stay level. "Chloe, what happened to your savings? The emergency fund Mom and Dad helped you set up?" "I don't have any savings, Marcus. God, why are you interrogating me?" she snapped. "Why do you think I should be responsible for your house?" I asked. "Because you're family. That's what family does," she screamed. I told her flat out, absolutely not. I wasn't paying her mortgage. I couldn't even fathom the audacity of what she was asking. Her mortgage was $3,200 a month. It wasn't like she needed $50 for groceries or a quick loan for a flat tire. She wanted me to take on her massive living expenses indefinitely. "I'm not doing it, Chloe. You need to figure this out," I said firmly. She called me a piece of garbage and slammed the phone down. Not even an hour later, my phone buzzed on my kitchen counter. It was a text message from my dad. "If you don't step up and do the right thing for your sister, you're out of the will." I stared at the glowing screen for a long time. I felt numb. I hadn't asked my parents for a single dime since I was 17 years old. I had paid for my own education, bought my own car, built my own life from scratch, and now I was being threatened with being exiled from the family because I refused to bankroll my 28-year-old sister's life choices. That night, I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I sat down at my laptop, logged into my banking portal, and quietly removed my name and my money from every single joint account I had with my parents. I withdrew my $12,000 contribution from the family emergency fund. I emptied the $8,500 I had put into the shared vacation account. I even pulled my name off the old savings account we'd all chipped into when my grandfather passed away. I transferred every single cent into a private, high-yield account at a completely different bank. If I was going to be treated like the villain, I sure as hell wasn't going to leave my hard-earned cash sitting there for them to drain the second Chloe started crying. By sunrise, I had 42 missed calls and a barrage of unhinged texts from every direction. My mom, my dad, Chloe, and even my Aunt Brenda. "Mom, how could you drain the accounts? Family sticks together, Marcus." "Dad, you are going to deeply regret this level of disrespect." 5. "Chloe, you're a greedy, selfish psycho. I hope you rot." I didn't respond to a single one. For the first time in my life, I let myself feel the rage. It wasn't just annoyance. It was a deep, shaking, bone-chilling anger. It wasn't about the money. It was the sheer entitlement. The assumption that my entire existence, my success, my stability, was just a resource for Chloe to mine. And for the first time, I started to wonder what would happen if I stopped playing my role as the family peacemaker. What if I just stopped smoothing things over? The mandatory Sunday family dinner was only 3 days away. I knew I was going to show up. But this time, I wasn't going to sit quietly. Update 1, the ambush and the smear campaign. Normally, I looked forward to Sunday dinners. My dad makes an incredible pot roast, and it was the one time of the week things felt somewhat normal. But as I pulled into my parents' driveway, the thought of sitting across from Chloe made me physically nauseous. I walked through the front door and instantly felt the suffocating shift in the air. It was an ambush. Everyone was already seated in the formal dining room, which was incredibly weird. Normally, dinner was a casual, buffet-style affair in the kitchen. This time, it looked like a tribunal. Chloe was sitting next to my mom, arms crossed defensively, wearing this smug, victimized pout that she always used when she knew mom and dad were going to fight her battles. My dad cleared his throat as I walked in, looking at me like I was a hostile witness. "Marcus," he said, gesturing to the empty chair at the end of the table. "Sit down. We need to talk as a family." I sat, keeping my posture relaxed but my guard completely up. My mom wasted zero time. "Chloe has been under an immense amount of stress, and you laughing in her face when she begged you for help was completely inappropriate and cruel." I kept my voice deadpan. I didn't laugh at her losing her job. I laughed because she called me, offered no explanation, and commanded me to pay her $3,200 mortgage like I was her personal ATM. Chloe jumped in, her voice shrill. "Because you should. You're the only one in this family who can afford it. You just got a massive raise." Seth. Something inside me turned to ice. "No, Chloe. I can afford it because I worked 60-hour weeks for the last 5 years while you were going on spiritual retreats. I am not responsible for your mortgage." My dad leaned forward, slamming his hand flat on the table. "Marcus, you have to understand she is in a dire spot. Her house is all she has. If she loses it, she'll have nowhere to go." I almost laughed again. The irony was so thick it was choking me. She has somewhere to go. She has this house. You've let her move back into her childhood bedroom 3 times already. But that's not really what this is about, is it? This is about the fact that, for the first time ever, I am not swooping in to clean up her mess, and none of you like it. Chloe's face turned blotchy and red. "You think you're so much better than me because you have some fancy corporate job now? Because you drive a nice car? You think that makes you special?" That stung. Not because it was true, but because I could hear the pure, unadulterated jealousy dripping from her voice. I took a slow breath. "No, Chloe. I don't think I'm better. I just think I'm exhausted. I am tired of being treated like my hard work is a community piggy bank for your mistakes." My mom sighed dramatically, pulling out the ultimate guilt trip. "Marcus, we have always helped each other in this family. When you were in college and needed help." I cut her off. I didn't yell, but my voice was sharp enough to cut glass. "You never helped me in college, Mom. I worked 2 jobs. I slept in my Honda Civic for a week during finals my sophomore year because I couldn't make rent, and I didn't ask you for a single dime because I knew you were paying off Chloe's credit card debt." That shut them up for a fraction of a second. But Chloe immediately started crying, playing up the wounded little sister act. "I just don't know why you hate me so much that you'd happily watch me end up on the street." And that was the moment the entire script flipped for me. She wasn't just asking for a favor. She was actively framing my refusal as an act of malicious cruelty. Like I was destroying her life on purpose. I stood up. "You know what I think? I think you've gotten so used to mom and dad bending over backward for you that the second someone tells you no, you act like it's a war crime." Dad stood up too, his chair screeching against the hardwood. "That is enough, Marcus. I told you, you're out of the will if you don't fix this." "Then keep it." I fired back, finally raising my voice. "Keep the will, keep everything. If that's how you want to play it, I don't want a single thing from you. But don't you dare call me selfish for refusing to bankrupt myself over her choices." The room went dead silent. My mom looked like I had physically struck her. Chloe's fake tears instantly stopped, replaced by a flicker of triumph like she had finally pushed me into proving I was the bad guy. I turned around and walked out. The fallout was immediate and vicious. The very next day, Chloe took to Facebook. She posted a long, dramatic status about how some people let money change them, and how she was praying for strength after being abandoned by the one person who was supposed to protect her. She didn't name me, but she didn't have to. The flying monkeys descended. My Aunt Brenda left me a 3-minute voicemail calling me a cold-hearted snake. My cousin Tyler texted me saying I was a disgrace to the family name. The narrative was spreading rapidly. I was the rich, greedy corporate sellout who was letting his poor, defenseless sister go homeless. Every time my phone buzzed, I felt a slow, burning fire in my chest. But I realized something crucial. This wasn't just about a mortgage anymore. It was about years of being expected to give more, do more, be more, and never, ever complain. I muted my family on my phone, deleted the Facebook app, and threw myself entirely into preparing for my relocation to Denver. I was done. Or so I thought. I had no idea that the real betrayal was still hiding in the shadows, waiting to destroy what little trust I had left. Update 2, the betrayal and the discovery. I skipped the next 2 Sunday dinners. I was busy packing up my apartment, finalizing my transfer paperwork, and genuinely enjoying the absolute silence of my phone. But then, I got a strange piece of mail forwarded to my apartment. It was a letter from a local credit union, addressed to my parents, but my name was listed as a secondary contact. It was a notice regarding a home equity line of credit HELOC. I frowned, staring at the paper. My parents owned their house outright. Why were they taking out a massive line of credit? I looked closer at the property address listed on the document. It wasn't their house. It was the family cabin up at Lake Cascade. My stomach plummeted into my shoes. The cabin at Lake Cascade wasn't just a vacation home. It was built by my grandfather in the 1970s. When he passed away, he placed the cabin into a family trust. The explicit terms of the trust stated that the property belonged to my parents for their lifetime, but upon their passing, it was to be divided equally between me, Chloe, and our cousin Tyler. It was our only real family legacy. Years ago, when I was 24 and trying to help my parents organize their chaotic finances, I had acted as the executor of some of their paperwork. I remembered that, because of a specific legal quirk my grandfather set up, my name was listed as a co-trustee on the property to ensure it couldn't be sold off without the next generation's knowledge. I immediately drove to my storage unit, dug through my filing cabinets, and pulled out the old copies of the family trust documents. I spent 3 hours sitting on the concrete floor, reading every single clause, footnote, and legal definition. The realization hit me like a freight train. My parents couldn't legally sell the cabin without my signature. But they could leverage it for a line of credit if they claimed it was for property maintenance. I called the credit union the next morning. Because I was a legal co-trustee, they had to speak to me. I need to check the balance and recent withdrawals on the HELOC for the Lake Cascade property, I told the representative, my hands shaking. After verifying my identity, the rep read off the numbers. The current drawn balance is $100,000. The funds were dispersed via wire transfer 3 weeks ago. I felt the blood drain from my face. $100,000. They didn't just help Chloe with a month of her mortgage. They took out a massive loan against our shared family inheritance to completely pay off a massive chunk of her debt, likely her mortgage arrears and all her credit cards. They had gambled my future, and my cousin's future, to save the golden child. And if they defaulted on this loan, the bank could foreclose on the cabin. Our grandfather's legacy would be gone forever. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I felt a terrifying, absolute calm wash over me. I immediately called a lawyer. Not just any lawyer, but Mr. Sterling, a ruthless estate and trust attorney I knew through my company's legal department. I paid his $400 consultation fee out of pocket and sat in his mahogany office the next day, sliding the trust documents across his desk. My parents leveraged a trust property to bail out my sister. I explained. I am a co-trustee. They did not inform me, and they used the funds for personal debt, not property maintenance. What are my options? And Mr. Sterling reviewed the documents for 10 minutes in complete silence. When he looked up, his eyes were sharp. This is a clear breach of fiduciary duty, he said smoothly. Because they bypassed you and misappropriated the funds, you have the legal right to petition the court to sever your interest in the property. Essentially, we can force them to either buy out your third of the cabin's total equity immediately, or we freeze the asset entirely. If they default, the liability falls solely on them, and your share is legally protected from the bank's collection. Do it, I said without a second of hesitation. Draft the formal request for a full financial accounting of the trust. I want every single receipt. They are going to be furious, Sterling warned me. This is the nuclear option. They already threatened to cut me out of the will, I replied, staring blankly at the wall. I'm just beating them to the punch. Update 3, the trap is set. I didn't tell my parents about the lawyer. I didn't tell them I knew about the $100,000. I decided to play their game, but better. I showed up to the next Sunday dinner. The driveway was packed. Aunt Brenda's SUV was there, along with my cousin Tyler's truck, and my grandmother Eleanor's old sedan. It wasn't just a dinner, it was a summit meeting. When I stepped inside, the conversation in the dining room stopped dead. Everyone stared at me. Grandma Eleanor sat at the head of the table, looking incredibly tired and disappointed. My heart sank, thinking they had poisoned her against me too. Dad pointed to a chair. Sit down, Marcus. We need to settle this. I sat, keeping my face completely neutral. Chloe leaned forward, looking theatrical and pitiful. I have tried everything, Marcus. She lied flawlessly. I sold my jewelry. I canceled my gym membership. I am doing my part, but if I don't make this payment, they are going to foreclose. Do you really want that on your conscience? I stared at her. Chloe, you've had months. Why didn't you get a roommate? Why didn't you drive for Uber? Why is your only solution demanding my money? Because you're family, she hissed. You're just going to sit there and let me lose everything while you go live your perfect little life in Denver. Every pair of eyes at the table locked onto me. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. And then, my dad dropped the bomb, thinking he was putting me in my place. We've made a decision, he said, his voice clipped and arrogant. Since you refused to act like a brother, your mother and I went to the bank. We took out a line of credit against the Lake Cascade cabin to help Chloe. My mom chimed in, looking almost proud. It was the right thing to do. We couldn't let her be homeless. I gripped the edge of the table, feigning shock. You what? You mortgaged the cabin? That property belongs to me and Tyler too. Tyler, sitting across from me, suddenly looked up from his plate, his eyes going wide. Wait, you did what to the cabin? Dad waved a dismissive hand. It's fine, Tyler, we will pay it back. We didn't need Marcus's permission. He made it clear he doesn't care about this family. Ass. I let out a bitter, humorless laugh. Let me get this straight. You threatened to cut me out of the will if I didn't pay her mortgage. I said fine. So your brilliant solution was to secretly mortgage part of my actual inheritance anyway, to keep her in a house she can't afford? Chloe crossed her arms, smirking. It's not your inheritance yet, Marcus. And I'll pay them back when I get on my feet. Like you paid back the vacation fund? I shot back. Or the emergency fund? Or the Bali trip? Her face went violently red. Dad slammed his hand on the table again. That is enough. We did what was necessary. If you don't want to contribute, we will move forward without you. Grandma Eleanor suddenly cleared her throat. Her voice was frail, but it commanded the room. Marcus is right, she said quietly. The entire table froze. Grandma looked at my dad with utter disgust. You should have asked him. You should have asked Tyler. You risked your father's legacy for a girl who refuses to work. It is shameful. Dad tried to sputter a defense, but I stood up slowly. I looked directly at Chloe, who suddenly looked very small, and then at my parents. You've made your choice, I said, my voice eerily calm. You made it clear where I stand. You used the only thing that tied me to this family to clean up her mess. Congratulations. You don't ever have to worry about me being in your way again. I walked out of the house. I got into my car, and for the first time in weeks, I smiled. The trap was set. Update 4, the climax and the checkmate. The next morning, Mr. Sterling formally served my parents with the legal request for a full financial accounting of the trust, alongside a notice of breach of fiduciary duty. I expected a day or two of silence. I got exactly 3 hours. My phone rang. It was my dad. He wasn't arrogant anymore. He sounded absolutely panicked. Marcus, what the hell is this letter from a lawyer? He yelled. It's a formal request, for the trust records, I said smoothly, sipping my coffee. I'm co-trustee, I have a legal right to see exactly what you did with the property. You're making this a legal matter? We are family, he pleaded, his voice cracking. You made it a legal matter when you forged financial documents to bypass my authority on a shared trust, I replied coldly. I'll see you at Sunday dinner. I hung up. I spent the rest of the week packing my final boxes for the move to Denver. My company had given me a generous relocation package, and my new apartment was already secured. I was leaving in exactly 5 days. When Sunday rolled around, I dressed in a crisp button-down shirt. I felt like I was walking on air. I drove to my parents' house for the very last time. When I walked into the dining room, the atmosphere was funereal. My mom looked pale and exhausted, staring blankly at her plate. Dad was sweating visibly. Chloe wasn't smirking anymore. She was aggressively scrolling on her phone, avoiding eye contact. I sat down, unfolded my napkin, and smiled. Smells great, Dad. How was everyone's week? Silence. Finally, my dad spoke, his voice shaking. We got the paperwork from your lawyer. The bank records are being sent over. I nodded. Excellent. Chloe slammed her phone face down on the table. This is psychotic, Marcus. You're dragging your own parents to court over a stupid cabin? You're acting like we robbed you. I set my fork down and looked her dead in the eye. You did rob me, Chloe. And you robbed Tyler. You took $100,000 of equity that didn't belong to you. And I know for a fact that Mom and Dad are already struggling to make the $1,100 monthly payments on that HELOC. Mom gasped, covering her mouth. Dad turned white. They didn't know I had already pulled the preliminary bank records. I'm not here to fight, I continued, my voice echoing in the quiet room. I'm here to deliver a solution. I reached into my leather briefcase and pulled out a thick manila folder. I opened it and slid 3 different stacks of paper across the table. First, I said, pointing to the document in front of my dad. This is a formal petition I filed with the court on Friday. I have legally severed my 1/3 equity from the trust. My share is now frozen and protected. If you default on the loan, the bank can only seize your portions. My inheritance is legally untouchable. Dad stared at the legal seal on the paper like it was a venomous snake. You severed the trust? I protected myself from your financial negligence, I corrected him. I turned to my mom and pointed to the second stack. These are forbearance application forms for the credit union. I did the legwork for you. If you submit these by Tuesday, they will pause your HELOC payments for 90 days without penalty. It will buy you time before they start foreclosure proceedings on the cabin. Mom started crying softly, tears dripping onto her blouse. Finally, I looked at Chloe, who looked like she was about to throw up. I slid the last stack of papers over to her. And this, I said lightly, is a list of 6 open positions at the new logistics branch my company just opened downtown. They are hiring immediately. Entry-level admin, data entry, and marketing support. They pay $22 an hour plus benefits. I already spoke to the regional HR manager. If you apply tonight, you will have an interview on Tuesday. Chloe stared at the job postings, her lip trembling. You want me to work in a warehouse admin office? I want you to get a job, pay your own mortgage, and stop destroying our parents' retirement to fund your delusions, I said, my voice dropping to a low, hard whisper. The silence that followed was absolute. No one yelled. No one called me selfish. The reality of their situation had finally crashed down on them. I had completely removed their safety net, blocked their access to my future, and handed them the exact tools they needed to save themselves. I stood up, buttoned my jacket, and picked up my briefcase. I am moving to Denver on Wednesday, I said, looking around the room one last time. I love you all. But I am absolutely done setting myself on fire to keep this family warm. If you ever want me back in your lives, it will be because you respect me as an equal, not because you need an ATM. I walked out the front door, got into my car, and drove away. I didn't look back in the rearview mirror once. Update 5, The Aftermath and Freedom. It's been 4 months since I moved to Denver. My life here is incredible. The new job is challenging but deeply rewarding. I bought a beautiful condo with a view of the mountains, using the money I had saved and protected for my family. I spend my weekends hiking, exploring the city, and hanging out with a new group of friends who don't expect anything from me other than my company. The fallout back in Seattle was exactly as messy as I expected, but I watched it safely from 1,000 miles away. My cousin Tyler ended up hiring his own lawyer after I left. Once he realized Mom and Dad had risked his share of the cabin too, he forced them into a legal corner. My parents had to drain a significant portion of their $401k to pay down the HELOC balance to satisfy Tyler's legal demands. As for Chloe, reality finally hit her. With Mom and Dad financially tapped out and facing their own debt crisis, they couldn't give her another dime. Facing imminent foreclosure on her house, she actually swallowed her pride and applied for the admin job I gave her. A few weeks ago, I got a text from Grandma Eleanor. It was a photo of Chloe, wearing business casual clothes, standing awkwardly in front of my company's local Seattle branch. Grandma, she's been working there for 2 months, hasn't missed a day. Your parents are finally making her pay them back $500 a month for the cabin loan. You did the right thing, Marcus, you saved them from themselves. I stared at the text for a long time. I didn't reply, but I felt a profound sense of closure wash over me. This wasn't the Hallmark movie ending where everyone hugs and cries and apologizes. My relationship with my parents is still incredibly strained. We exchange brief, polite texts on holidays, but we don't talk on the phone, and I am completely fine with that. For the first time in my life, I am not carrying the crushing weight of their expectations. I am no longer the backup plan. I am no longer the glass child. I am free. And it is the best feeling in the world. At 21, my brother was getting a BMW, but I was getting my own house. At a family cookout, he mocked my success, but Grandpa's words stopped him cold. I'll never forget the fragrance of cooked ribs combined with gasoline. That's when I discovered my family didn't consider me one of them. It was just a fluke, a footnote. My name is Daniel, and I am now 29. And if you had told me 7 years ago that I would own 2 homes, drive a paid-off vehicle, and run a booming landscaping business with 15 people, I would have laughed in your face. Not because I didn't have high dreams. I did. But growing up I was often informed I was a disappointment, sometimes with silence that was worse than words. My younger brother Lucas was the family's golden boy. Not in a subtle manner either. If there was a photo on the fridge, it showed Lucas carrying a prize. Lucas's birthday was celebrated with streamers and cake from the expensive bakery. If a mature man received a brand new BMW wrapped in a red ribbon at the age of 18 because he earned it with a B+ average, you guessed it, Lucas. Meanwhile, I was the child that graduated from high school with a firm handshake and a, "So what now?" from my father. For example, I recently used my final free dinner ticket. I was not dumb. I simply didn't fit the shape that they desired. I didn't want to spend the summer working as a lawyer, investment banker, or shadowing my father at work. I like creating things with my hands, mending lawnmowers, mowing grass, and painting things that they considered work, which in my household meant being beneath you. Except in my instance, it appears it wasn't. I moved out when I was 21. I took a job with an old man named Tommy who managed a gardening business in town. He was harsh and smoked too much, but he taught me everything: how to bid contracts, how to identify soil issues, and how to deal with difficult clients without losing your cool. I saved as many sins as I could. We ate spaghetti 6 nights a week, worked on weekends. Nobody noticed. Nobody asked. I only heard from my family when Lucas needed assistance moving something, or Dad wanted someone to repair the sprinkler line because, hey, you're handy, right? Anyway, let's fast forward a bit. I'm not attempting to tell you my entire life narrative in one post, but let me lay it out. At 22, I purchased my first fixer-upper house. I did the renovations myself, flipped it, turned the profit into a duplex, rented one half and lived in the other. I didn't post it on Facebook or bring it up around Thanksgiving. I kept my head down and remained quiet. That's what you do when your accomplishments make others squint. My family did not regard me as successful, only as blue-collar. Not in a proud manner. More like, well, at least he's not in jail. Meanwhile, Lucas was cruising through Yale, then Stanford grad school, and then working at some business that lost millions of dollars while calling itself self-disruptive. When he received Dad's business card at the age of 21 and was assured he would one day take over the firm, I merely nodded and smiled. I was used to it by then, although things progressed slowly at first. Then, okay, we'll get there. It began with my parents' annual family cookout in June. They go all out, hire a caterer, put up tents, and invite everyone they've met during the Reagan era. I had skipped it for the prior 2 years, citing clients and site inspections. Mostly because I didn't want to stand in the backyard making small conversation as everyone asked Lucas about his new endeavor and then looked at me like I was the guy checking the propane tank. But this year, Grandpa Bill compelled me to go. He's my mom's father. Old school, rough around the edges, and the only person in my family who ever expressed pride in me. He still calls me Daniel the Tank. Even though I'm 5 feet 8 inches and built more like a fence post than a linebacker, he said, "If you don't show up this year, I'll make you come over and listen to my golf stories for 6 hours straight." That man previously forced me to listen to a 12-minute explanation of a sand trap, so I came there. I pulled into the driveway around noon, parked down the street so I wouldn't block anyone, and walked in with a 4-pack of local craft beer I thought Dad might like. Nobody noticed. Lucas's BMW was parked on the lawn like a showpiece, and the music was already blaring from those portable speakers Dad loves to flex with. I spotted Grandpa at the grill, of course, standing next to my Uncle Mike, who was already 2 beers in and talking about inflation like he invented the phrase. Grandpa hugged me and peered at my arms. "You've been lifting bricks or just showing off?" he joked. I grinned and shrugged. "A little of both." We talked for a while. He inquired about my work, and when I mentioned that I was on the verge of landing a commercial landscaping contract with a downtown hotel, his brow furrowed. "That's no small job," he said. "Proud of you, Tank." That was the last nice thing anyone said to me that day, and I drifted around the rest of the afternoon, nodding at cousins and avoiding conversations. I didn't bring up work, houses or anything else because I know how this family works. If you're not bragging about a new stock portfolio or a trust fund, they tune you out, which was fine because I wasn't there to impress anyone. But then I heard a snippet over by the cooler, where a couple of my younger cousins were chatting. One of them, about 16, remarked, "Hey, I saw your company vehicles at the old gas station lot on Maple. You guys working on that new park or something?" It was harmless. He wasn't mocking me, just curious. I smiled and nodded. "No, that's not the city project. We're preparing that land for a small plaza, coffee shop, bakery and a few office spaces. It's private." His eyes widened. "Wait, you own that?" I froze a second. I didn't mean to say it like that. I usually deflected, but something about how casually he asked, how unjudging he seemed, made me answer honestly. "Yeah," I said. "Closed last month. Second attribute actually." And then it happened. The air moved. Lucas had been walking behind me. I hadn't noticed him, but now he was standing far too close, holding a glass of white wine and making that smug expression he usually made when he was going to say something backhanded. "You own 2 properties?" he said loud enough for people to turn their heads. "Since when?" I turned slowly. I kept my voice low and added, "A few years now," to which he laughed. "You, Daniel the lawn guy?" Someone near the grill chuckled. Someone else went silent. Grandpa's head turned just slightly. I opened my mouth to respond, but Lucas kept going. "Wow. I suppose it's true what they say. Even a damaged clock is accurate twice a day." I grinned hard. You're not mistaken. I merely chose to make my own clock. He frowned. So what? You're a huge real estate magnate now? Do 2 homes and a few grasswhackers qualify you as Donald Trump? I never said that, I said. But it's working for me. Mom came at that point, as if she had seen the tension building. Brandon dear, could you get me some of that rosé from the cooler inside? She begged, resting a hand on his arm, but he didn't move. He just stared at me. You always act so smug, he said suddenly, as if you're better than us because you got out early. You assume your small dwellings and pickup vehicle prove you've made it. I don't think I'm better than anyone, I responded, my voice steady. I just quit waiting for a pat on the head. He went nearer. Do you think Dad is proud of you? I didn't respond, and that's when Dad lost it. Dad tossed his drink onto the grass, not at me, but hard enough that the glass smashed against a lawn chair. Mom screamed and backed back. A few people turned toward the noise. Some of the older relatives froze. One of the little kids began crying, and then, because this is my family and nothing can happen without a performance, Mom began crying as well. I can't believe this is happening at my barbecue, she sobbed. Why can't you boys just support each other? Lucas didn't look at her. Grandpa stepped forward slowly, leaned on his cane, looked at Lucas, then at me, then back at Lucas, and then laughed, a dry, wheezing chuckle that cut through the tension like a knife. I didn't move, didn't flinch, and he said something. Something that made Mom stop sobbing. Something that made Lucas pale and the entire table silent. Something I'm going to let you sit with until you tell me you're ready for more. Grandpa adjusted his cane and stared directly at Lucas with the type of heavy stillness that only elderly men can pull off. Boy, if Daniel is the letdown, then what does that make you? You could have heard a mosquito fall on the potato salad. Lucas blinked, as if he didn't quite process it. Mom's lips opened slightly, and I believe the wind stopped. Grandpa didn't elaborate. He just gave me a little nod, as if he'd had that line in his back pocket for years, and now that he'd played it, he was done talking. He turned around and walked back toward the grill, muttering something to Uncle Mike about the ribs being overcooked. The silence didn't last long, and Lucas stormed off toward the house, muttering under his breath. Mom scurried after him, still clutching that half-empty wine glass, looking over her shoulder at me, as if I'd somehow orchestrated all of it. And just like that, the party resumed. People laughed a little too loudly and someone turned up the music. Dad didn't say a word, just stood near the beer cooler, shaking his head as if the whole thing was beneath his notice. That was always his move. Emotional detachment. Let Mom be the heart, Lucas be the crown jewel, and he'd stay above it all. I stayed for another hour, talked to Grandpa again, and he didn't mention the scene. We talked about tomato plants, and just before I left, he handed me a napkin with a name and number scribbled on it. A friend of his who managed a lot of commercial rentals. Tell him I sent you, he said. He'll treat you fair. I thanked him and left quietly. That night, Lucas posted some cryptic nonsense on Instagram, something like, "Funny how snakes can wear flannel." The caption was vague, but the timing was obvious, so I ignored it. I had a meeting with a contractor the next morning and didn't have the energy to dissect his little tantrums. I wish I could say that was the end of it, that the drama died down and everyone moved on, but Lucas doesn't. He circles and stews. He needs to win, even if it's a race no one else is running. A few weeks later I received an unexpected call. Is this Mr. Daniel Foster? The woman inquired, politely and quickly. Hi, this is Karen from Glendew Bank. I just wanted to clarify that your application for the small business line of credit has been approved, however we do have a few issues concerning your job verification. I froze. I didn't apply for any line of credit, I informed them. There was a pause. Oh, are you not associated with Foster Landscaping LLC? My heartbeat quickened. That's my company, I responded slowly. But I haven't applied for anything in a while. Could you please inform me who submitted it? She couldn't, of course, due to privacy rules, but she stated that the application had my name, address, and EIN, all of which were correct. My employees had no idea where I lived, and my EIN and home address were not public. I told her it had to be a mistake, possibly fraud, and she said she'd flag it and escalate the case. The call ended, but the questions lingered. I called my accountant, and we checked the online IRS portal together. There were no other strange filings, nothing amiss, just that one bogus loan application. Then I remembered something. That barbecue. I had left my work phone on the patio table for about 8 minutes while I went to get a plate, and it had a simple passcode. Nothing major. But the Notes app. That's where I kept reminders, my EIN. Some client addresses, things I needed on the go. I'd meant to password protect it, but I never got around to it. Dumb, I know. And Lucas. Lucas knew my passcode. It used to be the street number of our childhood house, and he'd teased me about it years ago. I never thought he remembered. I couldn't prove it at the time, but I knew. I didn't confront him because I assumed the failed loan stunt would be a one-time prank to rattle me, the kind of low-blow move you pull when you've run out of comebacks. But it wasn't the end. That fall, I applied for a contract with the local university to landscape 2 dorm buildings and the surrounding quad. A week before the winning offer was to be announced, I received another call. I had spent weeks preparing the proposal, evaluating expenses, and gathering references, and while the bidding process was competitive, I felt confident. "Hey Daniel, just wanted to follow up on something weird we saw," said Greg, the university's project coordinator. "One of the admin staff discovered a few complaints regarding your organization, and I wanted to let you know before we leap to conclusions." "Complaints?" I asked. "Yeah, reviews, emails, and even a Better Business Bureau listing. Said your personnel destroyed property, failed to arrive on time, and so on." I got chilly. "That's not true." "I didn't think so," Greg commented. "But we got to check it out." I hung up and started looking into it. The reviews were all recent. There were a few anonymous Google entries. One review mentioned a specific property I'd never even worked on, and the BBB complaint, which was barely written in complete sentences, included my business name, EIN, and a phony customer story that sounded just plausible enough to sting. I spent the following 3 days submitting takedowns, checking with clients, and distributing character references. I didn't tell anyone, not even Grandpa, that I had lost the contract because they went with a larger business. I just poured myself into work, kept my head down, and built another layer to the invisible wall between me and the rest of my family. However, the seed had already been sown. Lucas wasn't just insecure. He was prepared to ruin me, and I wasn't going to play defense forever. Around Christmas, the family planned another gathering, this time smaller, with only direct relatives and a few close acquaintances, and Mom demanded I go. "It would mean so much to your brother," she explained over the phone. "Let's just be together. No drama." I agreed, but I informed her right away that I wouldn't be staying long. I arrived with a tin of cookies and a pleasant smile. Lucas opened the door and said nothing, just looked me up and down like I was a box sent to the wrong house. Inside, Dad was drinking scotch by the fireplace. Mom was fussing over appetizers. The room felt tight, as if all the air had been pretensed for an argument that hadn't started yet. Dinner was strained but civil. Lucas boasted about some consulting gig. Mom kept asking about my dating life, and I gave short answers, not mentioning work or my properties. I didn't say anything about the new vehicle I'd parked down the street until Lucas's fiancée, Olivia, piped up. Olivia was new to the family, courteous, and a touch too honest. "I heard you from a few buildings, Daniel. That is great. Lucas informed me you were quite successful with your landscaping work. I believe it's awesome when people develop something from the ground up." I stared at Lucas. He glared at her as if she had read from a forbidden scroll. "I just mean," she said hurriedly, "it's nice that both of you are doing well." Mom changed the subject. Dad cleared his throat. Lucas excused himself from the table a few minutes later, and after dessert, I grabbed my coat and announced I needed to leave. As I stepped out, Lucas followed me onto the porch, and the door snapped shut behind us. "Do you think you're so clever?" He spoke quietly. I turned slowly. "I guess I am exhausted." "You're attempting to shame me. You think people would be amazed if Olivia looks at you and forgets you've always been a joke?" I did not react. "You believe that simply because you cobble together some rental properties and maintain rich people's lawns, you are now equal?" "No," I said. "I don't think we're equal." He grinned. "Exactly." I moved closer. "I believe I exceeded you years ago. You were just too busy looking in the mirror to notice." He became red, his jaw hard, but I was already walking down the steps towards my pickup. That was the night I knew it wasn't over. That was the night I realized Lucas wasn't just mad that I'd built something. He was furious that I'd built it without him, and that's when he did something I never expected. He made Mom cry, Dad finally chose sides, and Grandpa picked up the phone and said 5 words I'll never forget. I didn't hear from Lucas for a few weeks after that night, and to be honest, I was relieved. I'd been living with a constant low-grade tension every time my phone rang or I opened an email from a potential client, and every little delay felt like another torpedo aimed at my business. The air finally felt clear, or at least quiet. I threw myself into work. Winter was slow, but I used it to plan. My second property, the commercial plaza, was nearly ready for Phase 2, tenant interior build-outs. A local bakery had signed on, as had a chiropractor and a small design agency. I was excited, even if I kept it to myself. When you're used to being underestimated, success is quiet. In February, I was pulling into the lot of the new property, which was still gravel and fencing but was beginning to take shape, when my phone rang. It was an unknown number and I normally wouldn't answer, but I had a few contractors out for bids, so I did. Mr. Foster speaks. This is Officer Keller from the city's commercial compliance section. We have an issue with one of your job locations, 1225 Maple Avenue. Are you available to come to City Hall this afternoon? My stomach turned. Sure. Can you explain what this is about? There has been an anonymous report submitted. Possible code breaches, dangerous equipment storage, and zoning anomalies. We only need to confirm a few details. I sat in my vehicle for a full minute after hanging up, trying to breathe through it, not because I expected them to discover anything. I ran a tight ship, but because I knew who was behind it. Lucas. I didn't have evidence yet, but it was his signature all over it. Vague accusations filed anonymously, just enough to cause friction, just enough to slow me down. This wasn't about proving I was a fraud, it was about exhausting me until I broke. That afternoon, I sat across from a tight-lipped woman in a sterile government office, reading through a clipboard of concerns. I smiled and kept my voice calm while I delivered her my permits, zoning permission, and a bundle of safety reports. By the end she softened and even commented, "This looks like a solid project, Mr. Foster. We'll probably close the complaint with little follow-up." However, the harm had already been done, and my contractor contacted the next day to cancel the bakery construction. The bakery asked for a delay clause in their lease, the chiropractor's lawyer wanted to revisit the contract, and the designer, well, she just stopped communicating with me. His insurance company refused to work on the job until the city confirmed the complaint was false, which could take a few weeks, if not longer. I didn't sleep much that week, and I kept repeating every choice I'd made since I started, wondering if I should have gone slower, if I should have simply stuck to lawn care, if my family had been correct, that I'd overreached, that I wasn't meant to win. I was strolling through a Home Depot one evening, picking up new parts for one of our trucks, when my legs collapsed briefly. I caught myself on a shelf of PVC elbows. I tried to play it off, but I stood there for a long time, just breathing. It wasn't the money. I could deal with a setback. It was the why, that it came from inside the house, that my own brother, who had every advantage, couldn't stomach the idea of me building something real. That's when the shame set in. Not for what I'd done, but for what I hadn't done. For how I'd allowed them to continue treating me as the underdog, the side character in their golden boy story. Every time I stayed quiet, every time I played nice, I thought I was being the bigger person, but in reality, I was just making myself small enough to be stepped on. I nearly called Grandpa that night, but I hung up because I didn't want to unload it all on him again. He was in his 80s and didn't need my baggage, but he must have sensed it because the next morning he showed up, drove right into the gravel lot on Maple in his rusted Ford, parked next to my work truck, and got out like he owned the city. He had 2 coffees in his hand and that same crooked smile. "I figured you might be too proud to call," he said. I took the coffee. We stood there in the wind, watching a backhoe idle near the edge of the property. He didn't ask what happened. He just waited. So I told him everything. The loan application, the fake reviews, the BBB complaint, the anonymous city report, the lost tenants, the ghosted calls, everything Lucas had done, and everything I hadn't done to stop it. Grandpa didn't interrupt. Instead, he sipped his coffee and peered like he was watching a deer walk into traffic. When I finished, he nodded. "You know what your grandmother used to say?" he asked. I shake my head. "There's a special kind of fool that mistakes silence for weakness." He cracked a joke. "You're no idiot, Daniel. You're simply patient. However, even waiting has a cost if you don't know when to cash it in." I didn't say anything. "Do you want my advice?" he added. "Stop playing chess with a pigeon." I blinked. "A pigeon?" He grinned. "No matter how good you are, the damn bird's just going to knock over all the pieces and crap on the board." I laughed. I couldn't help but laugh, and that laugh did more for me than coffee. I spent the next 2 days cleaning up the site, tightening every bolt, organizing every record, resubmitting my permits with highlighted copies, writing a personal letter to the bakery owner and offering 1 month's rent for free, calling the chiropractor, and scheduling a video walkthrough to demonstrate progress. I couldn't fix everything overnight, but I could demonstrate that I wasn't rattled, and that I wasn't going anywhere. Then, because I needed to stop being reactive, I devised a strategy. I began documenting everything, ordered a camera system for the job sites, not just for security, but also for proof, hired a digital consultant to scrub the fake reviews, and trace the IP addresses if possible. I upgraded my accounting software, added new layers of authentication to every app I used, and changed my phone passcode twice. I wasn't going to just defend myself anymore. I was going to build armor. A week later, I received an email informing me that the city had officially dismissed the complaint. The bakery owner signed the lease 2 days later, and the chiropractor followed suit. The designer never returned, but I didn't need her, and the momentum returned. I was at the plaza one morning, piling bags of mulch into a wheelbarrow, when I saw something strange. A black Lexus idling across the street, tinted windows, engine humming, and not moving for 8 minutes. Then it slowly pulled away. I knew that car. Lucas and I never waved, just kept working. But something changed in me that day. I wasn't angry. Not anymore. I was ready. Ready to stop waiting for the next sabotage. Ready to stop playing defense. Ready to stop letting people who had never built anything tell me how much I was worth. I wasn't just going to recover. I was going to win, not out of spite, but because every nail, contract, and seed I planted had been earned, not handed to me, funded by Dad, or rescued by some legacy favor, and I was done apologizing for it. I had no idea what Lucas would do next, but I had a feeling. It all began with an invitation, a wedding invitation, and the note Lucas wrote inside it. The invitation came in a thick cream-colored envelope sealed with wax, as if we were in some kind of royal court, and it would be the final straw, transforming this quiet war into something bigger, something public, something that would expose everything. My name was printed on the front in gold cursive, Mr. Daniel Foster, as if that alone would convince me it wasn't bait. The return address was Lucas's downtown condo, which Dad had co-signed for and boasted of having floor-to-ceiling city views despite facing a parking garage. I sat with the envelope unopened for a day and a half. Not out of dread, but out of interest. I wanted to give myself time to guess. Would it be a typical invitation? A bogus olive gesture pretending the past had not happened? Or would Lucas do what he usually did and bury a jab in the tiny print? I burst the seal on a frigid Wednesday morning while drinking black coffee in my kitchen. Inside was a folded invitation wrapped in blue ribbon, the type you'd get at a 5-star Tuscan wedding. The calligraphy was exquisite. We heartily invite you to the wedding of Lucas Foster and Olivia Langston. Saturday, September 10th. The Langston Estate in Riverbend Hills. Olivia hailed from ancient money. Her family had vineyards and land along the state boundary, and they were the type of folks that had stylists and summer houses rather than holiday rentals. However, the real poison was penned at the bottom in Lucas's unmistakable calligraphy. I hope this event can help us all move ahead. The dress code is formal. Please leave your work boots at home this time. I wouldn't want you to track muck into the rose garden. B. I sat there gazing at it for a whole minute, not furious, not horrified, just done. This would never stop unless I killed it. I hadn't gone out of my way to embarrass Lucas, and I hadn't notified anybody in the family about the bogus complaints, reviews, or sabotage. I didn't retaliate, I just worked harder. But that wasn't enough, and now he was about to marry into a family that thought he was the clean-cut prodigy, the young business executive with charm and legacy, whereas I was the dropout with dirt under my nails and grass stains on my soul. So I made a decision. I was going to show everyone who Lucas truly was. Not through gossip or accusations, but through cold, hard facts, and I was going to do it at his own wedding. It wouldn't be noisy or messy. It would be precise, controlled, and devastating. But initially, I needed help, and the first person I phoned was Chris. Chris used to work for Lucas's old startup before it went bankrupt 2 years ago. He was their back-end developer, a smart guy with a mild demeanor, but he and Lucas had a falling out near the end, something about unpaid equity and ghosted emails. We'd met once at a mutual friend's barbecue, and I remembered how casually Chris said, Lucas never paid his debts, just buried them under new logos. He picked up on the second ring. Hi Chris, it's Daniel Foster. We met at Noah's place last year. Oh hi. Yes, landscaping Daniel. What up? Do you still have the thumb drive? I asked. He paused. Do you mean the one with the email dumps? Yep. Another pause. Are you intending to sue him or something? No, I said. Just want to show a few people who they're marrying. Chris chuckled. You know, I've been waiting for someone to ask me that for 2 years. He emailed it over that afternoon, a compressed package that was password secured and contained exported PST files, PDFs, screenshots, and internal emails from Lucas gloating about inflating user data, withholding contractor pay, and even insulting Olivia's father for believing I was anything other than a well-dressed parasite. Gold. But I didn't want it to come directly from me since it would appear malicious. I needed a buffer, so I contacted Rachel. Rachel was my ex, and we hadn't spoken in about a year, ever since we agreed to part ways due to our conflicting schedules. Rachel worked in public relations, genuine PR, reputation management, crisis cleanup, and corporate scandal spinning. She knows how to wreck someone's career without leaving a trace. She responded with a wary, "Daniel. Hi, apologies for the unexpected call. You okay?" "Yeah," I said. "But I need a favor and I'll owe you for it." Her tone altered. "Talk." I told her everything, not the childhood memories, not the envy, but the facts, the email dump, the wedding, the falsehoods, the people Lucas had duped, and the families about to be united under false pretenses. Rachel was quiet for a time. Then she said, "Okay, here's what we do." We spent the next 3 hours planning, and she assisted me in selecting the juiciest, most indisputable documents, including emails with timestamps, a PDF of bounce checks, screenshots of Slack messages where Lucas joked about renting friends and suits for a meeting with Olivia's parents, and a photo of an Excel sheet where he padded investment numbers before pitching a fake app idea. We developed a tight professional dossier that was both succinct and scary, and then we set up a fictitious Gmail account called Event Attendee 101 and timed the email. Rachel had a contact on the Langston family's wedding planning team, a friend of a friend, who confirmed the rehearsal dinner for Friday at 6 p.m. We planned an email at 5:50 p.m. with a single subject line: "Before you toast the groom." But it was only the beginning. I wanted to plan for the aftermath of Lucas's wedding, not simply dismantle it. So I started accumulating everything Lucas had done to me personally, filed an incident report with the city about the phony business complaint, supplied IP addresses for the reviews, and Rachel knew someone at Google who proved they were from Lucas's apartment complex. I recorded all the dates and links. I wasn't planning to pursue charges just yet, but I needed the ammunition. Then I did something I should have done months ago. I sat down with my parents, who invited me over for lunch one weekend. Mom said she wanted to go over family preparations for the wedding, and I said I'd come if we could have a true chat without filters. They agreed, and we sat on the back patio. Mom poured iced tea while Dad cooked chicken. It was silent for the first 8 minutes until I remarked, "I know what Lucas has been doing." Dad froze. "What do you mean?" I stared at him directly. "False complaints, sabotage, the municipal report, BBB falsehoods, and the review bombing. I have proof, and I am done pretending it did not happen." Mom laid her glass down with a quiet clink. "Why would Daniel do that?" "Because I constructed it without him. Because I gave up playing the failure. Because it made him feel smaller." Dad didn't say anything. He just gazed into the grill. I got into my bag and handed Mom a folder that was well printed, tabbed, and structured with everything Lucas had done. She studied the traceable anonymous emails, screenshots, and digital fingerprints for a long before whispering, "Oh my God." I waited until Dad added, "He's your brother." "No," I responded quietly. "He's a bully in a tuxedo." Neither of them defended him, and I left the folder with them. I didn't say I was going to blow up the wedding. I didn't need to. They both knew something was coming, but I had no idea what would happen next, since the email was sent and my phone rang less than 20 minutes later. It was Grandpa, and all he said was, "Boy, you should get down here. The dam just broke." I sped the entire way there. Grandpa had not seemed concerned. When I pulled up to the Langston estate, the parking attendants didn't even stop me because they were too distracted by the yelling coming from inside. He didn't panic, but there was an urgency in his voice, as if he'd seen 1,000 fires and just discovered a new one in his living room. The rehearsal meal had already gotten off track. I slipped in through a side entrance and found myself in a hallway lined with family portraits and towering floral arrangements that looked like they cost more than my first car. Through the archway ahead I could see the main dining hall, long tables with half-eaten plated hors d'oeuvres, scattered wine glasses, and a piano player frozen in mid-note. The wedding planner hovered nearby, pale and shaking, clutching a phone in both hands, and Lucas held a stack of printed emails in his hand. From 20 feet away, I could see the header on one Slack transcript. I stepped forward gently, clinging to the wall, not wanting to be caught in the explosion radius just yet. Olivia was shouting something harsh, her voice trembling. "So you did ridicule my father. You did exaggerate the figures. You lied about everything, even your equity and startup." Lucas shouted back, "They've been taken out of context. It is sabotage. Someone is attempting to ruin me. Daniel. It's Daniel. I know it is." He turned so quickly that his wine spilled across the carpet. "Where is he? Where in the heck is he?" "Right here," I responded, walking into view. Heads turned, and guests backed away as if I were a live grenade. Lucas's furious and frenzied eyes fastened on me. "Do you think this is clever?" he spit, ruining my wedding weekend with an immature vengeance scheme. I strode forward, hands in pockets, relaxed. "I didn't crash anything. I stated I was invited. Remember? Cream envelope with gold writing, something about muck on boots." Olivia's father spoke next, quietly but with grit in his voice. "Is this true? Did you rig our investment call?" he questioned Lucas. "Did you falsify the returns?" Lucas paused for too long. Olivia walked away from him, gripping the folder as if it physically killed her to do so. "Do you remember what I told my mother?" she said, her voice shaking. "You were the most honest man I had ever encountered. Even if you came from a drama-filled household, you were clean. I defended you often. And this is who you truly are. I didn't mean for any of it to get—" "You didn't mean to get caught," she said. "That's not the same." One of the Langston uncles, a large man with a silver beard and a fine blazer, stood and moved to her side gently and decisively. "That told me everything. She was not going to let this go. Not even for appearances. Not even for her wedding." Lucas rushed at me suddenly, not with a punch, because he wasn't that type of man, but with a powerful shove that screamed desperation rather than strength. I scarcely moved. I simply glanced at him and murmured, "You've spent your life trampling on those who won't fight back. You felt you could always get away with it. But Lucas, you forgot something. Some of us construct. We don't make things up. We don't charm our way through. We grind. And one day, we stopped being silent. You ruined everything." He hissed. "No," I said. "You did." When security arrived, I didn't protest. There was no reason to. When one of Olivia's relatives stepped in and reminded them I was invited, they backpedaled, and I went out alone, leaving the fire to burn behind me. The Langstons canceled the wedding within 24 hours, but the location remained booked. Instead, they utilized it for a family reunion brunch, which made the headlines in a wonderfully indirect way. Olivia made a polite but undeniable breakup statement on Instagram. Some realities arrive late, but they do. Lucas attempted to spin it, claiming sabotage and that the documents were fabricated. But Rachel had given copies to the Langston legal team, along with verification trails, IP records, and a clear timetable. It wasn't just accurate, it was bulletproof. Olivia's father withdrew their family's investment from Lucas's holding company, triggering a breach clause in Lucas's remaining financing, and leaving him owing money he didn't have. My father did not intervene this time, and 2 weeks later, I received a phone call from him. He didn't apologize explicitly, which was not his way, but he did say, "I was mistaken about you, Daniel, for a long time." And that was enough. Mom called too, and cried, saying she didn't recognize her own kid anymore. I didn't specify which son she was referring to, but a few days later she sent me a letter including images from my childhood that I had never seen before. I put them in a drawer. I wasn't ready yet, but I'd get there eventually. Grandpa arrived at my job site 2 weeks later with a folding chair and a bag of lemon drops, and he sat there for 8 minutes without saying anything, watching the staff work. Then he glanced at me and said, "Damn, that was a good retribution, clean and surgical. You get that from your grandmother." I chuckled. That spring, I signed 2 additional commercial leases. The plaza was fully occupied. I employed 5 more people, purchased a new vehicle, and my accountant informed me that I had made my first $1 million. Nobody handed it to me or opened a door for me. Instead, I kicked it down and created a better one. Lucas. Last I heard, he was consulting for a friend's software startup in another state. Small time. Still pursuing big talk with no motor behind it. He sent me a message with only one line. "Do you believe you've won?" I didn't answer since I already knew I had won. And not because he lost, but because I finally stopped living in someone else's shadow. I wasn't the letdown, but the template. And the next time someone refers to me as the other foster brother, I will simply grin and accept it. My brother claimed he was changed. On Super Bowl Sunday, he slammed my son into a table, sent him to the ER, and ended up in prison after I took revenge. What would you do if someone injured your child right in front of you? I have been in that position. I saw my 11-year-old kid lying on the ground with blood gushing from his forehead. And just next to him, my 9-year-old nephew is having his hair pulled by his own father because he dared to defend his cousin. That individual was no stranger. It was my brother. After 7 months of therapy, our entire family felt he had transformed. The person I wanted to believe had changed. My brother is now facing the consequences for his irresponsible acts, but that is not all. What I did following that moment altered everything. Not just for him, but for the entire family. Before I go into the specifics of my narrative, I'd want to thank you for taking the time to hear my experience today. Hello everyone, I am Ethan Miller, a 41-year-old software developer working in Denver. The incident I'm going to relate occurred on Super Bowl Sunday earlier that year, when I discovered that some people are so brilliant actors that they can mislead a whole family. That Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m., I was preparing coffee in the kitchen when my phone rang. My father, Thomas Miller, phoned, and I picked up. His voice rang out with uncommon enthusiasm. "Ethan, please bring Claire and Lucas over this afternoon to watch the Super Bowl. The entire family is going to be together." Before I could respond, he continued, his voice falling like if he were telling a secret. "Ryan wants to visit everybody. It's been 7 months, son. He has not created any trouble. He has definitely transformed. It is time for our family to reconnect." Ryan. That name made me tighten my grasp on my coffee mug handle. Ryan Miller, 35, used to be the younger sibling I hoped would make it big. He was intelligent, fast, and charming when necessary. But somewhere along the line he picked a different route. Online gambling began with a few hundred for fun, then many thousand, and by the time I discovered out, he owed about $42,000. The majority of them are high-interest loans from online lenders. However, the money was not the scary aspect. Ryan transformed into someone different whenever he lost a lot of money or drank a few beers. He'd vent his frustration on whoever was present, which was generally the kids. My son Lucas once had his ear twisted purple simply for dropping a drink of water while Ryan was watching the scores. And Noah, his own 9-year-old son, would shrink up if his father yelled. Looking into that kid's eyes, I realized he had been through more than any of us had. Then, 7 months before Dad's call, everything went apart. Ryan was detained for disturbing the peace and fighting at a casino on Federal Boulevard. Dad had to go to the police station to bail him out at 2:45 a.m. That night, he issued him an ultimatum: either attend treatment, or get out of the house. For the first time in his life, Ryan hung his head and agreed. He enrolled in an anger management program in Aurora, as well as a gambling support group. And gradually, traces of change appeared. He contacted the entire family, including me, to apologize. He obtained part-time work at an O'Reilly Auto Parts location on KFAX. Dad continued saying it every time we spoke. "I live with him every day. He does not gamble anymore, does not drink anymore. I've never seen him that calm." I wanted to believe it. Who wouldn't want to think about how their brother may change? After I hung up, I turned to face Claire. My wife is a Walgreens pharmacist. She's the sort who says nothing yet sees through everything. Claire grimaced when she heard about Dad's offer and replied to me slowly, "I don't know. Something still doesn't feel right to me, but if you think we should go, then let's go." Lucas was standing in the kitchen doorway, ears pricked up and listening since the beginning. The kids are 11. Tiny, and so kind that I worry he may be picked on at school. When he heard Uncle Ryan's name, he took a step closer, worried eyes on me, and quietly said, "Is Uncle Ryan really different, Dad?" I recall the last time he. The phrase dragged on, but I understood. I crouched down to his eye level, placed my hand on his shoulder, and told him he had gone to treatment. "Grandpa claims he's entirely different. It will be okay, buddy." I told Lucas that, but I was actually trying to persuade myself. Giving someone a second opportunity is the correct thing to do. That is what I have always believed. However, some individuals refuse to change no matter how many chances you give them. They learn how to properly wear a mask. We traveled from Denver to Dad's place in Lakewood, which took approximately 30 minutes via West KFAX. I kept looking at Lucas in the rearview mirror the entire trip. The children sat silently, hands folded, and looked out the window. I knew what he was thinking when we came to a halt at a red light at the Sheridan crossing. I turned back to tell him, "Lucas, stay close to Mom and Dad today. Okay, if you feel uncomfortable, let me know right away." The youngster nodded. Then his face lighted up as he recalled something and said, "Dad, will Noah be there today?" I nodded, hearing his cousin's name. Lucas's mood improved dramatically. The two children are barely 3 years apart and have been close since they were young. If there was one bright spot amid my family's disaster, it was the relationship between these two children. We arrived at 2:30 p.m. Dad's house is a single-story home at the end of a quiet lane. It has a wide lawn with beautiful green grass and a detached garage on the left. Everything appeared to be in complete harmony. I nearly forgot why I'd been avoiding this spot for the past year. And then the first surprise occurred. Ryan stepped out of the front door to meet us. Ryan had never came to the door to greet visitors in our 35 years of being brothers. He was always the sort to lounge on the sofa, waiting for others to approach him. But that day, he stood on the porch with a brilliant smile and arms stretched wide, as if he was about to hug the entire world. Ryan approached me, embraced me tightly and said, "Big brother, thanks for coming." I massaged his back, unsure how to say. Then Ryan released go of me and sank to one knee in front of Lucas. The youngster took a half step back automatically, but Ryan didn't appear concerned. He gazed at his nephew with kind eyes I'd never seen before, then quietly murmured to my kid, "Lucas, I apologize for the previous times. I was mistaken. I guarantee I'll never act like that again." "Okay." Lucas glanced at me as if he was begging for permission. I nodded slightly. The child looked back, pursed his lips, and silently nodded to his uncle. Right then, a little shadow flew out of the house. Noah, Ryan's kid, rushed up to hug Lucas and said, "Lucas, you're finally here. Come play football with me in the backyard." I stared at Noah, astonished to see how different the youngsters were. No more of that distant face, eyes glancing down and avoiding, as before. He was beaming from ear to ear, cheeks flushed, leaping and bouncing like a regular 9-year-old. The last 7 months have had a big influence. Dad went onto the porch, rubbed my shoulder and remarked with delight, "I told you so. He is entirely different. Simply believe me on this." Claire stood next to me examining everything. She leaned closer, saying, "I'm beginning to believe it. Maybe we were too concerned." The celebration proceeded precisely like a family gathering should. Dad cooked burgers in the backyard, and the scent of meat and charcoal smoke filled the air. Loud conversation and laughs. The pre-game program is being shown on television. Lucas and Noah raced each other across the yard with footballs, and their clear laughing made me feel relieved. However, approximately an hour later, the mood began to change. Ryan's old mates arrived up, around 4 or 5 of them. I recognized several familiar faces, folks who had sat and gambled with him in the past. They brought cases of beer and slapped each other's backs with loud laughter before taking over the couch in front of the TV. Ryan was initially clutching a Coke can then. One of his companions thrust a beer into his hand, laughing and saying something I couldn't hear well. Ryan hesitated for a second before opening the container. "Just one," he replied to someone. Perhaps he was telling himself. 1 became 2, and 2 became 3. Then I saw something else. Ryan began checking his phone often. Every few minutes he'd gaze at the screen, finger swiping, brow furrowing, his face progressively becoming tight, jaw clenching. I didn't have to be a genius to figure out what was occurring. He was wagering properly at the family party. 7 months of treatment equals 7 months of transformation. Everything was just a flawless performance. Claire noticed before I did. She drew me into a corner of the kitchen, eyes fixed on me, and whispered rapidly, "I see it. He's gambling. Do you see his face? Just like the old days. Let's leave right now." I nodded and gazed out the backyard window. Lucas and Noah were rolling around on the grass, giggling wildly at something. I couldn't stomach taking my son away right now. I went to Claire and gently stated, "Give the kids another 20 minutes. We will depart discreetly. Do not draw notice." I figured 20 minutes wouldn't make a difference. However, for a gambling addict who is losing, 20 minutes is an eternity. During that time, everything went apart. I eventually discovered that Ryan had lost well over $9,000 in nearly 3 hours of sitting quietly. $9,000. After 7 months of treatment, everything came crashing down in a matter of seconds. When the game entered the second half, the air in the living room became oppressive. Ryan continued to grip his phone, his face tight. Then he rose up, grabbed a few beer cans, and walked onto the back porch. Perhaps he wanted to evade everyone's gaze. Perhaps he wanted distance to see the numbers consuming him on the screen. From where I stood near the kitchen door, I saw him settle in a plastic chair on the porch, the case of beer directly beneath his feet. His eyes were riveted to his phone, and his finger was continually swiping. With each swipe, his face changed color from strained to pale, then to furious red. One of his friends went onto the porch, rubbed his shoulder, and chuckled mockingly before saying anything. I only caught portions. "Hi, I thought you resigned. Have you already lost a lot today?" Ryan gritted his teeth and growled, "Shut up." The person lifted both hands in surrender and withdrew into the home. Ryan sat alone, hands shaking as he drank his 5th or 6th drink. I looked to Claire, who nodded. "Time to leave." We entered the kitchen, hurriedly washed up a few plates, and placed them in the sink politely. Claire was washing quickly, and I turned around, preparing to walk to the garden to summon Lucas. I looked out the white kitchen window and saw Noah standing in the center of the lawn with the ball at his feet, approximately 9 meters from the back porch. The boy was grinning from ear to ear, staring at Lucas and yelling, "Watch me kick hard. Lucas, can you catch it?" Lucas stood across from him, near the fence on the other side of the yard, raising both hands, ready to catch the ball. Noah backed up a few paces to gain momentum. The child raced forward, swung his leg, and kicked with all his might. However, the grass remained damp from the previous night's downpour. Noah's foot slipped just as it touched the ball. The ball did not fly toward Lucas. It veered off course, whirling back toward Ryan on the back porch. Everything occurred in a second. The ball smacked into the beer case under Ryan's feet. The half-drunk beer can splashed everywhere, including on his clothing. The ball then rebounded up and whacked Ryan squarely in the face. Ryan's scream rang across the yard, and it was not one of physical anguish. It was the cry of someone who has gone through too much at once, including losing bets, shame, and now being hit in the face with a ball in front of everyone. Everything builds up and then erupts in one instant. Ryan sprang out of his chair, bloodshot eyes sweeping the yard for the offender. Noah was still in the center of the lawn, his face pallid as a sheet. But Lucas had already moved closer, standing directly in front of Ryan. The youngster had not even realized what was going on yet. I noticed Ryan charging toward my son. Without thinking, I threw open the kitchen window and leaped out. I started rushing toward the youngsters as soon as my feet reached the ground. However, the distance from the kitchen window to the back porch was more than 35 feet. Just 35 feet. But I couldn't get there on time. Ryan's hand moved up and down over Lucas's face. The smack boomed across the yard. Lucas flew backward, colliding with the corner of the porch's outdoor table. The child fell on the wooden deck, laying still. My son's wound on the forehead dripped blood over the porch floor, drop by drop. Lucas lay there, wide-eyed but unable to cry. The child was shocked and unable to speak. My legs were still sprinting, and my heart felt like it was going to burst. But before I could reach there, Noah's scream cut through the air. The 9-year-old dashed onto the porch, leaped in, grabbed his father's hand and said, "No, Dad, it was not him. I kicked the ball. It's my fault." Ryan turned around to face his own son. At that point, his visage bore little resemblance to his father. He tightened his teeth, looked at Noah, and hissed, "You're defending him? You made me lose face in front of my friends." He grabbed Noah's hair and jerked his head backward. Noah wailed in agony, his small hands grasping to pull his father's hand off his hair. His voice strangled. "Dad, this hurts. It hurts so badly." Ryan's pals dashed out of the home, stopping at the rear door and watching. Nobody moved. A group of older men stood still, seeing a 9-year-old being carried about by his own father, and no one dared to speak. My father also fled out of the living room. He came to a halt at the entrance, his face pale, when he beheld the sight in front of him. And Ryan, the son he thought had changed, stood there like a stranger. Dad opened his lips but was unable to find the words. Perhaps he now realized the previous 7 months were a performance, and he was the most gullible audience member. I raced onto the porch, only a few feet from Ryan. And I couldn't see my brother anymore. I only saw someone who had just harmed 2 innocent children, someone to whom I had repeatedly given opportunities, and he had stomped on everything. My body responded before my mind could think. My left arm curled around Lucas, and my right hand gripped Noah's arm, pushing him closer to me. At the same time, I kicked Ryan's chest with all of my power. He lurched backward and lost go of Noah's hair. The youngster collapsed on me, trembling all over. I gripped both babies tightly in my arms and took a few steps back from Ryan. Claire appeared shortly after that. She dashed over, knelt, and grabbed Lucas from my arms. Her eyes became crimson as she saw the blood on my son's forehead, but her voice remained calm as she called out to him. "Lucas, look at me. Can you hear me?" The kid blinked a few times, lips moving and whispering, "Mom, it hurts. It hurts so much." Hearing my son, my chest felt as if someone was suffocating me. My son lay there, blood still streaming from his forehead, and I couldn't protect him. Ryan was someone I had trusted. I'd brought my son here. Noah was still clinging to me, face buried in my chest, shoulders trembling in unison. Claire stretched out to draw her nephew closer and hugged both children. Noah gazed up at his aunt, tears flowing down his cheeks, his voice faltering on every syllable. "Aunt Claire, I apologize. I did not mean to. I only wanted to help Lucas." Claire cradled Lucas in one arm and stroked Noah's hair with the other, her voice soft but forceful. "Listen to me. You did nothing wrong. Nobody can blame you. Do you hear me?" Ryan's snarl from behind made me turn around. He was back on his feet, face purple-red, pointing at the children and saying, "Look at this. They are putting up an act. Noah kicked the ball at my face. I am the victim here. I walked up to his face, my hands locked into fists. My voice sank so low and chilly that I couldn't recognize it. You are 35 years old. You just hit an 11-year-old kid. He's bleeding from the head. You just snatched your own 9-year-old son's hair and are now standing here claiming to be the victim. Ryan took a step back, but his mouth would not stop. He told me, I'm in therapy. I just lost control for a second. I cut him off, my voice sharp. The entire family believed you had changed, and this is it. Dad got down from the home porch and walked rapidly toward us. He raised both hands, his voice shaky but forceful. Enough. Both of you come to a standstill. This can be straightened out. I did not turn to face him. I stated to Claire clearly. Take both kids to the car right now. Both Lucas and Noah. Drive directly to the Children's Hospital on Colorado Boulevard. Don't stop for anything. Claire nodded, assisted both youngsters to their feet, and hurriedly approached the car. Noah took a few steps before coming to a halt and turning to say goodbye to his father. I will never forget the expression in the boy's eyes. Half terror, half emptiness, like a child who has lost something he will never get back. Ryan saw his kid go. He surged forward, yelling, "Stop! You have no right to take my boy anywhere." I moved in front of him, one palm pressing hard on his chest, my words grating between my teeth. Is it your son? Do you believe you deserve to name him your son? Dad hurried up and grabbed my arm, pleading, Ethan, he's your brother. He is recuperating. Everyone blunders from time to time. You can't. I snatched my hand away from him and turned to gaze directly into Dad's eyes. My rage was seething, yet my voice was as icy as ice. I questioned him bluntly. Are you recovering? Your grandchild is bleeding over there. Is that your notion of recovery? You convinced the whole family that my brother had changed. So, what are you calling this? Dad opened his mouth and then closed it again. Not one word. He stood there with sinking shoulders. I turned back, tightened Ryan's collar, and drew him close to my face. My voice sank quite low. I shouted, You're coming with me to the garage right now. He struggled to release himself, but I clutched harder. I pulled him over the grass, toward the garage. His friends stood there silently, as if they had lost their voices. Dad stood like a shadow. Nobody dared to move. I shoved Ryan inside the garage and shut the door. I won't tell you what happened in the following 5 minutes. Some things do not require words to express themselves. Just know that when the garage door opened, Ryan was still laying on the concrete floor. And for the first time in his life, he realized how it felt to be the weaker one. Before unlocking the door to walk out, I looked down at Ryan, who was curled up on the cold concrete floor. I crouched down and spoke to him in a low, quiet voice. You should feel grateful. I am grateful that I stopped. I'm grateful that I'm still allowing you to go out of here on your own. He didn't respond, simply laid there, breathing heavily. I stood up straight, gave him one more look and said, But if you touch Lucas or Noah one more time, even one hair on their heads, I won't stop. Do you understand? Ryan nodded, his eyes still down, refusing to look at me. After I taught him the lesson, I opened the garage door. After the obscurity of the morning, the afternoon sun shone brightly. I went outdoors, sweat forming on my forehead and both hands throbbing and trembling. Not out of fear, but because I had to use every ounce of power to control myself and quit at the appropriate time. Dad stood at the door, face pale as if he'd just seen a ghost. He peered at me and then into the garage, his voice quivering as he said, Ethan, what did you do in there? I did not respond and walked right by him. Ryan's friends gathered around the house porch, one man holding his phone and stammering something. It appeared that he was preparing to contact the police. I paused and turned to stare directly into each of their eyes. At 6 feet 1 inch, roughly 195 kilograms, after over 25 years of gym practice and running, I knew how I looked right now. I shouted at Ryan's pals, get out, before I change my mind. The man with the phone gulped and pushed his phone in his pocket. Dad ran after me, grabbed my arm and yelled, Ethan, I'm asking you, what did you do to him? I stopped and turned to face him, my voice ice cold as I answered. Go look in the garage yourself. Don't ask me. I yanked my arm free and walked straight toward the car. I didn't look back, didn't say goodbye, and drove away. Behind me was Dad's house, my brother lying in the garage with a broken nose, and all the illusions about family I tried to hold on to. Ahead of me, at the Children's Hospital, my wife was waiting with 2 children, my son and my nephew. When I arrived at the hospital 25 minutes after Claire, Lucas was lying on the bed, his forehead already neatly bandaged. Claire sat beside him, one hand holding my son's hand, one arm around Noah's shoulders. The boy sat still as a statue, eyes fixed on the floor, hand gripping his cousin's tightly and refusing to let go. Dr. Harris, the night doctor, came out to greet me. She informed me that Lucas needed 6 stitches, but there were no signs of brain injury. I breathed a sigh of relief, but what she said next made me freeze in place. Dr. Harris looked at Noah, then pulled me to a corner of the room, her voice dropping. "Mr. Miller, I want to ask about the other boy." When the nurse approached, he curled up and raised his hands to cover his face. "That's a reflex of a child used to being hit. I recommend we examine him." I nodded. And what they found after that made my blood boil again. Multiple bruises on Noah's back and arms in various stages of healing. Some had turned yellow, almost completely healed, while others were still purple-black and only a few days old. Dr. Harris looked at me, her voice heavy. "This isn't from today. This child has been enduring this for a long time. By regulation we have to report this to the police." I called Noah's mother, Amanda, right away. She and Ryan divorced 3 years ago, and Noah lived with his mother but had to go to his father's house on weekends due to a court order. When Amanda heard my story, she sobbed over the phone saying, "I knew something wasn't right. I saw bruises on my son, but every time I asked, he said he fell playing football. I suspected it, but he wouldn't tell the truth." The court needed direct testimony from him, but Noah continued to protect his father. "I couldn't do anything." Her voice broke. She continued, "He's scared. He's scared that if he tells, his father will make it worse." I understood. A 9-year-old trapped between fear and love for the man who brought him into this world. Noah buried his face in his mother's chest, his voice shaking as he asked, "Mom, do I have to go back to Dad's house anymore?" Amanda drove to the hospital that night, and when she walked into the room, Noah saw his mother and cried out loud for the first time. She rushed over to hug him tightly, tears soaking the boy's shirt. Amanda hugged her son tighter, kissed the top of his head and said, "Never again, I promise you." Around 1 a.m., police arrived to take statements, and I told them everything, including what happened in the garage. The officer finished writing, looked up and asked, "Mr. Miller, do you regret what you did?" "I regret believing he changed. I regret bringing my son there. As for what happened in the garage, no." Ryan was arrested that night on charges of injuring 2 child victims. I received a warning for my actions in the garage, but was given leniency because I was protecting children in an emergency. The next morning Dad called, his voice cold as ice. "Are you satisfied now? Your brother's been arrested. You destroyed this family." I answered through the phone, my voice steady. "Have you seen Noah's medical records in 7 months? You said Ryan had changed. During those 7 months, your grandson was still being beaten on a regular basis. Did you ever ask the kid a question? Did you ever look at him?" After a lengthy delay I continued, "I don't think so. Goodbye, Dad." And hung up. That night, Lucas lay next to me on the hospital bed. The kid turned over, his voice tiny. "Dad. Noah used to tell me he was scared to go home to Uncle Ryan, but I thought Uncle was better because Grandpa said so. Why did Grandpa lie, Dad?" I held my son close. My throat tight. I didn't know how to respond. An 11-year-old saw the truth while all of us adults ignored it. 4 months later, I sat in the Denver County courtroom, watching my brother walk in wearing an orange prison uniform. Our lives were not easy while we waited for the trial. Lucas had to see a psychologist twice a month because the kid kept having nightmares and jumping at any loud noise. The scar on his forehead could heal, but the wounds in his head needed much more time. Amanda had brought Noah to the same clinic, and when I brought Lucas there one afternoon, the 2 kids met in the waiting room and sat next to each other as if it were the most natural thing in the world. 2 kids sharing a pain caused by adults. Ryan sat in the defendant's row, head down, not daring to look at anyone. Dad called a few times during those 4 months, asking me to drop the charges, reconsider, and give Ryan a chance, and I wasn't stupid enough to fall for it again. The courtroom was cold and silent. The prosecutor stood up to present the charges, bringing out Noah's medical records and projecting images of the bruises on the boy's back and arms on the screen. Dad sat behind him, looking older with grayer hair, a more hunched back and empty eyes. I sat next to Claire, and Amanda sat in the row beside us. Her voice was clear and cold. "The injuries on victim Noah Miller are at different stages of healing, indicating that this behavior continued for months. This wasn't an isolated incident. This was systematic abuse." The defense attorney stood up, attempting to turn the tables, pointing at me and saying loudly, "Your Honor, my client was the one attacked first. My client's brother assaulted him right in their father's garage." The prosecutor didn't flinch, turning to face the defense attorney and responding, "Attacked first? By whom? By a 9-year-old who slipped while kicking a ball? And your client's reaction was to hit an 11-year-old so hard that he bled from his head, then grab his own son by the hair. That's the outcome of therapy." The defense counsel remained mute. Then came Noah's evidence. Because he was so young, the youngster was permitted to speak through a pre-recorded video. The screen showed Noah sitting in a room with a social worker alongside him, his voice quivering but clear in every word. "Dad told I couldn't tell anybody." Noah continued, eyes down. "Dad would hurt me when he lost bets. Even when he was getting treatment that day, Dad hit my cousin and made him bleed. I was so scared. All I wanted to do was save him. Then Dad grabbed my hair. I heard Amanda weeping. Claire clutched my hand tightly, and I looked across at Ryan, who was burying his face in his hands and shaking his shoulders. The judge said in a severe voice, 'Does the defendant have anything to say?' Ryan glanced up, his voice stammering. I have problems controlling my emotions. I'm trying." The judge cut him off, his voice sharp and hard. "During those 7 months of trying, your son continued to get hurt. Where was your effort?" Ryan couldn't answer. Ryan Miller was found guilty of injuring children with 2 victims, aggravating circumstances for prolonged behavior, and abuse of family trust. He was sentenced to 30 months in prison, supervised therapy after release, permanent loss of custody rights, and a prohibition from contacting both victims. Ryan turned to look at his father one final time before being handcuffed and led away. His eyes appeared to want to say something, but no words came out. Dad sat there, tears flowing down his cheeks, and for the first time in my life, I seen him grieve like that. After the trial, Dad approached me with red eyes and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" I stood up, faced him, and replied, "Very satisfied." After that restrained response, I left the courthouse with Claire. When we got in the car, she turned and gently asked, "Are you okay?" I looked out the window in the parking lot. Dad was standing alone next to his old car, shoulders sagging and seeming half his size. I turned back to Claire and said, "I lost a brother today. Not because he went to prison, but because I realized I never really had that brother to begin with. Ryan has been imprisoned for 9 months, and I have yet to pay him a visit. Our lives are smaller, with fewer people, but far more tranquil. Lucas has totally healed. The scar on his forehead is disappearing with time, the dreams got less frequent, and then vanished entirely, and my son is back to being the carefree 11-year-old I remember. Noah now lives entirely with Amanda. He no longer has to count down the days until he goes to Dad's house. He no longer has to hide bruises under long sleeves, and he no longer has to lie about falling. Every weekend, Amanda brings Noah to my house to play with Lucas, and the 2 kids run around like glue from morning to night. Yesterday, I stood on the back porch, steaming coffee in hand, watching the 2 kids hurl snow at one another, laughing ringing through the yard. Denver had just experienced a massive blizzard after Christmas, and the entire yard was coated in white. Claire came out onto the porch, put on a sweater, and stood next to me. She watched the kids roll in the snow, making snowmen, then turned to me, smiled softly and said, "You see, kids are stronger than we think." Noah is completely different from 9 months ago. He laughs more, talks more, and plays naturally like a typical 9-year-old. I nodded and didn't say anything. Dad still texts me on a daily basis, begging to see his grandchild, to chat, and for a chance, but I don't answer because I don't know what more to say to him. Someone once asked me, "Don't you miss your dad and brother?" I looked inside the home where Claire was making supper, then to the yard where Lucas and Noah were playing in the snow, and I said, "My family is right here. A family is made up of people who defend one another, not those who injure each other and then seek forgiveness because they share DNA." Noah ran onto the porch, face red from the cold, holding a handful of snow, shouting at me, "Uncle Ethan, build a snowman with us. We need a grown-up to carry the big snowballs." I laughed, set down my coffee and told the kid, "All right, but I'm terrible at building them, you know." Noah smiled from ear to ear, snow in his fingers dropping everywhere. "That's okay, Uncle, I'll teach you." I burst out laughing and strolled out to the yard with the kids, my boots stepping on the fluffy white snow. I'm not sure if I made the right or incorrect selections in any of my choices, but when I watch Lucas and Noah smiling together, I know one thing, which I'd want to share with you via this narrative. Some individuals never change, no matter how adept they are at pretending, and there are things more essential than attempting to maintain a family that just exists on paper. In this story, I have 2 pieces of advice for you. First, don't let your desire to believe blind you to warning signs. I understand that everyone wants to believe that their family can change. Dad wanted to believe, and I tried to believe as well. However, looking back, we all missed too many clear signs. Ryan was still constantly checking his phone, drinking beer when friends shoved it into his hands, and having explosive reactions when things didn't go his way. Second, I need to be honest with you about what occurred in the garage. I used violence on my brother, and I won't sit here and say I regret it because all I saw at the time was blood on my son's forehead and my nephews crying. But I need you to realize one thing. It wasn't the correct approach. If you're in a similar situation, call the police, get the victim to safety, and let the law deal with the abuser. I was fortunate to receive leniency for protecting children in an emergency, but things could have turned out differently. I could have been prosecuted, lost custody of my son, and turned myself from protector to defendant. Don't take matters into your own hands, as I did. Violence breeds violence, and you won't always be as fortunate as I was. Thank you for listening to my story. If you found it meaningful, please subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss future stories. I hope to see you again. My sister threatened to have me kicked out if I didn't leave her room. At 3 a.m., until one day, she reached out to me with a secret. My parents adored me until I was 9 and diagnosed with high-functioning autism. My parents thought they were too lenient on me, so they increased their penalties. Sarah, my elder sister, defended me for years. She sneaked me food at night when my parents served me 25% of what I should eat. She would hug me as I wept when my parents yelled at me to battle the autism. I only avoided suicide most days because of her. She abandoned me when I was 16 and she was 17. When I entered her room at 3 a.m. to talk, she threatened to ask our dad to kick me out if I didn't leave. Sometimes I was overstimulated and rubbed my thumb with my cheek. Sarah usually sat with me and held my hand. She hurried to inform our parents I was doing it again, knowing they'd punish me. After that, I lived like a heartless zombie. I was disconnected daily. When I came back to reality, I forced myself to zone out again because I wanted to finish school and move out. Especially since Sarah wouldn't leave soon. Thank goodness my parents did anything for me. They covered my college costs. They demanded it. I suppose they wanted me gone. I didn't care since a victory is a win. Time for my second dorm night. I got the text then. It was Sarah. Don't reply to this. Please pick me up and drive me to your dorm at 5 p.m. on Saturday. Don't tell our parents. I'm sorry. I love you. I trembled before the text. She wanted to hang out. She wanted to be my sister again. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying memories like a record. Even when I thought of Sarah laughing at me getting wailed on or telling my parents to drive autism out of me faster, I felt something. I felt grateful because Sarah attempted to give me a childhood. It seemed I owed her. On Sunday I drove her. She said go faster upon entering. She then hid on the back seat floor and refused to talk to me until we were at the hostel. At last she broke down. I calmed her during her anxiety episode, like she did for me years ago. After 45 minutes, she spoke. I never meant to hurt you, Emily. I swear I thought she was pranking me, but then she told me something so shocking I felt like throwing up. Do you remember my 17th birthday? She asked, voice shaking. I nodded. My dad had driven me to a field miles away and left me there until the day was over so I wouldn't ruin the day with my autism. Well, she said. Dad. Her eyes filled with tears. My stomach fell. He took my first time. I grasped her head and rubbed her back. Our dad had snatched her innocence. I'm sorry. Sorry, she repeated. He said talking to you would make me ugly because your autism would rub off. If he caught me, he'd do it to you too. It all made sense, and I felt guilty for ever disliking my sister. Our mom knew, but she didn't care. I asked if they knew where she was, and she shrugged. This was good because my dorm was far from campus and they didn't know where I lived. I told her I loved her and would keep her safe. She didn't know it, but I was going to make our parents pay for everything. The next morning, Sarah shook me and had wild eyes. Emily, Tom texted me. Mom and Dad are saying I'm mentally sick and made everything up. I checked my messages and saw Tom had texted me too. Family is being enlisted to find her. What's happening? My stomach sank. They were monsters, but they understood how to play the worried parent card. What do we do? Sarah wondered, pacing the small dorm room. What if people believe them? I pondered. Remember the evidence? They say what they want, but we have proof. Sarah started pacing, biting on her thumbnail as we did as kids, and Dad was in a bad mood. They're going to find me, she murmured. They'll track my phone or something. I held her shoulders. They're not. You're secure, I swear. I didn't tell her my anxieties to avoid stressing her out. Don't trust everything you hear, I texted Tom. Sarah's safe. It was too unsafe to let even well-meaning family members know where we were. So Sarah and I missed our customary dining hall excursion that day. I went to the convenience store near campus and bought sandwiches and snacks. When I returned, Sarah had pushed my desk in front of the door just in case, she said. We spent the day jumping at every hallway noise. Sarah would freeze like a deer in headlights when footsteps approached our door, but it was always other students going about their day. We were exhausted from being on alert by evening, so I suggested we binge-watch a stupid comedy show on my laptop. For a few hours, things almost felt normal, and Sarah even laughed. Around midnight, my phone buzzed with an email notification. Someone replied to one of our anonymous messages from my burner account. I opened it expecting the worst, but it was from Dad's company. They needed a victim statement for an internal investigation. I showed Sarah. Sarah stared at the screen for a long time. If I tell them everything, it becomes real. Like officially real. It happened and he deserves consequences. Sarah nodded slowly. I'll do it. But I need a day to write it all down to figure out what to say. The next day, Sarah spent hours typing on my laptop. I sat nearby working on assignments I'd fallen behind on. Sometimes she'd ask me if I remembered details, dates, or incidents. I helped as much as I could, but some of the worst had happened when I wasn't around. While she worked, I checked our parents' social media. Rachel had posted a tearful plea for anyone who had seen Sarah to contact them immediately. Her post claimed Sarah was sick and needed medical attention. Dozens of sympathetic comments, prayers, and shares made me sick. The same woman who watched her husband abuse her daughters for years was now playing the devastated mother, and people bought it. Sarah finished her account that night and asked me to read it before sending it. It was detailed, specific, and heartbreaking. She described John's sexual assault on her birthday and years of inappropriate touching, comments, and behavior. She anxiously inquired whether I should take anything out. I held her tightly. It's your tale. She chose to send it all, connected to a reply email with some of our proof and sent to HR. Then Sarah closed the laptop and snuggled up on my bed, emotionally exhausted. The next morning, the company thanked us for the information and assured us it would be handled with the utmost seriousness and confidentiality. They also stated they had a legal obligation to report certain types of abuse to authorities, which panicked Sarah. I didn't want that. Hey, calm down, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. They probably just have to say that for liability reasons, and even if they report it, the police would need to find us first. This calmed her, but she was still on edge. We decided to be extra careful. I asked my friend Lily to bring us food instead of going to the dining hall or convenience store. She had been texting me all week asking where I was, but I only told her I was dealing with family stuff. When I called and asked if she could bring us groceries, she immediately agreed. Are you in trouble? The dinner was delivered, and she looked at Sarah, who was hiding in the restroom. It's complicated, I responded. I'll explain later. I swear. Please don't tell anyone I'm here, or that my sister is here. Lily nodded, frightened. Whatever you need, just let me know if I can help. After she left, Sarah came out of the bathroom. Can we trust her? I nodded. Lily's solid. She won't say anything. That weekend, John's company sent us another email. They had fired him immediately and thanked us for coming forward. Sarah and I high-fived when we read it. It felt like the first real win, but that day, I got a voicemail from a number I didn't recognize. When I played it, I nearly dropped my phone. It was John. Emily, I know you have Sarah with you. This little game you two are playing has gone too far. Your lies cost me my job and your mother is devastated. If you don't bring Sarah home by Monday, we'll report her missing. Think about what you're doing. His voice was calm and reasonable, like he used to talk to neighbors and teachers. It had fooled everyone for years, but something else terrified me. He seemed sure of our location, not guessing or trying to trick us. I deleted the message without telling Sarah, but I was shaken. Filing a missing persons report might lead the police to find Sarah. That night, after Sarah fell asleep, I called the campus legal aid office and pretended to be asking for a friend whose younger sister was being abused at home. The law student who answered explained that in our state, a minor could petition for emancipation under certain circumstances. I told Sarah about emancipation the next morning, and she seemed interested but scared. Would I have to go to court? Would I have to see them? Maybe, I said. But you'd have a lawyer and all our evidence. She thought about it all day and decided to do it that evening. You're not alone, I reminded her. I'm right here. The next day, we went to the legal aid office together. Sarah had not left the dorm in over a week. She wore a hoodie pulled low over her face and kept looking around nervously as we walked across campus. David, a patient and kind law student, explained the emancipation process to Sarah. She had to prove she could support herself financially, had a place to live, and that emancipation was in her best interest due to the abuse. Are you employed or have savings? Sarah shrugged. David asked if grandparents, aunts, and uncles could help. Most of our extended family had sided with our parents in the past, but now, after everything we'd revealed, maybe, I said. Our aunt in Colorado always suspected something was wrong. She sent us money cards that our parents held for us. Never saw a dime of that money, Sarah murmured. David suggested we contact this aunt to see if she'd assist and gather further proof, such as medical records of injuries and school reports of behavioral abnormalities. I nodded, but I was distracted by a car that looked like John's in the campus parking lot. It was probably nothing, lots of people had silver Hondas, but it put me on edge. After returning to the dorm, there was a note taped to our door. My heart nearly stopped, thinking it was from our parents who had found us, but it was from my RA reminding everyone about the fire drill. Sarah immediately went to my laptop and started searching for Aunt Jessica's contact information. Found her? Rachel had a major argument with her at Thanksgiving when I was 12. She's on Facebook, Sarah said after 20 minutes of research. We sent a careful message asking if we might phone her concerning a family problem and waited. The response came faster than expected. Aunt Jessica answered and left her number within an hour. Call any time, I've been worried about you ladies for years. Sarah and I gazed at one another. Had Aunt Jessica known? Had she attempted to assist but been rejected by our parents? I placed the phone on speaker with quivering hands. Hello. Aunt Jessica's warm, deep voice sounded like I recalled. That's Emily. Sarah is here too. Girls. My gosh. Are you okay? I've seen some unusual posts from your mother. We alternated recounting the abuse, Sarah's escape, and our liberation plan. Aunt Jessica listened without interrupting, occasionally making little distress noises. After a lengthy quiet, she spoke with emotion. How you both cringed when your father yelled. Emily, you were slender. How your mother changed the subject when I asked too many questions. She inhaled. I attempted to report it once, after Thanksgiving called CPS, but they stated they couldn't do anything without evidence. Your parents must have assured them everything was all right. I felt grateful to this woman who helped us when no one else would. Will you aid Sarah's emancipation? I questioned. She needs financial support on paper. Of course I will, Aunt Jessica answered confidently. I want to do more. I wish to house Sarah. I have extra space. She could graduate high school in Colorado without this. Sarah's eyes widened. Really? You do? A heartbeat, Aunt Jessica said. Emily too during breaks. Sarah was ecstatic after the conversation. For the first time since this nightmare began, I felt like we may have a future with genuine people who cared about us. Did that just happen? Is there an exit? I agreed, smiling at her enthusiasm. It looks good, but we still have work to do. Emancipation may take months. I don't care, Sarah responded. Just knowing there's an end in sight, it changes everything. Friday, we returned to legal assistance. David helped us start the emancipation papers, and Aunt Jessica joined by phone to sign an affidavit promising to house and support Sarah. Things were looking great until I opened my email that night and saw my academic advisor's note. Urgent academic probation warning. I'd missed so many classes and assignments that I was in danger of failing the semester. If I didn't get back on track, I could lose my scholarship and have to move back home. I stared at the email in horror. How had I forgotten about this? I'd been so focused on helping Sarah that I'd neglected my own situation. What's wrong? Sarah inquired, seeing my frown, and I gave her the email. I can't stay here without my scholarship. I can't stay here either, Sarah added. Not until the emancipation goes through. We sat silently, weighing this new predicament. You have to go back to class, Sarah remarked. I'll be fine here alone. No way, I spat. What if they find you? They may attempt to take you back. They don't know which dorm you're in, she said. And I won't answer the door for anyone but you. I didn't like it, but she was correct. I had to save my academic standing, so I reluctantly returned to class the next morning. After spending so much time in the dorm, it was strange to be around other students again. Everyone was talking about parties, assignments, and relationship drama, but it seemed trivial compared to Sarah and I. When I told my professors about my family emergency, most gave me extensions on missed assignments. By the end of the day, I felt like I could catch up. When I returned to the dorm, Sarah was fine, as promised. She'd spent the day researching emancipation cases and making lists of evidence. "Look at this," she said, giving me her notebook. I put down every big occurrence I can remember with dates when possible. I found my old journals, which may assist. I was impressed by her organization. Very helpful. I smiled at approval. I realized how rarely she must have heard positive feedback growing up. Our parents had only ever criticized, never encouraged. I went to class and worked on assignments while Sarah stayed in the dorm preparing her case and communicating with Aunt Jessica and David. In the evenings, we swapped notes and planned our next steps. Rachel's email arrived at my student email address, which I hadn't checked in a while. The subject line was, "Please read." I opened it against my better judgment. "Emily, I don't know what lies your sister has been telling you, but your father and I are worried sick. Sarah needs aid. Professional aid. She's always had issues. You know. Remember when she made up stories for attention? Very similar, but worse. Your father is horrified by these claims. After everything we've done for you both, how could you believe such horrible things about him? Emily, we funded your college. We provided everything. We can forget this if you bring Sarah home. Nobody will get mad. Family unity is what we seek. Emily, please do the right thing." I read it 3 times, feeling ill each time. The manipulation was so clear without them. I gave Sarah the email. Her hands trembled as she read it. "She's lying," Sarah muttered. "You know she's lying, right?" "Of course I know," I said. "What happened?" "I saw what they did to us," Sarah acknowledged, but she was uneasy all day. The next morning, Sarah was seated at my desk, looking at the laptop screen. "What are you doing?" I asked, groggy from sleep. "Mom contacted me too," she replied bluntly. "She claims stress is causing Dad's heart issues. It'll be my fault if he dies." I got out of bed and stared at the laptop. Rachel had written me an even more deceitful email. "Don't listen to her," I insisted. "Dad's heart is okay. They're pressuring you to return." Sarah nodded uncertainly. "What if he's sick? What if he's not?" I stopped her. "Even if he was, it wouldn't be your fault. Sarah, none of this is your fault." She closed the laptop and massaged her eyes. "I know. Logically, I know. I only have them in my brain. They made me feel responsible for everything for years." I understood what she meant and sometimes thought that if I'd been better, tried more, or been less autistic, they wouldn't have mistreated us. "We need to block their emails," I said. "They're just trying to mess with our heads." Sarah agreed, and we spent the morning filtering their communications into a folder not visible to us. I met with my academic advisor that afternoon. He was worried about my absences but seemed okay with my plan to catch up. Sarah texted me as I left his office. "Someone's knocking on the door, not answering." Immediately texted back, "Good, keep it closed. On my way." My pulse raced as I rushed across campus. Had they discovered us? How? The dorm hallway was deserted when I arrived. I opened the door and saw Sarah pallid on the bed. "They knocked for like 5 minutes, said. Then they slipped this under the door." I unfolded the folded paper, fearing the worst, and it was from the RA mandatory floor meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. Unknowingly, I exhaled. "It's dorm stuff. No worries." Sarah nodded but seemed worried. "I thought it was them. I believed they found me." I joined her on the bed. "A student ID is required to pass the front desk, even if they know my dorm. You're safe." I knew. She rested on my shoulder. My fear persists. I knew that emotion well since I'd lived in terror of my parents' next punishment for years. I attended the floor meeting that evening while Sarah kept locked in the room. It was just the normal dorm announcements about quiet hours, planned activities, and a recent burglary. Nothing essential. Sarah was on the phone with Aunt Jessica about moving to Colorado when I returned. They discussed local schools, activities Sarah would like, and other topics. It was good to hear Sarah sound enthused about the future. After she hung up, I caught up on homework while Sarah organized her evidence. I got an SMS from an unknown number almost midnight. "I know where you are both. This concludes." I gazed at the message, my blood freezing. Only John would send anything like that. Sarah blanched as I showed it. He got your new number how? He knows where we are, how? Shaking my head, I tried to think, he's faking. He must be. He couldn't know which dorm we're in, but I wasn't sure as I said it. John was always adept at manipulating us. What if he traced Sarah's phone? He may have been searching the school for us. We need to leave, Sarah replied, taking her backpack. Right now. Wait, I murmured, attempting to relax. Let's think. If we panic and run, we may be in danger. This dorm is secure. Not just anybody can take you. Sarah wasn't persuaded. What if cops are called? What if they report me missing and cops search? She had a point. If the cops got involved, things would become messy fast. Okay, I responded. Call David from legal aid. See his advice. It was late, but it was an emergency. Thankfully, David answered. I carefully explained. David began. Don't answer the text. If it's your dad, engaging merely confirms location. What if he knows where we are? Sarah asks. Even if he did, David said. He can't legally compel Sarah to go without police. Show the police your proof if they become involved. The abuse, threats, everything. But I don't want to talk to the police, Sarah objected. David answered. I understand. But I'll be there with you if necessary. You won't confront them alone. After hanging up, Sarah calmed down. So, we stay put. I nodded. But let's be ready. We spent the next hour assembling our most crucial documents and proof, making sure everything was easily accessible if we needed to leave fast. In the morning, no more threatening messages or unannounced guests. Maybe John was kidding after all. But as I got ready for class, my phone called. An unknown number. I paused, then answered. My stomach fell as John said, Hello, Emily. I'm on campus. We must discuss. I informed Sarah on campus. He's here, and hung up. I held Sarah's shoulders as she hyperventilated. Our building is unknown to him. Dorms number in the dozens. We're okay. Nodding to regulate her respiration. We do what? I'll call Lily and ask to stay at her apartment for a few days, I thought immediately. When I phoned, Lily immediately agreed. She lived off campus in a small apartment with her roommate Sophie. It wasn't ideal, but it would be safer than the dorm if John was searching the school. We packed only the essentials and our evidence and waited until most students were in class to make a run for it. We made it to Lily's apartment without incident. She and Sophie were in class, but Lily had left a key under the mat as promised. After locking the door, we sank on the couch, tired from tension. Will they arrest him? Sarah abruptly asked. Shrugged. Unsure. Maybe. We jumped at every sound outside at Lily's all day. When she returned home from class, she saw our faces and realized something was wrong. Okay, she whispered between us. I think it's time you told me what's really going on. We explained. Not everything, but enough for her to understand why we were hiding. Lily listened without interrupting, her face growing more frightened with each revelation. She said, Jesus, after we finished. Of course, you can stay here as long as you need, and if anyone comes looking for you, I've never seen you in my life. Her instant support made me cry. Thank you. We sat up late chatting that night, feeling uncomfortable but glad to share our experiences. Lily and Sophie were kind and helpful, providing practical advice and emotional support. For the first time in weeks, I felt that Aunt Jessica, David, Lily, and Sophie may support us against our parents. David called the next morning. Your father was detained. His company's report and your evidence were used by the police. I glanced at Sarah in disbelief. Arrested? Really? Yes, David said. Multiple counts, including child sexual assault. The bail hearing is tomorrow. What does that imply for us? Sarah asks. There's an official police inquiry, so your father can't get near you. A temporary restraining order is automatic. Sarah cried after hanging up. It's unbelievable. I feared no one would trust us. I grabbed her tightly. People believe us, and John will pay for his actions. David called the next day concerning John's bail hearing. The court ordered bail at $200,000. Your mother is collecting the money, but it may take a while. He's still jailed? Sarah inquired, hopeful. For now, sure, David said. The restraining order remains even if he makes bond. He can't approach you. That was comforting. I still didn't trust John to obey court instructions. Sarah didn't either, as she checked the locks many times before bed. John was in jail for a week, unable to post bail. Rachel had been phoning family for loans, but few were willing. Sarah's emancipation hearing was in a week, and David was certain it would be granted, especially given John's criminal accusations. Once approved, Sarah could legally go to Colorado with Aunt Jessica. Things were looking good, but then the next blow came. I received an SMS from Sarah in class. Rachel is outside the dorm, crying and causing trouble. Despite my professor's confusion, I gathered my stuff and rushed across campus, praying Sarah had shut the door. I arrived to the dorm to find a small throng outside. My mother was in the center, crying about her ill daughter who needed to come home. Campus security was attempting to calm her down. I pushed through the crowd, furious. "Why are you here?" Rachel turned to me, her expression instantly changing from distress to manipulation. "Thank God, Emily. Help me get your sister. Her health is poor. She must return home so I can care for her." She performed well, but I knew better. "Sarah has a restraining order against you," I said. "You're not supposed to be anywhere near her." Rachel's face stiffened briefly before tears returned. "It's a misunderstanding. Dad never injured anyone. Sarah is confused and lying." "Stop it," I spoke out. "Everyone now knows the truth. In prison, John. No more." We were separated by campus security. "Ma'am, we're going to have to ask you to leave university property," a cop told Rachel. "If you have a restraining order against you, being here could result in your arrest." Rachel told me, "This isn't over," before letting security take her away. I ran to the dorm room where Sarah was shivering on my bed. "Is she gone?" she inquired when I entered. "Yeah. Security took her away." At her side I said, "Are you okay?" I could see she was shaken as she nodded. She screamed my name, saying I needed to come home and was sick and confused. Some filmed with their phones. Excellent. Precisely what we needed. Campus virality of Rachel's performance. "She can't hurt you," I said. "Your emancipation court is next week and the restraining order protects you. You'll be free from them legally afterward." Sarah breathed deeply. "I know. Only seeing her that way. That woman was persuasive." "What if people trust her?" I told her. "They won't." But I wasn't convinced. Rachel was always wonderful at playing the victim. That night, Rachel's breakdown videos went viral on school social media. Most comments called Rachel insane and rude, but a few questioned her claims. Sarah's confusion or mental illness made my fury boil. After everything we'd been through, some people still trusted our abusers. The next day, the dean of students emailed me to come to her office. My stomach dropped. Was I in trouble for Rachel's scene? But Dean Patterson was unexpectedly empathetic. "I've been updated on your position," she added. "The institution supports you and your sister. Security will watch for your parents and we will make academic accommodations if needed." I almost sobbed with relief. "Thanks. That's significant." "Of course," she answered politely. "No student should face what you're facing. Do you need anything more from us now?" Thought about it. "Yes. My roommate will return from her boyfriend's house. Sarah's recuperation has benefited from privacy. Can we have a single room?" Dean Patterson nods. "I think we can. I'll check availability." We were approved to move to a small single room in a calmer dorm by the end of the day. It wasn't much bigger than our existing place, but it would be ours. No roommate to explain things to or work around. Sarah's emancipation hearing day arrived. Sarah donned a borrowed shirt from Lily, and I wore my only non-jeans pants. David seemed confident as we arrived at the courts. "Everything's in order," he said. "With the criminal charges against your father and the restraining order already in place, I don't foresee any issues." Rachel, Sarah's legal guardian, was allowed to attend this court hearing despite the restraining order. She dressed modestly and politely like she was going to church. Sarah bruised my hand with her pressure. "She'll try to stop it," she muttered. "She can try," I muttered, "but she won't succeed." The meeting was surprisingly fast. The court read the papers and asked Sarah about her high school goals and living arrangements. Aunt Jessica testified via video chat that she would offer housing and assistance. Rachel rose up, blotting her tears with a tissue to speak. She said, "Your Honor, my daughter is a difficult kid who has been influenced by her sister. My husband is innocent of these claims. Sarah has always experienced emotional issues." Mrs. the Judge interrupted Thompson. "I examined the police reports and TRO. Your husband is now in detention for serious child abuse allegations. Is the police and district attorney also manipulated?" Rachel faltered. No, but. Furthermore, the court said, Sarah's instructors reported trauma-related behavioral changes. I trust Sarah's evidence and medical records of injuries. Rachel grew stern. She lied. They both are. Over his spectacles, the judge viewed her. Mrs. Thompson, think hard about your stance. Denying recorded abuse might hurt you in court. That silenced her. The judge announced his ruling after a few more inquiries. Emancipation benefits Sarah. Petitions approved, effective immediately. Sarah cried alongside me, happy tears. She was legally free from our parents. Rachel approached us outside the courthouse. Sarah, please. Your error is dreadful. We were separated by David. Mrs. Daughter has a restraining order against Thompson. I recommend staying away. Rachel's face twisted with anger. This isn't over, she growled, as she had outside the dorm. You'll regret this, both of you. Her threats were empty now that Sarah was free and John was in jail. We celebrated with pizza and ice cream in our new dorm room. Sarah couldn't stop smiling. She said, I still can't believe it. I'm actually free. You're free, I said. And in 3 weeks you'll be in Colorado with Aunt Jessica, starting your new life. Sarah smiled hesitantly. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, I said. We'll chat often, and I'll visit during breaks. Promise? She looked like the young girl who sneaked into my room when we were kids when she requested. Promise, I said strongly. The following 3 weeks whizzed by. Sarah packed her few belongings and we made plans for her trip to Colorado. Aunt Jessica had already enrolled her in the local high school and set up her bedroom. Detective Parker updated us on the case against John, which was progressing with more charges. Rachel was now under investigation for child endangerment and failure to report abuse. Sarah and I gazed at the letter sent from our old dorm to our new one the day before Sarah's trip. Rachel's handwriting was clear. Shall we open it? She inquired. I said. Might as well see what lies she's telling now. Only 1 page of paper was inside. No tears or manipulation this time, just a brief message. You wrecked this family. Father is broken. You lied and cost me everything. I hope your work pleases you. Never contact us again. After reading twice, Sarah gave it to me. Does she still not understand? They ruined the family. Not us. I nodded, crumpling the letter and throwing it away. Some people never take responsibility, but we're free of them. I drove Sarah to the airport the next day and we embraced long at security. Thank you, she muttered. For believing me, for helping me, for everything. I embraced her harder. Sisters do that. Protecting each other. As I watched her go through security, I felt sorry that we'd wasted so many years to fear and abuse and hopeful that we might both improve our lives. On the drive back to campus, I thought about everything we'd been through. Years of abuse, fear, pain, but also the strength we'd found, the people who'd helped us, and the justice that was finally being served. Our parents had tried to break us, but they failed. Sarah and I had survived. I drove into campus parking feeling lighter than in years. Classes, friends, a life, and a sister who, despite everything, I'd saved, just like she saved me, filled my future. As I got out of the car, the crisp fall air touched my face, and I breathed deeply, appreciating freedom. For the first time, I wasn't terrified, hiding, or pretending to be someone else to escape punishment. I could be Emily, autism and all. As I returned to my dorm, I noticed the vibrant red and orange leaves crunching beneath my feet, the sound of students laughing in the distance, and the smell of campus cafe coffee, simple pleasures that had been overshadowed by fear for so long. Sarah texted me. Past security. Boarding shortly. Have missed you. I responded back, smiling. Miss you too. Call me when you land. That night I sat alone in our dorm room, my dorm room now, and felt a strange mix of emotions. Relief that Sarah was safe and on her way to a better life. Pride that we'd stood up to our parents and won. Sadness for all the years we'd lost. But mostly, I felt hope. Hope for Sarah's future in Colorado and my future in college. Hope that the worst was past. I opened my laptop and started writing a psychology class essay on resilience to overcome trauma and hardship. I smiled at the irony since Sarah and I knew about resilience. I understood as I write that our narrative went beyond abuse. It was about finding our voices, recognizing our worth, and understanding that wonderful people exist to aid us. It was about two sisters who remained in love despite challenges. For years, my brother was the untouchable golden child. But after squandering grandma's money, he now faces a lawsuit and a lifetime of debt payments. My parents felt my brother Jason could do no wrong, but my work was unsatisfactory. Mom replied, "Oh, Jason needs his social time." But with drama club, she guilt-tripped me about missing family dinners. Jason was caught cheating on 3 high school exams. Dad called the principal to explain that being so proficient and overwhelmed caused stress. My B+ in chemistry indicated I needed help, so they hired a tutor. Double standard was absurd. Jason crashed his car drunk at 19. After he learned his lesson and needed reliable transportation, our parents covered it up and bought him a new truck. After scraping the garage door, they had me pay for repairs using part-time employment money because responsibility builds character. They said Jason quit college after 2 semesters to discover himself and explore options. They transformed the garage into a recording studio when Jason wanted to be a musician but never learned or wrote songs. When I asked student loan assistants, they said, "We need to be smart with money, and you need to learn independence." Jason stole from Mom's purse, making her assume she forgot to spend it. When her jewelry vanished, she feared she misplaced it. When his garage tools disappeared, Dad thought he lent them. They assumed I was jealous and trying to cause issues when I saw the tendency. Jason started a business with $15,000 of their retirement funds that failed in 3 months. They said, "At least he tried. Failure teaches best." Their response to my $750 professional certification course request was, "Maybe next year when finances are better." Grandma Helen's sickness was the issue. Her grandkids would receive her $150,000 funds and full-time care. Jason became her devoted grandchild, visiting her every day and volunteering to manage her assets while everyone else was occupied. My parents praised his maturity and caring leadership. Grandma's money vanished in 3 months. Jason claimed medical and domestic expenses without receipts. He planned to buy her generic food and pocket the rest, claiming he bought organic. Due to heavy expenditures, he persuaded her to sign a power of attorney. Jason was such a nice grandson that my parents never questioned anything. Who dares disagree? Grandma died 6 months later, leaving nothing when the will was read. Jason wasted everything but $8,000. The lawyer detected irregular transactions, but Jason had power of attorney, so it was legal. My parents said we should be grateful he spent it on Grandma's care. I was interrupted by my banker relative Nina. She observed where the money went but wasn't supposed to talk. Jason moved it to accounts and a gaming app. $150,000 was wasted in 6 months as Grandma ate generic bread and watched her stories in a cold house because Jason thought the heating expense was too expensive. Everything was screenshotted by Nina. Gaming site received Jason's account transactions promptly. Time and date match exactly. Jason's legal power left her unsure what to do after months of documentation. I planned the family reunion because I had important Grandma's estate news. He replied, "If this was about money, then I was being disgusting and disrespecting Grandma's memory." I distributed around printed screenshots after my parents chastised me before speaking. Jason's personal account got $45,000 on January 10th. The same $45,000 traveled to Bet King Casino 3 hours later. January 25th, $25,000 more. Another $35,000, February 3rd. Every transfer is tracked. Jason said the documents were private financial data, but everyone saw them. Jason was asked by my uncle David, a cop, why Grandma's money was going to online gambling while she died. Jason said Grandma urged him to invest for the family. He invested via gambling. Room explode. Uncle David got up from his chair and crossed the room in 3 steps, staring Jason in the face with his cop posture that made people confess. Jason stumbled backward into the hallway, hands raised like David was ready to strike him, and Mom cried at David to stop abusing her son. Dad suggested David should stop this. David stayed still, staring at Jason like a good interrogator, wondering if he felt stealing $150,000 from his dying granny was an investment strategy. Despite the chilly environment, Jason's lips opened and closed without releasing anything, and I could see wetness on his forehead. Mom shoved and touched David's chest, telling him she wouldn't tolerate his violence and threats in her home. Keeping the bank statement in my hand, I watched everything like a movie from my chair. Aunt Rebecca wept into her hands by the fireplace, and I heard people chatting loudly. Some doubting Jason, some supporting him, some surprised. Jason was bodyguarded by my folks. His parents on either side form a human wall between him and the room. Uncle David backed off and observed Jason. All his jaw muscles worked. Jason looked at everyone to find an exit. Then he moved. Running for the front door, he pushed Mom into the coffee table. However, Uncle David was faster. He stopped Jason before he crossed the living room, possibly from police training. David crossed his arms in front of the door and refused to go until Jason explained where Grandma's money went. David again obstructed Jason's passage. Dad performed something I hadn't seen in 30 years. He pushed Uncle David away from the door with both hands on his chest and shouted to get out of Jason's path. David stood there gazing at my dad, incredulous. I nearly expected a living room brawl. The room was silent save for Aunt Rebecca's crying. Nina explained why a check bounced in her low bank voice. She said she recorded every transfer after months of surveillance. Her calm voice was harsh. Jason sent money frequently, she stated. He shifted cash daily, sometimes 3 or 4 times when he lost. She had dates, times, and sums. Within 2 seconds, my mother turned from protector to assailant toward Nina. She shouted at Nina for violating banking privacy laws and damaging family confidence. She cautioned Nina that spying on Jason's finances may jeopardize her job. Nina stood with her arms at her sides and quietly stressed reporting elder financial abuse. Adds, when bank employees see suspicious patterns of an elderly person's money being drained by someone with power of attorney, they're actually required by law to document it and report suspected exploitation. She glanced at my mom and said she followed work standards. Uncle David contacted a detective who investigates elder financial crimes from his pocket phone. My dad tried to take David's phone, stating this was a family matter and we didn't need police. David lifted the phone like a toy, like kids wrestling. Dad grabbed his arm to lower it. Since they were chest to chest, red-faced and breathing hard, I expected fists. Aunt Rebecca jumped in and forced them apart with her hands on their chests and pleading. She wept more, mascara running, saying this wasn't helping. Jason kneeled in the living room, hands over his face and shoulders shaking. I presume his massive gulps were real. Gambled while crying. He never meant things to get this bad, assumed he could handle it, and would repay Grandma when he got rich. He looked up at everyone with tears and snot on his cheeks and stated he was so close to winning a massive jackpot that would have mended everything. He needed another big win. My parents switched rapidly. Mom kneeled beside Jason and rocked him like a 5-year-old. It's okay, baby. You're sick. You need help, not judgment. We'll get you through this. Dad crouched and touched Jason's back. He stood and spoke to the room. He said Jason had realized he had a diagnosis, that gambling addiction is a mental disorder, and that we should treat him rather than blame him. He said real fans would assist Jason recover rather than attack him at his lowest point. I stood up with the bank statement. Some of my relatives nodded with my dad, some looked uncomfortable, and some cried. Anyone remember Grandma eating poor food in a cold house while Jason spent her life savings? So everyone could hear, I spoke slowly and clearly. Uncle David and Nina nodded, and one of my cousins remembered Grandma moaning about the cold last winter. However, my folks thought I said the cruelest thing. Mom looked horrified and said I didn't sympathize with Jason's mental illness. Dad said I tried to punish a sick person instead of assisting. Uncle David called and turned from my dad to the kitchen with the phone to his ear. He explained the situation in his police voice, all facts. Abuse of power of attorney, elder financial exploitation, $150,000 gambling site payments over 6 months. Some family member worked at the bank and recorded every transaction. My dad followed him to the kitchen doorway, saying that David was committing a terrible mistake that would ruin the family. Mom held Jason on the floor while he cried into her shoulder, and I stood with those bank documents wondering how we got to where exposing stolen evidence was cruel. I brought Mom snacks, Megan remarked as she arrived with 2 supermarket bags. Her lips fell as she studied the entryway. Mom cuddled Jason on the floor while he wept on her shoulder. Dad crossed his arms next to them, ready to fight anyone around. Uncle David returned from the kitchen with his phone. In the corner chair, Aunt Rebecca wailed quietly. Nina kept more bank statements nearby. 3 relatives searched for hiding spots in the furnishings. Megan gently placed the grocery bags and asked why everyone was crying. Jason tried to speak but coughed and covered his face in Mom's shoulder. Dad told Megan to go since this was a family issue. Nina told Megan she needed something important. She displayed the bank paperwork and calmly explained that Jason had power of attorney for his grandma and moved $150,000 from her accounts to gambling sites over 6 months while she was dying. Megan's hands shook as she read the papers. Her face became white as she asked whether it was real. Nina nodded at her transfer dates and amounts. 3 hours after Jason's $45,000 deposit on January 10th, BetKing Casino followed. January 25th, $25,000. February 3rd, $35,000. Dated and timed transfers. Jason's dying grandma's money to gamble? Megan asked. Jason ultimately responded that it wasn't. He couldn't control his gambling disorder. Megan stopped him and asked how long he lied. Her voice raised as she explained she loaned him $4,500 last month for business. Was that gambling money? Jason didn't answer, so Mom remarked it wasn't the time to condemn him while he was hurting and needed support. Dad and Mom agreed that Jason's loved ones should focus on solutions and support, not blame and punishment. Mom glanced at Megan and said she would help Jason through this terrible disease if she cared. Uncle David came to the living room and said Detective Sarah Moore would interview and examine evidence. He said power of attorney prevented prosecution, but Grandma's terminal illness's gaming site transfers promoted elder financial exploitation. Dad was furious and pointed to the door, instructing David to go. David could not engage police in family affairs, he said. David stayed and said Grandma was his sister and he wouldn't allow Jason get away with her murder and life savings heist. Father tightened his hands approaching David. Aunt Rebecca emerged between them. Like a floor line, the living room split in half. Uncle David was at the kitchen door. Aunt Rebecca stood behind him. Nina approached with the bank statements. Megan crossed the room to join Nina after staring at Jason again. That side of the room was mine. My parents virtually bodyguarded Jason as we stood. Anxious relatives glanced at each other from their chairs, wondering where to stand or what to do. My Ohio cousin moved toward the door like she was fleeing. Mama hugged Jason and stared at us like we were attacking him. Dad stood with shoulders back and jaw set. He ignored everyone. All halted as the doorbell rang. Dad said no one answered the door. Uncle David assumed it was Detective Moore, so barring her entry wouldn't help Jason. Dad crossed his arms at the front door. The doorbell rang again. A woman said she was Detective Moore gathering financial exploitation statements. Yet Dad yelled through the door that she needed a warrant since this was private land. Detective Moore kindly advised she take statements at the police station, and that making things difficult wouldn't help his son. She investigated vulnerable adult exploitation and unusual transactions from an old woman's account. After a minute, Dad opened the door but blocked it. To be available for Jason chats, he invited her in. Detective Moore entered when asked. She had short brown hair, a belt badge and simple attire. She was about 40. She noticed crying people and a family separated as she looked around. Introduce herself and seek a document review location. Dad recommended she use the dining room table but stayed. Detective Moore agreed and entered the dining room. She grabbed her phone and notebook. She had Nina explain banking paperwork first. Nina sorted bank statements across from her. She described the January transfer schedule. Jason received $45,000 from Grandma on January 10th. The $45,000 got to BetKing Casino 3 hours later. Another $25,000 January 25th, $35,000 February 3rd, $20,000 February 18th. She listed all transaction dates and amounts. Detective Moore took photos of each document on her phone. Nina was asked about Grandma's transfers and medical visits. Ella made a calendar showing Jason sending money on Grandma's doctor and medicines days. Also, Detective Moore photographed the calendar. She asked Grandma's living circumstances. Ella said Grandma complained about being cold because Jason believed heating costs were too expensive. She ate generic food since Jason believed organic was too pricey. Since Jason considered new clothes too pricey, she wore the same ones for months. We send thousands to gaming sites regularly. Detective Moore asked Jason to explain several transfers from his grandmother's account to his and then to gambling sites. Jason rose up and dried his eyes, saying Grandma understood his financial strategy and agreed. He stated she recognized he was increasing her savings for her family after she died. Jason said he and Grandma made these trades verbally in private when Detective Moore asked whether he had written documentation. Claimed her trust completely and didn't need anything documented due of their closeness. Dad nodded as if understanding. Mom held Jason's shoulder. I couldn't remain quiet and said Grandma's neurology studies revealed early dementia in her final 6 months. Detective Moore requested for copies of those medical records, and I said the doctor could provide them. Uncle David said Jason requested power of attorney to protect Grandma from financial mistakes. He said Jason told the family Grandma was forgetful and needed help with payments and banking. Jason flushed and said it wasn't fair that Grandma wanted power of attorney since she was worried. Detective Moore took notes and asked Jason if he transferred $150,000 from his grandmother's accounts to online gambling sites between January and June. Jason noticed my dad take out his phone. Jason said he didn't feel comfortable answering questions without a counsel. My parents phoned their real estate closing lawyer friend to come over fast because Jason was interrogated without a lawyer. Detective Moore calmly indicated that Jason had the right to see a lawyer and that she supported his decision. Despite Jason's claims, she said the banking records and transaction history reveal financial abuse. Dad kept phoning the lawyer as Mom pleaded with Jason not to talk until they had representation. Detective Moore said she had enough notes and images to investigate. She gave me her card and advised me to contact her if I find Grandma's medical records or any relevant information. Uncle David brought her to the door and commended her promptness. After she left, my parents shouted at me and Uncle David for bringing police in a family quarrel and making Jason look guilty. Uncle David called and met with relatives who needed Grandma's money answers the following week. He asked each family member what Jason had told them about Grandma's medical care and expenditures. Jason told family members different stories about where the money went, and none of the figures matched. He told one family Grandma needed a $2,000 a month drug. He told another uncle Grandma's house needed a roof and foundation. He told a relative Grandma wanted to prepay her burial and buy a premium plot. Every story was different, and Jason's reported expenditures exceeded the $150,000 that disappeared. Aunt Rebecca documented Grandma's final 6 months' medical and housekeeping costs. Grandma's physicians, pharmacists, and service providers were called. Medical, prescription, home health aid, electricity, and grocery bills were sent to her. She checked every expenditure on a spreadsheet. Jason squandered away at least $125,000 unrelated to Grandma's care because everything cost like $25,000. Aunt Rebecca handed me the spreadsheet, and seeing how little Jason spent on Grandma compared to what he stole made me sick. Ella informed her bank manager of the unusual transaction patterns and requested authorization to speak publicly. The bank manager examined Ella's paperwork and said they should have seen the behavior sooner, but the power of attorney documentation appeared genuine, so the system didn't identify exploitation. He let Ella provide official statements and that the bank would cooperate with any investigation. Ella was glad she could now speak freely without privacy concerns. I met estate dispute and elder abuse civil attorney Mr. Thompson. His downtown office smelled like coffee and old books. Mr. Wood Thompson, 60, had gray hair and nose-pushed reading glasses. Bank statements, Ella's timeline, Aunt Rebecca's expense spreadsheet, and power of attorney were brought. Mr. Thompson studied everything for an hour, asking several questions about Jason's relationship with Grandma and the time frame. Jason's power of attorney gave him legal access to Grandma's cash, limiting criminal punishment, but civil action for breach of fiduciary duty was more likely. Gambling with power of attorney money violates that obligation. Rereading the material, Mr. Thompson decided, we had a strong case that Jason violated his fiduciary responsibility by using Grandma's money for personal benefit instead of her care. He explained civil litigation and recovery. He said legal fees could reach $6,500, and Jason may not recover anything if he has no assets. Add, even if we won the case and got a judgment, collecting money from someone who's broke and has gambling debts is extremely difficult. Mr. Thompson said it depends on whether we want justice and responsibility or money back. Even if you never collect, a court decision may be important. I suggested discussing cost sharing with Uncle David. After explaining the situation, Uncle David agreed to pay half the attorney fees because it wasn't about money. They wanted Jason to receive real consequences. We knew my parents wouldn't sue their golden child. Calling Mr. Thompson again, I said we would sue civilly. He needed a $6,500 retainer from each of us to start paperwork. My mom called crying that afternoon to ask me not to sue Jason. She said a lawsuit would destroy any chance of healing and moving forward as the family was already broken. Jason ruined the family by stealing from Grandma and letting her live in terrible conditions while gambling away her life savings. Mom said I was cruel and vindictive and would regret it when our relationship was too damaged. Dad emailed me and Uncle David saying suing Jason would be harassment and that they would contact their attorneys about countersuing. He stated they had documentation of their years of help and that we were insensitive by targeting their child. Email showed me family separation wasn't temporary or fixable. It persisted, worsened. David forwarded Dad's email to Mr. Moore. Thompson questioned countersuit risk. Mr. Thompson said it was a mere threat to terrify us and that we may sue for fiduciary breach. He encouraged me to document parental interactions in case harassment escalated. I handed Mr. Thompson half the retainer, and Uncle David paid the next day. Jason hired criminal defense attorney Richard Crane 3 days after we paid the fee. Uncle David learnt via police contacts before my parents. Mr. Arrain soon informed Detective Moore that Jason's gambling addiction was a mental illness that hampers his judgment and decision-making. He said Jason's addiction prohibited criminal intent. Detective Moore told me this was a common financial exploitation method to reduce or avoid charges. She advised utilizing the pattern of lies and cover-ups to prove that Jason knew he was wrong, yet did anyway. Parents clung to this narrative. Within a week they convinced everyone Jason was ill and needed pity, not punishment. Mom commented on Facebook about assisting family members with addiction and understanding it as a medical condition, not a moral failure. Even without naming Jason, everyone knew her meaning. Many relatives who didn't know Grandma's money story appreciated her guts in standing up and supporting her son. Every time I saw a comment on my parents' warmth and understanding, I wanted to scream. I spent the weekend documenting Jason's deception and manipulation. Dad called the principal to apologize for high school cheating. His drunk driving accident was quieted and he acquired a new truck. The failing corporation lost $15,000 in retirement savings. When he stole Mom's wallet or Dad's tools. The never-used recording studio they built. I documented every double standard, explanation, and penalty I received for little mistakes while Jason got away with major ones. A 12-page document featured dates and events. I sent Uncle David, Nina, and Mr. Thompson copies. Nina described Jason's family gatherings over 5 years. She recalls him borrowing $4,500 from Aunt Rebecca for unrepaired cars. She'd seen him ask Uncle David's son for $500 for a failed business. She remembers Christmas 3 years ago when Jason borrowed $250 from our cousin Michelle for rent and never paid. Comparing notes, we realized Jason had been defrauding the family for years with different claims, promising to pay back but never doing so. Uncle David secretly questioned relatives about Jason. Detective-like, he asked comprehensive inquiries about Jason's financing and business agreements. He found amazing stuff, even to me. Jason borrowed $200 to $5,000 from 8 family members over 3 years. Nobody got $25,000 back. Each person gave Jason a different excuse for wanting money. Cash flow concerns, a rapid investment opportunity, medical bills for a health situation he never told our parents about, and car repairs after an accident. Every story was crafted to inspire urgency and sympathy without verification or follow-up. Uncle David's spreadsheet recorded dates, amounts, and Jason's stories. We told Detective Moore in her downtown office. Her desk contents were scrutinized for a long time without speaking. She glanced up and said this proved Jason's financial manipulating past, strengthening that case. She claimed Jason's attorney may say Grandma's event was a unique case of gambling addiction gone awry. The years-long practice showed intentional misrepresentation for personal gain. Jason could lie, weave great stories, and avoid detection. Addiction resistance decreased when the person committed planned scams while unwell. Detective Moore stated she was preparing a file that would make Jason's claims of incomprehension and incontrollability difficult. My parents found Uncle David's family interviews. I don't know who told them, but Dad's account emailed the extended family. I, Nina, and Uncle David were accused of witch-chasing Jason and ruining the family in the email, family unity and false accusations. Add. We were harassing vulnerable family members and manipulating them into making statements against Jason during his time of greatest need. It stated we were envious and bitter, and failed to grasp that addiction is a disease that needs treatment, not punishment. The memo ended by imploring everyone to remember family ties and resist money and misconceptions that might tear the family apart. In awe, I read it 3 times. They depicted themselves as victims and Jason as oppressible. Relatives wrote to support my parents and pray for family healing. Some quietly said they backed us and knew Jason's conduct. Family division increased daily. 3 weeks after the family meeting conflict, my mom sent another group email saying Jason had joined a 30-day gambling addiction treatment facility 2 hours away. She thought Jason was taking responsibility and getting therapy. The email advised Jason to stop suing while in treatment and focus on recovery. Family support is crucial for addiction rehabilitation, and punishment often leads to relapse. Emailing Mr. Thompson, I asked if Jason's treatment harmed our civil case. I was called within an hour to say therapy doesn't erase civil liability for fiduciary duty violation. He said Jason's lawyer may bring it up to evoke compassion, but it didn't change whether Jason owed restitution for the money he stole. Thompson said he was ready to suit and we shouldn't wait. Jason and my parents had several chances to apologize, yet they assaulted us. He sued for $210,000 in stolen funds, interest and legal fees the next week. Jason was accused of fiduciary misconduct, gambling site transfers, and financial harm to Grandma's estate and beneficiaries. 2 weeks later, Jason's attorney, Richard Crane, submitted a brief saying that Jason had no assets to recover and that the action would divert him from addiction therapy. The motion included financial evidence suggesting Jason had huge indebtedness. Relapse may come from the lawsuit's punitiveness and psychological trauma, it stated. The action requested dismissal or a delay until Jason recovered from therapy. Following event boiled my blood. My parents volunteered to pay Jason's legal defense. Due to frugalness, their parents couldn't help with my education debt. The same parents who recommended next year when I sought $750 for a professional certification. Their finances increased sufficiently to employ a criminal defense attorney to help Jason avoid prosecution for stealing $150,000 from Grandma. The extreme hypocrisy confused me. Mr. Thompson liked this since it showed my parents had resources they said they didn't. They protected Jason from punishment to express their support. We will respond to the motion and proceed regardless of their financial assistance for Jason's defense, he said. 2 weeks later, Mr. Thompson officially requested Jason's financials, career history, 3-year bank statements, and asset identification. Jason's attorney, Richard Crane, delivered boxes of unorganized paperwork to look through. For 3 evenings at Mr. Thompson's office, I highlighted Jason's bank statements and credit card bills transfers and cash withdrawals. I noticed invoices for places Jason couldn't afford on his contact center wages, online gambling site purchases under multiple identities, and unpaid credit card cash advances. Mr. Thompson scheduled Jason's deposition for 6 weeks out and requested verification of his work, housing and family income from the past year. Megan's account transfer was detected. It showed on Grandma's bank statement 3 months before her death. Jason sent $35,000 to Megan's account with the note line, "Payment for business consulting services." I immediately phoned Megan to ask about Jason's contribution last year. She stopped before asking what I was talking about, so I explained the discovery documents. Megan said Jason ordered her to deposit company money in her account for tax purposes. Thinking it was company revenue, she spent $12,000 on auto repairs and Mom's medical bills. She cried on the phone when I informed her the money came from Grandma's accounts and swore she had no idea and would repay every penny. Mr. Thompson ruled Megan wasn't liable since she took the money in good faith without knowing its source, but her willingness to return it showed Jason lied about Grandma's money. Megan refunded the remaining $20,000 within 2 days and wrote about Jason's financial lies. Jason flooded my phone with texts 3 days after that conversation. First, he apologized and sought a second chance. The second message, 20 minutes later, said I was wrecking his life and delaying recovery. After 3 messages, if I really cared about family, I'd drop the lawsuit and give him space to heal. Over the next week, I got 30 SMS apologizing and blaming me for tearing the family apart. Jason claimed I was spiteful and callous, preferring money above my brother, and Mom sobbed every day because of me. He said I'd regret it when he relapsed, since the litigation was holding him back and my fault. Despite not answering, I screenshotted and backed up all texts 3 times. He said they revealed Jason's duplicity and lack of remorse for stealing from Grandma. He said manipulators move between apologies and blame, which would help in court. A week passed before the texts stopped. Mom phoned me Tuesday night and started crying before saying hello. She asked me to drop the lawsuit because seeing the family break up was hurting her. She said Jason learned his lesson and was getting therapy, so legal action was retribution, not justice. After 5 minutes of listening, I questioned her directly. I stated Jason stole $150,000 from her ill mother-in-law and wasted money while Grandma was poor. Does she think Jason should be punished or treated and move on? Mom was quiet before admitting Jason did wrong, but she said he was sick and punishing him wouldn't bring Grandma back or get the money. She said I prioritized money before family and would regret cutting these relationships later. I knew from that conversation that my mom would never punish Jason. Keeping in touch with my parents meant accepting their story of Jason as a sick victim rather than a robber who took from a dying woman. I asked Mom some time to think about our relationship. She wept harder, saying I abandoned the family like Jason. After the talk, I sat in my car for 20 minutes to process. Dad wrote me a formal email on family decisions and consequences, 2 days later. He stated suing Jason would mean leaving the family. The email described their aid with my first year of college before I got scholarships, the automobile they co-signed for me when I was 22, and my stays with them between locations. Dad said I returned their love and effort by beating my brother when he needed family support. I had 1 week to join this family or continue my bitterness and retribution. The email was forwarded without remark, and Mr. Thompson called me an hour later to say there was more confirmation of Jason's familial past that allowed his behavior for years. Uncle David called that weekend to say he'd talked to Aunt Rebecca and Nina. They wanted to start a support group for us dealing with Jason's theft and our parents' enabling. Our Thursday night gatherings shifted to Uncle David's. We started with just the 4 of us, laughing over our parents' ludicrous defenses of Jason and agreeing that we were right to expect consequences. After Nina brought her notes from years of watching Jason affect family members, we started noting patterns we'd all seen but never connected. Aunt Rebecca brought coffee while we reviewed my parents' guilt trips. Uncle David told stories of family members who ignored harmful behavior and underlined the significance of setting limits, even nasty ones. I barely survived those weeks of court and family stress with Thursday sessions. Jason's financial disclosure papers arrived 5 weeks after the lawsuit in a large manila package Mr. Thompson gave me in his office. Jason lacked assets. Only a 7-year-old car with a broken gearbox in my parents' driveway. No savings, retirement, or property. His debt to online gambling, personal loan companies, and maxed-out credit cards was $60,000. He averaged 20 hours a week in a call center for minimum wage for 4 months. He lived with our parents for 6 months, unemployed and looking for work. Each debt, failed payment plan, and collection account was listed. Mr. Thompson spread the files on his desk and said winning the lawsuit wouldn't ensure compensation. If Jason had a real job, we might garnish his wages for years or decades, depending on state law. However, collecting from a negative net worth proved hard. He showed me that wage garnishment takes 10 to 15% of a paycheck after taxes and other deductions, while Jason's part-time minimum wage position only made $30 to $40 a month. This pace would take over 400 years to recover $150,000. Mr. Thompson said we may seek the judgment since it would legally show Jason's behavior and damage his credit and finances. But I accepted that money recovery would take time. After seeing Jason's financial statement in that office, I had to decide if prolonged litigation was worth it. The idea was to keep Jason accountable and get the family some of Grandma's money. Why pay extra for legal fees if there's no recovery? Read disclosure data to Uncle David from my car in the parking lot. He said it wasn't about money after a pause. The goal was to hold Jason accountable for his conduct rather than provide sympathy. Nina told me that evening that if we dropped the lawsuit, Jason would learn he could do bad things without consequences. The next Thursday, we sat around Uncle David's kitchen table with coffee and financial disclosure forms to explore our options. Uncle David said he'd seen too many cases as a cop when family members let things slide because punishment looked too harsh or expensive, and the offender kept doing worse things because they knew they'd get away with it. Nina remarked that we'd paid the retainer and filed the lawsuit, so withdrawing now would imply Jason won by being poor and sad. I agreed. This was about teaching that family activities had consequences, not money recovery. 2 days later, Mom called to tell me her therapist had a breakthrough. Her voice sounded weary and less defensive, like tears. She said she was starting to realize how her prejudice for Jason had damaged both of her boys over the years, how she'd held me to impossible standards while letting Jason get away with anything because she was afraid of losing his love. She apologized for her hypocrisy, for making me pay for the garage door while giving Jason a new truck after drunk driving, and for ignoring my successes while acknowledging Jason's failures as learning opportunities. She remembered moments from our childhood and adolescence that I'd mentioned thousands of times, but she'd always ignored. I'd never heard her apologize so honestly, like she noticed the pattern rather than explaining herself. She cried as she described how she'd accepted Jason's conduct for so long, producing the person who could steal from his dying granny and needed to take responsibility. She hoped that since she accepted everything, I would drop the lawsuit and let the family proceed. She understood why I was angry and unhappy and acknowledged that she'd caused a lot of that suffering, but she advised suing Jason would make things worse and delay recovery. She wanted us to focus on family again, assist Jason's rehabilitation, and create a healthy, respectful, and loving relationship between her boys. Her earnest apology sounded like she was confessing past wrongs but not current consequences. She admitted she'd been incorrect for years but wanted me to shelter Jason from his mistakes, which exacerbated this problem. I complimented Mom for realizing the bias and unequal standards, stating it meant more. I wanted long-term behavior change, not just words and promises over the phone. I said abandoning the lawsuit now would continue Jason's lifelong protection from consequences. She sobbed harder and stated I was cruel and unforgiving because I was retaliating for her attempts to make things right. I remained calm and highlighted that behavior change mattered, not conditional apologies. She said she couldn't fix things without my opportunity. I persuaded her that letting the case proceed would benefit everyone. After the call ended without a conclusion, I felt exhausted and dejected, but secure in my choice. Jason completed his 30-day gambling treatment program at a clinic my parents paid for 6 weeks after the meeting. They invited the entire extended family to a lunch to celebrate and encourage him for managing his recovery. Mom sent restaurant and time information to the group, congratulating Jason on quitting his addiction. Mom asked me to attend the dinner 2 days prior, saying Jason would feel encouraged by his brother. I didn't reply to group text. I told her I wouldn't celebrate Jason finishing basic therapy he should have done years ago as he was only in treatment for stealing $150,000. She said Jason was improving and deserved praise, whereas I was selfish and holding grudges instead of helping family. Dad texted me that I was failing them again and choosing anger above family unity after I said no thanks and hung up. I missed the legal complaint mediation a week after Jason's celebration lunch. Mr. Thompson called me the morning of mediation to say Jason's attorney wanted to settle rather than go to trial. Mr. Thompson, Jason's attorney, and I mediated over a long table in a downtown law office conference room. Jason wasn't present at mediation, which his attorney said was typical because parties made bargaining difficult. A simple settlement was suggested. Jason signed paperwork admitting stealing Grandma's money. He agreed to deposit $150 per month for 10 years into Grandma's heirs account. He would also agree to gambling addiction therapy with evidence every 3 months. If he missed payments or quit, the rest would be due immediately. His counsel said this was a reasonable conclusion that admitted guilt and considered Jason's ability to pay. He stressed that the study would cost more and yield poorer results. We went to a smaller conference room down the hall because Mr. Thompson wanted to think about the offer quietly. He showed me his calculator math. $150 per month for 10 years is $18,000, or 12% of Jason's grandma theft. He said this was better than wage garnishment given Jason's job situation for financial recovery. Jason's legal admission of misconduct was the settlement's true value, which would follow him forever. Even though the financial recovery was small, Mr. Thompson advised accepting the settlement because it established penalties and legal accountability. He also noted that going to trial would cost $6,500 with no guarantee of a better outcome and that courts favored defendants who confessed guilt and presented fair payment plans. I called Uncle David from the conference room and read him the settlement conditions, including the acknowledgement of culpability and compensation. He put me on speaker so Nina could hear, and we argued whether Jason was getting off easy for taking such a small payment. Nina found $18,000 insulting versus $150,000. We already knew Jason had nothing to steal, so Uncle David said this was more about admittance than money. After a long pause, Uncle David suggested we should accept it when I asked what they thought honestly. He stated that Jason's formal admission of violating fiduciary responsibility would be on his permanent record, damage his ability to have power of attorney or manage others' funds, and prove he took from his dying grandma. That on record was better than litigating for years over money we'd never obtain, Nina agreed. We concluded this was about setting sanctions and documenting Jason's admission in a way that couldn't be contested or reduced, not full financial recovery, which was unachievable given his position. Mr. Thompson's office hosted the signing the next week. Jason, his attorney, and my parents looked like they were at a funeral, not their son confessing to stealing from his dying grandma. With only 6 people at the table, the conference room felt smaller. Mr. Thompson read the settlement documents to Jason. Jason Young, you acknowledge that you breached your power of attorney duty to Dorothy Young. You took $150,000 from her online gaming accounts between January and June. When Jason took the pen, his hand shook. He left and signed each document as his attorney instructed while my mom grabbed his shoulder. His admittance was now formal and unchangeable. Mr. Thompson collected the completed documents and made copies for everyone while Jason stared at the table and my parents looked at me like I'd ruined their son's life instead of just holding him responsibility for grandma's. My parents called 3 days after signing. Dad spoke largely as Mom cried. They sought to discuss payment terms since $150 a month would prevent Jason from recovering financially. Maybe we could cut it to $75 or let them pay. I reminded Dad that Jason had to pay and that third-party payments would void the deal. He hesitated and said I was too harsh while Jason was fighting his gambling addiction and repairing his life. I told him Jason spent $150,000 while grandma ate generic bread at home and that $18,000 over 10 years was simple. Mom answered the phone and wept because I placed money before family and that she didn't teach me to be that cold and rude. I hung up when she asked why I couldn't move on. I gave my parents explicit restrictions 2 months after the explosion. I'd attend Thanksgiving and Christmas with extended relatives. Smaller celebrations honoring Jason for grown-up tasks like working or not gambling wouldn't interest me. They constantly protected Jason and criticized me, so I never discussed the lawsuit or settlement with them. I specified the boundaries in an email to avoid interruptions and fights. Mom called within an hour and spent 20 minutes asking for flexibility. My rigid boundaries were another method of harming Jason and them, she continued. Families should forgive and move on. I emphasized that these were my terms for any connection and that I wasn't bargaining. She said I'd regret it later and hung up crying. Mom always challenged limits. She phoned every few days with a fresh reason to be kind. For Jason, having me for his birthday dinner would be special. He recovered well. Jason was promoted at work, so they celebrated. Can I visit for an hour? She texted photos of family events I missed and apologized. Dad accepted the boundaries but made passive-aggressive comments when we met. He stated 3 times throughout Thanksgiving how lovely it was to be together without tension. When I helped clean up after Christmas dinner, Dad said family loyalty and forgiveness used too important. 2 times I ignored the bait and exited the chat. Later, Uncle David and Aunt Rebecca became my closest relatives. We started Tuesday night dinners at their house and they called on weekends. Over the week, Rebecca emailed me funny memes and articles. David invited me to treks and baseball games my parents wouldn't attend. They limited Jason topics with my parents and refused to participate when Mom or Dad complained about my rigidity or tried to reason with me. Rebecca claimed her mother called her crying one night to tell her families should stay together. Rebecca cautioned Mom that sticking together doesn't mean avoiding consequences, and that Grandma may still have her finances if they'd held Jason accountable years ago. Her mother also hung up. Other cousins who supported accountability at the family reunion continued in touch with me, and we formed an unofficial coalition of people who refused to pretend everything was fine. Nina and I bonded over everything. We had supper once a month at a Thai restaurant midway between our flats and spoke about family and our constraints. She told me she was upset with Jason getting away with everything as a child because nobody cared. I told her about years of double standards and feeling like nothing I did was good enough. My parents had misled us for decades into thinking we were the problem. It was crucial that Nina introduced me to Chris, a construction worker, before telling my parents. She wanted trustworthy people to meet him before my parents made assumptions and difficulties. Chris was gracious to her when we took him to Thai. A month later, Nina informed my parents about Chris, and Mom asked when they were engaged and whether she had planned her wedding style. Nina abruptly told Mom to ease down after 8 weeks of dating. I started seeing a therapist 3 months after the incident to work through my complex family issues. I was enraged, heartbroken, and perplexed why my parents chose Jason above honesty and accountability. A therapist helped me recognize I was grieving Grandma and the concept of having parents who would do what's right above comfortable. She stated I kept hoping they'd wake up and realize they'd failed both their boys by supporting Jason and setting unrealistic expectations. We accepted my parents as they are, not as I wanted. She advised me to love them and accept our imperfect connection. Having someone affirm my beliefs and that setting limits is healthy and necessary helped. Mr. Thompson confirmed Jason's first payment on time. $150 settlement tracking account deposit. The second payment arrived on time 30 days later. I didn't know if Jason was treating his gambling addiction or meeting settlement requirements. Mr. Thompson said the treatment program verification papers come quarterly and the first one showed Jason attending group sessions twice a week. But I agreed it wasn't my role to monitor his recovery or care whether he was changing. Even if the consequences were modest, I owed it to myself and Grandma to punish Jason. Jason's theft and Grandma's money loss weren't the worst. It lamented parents who chose justice above comfort. I lived to satisfy them by being responsible, successful, and perfect. Jason was nurtured and safeguarded throughout his life despite his transgressions. They kept defending him when the pattern should have been obvious. That realization hurt more than stolen money since I couldn't change how others saw us. I was learning to accept them as parents rather than demand perfection. Saturday morning, a week after Jason's second payment, Uncle David invited me to coffee. While sitting on his back porch, he told me Grandma would be proud of how I stood up for what was right when it was hard and lonely. He said Grandma battled with family members who used her benevolence. Her sister always borrowed without repaying. She co-signed her brother's defaulting loan. She was the family doormat for decades because she thought politeness and forgiveness made her good. At her death, Grandma told David she wished she had confronted abusers earlier. She most admired those who did the right thing despite pain. Despite breaking the family, David grabbed my shoulder and said I had the backbone Grandma wished she'd had sooner and that she'd be glad someone finally held Jason accountable. 4 months after the fight, Uncle David, Aunt Rebecca, Nina, and other righteous relatives celebrated Thanksgiving with me. We ordered pizza instead of turkey because nobody wanted to spend hours in the kitchen pretending everything was normal. Nina introduced her new boyfriend calmly after months. Uncle David's grandma stories made us laugh, not cry. We played board games without discussing Jason, my parents, or the settlement. It was strange to celebrate a holiday without the whole family, but it was liberating to not hide problems. Instead of fixing something, we agreed to meet monthly for supper or coffee to build something new. A Christmas group text from my parents asked me to reconsider spending the holidays with them. I promised to visit for an hour on Christmas afternoon but not for dinner. It's amazing they respected those boundaries. Mom texted separately that she understood my treatment and need for space. Dad didn't speak but stopped passive-aggressively mentioning family devotion. Settlement account alerts show Jason made his 4th payment on time. I wasn't sure if he quit gambling or just hit it. Mr. I preserved Thompson's monthly deposit confirmation emails without emotion. The whole scenario proved family justice isn't cinematic justice. Nobody was jailed. Jason didn't regret. My parents didn't realize their mistake for decades. I received $150 a month, relatives who cared about doing the right thing, and the knowledge that I stood up for Grandma even if it cost me my image of ordinary parents. I was receiving nothing else, so it was plenty. Arrogant manager forced me to follow a 2-6-8-page employee handbook. I used malicious compliance to crush his efficiency project and got him fired. It is necessary that I inform someone about the recent events that took place at my place of employment because I am still unable to believe that my modest, one-man operation was effective. Therefore, it is very important that I inform someone about these events. I am Marcus, and this is my name. My current age is 34 years old, and I am currently working as a senior data coordinator at the Apex and Vance Financial back office in Denver. I have been employed there for a little more than 9 years. This particular organization is an example of one of those mid-sized businesses that performs unnoticed and unglamorous grunt labor for larger businesses. Some examples of this type of work include payroll processing, vendor compliance, and tax auditing. Although it is not especially intriguing, it is sufficient to pay off the loan on my Jeep, pay the rent on my apartment, and buy premium food for my cat, Waffles. All of these things can be accomplished with this amount. During the first 8 years that I worked there, our floor, which consisted of 60 employees, operated like a well-oiled machine. Arthur was the name of the individual who served as our regional manager. It was in the past that Arthur was found. It had been 28 years since he had started working for the company. He was familiar with the names of everyone's spouses, and he had a very straightforward management philosophy: do your job, don't cause any drama, and I will leave you completely alone. If you needed to leave on a Tuesday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for your child's appointment with the dentist, Arthur would just wave you out. The reason that we were able to give him with the most efficient and error-free department in the Western region was due of the trust that he placed in us. After that, in September, Arthur decided to retire from his job. During the month of October, the organization made available to us Julian Vance, who would serve as his replacement. Julian, who was in his late 40s at the time, wore outfits that turned out to be extremely tight and were custom-tailored to his specifications. Additionally, he conveyed his thoughts only through buzzwords that were utilized exclusively on LinkedIn. His behavior consisted of standing behind your desk, with his hands clasped behind his back, rocking on his expensive leather heels while silently evaluating your monitors. He did not engage in conversations. Rather, he participated in alignment huddles. He did not want us to work more quickly. Rather, he wanted to maximize our operational velocity. He had this annoying habit of standing behind your desk. Julian came to the realization that our department, which was incredibly efficient and fully functional, was a chaotic disaster that required his brilliant intervention within the first week of his job. This realization occurred within the first week of his work. On Monday morning, he intended to convene an all-hands synergy summit that would be mandatory and would continue for a total of 2 hours. This was something that had never been done before in the entire history of Apex. He sent out the calendar invite together with a read receipt, a delivery receipt, and a required RSVP. This was a first of its kind. During the meeting, Julian stood in front of a PowerPoint presentation that had 65 slides and presented the Vance operational paradigm to the group. This was Julian's masterwork, and he presented it to the group. This particular staff handbook was consisted of a total of 268 pages. He commissioned the printing of actual copies, which were spiral bound, featured glossy covers, and contained his own signature embossed on the front cover. He also commissioned the printing of individual copies. Within our 60 workstations, he made certain that copies were left behind for everyone to use. During the course of his presentation, which lasted for a total of 2 hours, he explained that he had spent the entirety of his first month working on the creation of this manual, in order to correct the cultural rot that Arthur had left behind. When I got back to my job and started going through it on my own, I was expecting the standard corporate rubbish about demands for paid time off and clothing codes. I was also anticipating the typical corporate nonsense. I found out that it was completely and utterly insane after doing a deeper inspection. Julian was prepared with a set of policies that addressed every facet of the issue. We were only permitted to have a maximum of 2 personal artifacts on our workstations, and they were meant to be emotionally neutral and non-distracting. However, Rule 18 dictated that we maintain workspace visual hygiene. Rule 42 was referred to as the digital brevity mandate, and it required that the length of all internal emails must be less than 120 words. It was essential for you to take the initiative to schedule a meeting, in order to acquire extra phrases. Rule 105 was the one that determined how the refrigerator in the break room should be used. In order to comply with the regulations, each and every item of food has to be branded with a certain blue dry erase marker. The housekeeping staff was instructed to dispose of it without delay, if it was presented with a label that was written in black, red, or ink. This instruction was implemented. However, the rule that truly caused my blood to boil was Rule 88, which was referred to as the biological reset window. This was Julian's weird expression for taking a break, to use the lavatory. The biological reset window. Workers were given 2 biological reset windows for every regular 8-hour shift, and the greatest length of time that could pass between the time they left their workstation and the time they returned to it was no more than 6 minutes. This was the guideline that was made available to workers. Here we are, 6 minutes later. It was I who did the math. At the time, my desk was located in Sector 4. Sector 1 was the location of the restroom that was the most convenient. 2 minutes and 15 seconds was the precise amount of time required for each direction, and this was accomplished while walking at a quick pace without giving up. There was exactly 90 seconds left for me to really use the restroom, wash my hands, and dry them. I was able to do all of these things. On the other hand, the act of being put on a potty timer in a literal sense was rather insulting. I am a man who is 34 years old. It came to my attention that the bulk of my coworkers merely rolled their eyes, expressed their disapproval in the group chat, and meant to discard the book. This is the method that is utilized in the majority of instances of corporate overreach. On the other hand, Julian was not going to permit it to occur under his watch. During the second week, he also installed a digital compliance scorecard on the monitor that was situated in the break room. This also took place during the second week. While he was going around all over the place, he had been using a stopwatch and a clipboard to covertly time people and inspect their workstations. He had been doing this while he was moving around. It was 60 times that he graded each of us. I arrived at the 24th spot. Not only were the 15 pupils who were ranked the lowest required to attend performance realignment coaching on Friday afternoons, but they were also given a red mark on their names. He turned the challenges we faced into a game. In spite of the fact that I was experiencing nausea as a result of the man's evident arrogance, I made the decision that evening to really read the book. I poured a pot of coffee and cracked open the Vance operational paradigm, while I was sitting on my couch with waffles snoring on my lap. I was also reading the Vance political paradigm. I started taking notes on a legal pad as soon as I reached page 40 of the book. On page 120, I found myself laughing out loud in the living room of my house, which was completely empty at the time. When I reached page 200, I had already opened up my laptop and started compiling a large spreadsheet in Excel. I'd been working on it for quite some time, primarily as a result of the fact that Julian Vance, in his frenzied attempt to micromanage each and every second of our lives, had made a terrible error in his approach. Within its own pages, the guidebook that was 268 pages long contained inconsistencies, continually and without exception. For the purpose of auditing, Rule 14 stipulates that all communications that take place between different departments must be documented in a codified email chain. This is done for the purpose of monitoring compliance. Rule 55, on the other hand, established explicitly that employees must restrict their digital footprint as much as possible and rely on verbal contact for any topics that do not include the client, in order to reduce the amount of burden that is placed on the foot server. The management was expected to get updates on the weekly data reconciliation reports that were required by Rule 29. These reports were to be received every Friday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon local time. On the other hand, Rule 31 made it very plain that non-essential administrative reporting tasks were not allowed to be carried out during high-velocity hours, which were defined by the book as comprising the hours of 8 a.m. to 5:00 p.m., Monday through Friday. Rule 9 stipulated that a notice must be sent at least 3 days in advance for any meetings that were scheduled to take place. In accordance with the requirements, the management was granted the right to call spontaneous alignment huddles without providing any previous notice. I did not go to sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning this morning. I came up 53 glaring contradictions in the information. They have been assigned a color by me. Take into consideration the use of green for manageable logistical challenges. He added that all we needed to do was use common sense. His beautiful suit appeared to be a little wrinkled as he stood at the front of the room and advised us of this. I lifted my hand to offer my hand. In a furious tone, he screamed out, "Yes, Marcus? Julian, I'm looking at the handbook right now. Can you direct me to the page that outlines the common sense protocol? Because Rule 202 explicitly states that any verbal directives that contradict the written manual must be formally amended through a 4-5-day review process, requiring corporate sign-off. Should we pause all operations for 45 days while you amend the text?" The room was entirely devoid of any sound whatsoever. It was necessary for a man in accounting to bite his own knuckle in order to self-regulate his laughter and prevent himself from laughing out loud. While Julian continued to stare at me, the color of his face turned to a scary shade of magenta. "Just follow the rules but be reasonable, Marcus," Julian said. "So I should ignore Rule 202? I asked after taking out a pen. "I'll just need you to sign this rule deviation waiver so that I don't get penalized on the compliance scorecard." I then proceeded to ask the question. He caused the meeting to come to an abrupt stop. Being so agitated, he came dangerously close to leaving the room. With that being said, I was well aware that he would not change his viewpoint. The magnitude of his ego was disproportionately large. The 4th week has now arrived. Consequently, the system completely collapsed as a consequence. Because high-velocity hours, Rule 31, precluded anyone from submitting their weekly data reports, the entire floor remained in the workplace until 5:01 p.m. on Fridays in order to push the submit button. This was done in order to ensure that the reports were submitted. As a consequence of this, an automated corporate alert was sent for overtime that was not authorized. Only in order for us to be able to push the send button on emails that we had finished the day before at 12 o'clock, Apex was forced to pay thousands of dollars in time-and-a-half compensation. On the other hand, the Department of Information Technology dealt the decisive blow that ultimately proved to be fatal. Are you able to give me Rule 14? Is it the one that requires that each and every spoken exchange be documented, and that it be copied to the head of the department, the Human Resources Department, and the server bot? 60 employees were defying this restriction in a malicious manner by sending out about 4,000 meaningless emails on a daily basis, which was an average of approximately 4,000 emails. This was an outdated piece of software that was designed to archive each week approximately 100 documents that were considered to be essential for compliance. There were thousands of emails that were being archived by the server bot. These emails had people expressing stuff like, "Hello," or "Can I borrow your stapler?" In the early hours of Thursday morning, the regional email server for Apex had a complete and comprehensive breakdown. There was an issue with the network that we use internally. We did not get the emails that were sent to us by our customers. We were unable to finish the payroll in its whole. When we were in the water, we were gone for good. I had a very good friendship with Dave, who was the Director of Information Technology at the department. In order to restore functionality to our inboxes, he spent 9 frantic hours on the phone with corporate. In the end, he was needed to give authorization for an emergency cloud storage upgrade that cost $18,500. This was all in order to restore functionality. On the other hand, Dave did not simply keep quiet in order to make things right. He sent an email to the entire executive board that was based in Chicago, and it was addressed to them all collectively. The complaint that he wrote was not a very lengthy one. One bar graph is all that he has provided, and it illustrates the amount of work that has been done on the server over the course of the last half year. This is November. Life as it is. It is an average month right now. The month of January, which was the month that the Vance paradigm was first introduced, was represented by a massive vertical red line that literally broke through the top of the y-axis. The day after that, Julian extended an invitation to me to accompany him to his workplace. The doors were all closed and locked. Regarding the blinds, a draw was struck. It appeared as though he was exhausted. The sneer of arrogance that had been on his face had completely disappeared. "Marcus," he mumbled into his ear as the tension in his voice increased. "What are you doing?" I responded in a calm and collected manner, saying, "Julian, I am working to synergize my operational velocity. You are intentionally sabotaging this department." I am following the handbook, I wrote in response, stroking the glossy cover of the manual that I had brought in with me. I am following the manual. I have a compliance rating of 100%. I document every interaction. I maintain perfect workspace hygiene. I am the model employee you asked for. While leaning his head over the desk, he did so. I can fire you for insubordination. I responded with a grin, no, you are not able to. Because to fire me, you'd have to prove I broke a rule, and I haven't. I've just proven that your rules are impossible. If a system breaks because someone follows it perfectly, the system is garbage. He ejected me from his office and caused me to leave. All indications pointed to the fact that he was going to end up being sick. After 2 days had passed, the narrative reached its most dramatic point. Having arrived from Chicago without any prior notice, Sarah, who holds the position of Vice President of Operations for the corporation, came. She did not waste any time and went straight to the Department of Human Resources, where she sought to talk with Brenda. During the time that Brenda, who seemed to have aged 10 years in the span of a month, was subtly pointing to 3 big cardboard boxes that were situated in the corner of her office, she made a facial expression. Specifically, it was the compilation of over 400 formal reports of dispute, each of which was printed in 4 copies. After that, Sarah dragged Julian into the primary conference room where they were meeting. On my door was a lock that was in place. They were forced to suffer for a period of 5 hours while they were confined inside. There were times when we were able to pick up on muffled yelling that was streaming through the frosted glass. As they emerged from the cave for the very first time, Julian suddenly took on the appearance of a ghost. While Sarah was standing at the head of the room, she cried out for an immediate meeting of all of the hands to take place as soon as possible. When she made the statement, she stated that the Vance operational paradigm would be suspended indefinitely, pending an extensive corporate review. In the vernacular of the business world, this implied that it had been put out of business for a considerable amount of time. Almost immediately, the previous rules, which were Arthur's rules, were reinstated to their previous status. In any case, here is the final and most shocking turn of events that determined the outcome of Julian's circumstance. I was going through the guidebook late into the night, when I noticed that some of the formatting on the pages appeared to be odd. I was surprised to find that this was the case. There is a difference in the fonts, and the line breaks are not consistent. I conducted some experimenting on the unsecured shared network drive of the company, which was where Julian had put his early works. I looked through them and found some interesting things. In PDF format, the receipt was presented. No evidence was found to support the claim that Julian Vance, who was known as the architect of operational excellence, was the person responsible for the creation of the manual. A suspicious business website offered him the opportunity to purchase a generic corporate restructuring template for the price of $49, which was a generic template. He went online and placed his order as a result. First, he had simply copied and pasted the entire page. Then he had used find and replace to enter Apex and Vance. And last, in order to give himself a sense of authority, he had personally written in his insane rule that he would only use the bathroom for 6 minutes. I had secretly printed that $49 receipt, and I had added it to the very last contradiction report that I had already sent to Brenda. I had done this in order to conceal the fact that I had printed it. The vice president, Sarah, had been there at the event. Julian was not merely a micromanager who exercised dictatorial control, but he actually was. He was a con artist who had wasted a month's worth of work for the company for a web template that cost only $49. Additionally, he had wasted $18,500 worth of IT improvements on the template. Julian's authority was fully taken away from him, despite the fact that he was not fired from his position. This is because the corporation rarely fires employees at his level in order to save money on severance payments. For the purpose of filling the position of co-director, they recruited an experienced management by the name of Diane. In other words, she was responsible for the care of his children. Diane put together a gathering during the first week of her employment. Before pronouncing the following line, she gave each of us a single look before saying, "If you feel the need to use the restroom, please go to the restroom." Every single person on the floor gave her a standing ovation when she finished speaking. In the present moment, Julian is a ghost. His office is closed, and the door is shut behind him. Indeed, he is seated there. There is no clipboard in his possession at this time. It appears that he is not paying attention to my monitors. He looks at the floor while we are walking down the hallway in order to avoid making eye contact with me. He does this by making a conscious effort to avoid making eye contact. It was never documented in any way concerning me. There was never a time when I was disciplined. After work, Dave, who works in information technology, bought me a beer, and I discovered that a $50 gift card to a restaurant had been left on my desk without my knowledge. I was surprised for both of these things. The color-coded Excel spreadsheet that I continued to keep on my desktop has not been removed from my computer. I have it stored in that area since it is a trophy. I did not violate even a single one of the rules. Because I carried out my execution of them with such perfection, I was able to defeat the individual who had conceived of them. My daughter insulted me for her glamorous mother-in-law. I sipped my wine and cut the $1.25 million invisible safety net funding her life. My name's Martha Sterling. I am 62 and have spent my adult life building something I am proud of. The organization offers financial consulting and wealth management in a quiet Boston area. I created this company at 32. I lacked investors, unfunded trust. I had $15,000 in a tattered savings account, a second-hand oak desk from a shutting insurance office, and a framed company license that I mounted center on a freshly painted beige wall to prove my fearful leap of faith was real. After 24 years, I sold a controlling stake in that firm, which managed $410 million for 250 high-net-worth clients. I mentored 4 of our 14 outstanding, devoted colleagues, promoting them from timid junior associates to formidable senior partners. I know money. I know how it grows, disappears, hides, and most importantly, changes those who have it and those who want it. I was never flamboyant. This character trait is key to understanding the horrible events that follow. I've never desired a massive Hamptons vacation home. I never leased a luxury European sports car to impress strangers at traffic lights. I drove a reliable, unsexy 14-year-old Subaru Outback for much of my 50s since the title was in my name. The engine purred like a pleased cat, and I believed cash should be put in growth, not vanity assets. Historic and sturdy, my 5-bedroom colonial in a quiet Massachusetts suburb has superb public schools and inexpensive property taxes. I hand-painted every room in this house. I did it because I enjoy the methodical, rhythmic manual labor of rolling paint onto drywall, and because paying a stranger $4,500 to apply eggshell white to my living room felt like an insult to every financial principle I had spent 3 decades teaching my clients. I don't disclose uninteresting facts to illustrate my morality or asceticism. This will help you understand what my daughter Chloe saw when she looked at me, and why Victoria Vance attracted her so thoroughly, naively, and fatally. Mother of my son-in-law David was Victoria Vance. I knew Victoria for nearly 12 years when Chloe and David started dating in their senior year of college, a degree I fully supported, but that is a complex ledger item I will handle soon. Victoria transformed a room's atmosphere when she entered. She boldly challenged bystanders with her age. She had the extremely precise, irresistible glitter of someone who had spent decades building a towering, impenetrable mythology about herself and repeating it so loudly, regularly, and for so long that even she had lost the ability to discern it from reality. Victoria softly discussed Radiant Beauty, her cosmetics brand, like a Silicon Valley visionary. She clutched a crystal wine glass in her manicured hand, and told dramatic tales of long nights, painful early sacrifices, and the vast, sweeping vision that nobody believed in until her genius pushed them to. Her tale of secretly mortgaging her small first apartment to meet payroll during the company's first year was wrenching. She told this narrative so precisely and emotionally that I, a financial planner trained to spot dishonesty, never questioned it. That story thrilled Chloe. Actually, Chloe loved everything about Victoria with a fervent, almost religious devotion that I had spent a decade convincing myself was healthy, normal, and nothing to take personally. I was the boring, pragmatic mother who talked about index funds and compound interest. Victoria was the glamorous, globe-trotting mentor who talked about manifesting destiny and smashing corporate patriarchy. I should have trusted my quiet, analytical mind. I should have checked porcelain cracks. At dinner on a crisp, unusually cool Saturday evening in late October, our family's tectonic plates collapsed. She hosted at her magnificent home. Her table, her delicious cooking, her husband David, their 2 teenage children, Leo, 16, and Emma, 13, myself, and a months-long, vicious fight about Victoria. Actually, tension increased earlier that afternoon. I dropped off Emma's birthday gift, a luxury drawing tablet she wanted at their residence. I accidentally entered from the side. On the phone, Chloe paces the kitchen laughing her peculiar, crazy laugh for Victoria. I know, Victoria, I know. You're honestly just incredible. I don't know how you do it. Chloe hung up, startled to see me, and began a breathless monologue about Victoria's high-stakes talks to launch a revolutionary new skincare line, flying to Los Angeles to meet with massive private equity investors, and being the most impressive, awe-inspiring voice. With a wrapped gift worth more than my first automobile, I remarked, "That's very nice, sweetheart." Chloe looked at me. Pity was a sight I had seen 1,000 times but was frightened to call. Pity and deep second-hand shame. By dinner, Victoria adoration had escalated from a murmur to a roar. David, a smart, grounded man I liked, casually suggested a small mortgage refinancing tweak they were considering. A typical financial fluctuation. Chloe instantly politicized the interest rate conversation, making it a vote on my life versus Victoria's. Well, Victoria actually gave me some brilliant advice about leveraging debt. Chloe swirled her Pinot Noir. Victoria might approach this differently, but then again, Victoria took nothing and built a great empire from sheer, unadulterated will. She never leaned on anyone. She never compromised for safety. Chloe paused, the candlelight highlighting her malicious smile. She literally hit me in the eyes. My mother-in-law built everything herself, Mom. She's everything you're not. The entire dining room presumably vanished in that short time. Ambient jazz from the smart speaker muted. Stop clinking silverware. I heard her statements as the inevitable, catastrophic coming of a train I had been watching for 20 years, scared on the tracks and reluctant to believe it would hit me. I kept calm. Not surprised. I carefully placed my silver fork on my lap's linen napkin. I stared at my beautiful, goofy, blind daughter across the table. I said, well, emotionlessly. Then I suppose I will just let Victoria pay your bills from now on. Chloe laughed. No nervous, shrinking laugh. Laughter of disbelief. A laugh that shouts, you feeble old woman, you cannot be serious. What bills, Mom? Those 3 words. What bills, Mom? 3 painfully dumb comments told me everything about my last 20 years. I watched her in her clean dining room and well-maintained life and thought, of course she doesn't know. How could she? In my infinite, wrong maternal knowledge, I never made it a transaction. I never made her beg. Never made her ask. I never meant my financial support to be a burden, guilt trip, or emotional leverage, just paid. Paying quietly, efficiently, and often. I paid because she was my only child. Leo and Emma were my family, and I believed unconditional love did this. Reduce friction to let them fly. I wasn't loud. I didn't cry. No table flipping. I pushed my heavy wooden chair back, rose up with good posture, stated I was tired, kissed my surprised grandsons on their foreheads, and left the front door into the cold October night. I drove my vintage Subaru silently to my paid-off Colonial. I slept none that night. My home office has a spectacular east-facing bay window. At 4:13 a.m., while methodically opening digitally stored bank documents from the past 2 decades, you can see the sky slowly, agonizingly shift color while mathematically deconstructing your identity. The sky went from bruised, violent purple to freezing slate gray to piercing light gold in early New England fall dawn. Watching a lovely sunrise illuminate a sterile Excel spreadsheet that says you've been a ghost for 20 years is strange. I accessed everything. Every vault. Every encrypted file. Automatic clearinghouse payments. International wire transfer confirmations. Whole life insurance policy documents. Automobile loan statements. Educational trust disbursements. Master financial planner. I can locate cash. Using shell accounts, I can calculate compound interest on invisible gifts and track capital bleeding. I did this for strangers my whole career. I never utilized those terrifying forensic skills on my family. I had written 3 pages of properly recorded, perfectly categorized information at 7 a.m. when my coffee was ice cold. Looking at the numerals burned them into my eyes. Chloe's Penn State tuition, room, and board, $72,000 paid straight to the bursar over 4 years. My liquidated trust paid her $95,000 NYU Stern MBA, which she hustled to complete. I framed the down payment for her and David's first starter home as a small, one-time wedding gift because David's entry-level job couldn't cover it and I didn't want to stress them out. Wuan Wutian Mayorn. Leo and Emma paid $7,200 each month at Crestwood Preparatory Academy, after Chloe lamented that public schools weren't challenging enough, and David's promotion failed. Every month. The last 6 years. Just that line item cost $518,400 and increasing. Cost of gold-tier health insurance for their 4-person family during David's 1-8-month finding himself, period, $35,000. Chloe's gorgeous Audi Q7's 4-year vehicle loan, $1,200 per month, auto-drafted from my secondary account. The $900 emergency foods debit card I gave Chloe when Leo was a baby and quietly topped up every month for 14 years. Emma's private cello lessons. Calculus AP tutoring for Leo. The expensive, multi-generational family vacation to a Bahamas luxury resort that I enthusiastically advocated and fully sponsored because I wanted to spend time with my grandchildren, and Chloe couldn't afford flights or seaside cabanas. Little things. Not visible. Endless. Suffocating. The spreadsheet's bottom stated $1,250,000 in black Arial. eBay Arshawu Mayorn. Spread thinly, delicately, and wonderfully over 20 years. My daughter may sit at a candlelight table, drinking wine I probably bought her, and ask me, what bills? In confusion. I shut the laptop carefully. In the quiet house, the hinge clicked hard. From my ergonomic chair, I watched the glorious October sunlight and imagined invisibility. I thought about how I had purposefully made myself a financial ghost, because true parental love required self-effacement. Chloe, calling Victoria self-made, without cognitive difficulty puzzled me. Because Chloe's carefully maintained, perfectly insulated life contained everything she possessed. The top school, beautiful residence, organic goods, and perfect security were there. Similar to oxygen. Nobody worries where the air comes from since they've never suffocated. I grabbed my phone. My main bank's senior relationship manager's private line was phoned. I skipped business hours because she checked her texts. "Brenda," I said sleepily when she answered. "I apologize for the hour. I need to execute a series of immediate, hard-stop cancellations on a massive block of automatic payments and standing wire transfers." Brenda handled my accounts for a decade. She recognized my tone. "Of course, Martha. Good morning. Let me log into the terminal. How many specific transfers are we discussing terminating?" "All of them," I said. Deadpan was my tone. "Everything, Brenda. Every single standing order connected to my daughter's accounts, my son-in-law's accounts, and the grandchildren's educational portals. The mortgage supplements, the tuition drafts, the auto loans, the grocery card. Sever every single umbilical cord. Immediately." A mechanical keyboard clacked rapidly and paused long on the other end of the connection. The silence of a seasoned banker observing a massive liquidity loss. "Martha, are you absolutely certain?" Brenda sympathized, shedding her banking persona. "Some of these are massive recurring life expenses. The shock to their ecosystem will be violent. If a payment bounces on that Crestwood tuition, the penalty fees alone." "I am a wealth manager, Brenda," I whispered. "I know exactly what the penalty fees are. I know exactly what I am initiating. Burn the bridge." I must describe the terrible, surreal 3 weeks between Brenda's 7 a.m. call and the last violent encounter, since it wasn't passive cancellation. I didn't pout at night. I was doing something else entirely. After the shovel touched the dirt, I couldn't stop digging. Investigating. Unrelated to Victoria, Diane Vance is a dear friend. After 35 years as a ruthless, brilliant FBI white-collar crime division forensic accountant, Diane retired and founded a top, covert private consulting firm. Over 20 years, I had secretly referred Diane dozens of my most difficult, desperate clients. Rich people came to my office crying with knotted, blood-soaked books, hidden offshore assets, and cheating spouses, needing a microscopic forensic eye to analyze the financial chaos. Diane owed me several professional favors. I called her on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I called her, "Diane," without greeting. "I need a comprehensive colonoscopy-level financial picture of a company called Radiant Beauty Cosmetics, and its supposed founder, a woman named Victoria Vance." Diane didn't blink. "Is this a professional inquiry for a client, Martha, or is this personal? Does the classification change your hourly rate or your methodology?" I asked. "Not in the slightest," she purred predatorily. "Give me 10 days, don't call me, I'll call you." She called 8 days later. When I answered the phone, Diane's voice was harsh and flat, as if the financial pathology report was worse than imagined. "Martha," Diane whispered, "I am going to send a heavily encrypted zip file to your private server. I strongly advise you not to open this in a public place. Have a stiff drink ready." After shutting the heavy oak door and consuming 3 fingers of neat scotch, I decrypted the document in my home office. The contents contained 22 meticulously sourced legal documents. Total syllable reading. Radiant Beauty Cosmetics was not founded by Victoria Vance. It was founded in 1984 by her father, Hector Silva, an industrious, calloused Bogotá native who had immigrated to the U.S. with a suitcase in his early 20s. Hector worked hard for 40 years in a warehouse to build a legitimate, profitable mid-market cosmetics distribution network in New Jersey. He died abruptly from a heart attack in 2010, leaving Victoria with the debt-free, successful company. Victoria celebrated her dazzling, empowering empire at cocktail parties, but it was 26 years old when it fell into her groomed lap. She inherited it free. She then wasted 12 years trashing her father's legacy with astounding incompetence. Diane's documents showed financial ruin. "I have every legal right," I whispered. "These are entirely public court dockets, state probate filings, and verified Department of Labor records. I did not fabricate a single syllable of this dossier. If you can provide documentation that disputes a single line item in that packet, I welcome you to present it right now." Victoria looked around wildly. Let me explain David's expression when she looked at him. Chloe stared at the $1.25 million ledger like a bomb, silently crying. She looked at Leo, who was reading pay theft allegations with the confused focus of a teenager learning adults lie. Victoria took her faux fur coat from David's chair. She stopped talking. She ran from the room. Stilettos sounded like gunshots on the floor. Antique windows shook in their frames, and crystal wine glasses shivered on the table as the oak front door crashed. Only Chloe's raspy breathing remained. Emma, my 13-year-old granddaughter, stared at me with huge, tearful eyes after 10 minutes of horror. She asked weakly, "Grandma, did you really pay for everything?" Her sight broke my heart 1,000 times. "Yes, sweetheart, I did. For my school? For the house? For all of it, Emma. For a very long time." Emma slowly grasped this terrible situation. Daughter saw mother hyperventilate into napkin. Leo glanced up from the doll complaint. His voice was exceptionally deep and steady. "So," Leo pointed to Victoria's broken door. "Literally everything Grandma Victoria ever told us about herself. Her company, her money, her struggles. It was all a complete lie." "Not just that, Leo," David said. David's voice was shattered. He had stared at the dining room wall, face slack, absorbing a devastating internal collapse for 5 minutes. A gentle turn to me. Never forget his eyes. He looked like a man who discovered there was no floor. "Mrs. Sterling," David shook. "He always called me Martha. There is something else. Something I found 3 days ago. I didn't know how to bring it up. I thought I was crazy. I mean," perhaps the room quieted. A large logistics company employed David as a mid-level corporate finance director. He was meticulous and pathological. With shaking hands, he took a folded paper from his suit jacket's inside breast pocket. 2 weeks ago, while I was reconciling our quarterly household statements to figure out why our checking account was hemorrhaging, David said, his tone dull, I noticed a bizarre, recurring automated transfer that I could not identify. It was for $750 a month. It was being routed out of a secondary joint savings account that Chloe and I rarely use, and it was being sent to an external routing number I didn't recognize. The transfers dated back 18 months. Chloe stopped sobbing. She watched her husband. David, what are you talking about? I spent 2 days tracking the routing number, David said. I traced it to a secondary checking account opened at a regional bank 3 towns over. An account opened entirely in my name. Using my social security number. Using my birth date. David handed me the paper across the table. Bank account opening paperwork was printed. I did not open this account. David whispered. But the signature on the paperwork. It's incredibly close to mine. It's a forgery, but a practiced one. And the mailing address linked to the account is my mother's apartment. Looking at the paper below, the knot in my stomach was hard and icy. Someone, David choked, crying. My own mother, used my stolen identity to open a shadow account, and she has been siphoning $750 a month from my family's savings for a year and a half to pay her rent. 18 months. Costs. $750. Month. Dollars. $13,500. Chloe screamed and sobbed. She covered her face with hands. A terrible moment passed as I stared at the fake signature. Inhaled deeply. I yelled, David, ending the argument. You are going to take your family home right now. You are going to put the children to bed. And then, you are going to call the fraud division of your bank tonight. Not tomorrow morning. Tonight. And first thing Monday morning, you are calling a criminal defense attorney. David hesitated. Martha, do you really think my mother? I do not know what your mother's internal justifications were, I said gently. I know that you have documented, legally actionable evidence of federal identity theft and financial misappropriation. That is no longer a family disagreement, David. That is a felony, and it is a conversation for law enforcement. David nodded slowly, captivated. He got up, grabbed his crying wife, gently took his terrified children to the door, and left into the cold night. Avalanche-like, 8 weeks followed. First time in 20 years, I wasn't snowplow driver. David hired Robert Vance, an aggressive, respected attorney, unrelated. After 30 years prosecuting financial crimes, Robert switched to civil litigation. My attorney Helen briefed Robert on Diane's forensic dossier, including Department of Labor complaints and eviction dockets, the following Monday at my request. Robert reported David's fake banking documents and stolen transfer chronology to the police. Detective Miller of the Massachusetts State Police Financial Crimes Unit began a criminal investigation. Victoria's sloppiness and arrogance accelerated the investigation. I was subpoenaed to give Detective Miller sworn testimony at his sterile downtown office on a dreary Tuesday morning. After reading Helen's dossier page by page, he looked exhausted. Mrs. Sterling, Miller crossed his pen on the file. How exactly did you, a private citizen, obtain these highly specific Department of Labor settlement documents? I am a retired wealth manager with extensive contacts in forensic accounting. Whispered. The documents are public record. They were compiled by a licensed professional. I also utilized one personal source who was directly party to a separate wage dispute, who provided the information legally. He said, And you had absolutely zero prior knowledge of the fraudulent bank account opened in David Vance's name? None whatsoever, I said. David discovered that discrepancy entirely on his own, and brought the documentation to my home during a family dinner. Detective Miller relaxed. Mrs. Sterling, this is an unusually comprehensive, utterly devastating intelligence packet to drop at a family dinner party. Looking him dead in the eye. Detective, I spent 30 years protecting my client's assets from predators. When someone attacks my family, I do not raise my voice. I do my homework. Victoria's life forensic audit was awful. Victoria effortlessly took David's personal information when she helped him file his taxes right out of college to create the fake account. She stole $13,500 from their pooled funds, but wire fraud remains wire fraud regardless of the amount. 10 weeks after the dinner party that ruined our family, Victoria Vance was arrested for felony identity fraud, wire fraud, and financial misappropriation at her penthouse apartment. Her arrest started a chain. Robert Vance helped Castaneda & Co.'s attorneys renew their massive civil suit after Victoria's insolvency claims delayed it. Criminal fraud charges pierced the corporate veil. After hearing about the criminal investigation, 3 former warehouse workers openly documented her oppressive business practices. Helen, who worked closely with Robert, gave me most of these. I deliberately avoided the criminal case. I witnessed and orchestrated her unmasking, then returned to the shadows, which was ideal. Chloe called me on a serene Thursday afternoon 5 weeks after dinner. Unhurried voice, it wasn't defense. Weary, hollow, and quiet. Mom, can I come over? She arrived an hour later. She looked 10 years older. We had our first brutally honest conversation in 20 years at the kitchen island where she did her high school homework. I answered her inquiries unprotected. She cried twice. I wasn't manipulated by her. Her sobs were deep, terrible tears of someone who realizes they've been lying. She said, I didn't know, Mom, looking into her teacup. I swear to God, I didn't know about the money. I didn't know about the tuition. I didn't know about the grocery card. I know you didn't, Chloe, I said. She cried, but I should have known, staring at me in agony. Shouldn't I have known? How could I be so stupid? How could I just assume the money was magic? Her question was carefully considered. Her mother instantly comforted her, told her it wasn't her fault, and relieved her guilt. I protected her from conflict for 20 years, and look where we ended up. She deserved the harsh reality. You didn't know, because I intentionally made it incredibly easy for you not to know, I gently said. I genuinely thought that was what love was. I thought being a good mother meant removing every single obstacle from your path, so completely that you never even had to feel the bump. And I halted. I think Victoria was a master at telling you a highly intoxicating, cinematic story about what strength and success look like. And I was very, very bad at telling mine. So, you bought her story, and you entirely ignored mine. That is not entirely your fault, Chloe. But it's not entirely mine, either. Excruciating quiet. Chloe said. She charged David interest, breaking a shaky breath, she said. She charged her own son 5% interest on a $2,000 loan, while she was stealing $13,000 from his savings account. And all that time, while we were drowning. While I was sitting at your beautiful table, drinking your wine, telling you that she was everything you're not. I didn't say thank you, Mom, not once. No, I muttered, you didn't. Chloe carried my hand over the marble island like life. I am so deeply, profoundly sorry. Not all right. Since it was wrong. Unacceptable for long. Squeezing her hand. I believe you, Chloe, I said. And I want things to be fundamentally different going forward. For both of us. She wiped her puffy eyes with her sleeve. What do I owe you? For the $1 million, we can set up a payment plan. David is talking to his firm about a massive salary advance. Stop, I said. I am not calculating a debt. That money was given freely, albeit foolishly. I am not a loan shark. I am not taking it back. I looked. What I demand from you going forward is absolute, brutal honesty. I want you to ask me directly when you need help. I want to know when you and David are struggling. I refuse to be an invisible ghost in your life ever again. She nodded frantically. Okay. But what about Leo and Emma's tuition? The school is threatening expulsion next week. He hid. You told me 3 years ago that you had been daydreaming about going back to work, about starting your own boutique consulting firm. You said, you missed the intellectual challenge. I did, she whispered. Then I think it is time for you to stop daydreaming and start building, I said. I will bridge the Crestwood tuition for exactly 1 more semester while you and David stabilize your finances and recover from the theft. After that semester ends, the tuition comes entirely out of your household budget, not mine. If you can't afford it, they go to public school. That is the new deal. Chloe shed tears laughing. A deal? I'm a financial planner, sweetheart, I added. Everything is a deal. 6 months later, Victoria Vance took a harsh plea deal to avoid federal prison. She received 3 years of highly monitored probation, $13,500 in reparations to David, and 500 hours of arduous community service. Castaneda & Co. legal suit drained Radiant Beauty's meager assets, destroying the enterprise her father battled for. Her incarceration time was light. In public, she lost everything. She lost Tale. She lost myth. The glamorous concept of the self-made, globe-trotting female titan who had courageously won the corporate world was demolished. David knew. Most importantly, Leo and Emma knew the truth, Chloe. Once the curtain rises, the miserable magician controlling the levers will be remembered. My nightmare was most influenced by Leo, my grandson. I was proud when Leo wrote his last AP English persuasive essay that spring. His teacher praised his morality and emotional maturity. The essay arrived at my house on Thanksgiving, and he looked guilty as he handed me the papers. I read it quietly at my kitchen island while he pretended to watch football in the living room, monitoring my reaction. Great and insightful essay on creating something meaningful in the world. Creating a legacy is very different than inheriting. He beautifully described the unsung heroes who work tirelessly, without credit. It's easy to mistake an ocean of silent, unyielding strength for nothingness your whole life, he said. His entire essay was about me. Because certain holy, emotional occasions are private, I didn't cry in front of him. I hugged him, told him I loved him, and cried until I couldn't breathe in my garage car that night. Next morning, I traveled to work with my junior partners and rethought generational wealth transfers. Chloe had never learned the words for invisible help. Nobody but me would teach my clients how to tell their kids about that sacrifice. Chloe contacted me exactly 1 year later, approximately a week after that terrible evening. Her speech was wild and energetic, unlike anything I'd heard in a decade. She said, "Mom, I just landed my first major consulting contract. It's a 6-month, project-based engagement with a tech startup. It's exactly the kind of logistical restructuring I used to do before Leo was born." Saying, "Chloe, that is spectacular news. It's not a massive cosmetics empire," she said, beaming. "It's not a multi-million-dollar buyout, but Mom, I built it. I pitched the executives myself. I wrote the entire 50-page proposal from scratch. I didn't beg anyone for a favor." Paused. "Well, actually, I did. I called you last week to help me run the financial modeling projections." "I just reviewed the math, sweetheart," I whispered. "You built the house." A long, heavy line stopped. "Mom," Chloe whispered. "Thank you. Thank you for everything. Not just the money." Pause. "Especially not just the money." I sat looking out my east-facing office window. It was October again. The sky turned from gray to that same piercing light yellow I saw a year earlier while picking apart my life spreadsheet by spreadsheet. "Thank you, Chloe," I sobbed. "Thank you for coming back to me." I often sit in my calm home and wonder what would have happened if Chloe hadn't spoken those terrible, arrogant dinner comments. She may have spoken gently or silently. If I'd swallowed the insult and endured the pain like I had for 20 years with every other financial and emotional burden, I probably would have paid. I picture the big, invisible ledger rising in darkness. A life without gravity would have been great for Chloe. Victoria would have kept her successful grotesque pantomime. We would have moved forward in our comfortable, suffocating lives. Those 3 foolish words, "What bills, Mom?" finally smashed the glass. 3 words delivered with dreadful sincerity by a girl who loved me but had never learned to identify love without a marching band. I doubt Chloe intended to kill me that night. I worry she lost the ability to distinguish the other kind after being force-fed a stunning, cinematic story about power and strength, loud, sharp, visible, and aggressively self-declared. The silent power of darkness, those who pay the mortgage without thanks. It constructs a strong wall around its loved ones and lets them think they're independent. For 62 years, I was invisible. I turned on the lights to reveal the ghost. My family broke into my secret cabin and burned it down. I called the cops, sued them for every penny and let foreclosure destroy them. I'm 32, single, and a long-haul trucker specializing in heavy machinery and hazmat loads. In my family's eyes, I'm the uneducated grunt, the backup plan, the blue-collar disappointment who drives a truck instead of sitting in a corner office. My older sister, Olivia, is the golden child. My parents entirely funded her MBA at Northwestern, covering tuition, rent, and living expenses, to the tune of $140,000. My younger sister, Chloe, is the baby of the family. When she got married, my parents dropped $50,000 on her destination wedding and casually handed her a $30,000 check for the down payment on her starter home. If you do the math, that's $220,000 dropped on my sisters without a second thought. Me? For my 30th birthday, I got a $40 Chili's gift card and a text from my dad that said, "Keep on trucking, kiddo." I never complained. I just vanished into my work. I lived like a ghost on the highway, pulling 80-hour weeks, taking the brutal winter routes through the Rockies that nobody else wanted because they paid triple. I slept in the sleeper cab, ate microwave rice and truck stop sandwiches, and wore the same 4 pairs of Carhartt pants until the knees completely blew out. Every single paycheck, I took 60% of my earnings and funneled it into an obscure high-yield savings account my family knew absolutely nothing about. To them, I was just the guy with a truck. The free labor. Whenever Olivia needed to move apartments, or Chloe bought a new dining set, my phone would ring. I was never invited to the fancy dinners or the wine-tasting weekends. I was only invited when something heavy needed lifting. I was there the day before Olivia's wedding, sweating through my shirt to set up 200 folding chairs. But I wasn't in the wedding party. I was the help. But I had a plan. Last November, I found it, a 15-acre property nestled deep in the woods outside of Estes Park, Colorado. It had a creek running right through the backyard and a stunning, if neglected, 1980s A-frame cabin with massive floor-to-ceiling windows. The owner was a widow named Martha. Her husband had built the place with his bare hands, and she was selling it because she couldn't maintain it anymore. She was asking $230,000. The place needed serious work. The kitchen was a retro nightmare. The deck was rotting, and the plumbing groaned every time you turned a faucet. But the bones were solid steel and old-growth timber. I offered her $215,000. Cash. She looked at me like I was a scammer until I pulled up my banking app and showed her the $245,000 sitting in liquid funds. She started crying, telling me her late husband was a blue-collar guy too, and she wanted the cabin to go to someone who knew the value of hard work. We closed in 3 weeks. I wired the money from a greasy diner booth in Wyoming at 3 a.m. For the next 8 months, that cabin was my entire world. Between cross-country hauls, I drove straight to Colorado. I slept in a sleeping bag on the dusty floor. I ripped out the rotting deck boards by hand, sanded down the original oak beams, completely repiped the plumbing, and built a massive, wrap-around cedar deck. I kept my mouth entirely shut. The plan was to finish the renovation, invite my parents up for Christmas, and finally prove that their disappointment of a son had built an empire with his own 2 hands. Maybe, just maybe, I'd finally get a, "We're proud of you." That fantasy died a violent death on July 14th. I was hauling a 40-ton load of steel pipes to Denver, about 2 hours away from the cabin, when my phone rang. The caller ID said Mom. She never called me midweek unless someone was in the hospital. I hit accept. "Hello? Marcus." "Oh, thank God, Marcus. We need you right now." Her voice was shrill, bordering on hysterical. It was the exact tone she used when she had screwed up and needed me to fix it. "What's wrong? Are you okay? There was a fire at your cabin. We're all here." And Uncle Dave was setting up the massive grill, and there was a leak in the propane, and the deck caught fire, and the kitchen window shattered, and my brain flatlined. The hum of the diesel engine faded out. "What the hell are you doing at my cabin?" Dead silence on the line. Then, her tone shifted to that faux sweet, placating voice. "Your cabin, honey. Olivia found the address in your mail, when I was at your apartment watering your plants last month. We thought it was so sweet that you bought a family vacation home and wanted to surprise us. So, we planned a massive family reunion weekend to break the place in. But there was a little accident." "You broke into my property?" I roared, my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned stark white. "We didn't break in, sweetie. Dad called a locksmith. We've been here since Thursday. But you need to come help us clean this up before the insurance adjuster." I hung up. I pulled my massive rig onto the shoulder of I-25, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I called my dispatcher, a grumpy ex-Marine named Cole. "Cole, drop the load at the Denver yard. I need an emergency leave. My family broke into my house and set it on fire." Cole was silent for exactly 3 seconds. "Drop the trailer. Take your personal truck. Go. Handle your business. And Marcus? Get a damn lawyer." The 2-hour drive to Estes Park was a blur of blinding rage. I pushed my pickup truck to 85 miles per hour up the winding mountain roads. My mind was doing rapid-fire math, calculating the cost of the cedar wood, the custom windows, the hours of sweat and back-breaking labor I had poured into that place. I kept replaying Mom's voice. "Your cabin, honey." Like it was a community center. Like my life, my money, and my property belonged to them by default. I turned onto my private gravel driveway at 6 p.m. The sight made me physically nauseous. There were 9 vehicles parked on my freshly graded gravel. Mom's SUV, Dad's truck, Olivia's BMW, Chloe's minivan, Uncle Dave's massive RV, and a few cars I didn't even recognize. There were at least 25 people swarming my property. Someone had pitched 3 massive camping tents on my manicured front lawn. There was a literal bouncy castle inflated near the tree line. Pop music was blasting from a Bluetooth speaker. And then I saw the cabin. The sprawling cedar deck I had spent 3 weeks building by hand was a charred, blackened crater. The flames had licked up the side of the A-frame, permanently scarring the beautiful wood siding. The massive, custom-paneled kitchen window was completely blown out, jagged shards of glass glittering in the grass. Soot and chemical fire-retardant foam covered everything. I slammed my truck into park and stepped out. The music abruptly cut off. 25 heads turned to look at me like I was the town weirdo crashing their exclusive country club party. Mom came jogging over, her eyes red, holding a half-empty glass of wine. "Marcus, honey, we're so sorry. We were going to surprise you, but the accident happened, and we've been trying to clean up." "Get the hell off my property," I said. My voice wasn't a yell. It was a low, dangerous growl. She stopped in her tracks, her mouth falling open. "What?" "Everyone, off my property, right now." Dad marched over, puffing his chest out, using his booming head of the household voice. "Now listen here, son. Let's talk about this like adults. It was an accident. We'll help pay the deductible. We were just trying to do something nice for the family, and you've been hiding this place from us. You hired a locksmith to drill my locks, Richard." I spat, using his first name. "You broke into a house you do not own. Nobody asked permission. You just decided you were entitled to it." I shoved past him and walked into my cabin. The interior was a nightmare. The kitchen I had meticulously restored was trashed. The custom cabinets were scorched and hanging off their hinges. The fire extinguisher foam was baked onto the new granite countertops. My $2,000 refrigerator was unplugged, the doors wide open, all the food inside rotting because they needed the outlet to plug in a margarita machine. I walked into the living room. Wet towels were thrown over my leather sofa. Muddy footprints ruined the $500 Navajo rug I had just bought. I looked down the hall into my master bedroom. Someone's toddlers had been jumping on my bed. There were juice stains on the sheets and dirty diapers piled in my ensuite bathroom. I felt a vein throbbing in my forehead. I walked back outside. The entire family had formed a defensive semicircle on the lawn. Olivia stepped forward, sipping a white claw, looking at me with pure condescension. "Marcus, calm down. You're acting unhinged. We're family. What's the big deal? It's just some smoke damage. Insurance will cover it. Honestly, you should be thanking us for breaking the place in. You're being incredibly selfish, ruining our vacation. I am giving you all exactly 10 minutes to pack your garbage and get off my land before I call the sheriff, and have every single one of you arrested for breaking and entering," I said, pulling my phone out. Chloe laughed. A sharp, mocking sound. "You're not calling the cops on your own family, Marcus. Stop throwing a tantrum." I didn't say a word. I dialed 911, put it on speaker, and told the dispatcher I had 25 trespassers on my property, who had committed arson and burglary. The color instantly drained from my mother's face. "Marcus, what are you doing?" "Protecting my assets," I replied, hitting end. Clock's ticking. Deputy Miller arrived 20 minutes later. I took that $70,000 and poured it straight back into the cabin. I didn't just repair the damage, I upgraded everything. I hired a professional crew this time. They built a massive, fire-resistant composite deck with steel cable railings. The kitchen was gutted and refitted with commercial-grade stainless steel appliances and custom hickory cabinets. But the most important upgrade was the security. I spent $10,000 installing a state-of-the-art system, 12 high-definition cameras, covering every inch of the 15 acres. Motion sensors, floodlights, and a heavy-duty steel gate at the bottom of the driveway that could only be opened via a code on my phone. Nobody was ever stepping foot on my land again without me knowing. While my cabin was turning into a fortress, my family's perfect facade was crumbling into dust. I heard all the details through my buddy Dave, whose wife is still friends with some of my extended family. To pay the $70,000 settlement, Dad had to liquidate his prized $401k and refinance their house at a brutal 8.5% interest rate. Their savings were completely wiped out. The comfortable, upper-middle-class retirement they had been bragging about for years was gone. Dad had to take a part-time job at a hardware store at age 62 just to make the new mortgage payments. Mom had to drop out of her expensive country club and cancel their 35th anniversary cruise. Olivia's life imploded even harder. Her husband, a high-strung finance bro who despised bad PR and financial liability, was furious that she had dragged his name into a forgery and arson lawsuit. The stress of the settlement, combined with the fact that Olivia had secretly drained their joint savings to pay her portion of the lawyer fees, broke them. He filed for divorce in January. Olivia, at 35 years old, with an MBA and a superiority complex, was forced to move back into her childhood bedroom at my parents' house. Chloe wasn't doing much better, because my parents were now drowning in debt, They could no longer provide the free, full-time childcare they had promised Chloe for her 2 kids. Chloe and her husband were forced to pay for private daycare, which absolutely shattered their budget. Her husband was livid, blaming Chloe's family for ruining their financial planning. Her TikToks stopped being about healing and started being passive-aggressive rants about family members who let you down when you need them most. I spent Thanksgiving and Christmas completely alone at my newly restored cabin. I grilled a massive steak, drank top-shelf whiskey, and watched the snow fall over the pines. It was the most peaceful, quiet holiday of my entire life. No backhanded compliments, no being asked to move heavy furniture. Just me, the fire, and the silence. It's been 10 months since the fire. 5 months since the settlement. I thought the war was completely over. I was wrong. It happened last Tuesday. It was late May, and the weather was finally warming up. I had taken a week off work to stain the new composite deck and do some landscaping. I had the steel security gate at the bottom of the driveway propped open because I was expecting a delivery of gravel for the fire pit area. I was on my knees, working a paintbrush along the baseboards, when I heard the crunch of tires on gravel. I stood up, wiping sweat from my forehead. A white minivan was creeping up the driveway. I instantly recognized it. Chloe. The security system pinged my phone, but she was already parking next to my truck. She stepped out of the van. She looked terrible. The polished, Instagram mom aesthetic was completely gone. She had dark bags under her eyes, her hair was tied in a messy knot, and she was wearing sweatpants. She was alone, no kids in the back. I set my paintbrush down and walked to the edge of the deck, looking down at her. I didn't say a word. "Marcus," she said, her voice trembling. She looked up at the cabin, her eyes widening at the massive upgrades, the steel railings, the pristine windows, the place. "It looks amazing." "You're trespassing, Chloe," I said, my voice completely flat. "The restraining order doesn't explicitly name you, but you are not welcome here. Get back in your van and leave." She took a step forward, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. "Please, Marcus, just give me 5 minutes. I drove 3 hours to get here. I didn't know where else to go." 4 minutes and 50 seconds, I said, crossing my arms. She broke down sobbing. Real, ugly, desperate tears. "I need help. I am begging you. Mark and I are drowning. The daycare costs are killing us. Mark lost his commission bonus this quarter, and we are 3 months behind on the mortgage. The bank sent a pre-foreclosure notice. If we don't come up with $25,000 by the end of the month, we lose the house." I just stared at her. The sheer audacity was almost impressive. "Mom and Dad can't help us," she choked out, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. "They're completely broke because of the lawsuit. Olivia is living with them, and she's a nightmare. Mark is talking about taking the kids and leaving me because the financial stress is destroying our marriage. You're the only one who has money. I know you got the $70,000 settlement. Please, Marcus. It's a loan. I swear to God I'll pay you back. You can't let your niece and nephew go homeless." I let the silence stretch. I let the wind rustle through the pine trees. I looked at my younger sister, the girl who got a $50,000 wedding while I ate truck stop hot dogs, the girl who laughed in my face when I threatened to call the cops while my house was covered in soot. "You want $25,000? I asked quietly. She nodded frantically, a desperate spark of hope lighting up her eyes. "Yes, please. I'll sign a contract. I'll pay interest." "Chloe, do you remember what you said to me when I stood exactly where you are standing right now looking at my ruined house?" She flinched, looking away. "Marcus, I didn't organize the break-in. That was Olivia and Mom. I was just along for the ride. I didn't know they forged a lease." "You didn't organize it," I agreed, my voice hardening into steel. "But you packed your bags. You loaded your kids into your van. You drove up here. You slept in my bed. You drank my beer. You watched my house catch fire, and when I told you to leave, you laughed in my face and told me to stop throwing a tantrum. I was stupid. I was arrogant. I'm sorry," she wailed, falling to her knees on the gravel. "You're not sorry you broke in," I said coldly. "You're sorry the free ride is over. You're sorry Mom and Dad's ATM is permanently broken. For 30 years, this family treated me like a pack mule. You all thought you were untouchable, and you thought I was just the dumb trucker who would always take the abuse." "I'm your sister," she screamed, her face red and blotchy. "I don't have a sister," I replied. "I have a blood relative who participated in the destruction of my property. You want $25,000? Sell your designer bags. Sell the minivan. Get a second job. Figure it out like an adult. Just like I had to." She stared up at me, the desperation in her eyes slowly hardening into a toxic, bitter hatred. The mask finally slipped. "You are a monster. You are a cold, heartless bastard. You're going to let your own family end up on the street because you can't let go of a grudge. You're going to die alone in this stupid cabin, and nobody is going to care. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and tapped the screen. Deputy Miller is on speed dial. I am starting a countdown from 30. If your van is not moving by the time I hit 0, I am having you arrested for trespassing. 30. Marcus, please. 29. 28. She scrambled to her feet, spitting a string of obscenities at me that would make a sailor blush. She threw open the door of her minivan, slammed herself into the driver's seat, and fired up the engine. 25. I said loudly over the roar of the exhaust. She slammed the van into reverse, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and gravel, and peeled backward down the driveway. I watched her taillights disappear around the bend. I pulled out my phone, opened the security app, and hit the button to close the massive steel gate at the bottom of the hill. The heavy metal doors swung shut with a loud, satisfying clang, locking into place. I stood there for a moment, listening to the absolute silence of the mountain. The air smelled like pine needles and fresh wood stain. I walked back over to my paint tray, picked up my brush, and went back to work. I heard through the grapevine last week that Chloe's house officially went into foreclosure. She and her husband are renting a cramped 2-bedroom apartment in a bad part of town, and they are currently in marriage counseling. Mom and Dad are drowning in their new 8.5% mortgage, and Dad is working 30 hours a week mixing paint at Home Depot. Olivia is still single, still bitter, and still sleeping in her childhood twin bed. As for me, I just finished building a custom outdoor fire pit. Next week, my buddy Dave and his wife are coming up for a barbecue. I've got premium steaks in the new fridge, top-shelf bourbon on the counter, and absolutely zero family drama weighing me down. I built my life from the ground up, I defended it when they tried to take it, and I won. Life is incredibly good. My family hid my fiancé and my brother's affair as a mistake. I spent 6 months demolishing their finances and dropped the nuke at dinner. A large commercial engineering and construction firm hired me as a senior project manager. Denver's massive structural upgrade was supposed to take 3 challenging weeks. It ended 2.5. Foundation inspections were perfect, city permits were approved early, and the site was sealed off by Thursday afternoon instead of Sunday. My regional director virtually pushed me out the door, requesting extra days to return to Chicago. Thought about staying in Denver, brewery visits, Rockies games, and late nights without a 4:30 a.m. alarm. Maya was last seen 3 weeks ago. We spent one of our 4 years engaged. I missed her. My chest hurt from missing her. I packed, drove to Denver International, caught the last flight, and arrived after 10 p.m. No text to her. I awaited surprise. I stopped at a 2-4-hour food store on my way home from O'Hare. Buy cheap, crinkly plastic-sleeved flowers. Maya always hated expensive, pretentious bouquets. She laughed. I like the cheap ones, in our kitchen. They feel more real. They're honest. That brightened my homecoming. Glad I had a woman who valued honesty over beauty. Our wedding was 6 months away. The botanical gardens were booked, food deposits paid, and invites stacked on my home office desk awaiting stamps. My apartment was near the stairwell on the 3rd floor of underground parking. My duffel bag and daisies took the elevator to the 4th floor and the hall to flat 412. Place we chose together. I paid for the whole place so she could freelance graphic design. Key was slowly turned in lock. I wouldn't wake her asleep. The living room was dark. A TV was off. Her MacBook was closed on the glass coffee table, with a half-empty chamomile tea mug. I smiled, thinking she worked hard and went to bed early. I received a text at 8 p.m. saying she was exhausted and going to bed. Off went my sneakers. Place my bag. Gently. Then I heard laughter. Down the hall from the master. Not just her laugh. 2 voices. I knew one too well. I died in the hallway. My tighter grip crinkled the flower's fragile plastic wrapper. My big duffel bag was on my shoulder. My mind struggled to explain at first. Maybe she watches YouTube. Maybe I'll look like a neurotic moron while she drinks wine with a friend. I knew that laugh. I heard the laugh clearly. It belonged to Liam, my younger brother. Waiting in the dark hallway took about 10 seconds. Stayed still, not breathing. Hearing impossible facts, my brain processed them. Up to the bedroom door. Not rushing. No running. I didn't hesitate either. Walking silently across the hardwood floor. Opening the door. Maya beat him. On my bed. On my sheets. We bought expensive Egyptian cotton ones at an elite store because she wanted something soft against her skin. I didn't care as long as she was happy. Both froze instantly. Air from the room evaporated. Maya became translucent like her blood had been brutally sucked out. His mouth opened and closed like a fish as Liam struggled to pull the tangled duvet over his waist. Unintelligible stammer. I wasn't loud. No yelling. Viewed them. Actually, I looked. Maya's silver pendant necklace, bought for our 2nd anniversary, was on my nightstand. The floor beside my bed had Liam's polo shirt crumpled. Casually on the oak dresser were 2 empty wine glasses. They were content. This wasn't a drunken disaster. It was typical. My brain clicked. The mind snapped. Not blind rage. It wasn't even painful heartbreak. It was this freezing, pure, crystalline awareness that the woman I thought I was marrying didn't exist. Always protected brother was a ghost. Truly fake, Maya wailed, clutching the sheet. Julian. Julian. Oh my God, please. Raise my hand. I remained silent. To her, I raised my right palm. She choked on a sob. Liam tried next. A trembling man. Bro. Julian. Man. Just let me explain. Please, just listen for a second. He was regarded. My younger brother. I taught high school math. I got him his first internship. A bad credit man needed a car for his new real estate job, so I co-signed a $40,000 loan. The man called me 2 months earlier for help with a complicated girl he was seeing. Apparently I know the complicated girl. The cheap daisies were dumped in the entrance's small wicker trash can after I returned to the closet. I never considered it. I dropped them. My huge vacation duffel bag off my shoulder, I unzipped and packed. Maya wailed and reached out from the bed. I moved around her like broken furniture. I grabbed my work laptop, chargers, and large fireproof lockbox with my passport, birth certificate, and insurance documents. I took 3 outfits, 2 suits, and my toiletries from the master bathroom. Liam was frantically putting on his clothes and hopping to get between me and the bedroom door. Julian, please, don't just leave. Hit me. Punch me in the face. Do whatever you want, but just talk to me. No more packing. I looked him dead in the eyes. Don't, I said. The end. One word. I spoke steadily. Cold and lifeless. Like slapped. Liam recoiled. Retrieving against the wall, he surrendered. 15 minutes. Packing everything I cared about in that flat took that long. Everything else, the custom leather sofa, expensive kitchen appliances, giant flat-screen TV, wedding planning binders, and dining table fabric swatches was pointless. Everything was sick. Zip the duffel. I passed both. Maya advanced and pressed my forearm into my skin. Julian, please. We can fix this. I love you. I slowly took her fingers from my arm. I ignored her facial expression. Looking at her eyes could break me. To the front door. Liam pitifully called my name again. The door closed as I left. I went to the nearest off-interstate Marriott. I checked in, went to the 7th floor, dropped my bag, and sat on the clean, tidy hotel bed. I didn't cry, didn't punch drywall. Not calling best friend. I sat silently listening to the AC hum. Phone exploded at midnight. Maya texts arriving. Liam calls frantically. I turned off sound and vibration and watched the luminous screen fill with notifications like a digital car crash. Biology forbade sleep by 3 a.m. I opened my laptop. No journal was open to record my feelings. I started Excel. Started listing. Not an emotional or forgiveness pros and cons list. Listed connections. I told Liam all my business contacts. Every profitable client I referred went to Maya's agency. Every loan, guarantee, and financial relationship I gave my parents. Every aspect of my life helped them. I pondered rows and columns. Last cell cursor flickered regularly. Saved the file. It was project demolition. I hit the hotel gym at 6 a.m. the next day. After treadmill running until my lungs burned, I did free weights. I moved mechanically, brutally, and focused. I counted every rep aloud in my head to block vision in bed. My phone was face down on the bench press. The edges lit up every 30 seconds. Voicemails, missed calls, and hundreds of messages. No touching. After my 7:45 a.m. workout, I washed, dressed sharply, and went to the next door coffee shop. I turned the phone over in my car, after ordering a black Americano. Maya, 68 messages. They started with desperate apologies, then weak explanations about feeling neglected due to my job travel, and ended with strange, defensive fury. Speak up before leaving. Engaged. Please speak maturely. You're cruel. Liam. 34 missed calls. 14 voicemails. Without listening, I removed them. I held my phone when it rang 8:03 a.m. My mom. The screen showed her contact photo. After 4 rings, I swiped to answer. She said, Julian, as she cried. Oh, sweetheart. Liam came over. He told us everything. Ha, ha, ha. I relaxed in the driver's seat with hot coffee and said nothing. Lengthened the silence to annoy her. He feels awful, Julian, she begged. He is absolutely torn up inside about this. He's a wreck. He made a mistake, honey. A terrible, terrible, stupid mistake. But he's your brother. He loves you. And Maya, she's... Mom gasped. I'm listening, I said. My quiet, bland voice probably encouraged her. She saw an opening. Her practice monologue started immediately. She said, family forgiveness. Liam, didn't mean for it to happen. Like, tripping on my fiancé. She said, Human beings are complicated, everyone makes mistakes, and, what truly matters, is how a family moves forward together in grace. I let her talk, telling her, I understand, and I hear you was polite. She appeared relieved, her tone lightening, thinking she was reaching my logical side. Your father wants to talk to you this weekend, she whispered. We're having a big family dinner on Sunday. Just us. We can sit down, work through this together, sweetheart. We can heal. I know we can. Saying, I'll consider. Oh. She was surprised and hopeful. Oh, Julian, that's wonderful. That's really good, honey. I'm so glad you're being reasonable about this. You've always been the mature one. Reasonable. I have to go, Mom. I have work meetings, I say. Of course. But you'll think about Sunday? Yeah. I'll think about it. I hung up. Her dinner never crossed my mind. At 10 a.m., my older sister Chloe texted me. Just heard from Mom. I'm sorry, Julian. Uneasy. Are you okay? Studying the message, Chloe was special. She cared for me and showed empathy. I understood her domestic role. Chloe was the ultimate peacekeeper. Despite Liam's actions, she brought him potatoes to Sunday dinner, because someone has to keep everyone to Gorda. She meant well. In this case, good is softer treachery. I texted, I'm fine. I need space. Please update me on home life. I'd rather not argue. Yes, Chloe replied immediately. Whatever you need, Julian. I got you. Seattle became my home 2 weeks later. Corporate change was terrifyingly fast. I requested a change in my regional director's office after closing the door. I didn't explain. It wasn't needed. Over a year, I considered Seattle as a career move as their best project manager. He made some calls and pulled some big strings to approve the transfer in 72 hours. My new downtown Seattle apartment is 15th floor, windows overlooking Puget Sound. Better than the Chicago original. Since I wasn't paying for Maya's lifestyle, dividing rent, or saving for a wedding, I could afford it. Got new furniture. Dark, sleek, minimal. Nothing smelled, felt, or looked like my old life. The gym, coffee roaster, and waterfront running path were new to me. Totally cleaned my social media. No major updates. I wasn't alone. Suddenly vanished. Only Chloe knew I was in Seattle. I was building something terrible in my luxurious apartment. Project demolition began. I found all my 6-year engineering and development projects. I verified every vendor, executive, and contact. I built the spreadsheet with the same ruthlessness as skyscraper load-bearing foundations. Initial goal. Liam's career. Commercial real estate broker Liam. His entire operation was based on deception and my reputation. Developers I recommended gave him his 3 biggest, most lucrative deals. His Horizon Tower project, breakthrough. My firm's project. When Liam had no business experience, I recommended him to the lead developer. As proof of his networking genius, ability to connect construction projects with top engineering firms, he used my contacts. Target a key, Maya Bees. Freelance corporate branding graphic designer Maya. I brought in her top 3 highest paying clients to pay her rent and fund her luxury tastes. My college roommates, colleagues, and executives hired her because of my recommendation. Goal 3. Parenting. My parents overspent. My dad was a consultant, a fancy term for unemployed with occasional freelancing. For 4 years, I secretly funded their existence to look good. Elite Country Club membership $12,500. Year? Corporately, I claimed, client entertainment venue access. Their Lexus SUVs and luxury cars? I co-signed both leases because my dad's investment failure ruined their credit. Home equity loan? The entire $120,000 limit was based on my high income and perfect credit as a guarantor. Recorded every thread. I charted their lives. I was more than their foundation. I was their main ally. I was about to explode. Chloe emailed me a photo 3 months after moving to Seattle. The family table in Chicago was shown. Sitting around it, everyone laughed. Maya sat beside Liam. My parents smiled from the table's head. Mark and Chloe sat across. They said tonight they're taking things seriously. Mom and Dad are supportive. People say love finds a way. Julian, I'm unsure how to feel. Though it makes me sick, Mom urged me not to cause a scene. I zoomed in on my phone photo and saw an arm around Maya's shoulders. They looked comfortable, like they'd been together for years. I looked down at her chest. I bought her the same silver pendant for our anniversary, and she wore it. I ignored Chloe and called Marcus Vance, the Horizon Tower project's lead development consultant, from my laptop's contacts. Mark and I are close. He recently said Liam was pitching him a massive multi-million-dollar commercial partnership. Phoned him. Marcus yelled, Julian, man, how's the Pacific Northwest treating you? Marcus, it's amazing. Raining, but amazing. Do you have time? I wanted to discuss future projects. Always time for you. Your thoughts? Some things. First, do you still negotiate that commercial partnership with my brother Liam? Yes, we've talked. Still, nothing is inked. You have insider knowledge? Well, I said professionally. I've been forming new partnerships with Denver's Sterling Group. They have more money, a stronger portfolio, and less risk. Humiliated by mom, in front of wealthy guests, to wash dishes. 2-3, my 8-2-year-old grandpa, stopped the dinner to destroy her entire facade. I am Chloe, by the way. I am 25 years old, and for the entirety of my conscious life, I have been under the impression that I am the shadow of the family. Instead, you should avoid being the black sheep, since being a black sheep suggests that you have sufficient presence to cause a disruption. Simply put, I was the noise in the background. At the age of 20, I decided to withdraw from university because the crushing and suffocating fear that I had been carrying in my chest ever since I was a kid led to my complete and total paralysis. I had a hard time getting out of bed. There was no way I could breathe without having the sensation that I was occupying space that I had not earned. In the end, I was able to secure employment at Haven and Hearth, a home decor business that is considered to be of a moderate quality. I worked my way up to the position of shift manager in a stealthy manner over the course of 4 years. I had a lot of experience with it. Among other things, I was responsible for managing the floor, organizing the inventory, and paying my own rent for a little apartment on the outskirts of the city that was drafty. Additionally, I drove a 2016 Toyota Corolla that had a cracked taillight. I convinced myself that it was sufficient to be invisible and to be self-sufficient to me. As the woman who brought me up, Eleanor, she did not believe in the concept of being invisible or self-sufficient. Her belief system was based on power, optics, and the aesthetics of spotless beige. When I was just a young child of 2 years old, she tied the knot with my father, Richard. Immediately after she entered our lives, she started carefully putting together a picture of our family before everyone else. Because I was the one piece of furniture that she couldn't quite figure out how to style, she pushed me up into the attic of her life at the end of the day. Madison, who is my older sister, happened to be her masterpiece. Madison, who is 28 years old, recently graduated with honors from an Ivy League school, is currently employed in high-end public relations, and is constantly aware of exactly what to say, how to stand, and who to smile at. There was a string of exquisite boutique hotels located all along the East Coast, and Madison was recently engaged to Julian, who was the heir to a family that controlled these hotels. The brunch was intended to be the moment when the dynasties were finally brought together. The previously extravagant suburban estate that belonged to my father was made into a Michelin-starred event by Eleanor, who had rented a big mahogany table, hired caterers who wore pristine white aprons, and altered things. The invitation was extended to me. For me, that was the first warning sign. Whenever the lighting was an important factor, Eleanor never invited me to anything to attend. When I received the invitation in the mail, which was thick and cream-colored, my stomach dropped to the floor. I agonized over what to wear for 3 days before finally deciding on a simple navy blue dress that I ironed 3 times. I was a little surprised by the outcome. 20 minutes before the scheduled arrival time, I arrived and parked my beat-up Corolla down the street so that it would not detract from the overall appearance of the driveway. The door was opened for me by Eleanor. Despite the fact that she was dressed in a tailored ivory pantsuit, she gave off the impression of a lady who had never doubted herself in her entire life. There was no greeting from her. By the time she looked at my dress, her lips had thinned into a line that was straight and disappointed. As she spoke, her voice dropped to that chilly tone that she saved only for me. "You can help the caterers," she continued. "Stay in the kitchen unless I call for you." I should have gone in the opposite direction and walked out. The front door was located directly behind me. Having been conditioned for 23 years, however, is a formidable chain. After that, I made my way into the kitchen. While I was standing over a stainless steel counter for an hour, I was slicing strawberries so thin that light could pass through them, putting gourmet cheeses on slate boards that I was not permitted to touch, and listening to the muffled and sparkling laughter of my family as they performed for Julian's parents. To reassure myself, it was all right. I convinced myself that I was assisting. It was my hope that Mom would call me out, draw out a chair, and present me as her daughter when the food was served. I convinced myself that it was possible, even if it was just a possibility. I was presented with a robust silver tray containing smoked salmon and dill crostinis by a caterer at precisely 11:45 inches the morning. His words, "Table 3 needs this," prompted him to dash out of the room. My eyes were concentrated on maintaining the tray's equilibrium as I pushed through the swinging door to the kitchen. I didn't notice Eleanor until she got so close to me that she was almost on top of me. The alarming speed with which she moved was reminiscent of a predator. After her hand had firmly grasped my shoulder, She pulled me forward with a shove. It wasn't a pleasant reorientation at all. My clavicle was the target of an intentional, physical push that was delivered with a flat palm, and it was this push that caused me to stumble forward into the surrounding dining area. She growled, "You're here to wash dishes," while maintaining a flawless smile that was stuck in place. "Don't embarrass us." I became numb. When I held the tray in my hands, it shook. The 12 individuals seated at the mahogany table ceased their conversation. A break was taken by Julian's mother, who was holding a champagne flute halfway to her mouth. Madison averted her gaze, suddenly captivated by the napkin she was holding. With a fixed gaze, my father looked at his plate. Nobody made a single sound. There was a dense, crushing, and embarrassing quiet that prevailed. As my face began to burn with a heat that was so strong that it caused tears to well up in my eyes, I lowered my head and began to redirect my attention back to the home kitchen. It was then the sound. A big oak chair that is slamming into the hardwood floor with a great deal of force. Weakly. Intended to be. I halted this. I raised my head. The man who was standing was my grandfather, Arthur. Having reached the age of 82, he relied significantly on a wooden cane that had been polished. Someone who wore tailored suits and talked so quietly that entire boardrooms had to hold their breath in order to hear him was a man who had developed a large logistical empire from a single delivery truck. He was a man who had built the empire from the ground up. My life had always been marked by him as a character that was intimidating and remote. Eleanor is always keeping a distance from him, despite the fact that he is generous with Christmas checks. One of his fingers was pointed squarely at Eleanor's face, as he stood there with his left arm extended above his head. His appearance was that of a judge who was about to hand down a sentence of death. "Then I'll eat where she is," he responded. "I'll come." The room was broken by his voice, even though it was not very loud. Suddenly, there was no trace of blood on Eleanor's face. "Arthur, please," she pleaded with a cry of terror that was loud and thin in pitch. "Chloe is just being dramatic," she wanted to help. Grandpa Arthur interrupted her by saying, "I said enough, Eleanor," and he said her name as if it were a bad word that he had scraped off his shoe during the conversation. To look at me, he turned his attention. Something so delicate that it caused my chest to ache took the place of the fury that had been present. "Chloe, sweetheart, lead the way." As I forced my way through the door to the kitchen, my hands were trembling so violently that I had to place the salmon plate on the counter that was closest to me before setting it down. It was only a moment later when the door opened once more, and Grandpa Arthur entered the apartment. After taking a look around the cluttered and scorching kitchen, he stepped onto a low-cost metal stool that was brought to the preparation island and sat down. Putting aside a platter of caviar that had been left behind by a caterer, he stood up. Keeping his composure, he inquired, "Do they have any regular eggs in this place?" My brain was experiencing a short circuit as I glanced at him. I can make you some." I was able to locate a carton of eggs within the workplace refrigerator. I began by whisking them in a bowl, then I poured them into a skillet, and then I ordered him to make scrambled eggs and toast. At the same time that we were eating in silence, we were seated in the kitchen, which was filled with the frantic energy of the caterers who were pretending not to see us. After waiting for a few minutes, he removed his fork from the table and glanced at me. "Why didn't you say anything out there?" he asked. As I stared at my hands, I took a significant swallow. "What's the point? They've never listened to me. I'm just me." He examined my face, his eyes following the contours of my face with a peculiar and profound sense of unease. "That is my fault," he clarified in a low voice. "I let that woman's ego run unchecked for far too long." I hushed my voice and asked, "Grandpa, what is going on?" He took a slow sip of his coffee and said, "This brunch was a test." As he continued to speak, "I suggested to your father that we have this little get-together. I explicitly told him you needed to be invited. I've been watching Eleanor for years, Chloe. I saw the quiet ways she excluded you, the ways she chipped away at your spirit. But I needed to see it plainly. I needed to see what she would do when the pressure was on, in front of people she desperately wanted to impress." He placed his mug on the ground. "She just failed. Spectacularly." As soon as I had finished processing what he had said, the door to the kitchen suddenly burst open. When it struck the wall, there was a loud crack. The wrath that Eleanor was experiencing caused her chest to heave, and her otherwise immaculate ivory suit to appear unexpectedly rumpled. She was no longer humiliated, rather, she was consumed with rage. As she approached my grandfather, she took a step forward and yelled, "You are humiliating us. You are ruining Madison's day over a girl who doesn't even belong at that table. She's a retail worker who couldn't even finish college. She has no class, no ambition." None of Grandpa Arthur's eyes even blinked. The weight of his body did not change. He did nothing but look at her, with eyes that were as icy as a lake in the winter. "She is the only person in this entire house who has ever done an honest day's work," he added, slowly lowering his voice to a terrifyingly small range. He was sitting across from me, but he refused to look into my eyes. Using a methodical approach, Evelyn presented the facts, which included the falsified signature, the stolen trust, and the phony adoption. My dad sat there in complete and utter silence. He did not let out a gasp. The man did not yell. He couldn't take his eyes off the table. 2. My question was, did you know? There was no anger in my voice. Simply put, it was broken. At long last, he raised his head. Both of his eyes were crimson. I didn't know about the forgery, Chloe. I swear to God I didn't know she touched your money. I said, but you knew she didn't love me. As the tears finally began to fall out of my eyes, you knew she treated me like dirt. You watched her shove me into the shadows for 20 years, and you did nothing. She was my wife, he murmured, as if offering an explanation for his actions. She handled the house. She handled the finances. It was just easier to let her manage things. Easier for you, I remarked as I stood for the first time. Not for me. After leaving the office, I left him sitting there for a couple of minutes. The disappointment that comes from discovering that your father is a coward is a very particular and ephemeral form of suffering. I was the target of Eleanor's vicious treatment, which she used as a weapon. The cooperation of my father served as the shield that he hid behind while I was bleeding. On Thursday of last week, Evelyn submitted a formal complaint to the court that handles probate matters, making sure to include the findings from the forensic document examiner. It has been found that the likelihood of the signature belonging to my father being authentic is less than 1%. Monday was the day that I received a phone call from Detective Miller, who works with the County Financial Crimes Unit. I walked down to the station and provided a statement that lasted for 3 hours. He made copious notes and inquired in depth about the brunch, the trust, and my living condition. He also took comprehensive notes. The only thing he said to me before I went was, "Keep your phone on." This past 2 evenings, Eleanor was legally served with notice of the filing that was made at the probate court. After receiving a call from Madison at 10:15 p.m., I am aware of the precise time that it took place. After a period of more than a year, my sister finally phoned me for the first time. Her voice could be heard yelling on the phone. "What the hell did you do?" She sounded utterly out of her mind, and her flawless and polished veneer was entirely destroyed. "Mom is hysterical. The police were just here asking questions. Julian's parents are freaking out." "I didn't do anything, Madison," I stated in a calm tone, as I stared at the ceiling of my dirty flat. "I just stopped letting your mother do things to me." She choked up and cried out, "You're ruining my wedding. Did you know about this money thing?" Mom said it was just a misunderstanding about some college fund. "It's a $500,000 felony fraud, Madison," I responded. "I hope the wedding is beautiful, but I'm done setting myself on fire to keep this family warm." I ended the call and disabled her phone number. There will be a hearing in court the following month. During the time that we are trying to figure out what is going on, Grandpa Arthur has relocated me from my apartment to a more temporary suite in the city. Aunt Sarah has been visiting me on a daily basis, and she has been instructing me on how to prepare Lily's favorite recipes. It is the first time in my life that I do not get the sensation of being a ghost. I have a strong feeling. I have a genuine feeling. Update 2. Update. An 8-month period has passed since the brunch was held. Due to the fact that real life does not come to a satisfying conclusion in a television show that is 45 minutes long, I wanted to wait until everything was settled before I issued an update. The judicial system is a tedious, laborious, and time-consuming process. The hearing in the Court of Probate took place toward the end of February. Upon Eleanor's arrival, she was accompanied by a defense attorney who appeared to be billing by the second. She wore a fitted suit in a cream-colored tint that was immaculate, and she was still urgently trying to maintain the appearance of untouchable elegance. Nevertheless, her palms were trembling. She was unable to refrain from picking at her cuticles. She did not look at me at any point. While I was seated at the petitioner's table, Aunt Sarah was seated on my right, and Evelyn Vance was seated on my left. I made sure to maintain a straight posture and a level breathing pattern. 3 months had passed since I had begun intensive therapy with a trauma specialist. During this time, I had been learning how to unravel the profound and covert origins of the psychological abuse that I had been subjected to. My therapist said to me, "You are not reacting to what is happening right now in this courtroom. You are healing from what happened to you as a child. They look the same, but they feel different." She was absolutely correct. I had overcome my fear of Eleanor because of her. I simply experienced a strong and overpowering sense of sadness for her. The lengthy hearing lasted for a total of 5 hours. The forensic proof was incapable of being refuted. An expert on documents named Dr. Harrison testified that the signature on the adoption consent was a bad tracing of the original signature. Evelyn produced the bank records that demonstrated Eleanor had stolen money from the trust in order to maintain her extravagant lifestyle and pay for Madison's wedding deposits. An instant decision was made by the judge, who was a lady who was no nonsense and had zero tolerance for rich entitlement. The most devastating thing that she did for Eleanor was that she formally submitted the case to the district attorney for criminal prosecution. She not only ruled the trust modification to be unlawful, but she also ordered that the trust be fully returned to its original provisions, along with interest. A felony forgery charge, a fraud upon the court charge, and a grand theft by deceit charge were officially filed against Eleanor after she was arrested in April. When Sarah informed me that the charges had been filed, I anticipated that I would experience a sense of accomplishment. It was my expectation that I would want to pop champagne. If anything, I was simply exhausted. When someone has been dragging a boulder up a mountain for 20 years and is finally allowed to put it down, they will experience a profound and bone-weary tiredness when they finally finish. In March, my father submitted a petition for divorce. He did not challenge the decision made by the probate court. In an effort to keep Eleanor out of jail, he gave up his share of the assets that belonged to the marriage, in order to contribute to the repayment of my trust fund. It was unsuccessful. The district attorney is advocating for incarceration. Ever since that day in Evelyn's office, I have not had a single conversation with my father. He inquires about my well-being by sending me an email once every month. There is no response from me. Since I am not yet prepared to forgive him, my therapist has informed me that I do not need to be on anyone else's timeline but rather my own. It was decided to postpone Madison and Julian's wedding, and in the end, the ceremony was reduced to a more intimate courthouse setting. The entire family of Julian withdrew all of their financial support for the massive gala because they were terrified of the public scandal that would result from the fraud charges. In the previous month, Madison and I had a coffee date. She shed tears for a full hour. There was the first time that we discussed Lily, who is my biological mother. Madison admitted that she had always known Eleanor treated me in a terrible manner, but she was too afraid of losing her own golden child status to ever speak up about it. We are not close, and it is possible that we will never be close, but the ice has begun to melt. Grandpa Arthur passed away peacefully in his sleep at the beginning of June. During the time since the brunch, he had been rapidly deteriorating. It was as if he had been clinging to his life force through sheer willpower in order to see this through to the end and ensure that I was safe. At the moment that he took his last breath, my Aunt Sarah and I were holding his hands closely. In addition to transferring the controlling shares in his logistics company and a massive personal trust into my name, he also transferred the deed to his property in upstate New York, which was located in New York, a week before he passed away. You never needed my money to be worthy, Chloe. You were always enough. I just wanted you to have the world anyway. He looked at me from his hospital bed, squeezed my hand with the last bit of strength he had, and said, I just wanted you to have the world anyway. In the month of July, I relocated to the cabin in the state of New York's upstate region. A mega mansion is not what it is. The house is a stunning and well-designed timber-framed structure that is situated on 40 acres of dense forest and a private lake. There are enormous windows, a porch that goes all the way around, and a kitchen that is flooded with natural light. I am still employed by Haven and Hearth, but my current role is that of a contractor for remote logistics. The corporate office was in desperate need of an operational insight, and it turned out that I had gained it by quietly managing inventory and supply chains on the floor for a period of 5 years. Every weekend, Aunt Sarah comes to say hello. This is a group effort. Whenever she talks about Lily, she tells me stories about how she used to snort when she laughed, how she was unable to keep a houseplant alive, and how she cherished thunderstorms. As I slowly piece together a mental mosaic of the mother I was deprived of, I am slowly collecting the pieces of the mother I was robbed of. In addition, I was able to locate the daughter of the notary, who was the one who had sent the anonymous text message. I was able to thank her after we had lunch together. She told me that her act of bravery, which consisted of her decision to hit send on a text message to a complete stranger, had literally saved my life. She broke down in tears and revealed to me that her mother had been feeling guilty for years about taking Eleanor's money, but she hesitated to come forward because she was afraid of Eleanor's legal team. The wooden cane that belonged to Grandpa Arthur is currently positioned in the corner of my living room, leaning against the stone fireplace. Sarah brought it to me after she had finished cleaning out his estate, even though I had not asked for it. It's nothing more than a piece of wood that has been polished. I can hear the sound of it scraping across that mahogany floor every time I look at it, but I can't help but smile. I see a man who is 82 years old standing to his feet in a room full of cowards, pointing his finger, and selecting me as his target. I was told that I was a burden for a period of 23 years. It was explained to me that my job was to do the dishes and to remain in the background. On the other hand, I made it through. It was a good deed. At this very moment, as I sit on my porch and take in the view of the lake, I am drinking coffee from a mug that is mine, I am living in a house that is mine, and I am finally living a life that is mine. I am aware that I am precisely in the location that I am supposed to be. My dad threatened me to babysit sister's 5 kids for free. I smiled, proved I own her minivan, and cut. The secret, $745. Monthly payments. At 35, I've owned and run a large, lively early childhood education center in downtown Portland, Oregon, for 8 years. I enjoy organizing chaos. My days are loud, dirty, and full of illogical little people who think gravity and rules are optional. I spend my weeks wiping noses, breaking up blue crayon fights, and teaching toddlers that big feelings are okay but not hurting friends. A challenging but rewarding career. Making it from scratch, I dedicated my life to child protection. 3 months ago, my 31-year-old sister Chloe suggested I manage her children on weekends since I did during the week, for free. Against my will. At my father's 60th birthday cookout, she announced this. She announced to 60 relatives, neighbors, and family friends on the wooden patio deck with a paper plate of potato salad and a hard seltzer that I was her unpaid, permanent weekend babysitter. Elias takes the kids every weekend now, she shouted over music. He doesn't have a life anyway, and I need a break. Neither asked me. Assigned me. The crowd laughed at my aunt's sweet praise as a cute, weird family dynamic. I didn't laugh. My jaw tightened beside the cooler as family expectations suffocated me. My father leaned in from the grill. He looked at me like a mob boss stopping a local extortion ring, not a parent. You better do it, he said. And if you refuse, then don't expect a single drop of help from this family when you need it. He was respected, observed Chloe receiving pats. I grinned. A calm, impersonal smile shocked me. Deal. Thought I was bluffing. They thought I accepted fate like I had for 30 years. For 4 years, I secretly paid $745 per month to finance Chloe's 7-passenger minivan due to her bad credit. They had no idea I owned a car. They didn't know about the plain manila envelope in my leather work bag that my attorney told me to keep sealed until I was ready to stop being my family's doormat. Hours later, the envelope was ripped open and read to the same crowd, breaking our family. 3 months later, their car violently broke down on Interstate 84 inches, the rain. They called me 18 times. I replied with one-word texts. You must understand my family's toxic, transactional economy to appreciate that patio explosion. My father's house has always smelled like cheap hickory smoke, overwhelming drugstore cologne, and the unspoken rule that love must be earned by being useful. Early on, my sister Chloe discovered our family economy's cheat code. She worked our father's way. She was careless. She lacked empathy and generosity. The loud, confident woman could say something crazy and make everyone uncomfortable for disagreeing. She was the golden child because she demanded attention, and my father liked shine. I quickly realized that being flexible meant being invisible in our house. I was glass child. This resource. Response to fake issues by default. I saved $100 for my 10th birthday. Fortune was mine. I kept telescope savings in a tin lockbox under my bed. Chloe, 14, entered my room one afternoon, popped the fragile lock with a screwdriver, and took the money for a trendy high school party jacket. She cried when I told my father she wasn't disciplined. He drank his beer. She needed it more, Elias. You weren't going to do anything cool with it anyway. You're just gonna sit in your room. Don't be selfish. My empty tin box made me feel betrayed in ways I couldn't express at that age. Chloe didn't apologize. She smiled as she passed me in the corridor wearing the jacket. You bore me, she said. Dad heard her and laughed instead of correcting. Your sister is painfully honest, kid. He laughed. Her brutality was appealing, so he let her do whatever she wanted. By 15, Chloe demanded more. She wanted to join the elite competitive cheerleading team, which required expensive travel and gear. No cash surplus for Dad. Mom, who worked long hours and avoided fire, didn't. The obvious choice was work. Working as a 2-4-hour diner busboy was hard. I woke up at 5 a.m. every weekend, scraping hardened eggs off ceramic dishes, smelling bleach and old coffee, and getting yelled at by rude line cooks while my friends slept in or played video games. Shoebox holds my small tips. Chloe's uniform payments were due, so my dad put the shoebox from my room on his bed. No request. No thanks. His large hand touched my shoulder. That's what family does, Elias. He grabbed my blood, sweat, and tears. Chloe danced in the hallway mirror in her new outfit later that week. It was, finally. She breathed. I saw our reflections behind her. My school clothes were small and old. Industrial dish soap dried and hurt my hands. Over 15, my eyes were tired. I studied resentment's hard math before calculus. My high school senior year ticket, my out-of-state early childhood education grant and partial scholarship were large, mattered to me, complete tuition and housing assistance. Whispering my interview answers in my room mirror. Dad entered as usual without knocking. Asking, "What are you doing?" When I said practicing, I stood tall. For the final scholarship interview. He was appalled by my touring circus career. Scholarships are for kids who don't have a real plan, he said. I do have a plan, I said hesitantly. His snort was harsh. The words, yeah? Your plan is to be what? A glorified male babysitter? A preschool teacher? Hit him hard. Chloe. Come in here. Come listen to your brother's brilliant dream. Chloe entered texting and aggressively chewing bubblegum. Dad mocked and humiliated my college plans. Chloe laughed and popped gum. Ah, she laughed. Little Elias wants to sing the ABCs and wipe snotty noses for a living. So, ambitious. My heart broke that day. No rage exploded. It cooled. Something substantial. Lifetime item. I ignored their mockery, aced the interview, won the scholarship, and left. I started over in Portland and built a career that mattered to non-laughers. Family dynamics didn't improve with distance. Dad never asked how I was when he called from states away. Not checked in. Chloe always needed. At 25, Chloe had 2 kids. At 28, she had 4. At 31, she had 5. Each child brought financial ruin, a need to pull together and sacrifice. She contacted me Tuesday while pregnant with her 4th. A tired toddler fell asleep on my shoulder as I rocked him in the daycare hallway outside the toddler room. My phone buzzed loudly in my pocket. It was Chloe. Still, the programming was deep, so I replied. I always replied. Without greeting, do you have cash? What's wrong? I muttered, massaging the toddler's back. I need a car, she said. Mine is completely done. The transmission is shot. It makes this horrible grinding noise, Elias. It's so embarrassing. Don't make this hard for me. I have kids. Sleeping toddler on my shoulder moaning was deep. I closed my eyes to think. Have you looked at used cars? A cheap sedan? I said. She said I did, making me look stupid. I can't get approved. Dad's credit is totally trashed from his bankruptcy, so he can't co-sign. I knew. For 5 years, Derek, her on and off lover and father of the last 3 kids, had been between jobs. He was like some people between hobbies, comfortable between jobs without considering one. I asked cautiously, so, what exactly do you want me to do? Knowing the answer. Her frustration made her huff. You run a business. You have perfect credit. Just finance it for me. Put it in your name. I'll make the payments. You won't even feel it. I imagined my dad's booming voice. Family does. That in that quiet hallway. I imagined 4 innocent kids who didn't want drama in a scary, broken down car. I imagined guilt trips, endless voicemails, and crying calls, if they got stranded somewhere unsafe. Poorly, I said okay. Chloe deserved it. Kids deserved a safe car, so I did. The following weekend, I flew home. The used car lot smelled like cheap rubber, stale coffee, and despair. Derek played phone games in a plastic chair in the corner, pretending to be annoyed that someone else was buying his family a car while Chloe called the slimy salesperson hun, flirting shamelessly for 3 hours. Chloe barely glanced at the massive stack of documents as the finance manager printed and slid it across the mahogany desk. Derek avoided pens. Sitting. I read each phrase carefully. She was denied by lenders due to her low credit score. Full financing for my 7-passenger minivan, was sole proprietor. A temporary bridge, I thought, for child safety. The monthly payment was staggering $745. Due to Chloe's poor money management, my business account automatically paid off the loan. She wasn't trusted to transfer funds. She pressured me in the parking lot. She whispered, "You're the absolute best, Elias," her voice so sweet-itched. Derek stood up from his phone, slapped my shoulder, and said, "I knew you'd come through for us." "Good looking out, man," he growled, as if I had lent him a lawnmower instead of $35,000 in family debt. Chloe emailed me a carefully edited photo of her gorgeous car in her driveway 2 weeks later. Finally, good news, good mom life. No one said thank you, no justice was sought, just a photo that showed her worth. My life rhythm. Bled, donated, funded, consumed, and demanded. My dad constantly praised Chloe on Facebook for being a fierce mama bear and a fighter, while privately praising me for finally being reasonable and stepping up to do my duty. I swallowed the bitter, metallic taste of being used for years because it was familiar. I had no other dynamic. Until then, early childhood educators need limits. Children are smart. He always climbs after letting a 3-year-old climb a delicate bookcase. They'll test that barrier until you physically and verbally stop them. You don't yell or pout to stop them. Your stops are regular. Totally calm. Punish every rule violation equally. This principle was taught weekly to stressed parents at work. Walking through my father's front door on vacation made me forget every lesson I taught. Breaking took time. Slow, painful decline. Chloe inventoried my weekends a year ago. She refused babysitting. She said, "Drop-off is Friday at 6 p.m., she texted. You can't? How about not? Service-focused life planning. When I gently resisted and said I had plans, she militarized the kids. Wow, she said. So you just hate your nieces and nephews now? You think you're too good for us because you live in the big city? Love those kids, we're innocent. She ruled me with love. I'd consent, cancel my dates, avoid hiking, take the kids to the park, make endless grilled cheese, wipe tears, break up iPad fights, and clean up juice. After Derek picked them up Sunday night, I sat in my lonely apartment staring at the wall and listening to the silence, exhausted. Monday morning, I drag myself back to daycare, smile at the parents, tell the toddlers, big feelings are okay, and hide in my office to breathe through a stress migraine. Verbal constraints were tried. Really did. Chloe, I cannot do every weekend. I called her one night. I work 50 hours a week. I need time to recover. She chuckled. Abusive noise. Recover from what, Elias? You're not married. You don't have kids of your own. What else are you possibly doing? Resting? Yes. I rubbed my temples. Resting. You literally play with kids all day, she raged. It's basically your thing. You're good at it. I have 5 kids, Elias. I'm exhausted. You owe me this. I felt queasy looking at my phone. You really think my job as a business owner and educator is just playing? I asked. My question was ignored. Dad supported her again on the call. Come on, Elias, we all help, boomed. Chloe's got her hands full. She's struggling. You mean Derek? I exclaimed, unable to stop. Derek could pitch in, since he's their father. Crossed silence. Heavy, dangerous silence. Father said, don't start with that disrespect, lowering his voice. Don't you dare insult this family. I hung up. I learned that my family considered honesty the worst disrespect early on. I lost my programming forever, not just because the kids were tired. My father and Chloe saw me as an endless resource, not a son or brother, a tool, their weekend off. No, I said, matching his volume. I've protected those kids for 4 years while you've enabled the 2 useless adults who won't provide. Derek glared at the table. Man, that is totally messed up. You're really gonna screw your own family over just because you're too lazy to babysit on a Saturday? I looked at Derek, a grown man who had done nothing for society or his family, as a boring math problem. You chose to have 5 children, Derek, I said calmly. I don't pay for your life. Many nodded in agreement. Unsettling truth replaced shock. What should we do, Elias? Chloe wailed in panic. She cried, frustrated. How do I get groceries? How should I live? My dad looked at me, desperate, manipulative bargaining in place of anger. He lowered his voice and begged, Elias, son, hands up. Our family. Blood is blood. Avoid this. Put papers away. We'll resolve it. The crushing weight of lifelong conditioning and the desperate desire to be the good son and end the war briefly hit me. But then I saw Chloe and remembered her sweet, poisonous voice across the yard 10 minutes earlier. He has no life. You can't rewrite what you did to me, I whispered. You don't get to threaten me and then beg me in the same breath. Father's eyes turned black. Mask back on. You think you're better? You run a snot-nosed kid daycare? He growled. You consider yourself a big shot? A boundary is clear, not cruel. My job taught me the one truth he had avoided his whole life. A level-voiced I'm not better than you, Dad. I said, I am just completely done being used by you. Contemptuous Chloe said, That's it? She shouted, scanning the silent yard for sympathy. You're abandoning your family? You abandoning us to drown? No bite. Just tap the lawyer's letter's bottom paragraph. I'm giving you exactly 90 days, I said. You have 90 days to either refinance the loan into your own names or start paying me $745 per month. If you don't do either of those things by the end of 90 days, I'll call the police, report the van stolen, and get it back. This is my last offer. My dad grabbed the papers from the table and crumpled them with his huge fists, looking to crush reality. This is ridiculous. You only hurt us. He was furious, but I said, No, Dad. I am doing this so I can finally stop you from hurting me. Nobody laughed, cheered, or drank in the backyard. Everyone stared at the heavy, unavoidable truth on the plastic table. A neighbor coughed awkwardly. A cousin studied his shoe tips. Aunt Beatrice exhaled deeply across the yard, her shoulders dropping like she had been holding her breath for 30 years. Shouting, Chloe said, Elias, you'll regret this. She trembled and said, You'll regret this when you need us alone. Dad nodded vigorously, grabbing his favorite, tired threat one last time. Exactly right, he shouted. You die if you leave that gate. Do not expect any assistance when you fail. I smiled calmly, coldly, freely. Deal, I said. Happy birthday, Dad, I whispered. I truly hope you enjoy exactly what you've built. I zipped my leather bag, slung it over my shoulder, and left. After locking the doors and sitting in the driver's seat, my hands started shaking violently. Not out of fear, but from the adrenaline rush of finally choosing myself in front of an audience that had been trained my whole life to punish me for doing so. I sat there for 5 minutes, breathing and pressing my forehead against the steering wheel. I started the car, left the driveway, and drove home to Portland. Next Monday morning, I drank black coffee and permanently canceled the $745 autopay in my banking portal. I then called my lawyer for clean, legally binding lines, not a fight. "Elias, are you sure you want to proceed with the formal notice?" she called. "Yes," I said without hesitation. She said, "Okay, then we do it properly." Meant certified letters, email documentation, and no more, he said. She said family drama. Just one brief, legally binding text to Chloe that morning. "I won't subsidize your car anymore, Chloe, and you have 90 days to refinance or pay me $745 per month for the van." "Elias, what about the kids? How can you look in the mirror when your nieces and nephews are hungry?" Chloe replied in 3 minutes with a massive, unruly wall of text attacking my sexuality, career, and supposed selfishness with rage, accusations, and vicious insults. I copied-pasted my previous message and sent it again. No debate. At 8 p.m., my dad called. From my couch, I watched my phone screen light up and vibrate across the coffee table until it went to voicemail. A few minutes later, I listened to the recording. His voice was full of self-righteous outrage and certainty, as if he could scold me into submission as a terrified 12-year-5. "You are tearing this family apart, Elias," he shouted through the tiny speaker. "You smell like a stranger. Chloe requires you. Your kids need you. Your stunt will be deeply regretted. Try not to cry to me when you're all alone." I saved the voicemail to a phone security folder to remind myself who he was months or years later, in case guilt tried to rewrite my history. Chloe posted endless, passive-aggressive Facebook quotes about cutting out toxic family members and setting boundaries is just an excuse for selfish people to abandon you. My dad stopped responding to my weekly texts, and froze. Me. Using the silent treatment he used to break me as a teenager. My work life was unchanged. Every day, exhausted parents thanked me profusely. Toddlers cried over broken graham crackers, laughed at silly faces, and learned to share. When I got home at 6 p.m., my apartment was blissfully quiet. Deep, profound quiet felt healing, not lonely. Family pressure switched to flying monkeys. My older cousin texted, "Can you help Chloe, man? She's struggling." I blocked. Aunt Sarah wept. "Elias, your father is devastated. He barely sleeps." Added, "I am not discussing this with you, Sarah." The woman exclaimed, "Your father? I'm his son. He knows my terms." Silence at risk. "You're doing this?" she asked. "Yes," I replied, calmly immovable. In those first 2 months, I learned a strange, painful, but valuable lesson. Toxic people reveal whether they love you or just your free labor and resources once you stop being useful to them. Instead of refinancing the van before the 90-day deadline, Chloe tried to get me back into my old role as if the explosive barbecue confrontation never happened. Derek's character arc, job, and responsibility took time. Friday afternoons, she texted randomly. 6 p.m. drop-off for the kids. Pizza is essential. My answer, no. I didn't answer her call. Her voicemails were again sugary and fake. "Elias, please. Just this weekend. Totally exhausted. I need a break. Be kind, uncle." After hearing the message, I felt immense guilt, and vividly remembered her laughing at me on that patio. "He's lifeless anyway. Delete the message, and hike." I ignored her because I realized that caring without boundaries is slow, agonizing self-destruction. The inevitable climax followed. My phone started vibrating aggressively on the conference table after leading a staff meeting on new safety protocols on a cold, rainy November Tuesday afternoon. A torrential Pacific Northwest downpour turns the interstate into a slippery, dangerous sheet of dark glass. "Caller. Chloe." I pressed the red decline button and put the phone face down, but it buzzed again after 10 seconds. My worried assistant director asked, "Is everything okay, Elias? An emergency?" "It's just family," I whispered, taking the phone and leaving the quiet hallway. My screen showed 4 minutes, 18 missed calls, and Derek sent me a text. "Derek. Elias. Answer the phone, major emergency. We're stuck." My stomach nodded. Emergency is terrifying, with young children. My childhood programming told me to call them back, rush to the rescue, open my wallet, and fix the crisis. Instead of calling, I called Aunt Beatrice, the only family member who didn't manipulate or lie. "Hi, Elias." Beatrice sighed. "Aunt B, are the kids okay?" My heart raced as I asked. "The kids are physically fine, honey," she said quickly. "They are in a warm gas station off I-84. But Chloe's van completely broke down on the highway. All out hood smoke. total engine failure. Naturally, Derek is having a fit, and Chloe is crying because they can't afford a tow truck or a mechanic. I stood in my daycare hallway, listening to toddlers sing softly, and imagined Chloe crying, Derek yelling at a cashier, and the kids huddled, scared, and confused. I imagined driving 2 hours in the rain, paying the $300 tow fee, $3,000 repair bill, and absorbing their chaotic, toxic stress. And then I realized something profound. Boundaries became real, difficult actions rather than cute, theoretical talking points in therapy. Thank you for telling me, B, I whispered. I love you. She advised Elias to stay strong and not cave. I hung up, then called the State Highway Assistance Patrol, and gave them the exact location of the gas station Beatrice mentioned, ensuring the kids were safe and would be checked by authorities. Then I checked my texts. Chloe was sending them fast. Elias, answer the phone. The engine blew, leaving us stranded on I-84. Chilo, bring your credit card, you must help us now. Chloe. Elias, stop being so petty. You have nothing to do today. Even in the midst of her own self-inflicted crisis, she saw me as an empty vessel waiting to be filled with her problems. Instead of arguing with her logic or expressing my anger, I typed one word, hit send, and blocked her number, permanently. Me. Deal. My dad called 2 minutes later. I answered on the first ring. Elias. Rain and wind were in the background as he roared into the phone. Your sister and nieces and nephews are stranded on the highway. You get in your car now and help them. You hear me? I remained terrifyingly calm. Dad, I called the highway patrol. Help is on its way. The kids are safe in gas stations. It doesn't matter who you call, you are their family, he screamed, insane. Family helps. If you don't get them now, hell awaits. Never expect anything from us again. Deal, I said, hanging up and blocking his number. Later that evening, Aunt Beatrice texted me that the highway patrol had arrived and the van had been towed to a scrapyard because the engine block was cracked and the repair cost exceeded the vehicle's value. Chloe was furious and Derek was blaming the mechanic who changed the oil last year. My dad drove 2 hours in the rain to pick them up, complaining the whole time. I put my phone on my desk, left my office, and returned to the toddler classroom. A 3-year-old girl was sitting on the carpet, crying quietly because her banana broke in half when she tried to peel it. It's completely ruined, Mr. Elias, she whispered, crying. Sitting next to her on the floor, I crossed my legs and gently handed her the 2 banana pieces. It's not ruined, sweetie, I said, smiling. It's just different now. Have 2 pieces. Eat one now, save one later. She sniffled, looked at the pieces, and took a small bite. Okay, she said. My family did not love me. They loved what I provided for them. The moment I stopped being a useful, compliant resource, their conditional love turned into threats, rage, and manipulation. For 35 years, I confused, enabling with kindness. I thought being flexible, shrinking myself, and absorbing their chaos made me a good family member. But true family does not weaponize compassion, mock your existence, or treat your life as worthless. Saying no to toxic people is radical self-preservation. I saved my nieces and nephews from that highway by calling the police. I stopped letting 2 grown, capable adults brutally exploit me while hiding cowardly behind their children. I didn't explode or plot a revenge scheme, I just enforced the consequences I had legally stated 90 days earlier. If people truly love you, they will never threaten to withdraw their support just because you stop letting them use you. That is manipulation wearing a cheap family mask. Since the engine blew and the van was towed to a scrap yard, I legally surrendered the title to the yard for scrap value, $800, which I applied to the loan. I am currently paying off the remaining loan balance myself. Yes, it sucks financially to pay for a dead car, but I consider it the best, stupid tax I have ever paid to buy my permanent freedom from the van. We used my brother as a financial safety net for years. His wife opened his eyes, and he took back my minivan, and left us to go bankrupt. My name is Mark. I'm 32 years old, and up until about 8 months ago, I was the ultimate doormat for my family. I was the reliable one, the easygoing one, the son who never caused a fuss and always picked up the tab. I thought being low maintenance made me a good son. I thought it meant they respected me. It turns out, it just made me an easy target. I need to tell you about the dinner that completely blew up my family, and the insane sequence of events that followed, ending with a twist that I still can barely wrap my head around. Before we get to the downtown seafood grill and the lobster incident, you need to understand the dynamic of my family. I grew up in a seemingly normal suburban household of 4. Me, my younger sister Chloe, now 29, and our parents, Robert and Helen. From the outside, we were the picture of middle-class stability. But inside those walls, there was a very clear, unspoken hierarchy, and absolutely everything revolved around Chloe. I'm not saying my parents didn't love me. I'm sure they did in their own way. But there is a massive difference between loving your child and prioritizing them. Chloe was the priority. She was the golden child, the one who could do no wrong. When we were teenagers, the disparity became impossible to ignore, even though I tried my hardest to blind myself to it. When Chloe turned 16, there was a brand new sedan waiting in the driveway with a giant red bow on it. When I turned 16 2 years earlier, I was told that if I picked up extra shifts at the grocery store where I bagged groceries, I might be able to afford a used clunker by the time I graduated. When Chloe wanted to join a competitive cheerleading squad, my parents drove her 2 hours each way, 4 times a week, and dropped thousands on uniforms and travel fees. When I asked to join a travel soccer team, my dad sat me down and gave me a lecture about fiscal responsibility, telling me it was too expensive and too far. I believed them. I didn't even question it. That's the tragedy of being the kid who gets less. You don't realize you're being shortchanged because you've never known anything else. You just assume that's how the world operates. Some kids get the shiny new toys, and some get the hand-me-downs. When it came to college, the gap widened into a canyon. I went to an in-state public university. I paid my own way through a grueling combination of student loans, 2 part-time jobs, and a diet consisting of so much instant ramen that my blood pressure is probably still recovering. Chloe, on the other hand, went to an elite private university. I assumed she had loans too. I didn't find out the truth until 3 years after I graduated. We were at Thanksgiving dinner, and my mom casually mentioned, like she was talking about the weather, "Oh, we covered Chloe's tuition in full, so she wouldn't have to stress, and could focus on her journey." I just sat there, chewing my turkey, nodding like an absolute idiot. What was I supposed to say? Mark the agreeable was my designated role. After college, I landed a solid job in logistics. It wasn't flashy, but it paid well. I worked my ass off, climbed the ladder, and eventually became a regional operations manager. I bought a modest house, drove a reliable car, and lived strictly within my means. Meanwhile, Chloe bounced between careers like a pinball. She did fashion merchandising for 6 months, event planning for a year, real estate for about 3 weeks, and then settled into some vague lifestyle consulting gig that mostly involved posting heavily filtered photos on Instagram and calling it a business. Through every single failed venture, my parents bailed her out. They paid her rent, covered her car lease, and funded her startup costs. I never said a word. Then I met Sarah. Sarah is a force of nature. She is sharp, fiercely loyal, and has a built-in radar for manipulation that is downright terrifying. We met at a mutual friend's birthday party, and within 20 minutes, we were huddled in the kitchen making sarcastic comments about the host's terrible Spotify playlist. I knew I was going to marry her by our 3rd date. We dated for 2 years, and had a beautiful, small wedding at a botanical garden. Even at our wedding, my family's dynamic bled through. During the reception, my mom spent 45 minutes cornering my new wife's family to talk about how Chloe was finding her true calling, and how proud she was of Chloe's aesthetic journey. Sarah noticed. She didn't cause a scene, but her eyes cataloged everything. Once we were married, the family dinners continued. Every 3 weeks, my parents would invite us out to dinner. Sometimes, Chloe would bring whatever guy she was dating that month. And every single time, the exact same script played out. My parents would pick a nice, slightly upscale restaurant. We would sit down. Chloe would order the most expensive items on the menu: top-shelf cocktails, premium appetizers, extravagant entrees, and a dessert she'd take 2 bites of. My parents would order modestly. I would order something mid-range. When the check came, the table would go completely silent. My dad would look at his watch. My mom would stare at the ceiling. Chloe would be busy texting. And my dad would subtly slide his eyes toward me. And I, like a trained circus animal, would reach out, grab the leather folder, and drop my credit card. I'm not talking about splitting the bill. I'm talking about covering the entire thing. Every single time. I'd drop $250, sometimes $350, without blinking, because that's what Mark does. Mark is successful. Mark is reliable. Mark pays. Sarah noticed this immediately. At first, she brought it up gently. "Hey, did you notice your dad didn't even pretend to reach for his wallet tonight?" Or, "Chloe ordered a $45 steak and 3 margaritas, and didn't even look at you to say thank you." I would brush it off. "They're my family, it's fine," I'd say. "Chloe is going through a rough transition." Or my favorite excuse, "It's just dinner, Sarah. It's not worth the fight." But it was never just dinner. It was a calculated system of exploitation, and I was the willing victim. I volunteered for it because, deep down, a pathetic part of my inner child believed that if I stopped paying, they would stop inviting me. That illusion violently shattered on a Thursday night in October. My parents had invited us to a fancy downtown seafood grill. It was a high-end place with dim lighting, white tablecloths, and waiters in vests. Sarah and I arrived and sat down. Chloe was already there with her newest boyfriend, a guy named Chad who wore too much cologne and talked about cryptocurrency like he was the second coming of Steve Jobs. My parents were in a great mood. The conversation was flowing. Everything felt normal. Then, Sarah got up to use the restroom. She told me later exactly how it happened. To get to the restrooms, you had to walk down a narrow hallway past the private dining alcoves. As she was walking back toward our table, she realized she had left her purse on her chair. She paused behind a large decorative pillar to fix her shoe. That's when she heard my mother's voice. My mom wasn't whispering. She wasn't being discreet. She spoke in the casual, matter-of-fact tone of someone giving driving directions. Order the lobster, Chloe. And get the crab dip too. He won't say a word. He's too well trained. Sarah froze. She said it felt like all the air had been sucked out of the restaurant. My own mother wasn't just passively accepting my generosity. She was actively coaching my sister on how to exploit me. She was the architect of the scam. Sarah didn't storm the table. She walked back, sat down next to me, and slid her hand onto my thigh under the table. Her grip was tight. I looked at her, and her jaw was locked. I knew my wife. I knew that look. A storm was coming, and I had no idea I was standing at ground zero. For the rest of the dinner, Sarah was unnervingly quiet. She just watched. She watched as Chloe ordered the twin lobster tails. She watched as Chad ordered the surf and turf combo that cost more than my first car payment. She watched as my parents ordered their modest chicken dishes. I ordered a salmon fillet. Sarah, who absolutely loves seafood, ordered a side salad and a glass of tap water. That should have been my massive red flag. A side salad was Sarah's version of loading a shotgun. The conversation droned on. Chloe started talking about her latest pivot. She wanted to become a certified life coach. It requires a $4,000 immersive retreat in Vegas, she said, swirling her $18 cocktail. But it's going to totally align my chakras for business. My mom nodded like this was the most profound thing she had ever heard. Then, my mom turned to me, her eyes gleaming with expectation. You know, Mark, you should really help Chloe out with that retreat fee. It would be a beautiful way to support your sister's journey. I opened my mouth. I felt the familiar, spineless words forming on my tongue. Sure, Mom. We can look at the budget. Before a single syllable could escape my lips, Sarah's fingernails dug into my knee under the table. It was a warning grip. Do not speak. That sounds like a huge investment, Sarah said, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. I'm sure Chloe has a solid business plan and savings to cover it. The table went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Chloe stared at Sarah like she had just sprouted a second head. My dad suddenly became intensely focused on his napkin. My mom's smile tightened into a thin, white line. Well, my mom stammered, family helps family, Sarah. That's just how we do things. Interesting, Sarah replied, taking a slow sip of her water. Then, the waiter arrived. He placed the black leather check folder right in the center of the table. The ritual began, the grand performance. My dad looked away. Chloe picked up her phone. My mom took a sudden interest in the ceiling architecture. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Out of pure, ingrained reflex, my hand started to move toward the folder. I couldn't help it. 32 years of conditioning pushed my arm forward. My fingers were an inch away when Sarah's hand shot out. She grabbed the leather folder, opened it, glanced at the $350 total, and then calmly, deliberately, slid it across the white tablecloth until it hit my mother's water glass with a soft clink. Your turn, Sarah said. 2 words. 2 words that detonated a nuclear bomb in my family's carefully constructed reality. My mom stared at the folder like it was a venomous snake. Where was that philosophy when I was eating instant noodles in college, while you fully funded Chloe's private university? Where was that philosophy when I was working 2 jobs, while you bought Chloe a brand new car? You have funded her entire life, and she is still drowning. Giving her $65,000 isn't helping her, it's just reloading the gun. How dare you speak to us like this in our own home? My mother shrieked, standing up from the table. Your sister has a sensitive soul. She struggles with the pressures of the world. You have always been cold and calculated. Nah. I'm not cold, Mom. I'm just finally awake. I stood up as well. I am not signing away a single dime of my inheritance. Grandma wanted me to have that money, and I am going to keep it. If Chloe needs money, she can get a job at the grocery store like I did when I was 16. Chloe burst into theatrical, heaving sobs. You're ruining my life. You're so incredibly selfish, she wailed, burying her face in her hands. We are done here, I said, turning to Sarah. Sarah stood up, calmly wiped her mouth with her napkin, and tossed it onto her half-eaten slice of cherry pie. She looked directly at my mother. You blew up this family over a lobster, Helen, Sarah said, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm register. And now you're trying to pick his pockets on the way out. Enjoy the pie. We walked out. The front door slammed behind us, echoing in the quiet suburban night. If I thought the fallout from the restaurant was bad, the aftermath of the inheritance refusal was apocalyptic. By Sunday morning, my phone had 17 missed calls and a string of unhinged voicemails from my father, calling me a traitor, a sociopath, and a disgrace to the family name. Chloe sent me a massive wall of text detailing how I was the reason she was having a panic attack and how my greed was actively destroying her mental health. I didn't reply to any of it. I took screenshots, saved the voicemails, and put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Then, on Tuesday afternoon, I got a phone call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something told me to pick up. Mark? It's Aunt Martha. Aunt Martha is my mom's older sister. She has always lived out of state, and we rarely spoke outside of holidays. She was a no-nonsense retired high school principal who had never quite fit in with my mother's pretentious suburban lifestyle. "Hi, Aunt Martha," I said cautiously. "I heard what happened at the dinner on Saturday," Martha said. Her voice was crisp. "Your mother called me in tears, claiming you violently screamed at them and demanded all the money from the house." I let out an exhausted sigh. "Martha, that's not what happened. They tried to force me to sign over my $65,000 share to Chloe to pay off her Vegas credit card debt. I refused, and we left." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then, Martha let out a dark, knowing chuckle. "I knew it. I knew Helen would try to pull something exactly like this. Listen to me very carefully, Mark. Your grandmother is losing her memory, but 2 years ago, she was sharp as a tack. She knew exactly who your mother was, and she knew exactly how Chloe was favored." My heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" "Your grandmother updated her trust 2 years ago," Martha explained. "She specifically wrote in an anti-coercion clause regarding your share. She told the estate lawyer, Mr. Vance, that she suspected Helen would try to divert your inheritance to Chloe. The trust dictates that your $65,000 must be paid directly into an account solely in your name. Helen cannot touch it. Furthermore, if Helen attempts to block the sale, or illegally reallocate the funds, she forfeits her role as co-executor to me entirely." I had to sit down on the edge of my bed. My grandmother, the sweet woman who used to bake me cookies and let me catch fireflies in her yard, had seen everything. She had seen the neglect. She had seen the favoritism, and from her declining state, she had set up a legal fortress to protect me. I started crying again, but this time, it was out of profound gratitude. "Thank you, Martha," I choked out. "Don't thank me yet," Martha warned. "Helen is desperate, more desperate than you realize. You need to hire your own attorney to represent your interests during the house sale. Do not trust your parents." I took her advice. The next morning, I hired a sharp estate litigation lawyer named Mr. Vance, the same firm Grandma used. It was the smartest money I ever spent. Because 2 weeks later, the ultimate, mind-bending twist of this entire saga dropped. Mr. Vance requested a full financial disclosure of the estate and ran background checks on the executors, my mom and Martha, to ensure no conflicts of interest. During this process, Mr. Vance uncovered a massive, glaring secret that my parents had been hiding from everyone. My parents didn't just want my $65,000 to bail out Chloe. They needed the money to save themselves from imminent financial ruin. 3 years ago, when Chloe started her luxury event planning business, she needed a massive amount of capital. No bank would lend to her. So, my parents, in their infinite delusion, took out a massive second mortgage on their own house to fund her business. They handed Chloe over $150,000. Chloe blew it all in less than a year on expensive office space, luxury company cars, and extravagant networking parties. The business went under. My parents were left holding the bag on a massive second mortgage that they couldn't afford on my dad's salary. They had been secretly drowning in debt for 3 years. They had maxed out their own credit cards just to keep up appearances, which suddenly explained why they were so eager for me to pay for the $350 dinners every few weeks. They literally couldn't afford to eat out, but their pride wouldn't let them stop playing the wealthy suburbanites. The bank had issued a pre-foreclosure notice on my parents' house just 2 weeks before the restaurant incident. Their master plan was to sell Grandma's house. They were going to take Mom's $130,000, force me to give Chloe my $65,000, and then have Chloe gift them back the money so they could pay off the second mortgage and stop the foreclosure. By refusing to sign over my share, I had unknowingly pulled the final block out of their incredibly fragile house of cards. When Mr. Vance presented me with these documents, I was speechless. The sheer scale of the lies, the deception, the financial recklessness, it was staggering. Mr. Vance sent a formal legal notice to my parents, informing them that I was fully aware of the trust stipulations and their current financial distress. He warned them that any attempt to tamper with my inheritance would result in immediate reports of elder financial abuse and fraud. The threat of criminal charges finally broke them. My mother completely folded. The house sale went through smoothly 3 months later. The property actually sold for a little over asking, and my final cut came out to just over $68,000. The money was wired directly into a high-yield savings account in my name. I used it, along with the massive bonus from my new director job, to put a hefty down payment on a beautiful, 5-bedroom house for Sarah and me in a quiet, upscale neighborhood. We are currently trying for our first baby, and life has never been better. As for my family, the fallout was absolute carnage. Chloe received her $68,000 share. Instead of paying off her $40,000 credit card debt, she paid the minimum balances, rented a luxury penthouse apartment downtown that cost $4,000 a month, bought a designer dog, and threw a massive rebranding party. According to cousin Ben, she was completely broke again within 5 months and is currently facing eviction. My parents received their $136,000 share, mom's cut, but it wasn't enough. Because of the accumulated interest, late fees, and their own maxed-out credit cards, the $136,000 barely made a dent in the arrears of their second mortgage. The bank refused to restructure the loan. 6 weeks ago, my childhood home, the house where I was told I couldn't have a bicycle while my sister got a car, was foreclosed on. The bank took it. The day after the eviction notice was served, my dad called me. His voice was broken, stripped of all the arrogance and authority he used to wield like a weapon. "Mark," he rasped into the phone. "We lost the house. The movers are coming tomorrow. We have nowhere to go. Apartments are requiring huge deposits because of our ruined credit. We heard you and Sarah bought a big new house. We just need a place to stay for a few months to get back on our feet. Chloe needs a room too. Please, son. Family helps family." I stood in the kitchen of my beautiful new home. Sarah was sitting at the island, sipping coffee, watching me. I thought about the $22,000 in dinners. I thought about the ramen noodles. I thought about the whispered quote, "Order the lobster, he won't say a word." I thought about the attempt to steal my inheritance to cover up their own massive, enabling failures. "I'm sorry, Dad," I said, my voice perfectly steady, devoid of any anger or malice. Just cold, hard truth. I have 5 bedrooms, but there's no space for you here. You taught me a very valuable lesson about fiscal responsibility when I was younger. You told me handouts ruin character. I'm just honoring your parenting. Mark, please," he started to sob. "Good luck, Dad. Tell Mom she should have skipped the lobster." I hung up the phone. I blocked his number. I blocked my mother's number. I blocked Chloe. It has been exactly 8 months since the dinner that changed my life. I am a director at my company. I have a beautiful house, an incredible wife, and a growing savings account. I speak to Aunt Martha and cousin Ben regularly. We even hosted them for Thanksgiving, and Sarah made a spectacular turkey. Sometimes, late at night, I think about how close I came to living the rest of my life as their ATM. If Sarah hadn't forgotten her purse, if she hadn't paused behind that pillar, I would probably be sitting in a cramped apartment right now, writing a check to cover my parents' bankruptcy while Chloe posted Instagram photos from a yacht. But the truth came to the light. I stopped paying. And the moment I put the check down, the parasite starved. If you are reading this, and you are the reliable one in your family, if you are the one who swallows your pride to keep the peace, if you are the one reaching for the check while everyone else looks away, put the pen down. Say no. The explosion will be massive, but I promise you, the peace on the other side is worth everything. My mother-in-law called me a jobless disgrace and kicked me out. I smiled, booted my cheap laptop and used my $32 million firm to foreclose her mansion. I spent my childhood in Bend, Oregon. If you have ever been there during the thick of winter, you are aware that the cold does not simply rest on your skin, rather, it eats down into your bones and remains there until spring. This is your experience. I was desperately attempting to fight my way out of a life that I was going through, and the mountains that surrounded our town stood mute, like towering witnesses to that life. The only item that could be considered our home was an old, deteriorating cedar hut that my grandfather had constructed in the 70s era. Both the ceiling and the roof were covered in brown water stains, and the roof was sagging in the middle like a worn spine. You had to learn how to fix the plumbing yourself because calling a professional meant you had to go without groceries for a week. This was the kind of scenario you would find yourself in. The graveyard shift was the one that my mother, Clara Hayes, worked at a 2-4-hour cafe that was located just off Route 97. When she wasn't serving burnt coffee to fatigued truck drivers, she was working part-time at the county library in the area, where she was responsible for doing book sorting. When she arrived home, she always smelled like a combination of stale coffee beans, grease from the fryer, and dust from old paper. In my mind, such odor did not indicate that I was poor. It meant remaining alive. The word meant love. Around the time that I turned 19, I sat Mom down at the shaky table in our kitchen and informed her that I would not be attending college. We were both aware of the truth. My father had disappeared when I was 6 years old, leaving us with nothing but a mountain of unpaid medical bills, and a heating system that was inoperable during that time. Even if there was not a single penny available for tuition, the mere fact that she heard me speak those things out loud caused her face to fall apart. "Nathan, you don't have to give up your dreams just to help me," she added as she straightened out the creases in her diner apron. Her hands were shaking as she spoke these words. At the other end of the table, I stretched out and grabbed her calloused hands. "Mom, it's not giving up, it's growing up. Someone has to pay the property taxes. Someone has to make sure the bank doesn't take this cabin." I began working as a freelance web developer in the same year that I established my business. I searched the internet from beginning to end, optimizing cumbersome booking sites for local motels, and developing straightforward and practical web pages for the little bed and breakfasts that are scattered across the Oregon forest. At the time, I did not possess a degree. However, I did possess desperation, and desperation is a very effective educator. Every single night that I spent sitting over my luminous screen in my frigid bedroom, wrapped in 2 blankets, and typing till my fingers ached was setting the foundation for my entire future. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was doing it. My mother had a proverb that she would repeat to me anytime I was feeling down. "Nobody defines you by a piece of paper, Nathan. People see who you are by what you build, and how you treat the people they are around you." It was as if those statements were the truth. The initial version of the job I've done throughout my life was conceived in that drafty and leaking chamber. I decided to call it Wander Local. It was an online platform that was developed with the intention of avoiding the use of large, faceless corporate travel firms. Instead, it made it possible for tourists to book tours, treks, and experiences directly with real locals. These guides were the ones who actually knew the hidden trails, the secret waterfalls, and the greatest restaurants in the area. For the sole purpose of localizing the website for customers from other countries, I devoted a significant amount of time to learning basic Spanish and French, as well as following lessons on YouTube and reading coding forums. I had the impression that I was excavating a tunnel out of our financial jail with each line of code that I wrote. The night that it finally clicked is one that I will never forget. The city of Bend was being pounded by a tremendous storm. The rain was beating down on the cedar roof with such force that it sounded like everyone was applauding. Eventually, the ceiling collapsed, and water began to flow right onto my desk. At no point did I even pause. While I continued to type, I reached for an orange plastic bucket, placed it under the leak, and grabbed it. Immediately prior to the live version of the website being released, I added a very little line of text to the footer that read, "Built in Bend, for Mom." This line of text is practically undetectable. The voice on my phone rang the following morning. It came from the back end of the website and was a notification. The following is a review that was left by a traveler from Idaho who had found upon Wander Local, booked a guided kayaking trip, and wrote a review, way better than the massive tour companies. Authentic, cheap, and the guide was amazing. In spite of the fact that it was only one review, it was the spark that ignited the powder keg. Over the subsequent month, the volume of traffic increased by a factor of 4. As I struggled to figure out payment gateways, liability releases, and server hosting, I spent several sleepless nights attempting to figure out these things. My mother reached out and stroked the screen of my laptop as tears began to spring up in her eyes, before I showed her the first $500 that we had made. "Look at you, Nathan," she hushed in a low voice. "You're building something real." After a year had passed, I received an email in my mailbox. It was requested of me to make a 10-minute talk on grassroots travel technology at a big travel and technology conference that was held in Seattle. On the verge of deleting it. Who was going to pay attention to a young lad from Bend who was 20 years old, without a degree, and wore a poor suit? On the other hand, while I thought about my mother, who was still working the night shift, I gazed up at the water stain that was on my ceiling. My response was that I accepted. Seattle was a very different culture. The meeting hall was a vast structure made of glass and steel, and it smelled of costly cappuccino and the aspirations of its corporate executives. I was the very last person to speak in a small breakout area that was located next to the restrooms. During the first 2 minutes of my presentation, my voice was shaking, but once I began discussing the objective of Wander Local, which is to connect actual people, rather than companies, I regained my rhythm despite the shaking. A woman who was sitting in the third row was paying close attention to me, despite the fact that the most of the people in the room were reading through their phones. Her green eyes were so piercing that she was nodding her head in agreement with every word. Immediately following the panel, she came over to me and said, "That is an absolutely brilliant idea," while extending her hand to me. "I'm Chloe. I work in guest relations for a boutique hotel chain down in California. Our guests are constantly complaining about feeling like cattle on corporate tours. We should talk." The character of Chloe Vance was enticing. I found myself absolutely disarmed by her sharpness, her articulateness, and the quiet confidence with which she held herself. In the end, we spent 4 hours sitting in the lobby of the hotel, drinking coffee that was far more expensive than it should have been, and talking about everything from our childhoods to our goals. A retired university dean who resides in Monterey, California, Beatrice Vance, was the subject of her mother's story, which she shared with me. Laughing, Chloe said, "My mom is intense," while she was swirling her coffee. "She comes from old academic money. She thinks if you don't have a master's degree from an Ivy League school, you're basically feral. She'd probably disown me if she knew I dropped out of my grad program to work in hospitality." In spite of the physical distance between us, Chloe and I began dating. For the sole purpose of seeing her, I would endure the arduous bus travel from Bend to Seattle on the weekends. She provided me with excellent input on the user interface and suggested a safety verification tool for the hosts, both of which contributed to the exponential growth of our user base. She was an incredible supporter of WanderLocal. Over the course of just 2 years, WanderLocal went from being merely a project to become a highly profitable business. It was my intention to hire a customer service crew in addition to 5 remote devs. In addition, I proposed to Chloe during the course of a dreary Tuesday evening in the heart of Seattle, while we were both standing beneath a street lamp. The wedding was intimate and lovely, and it took place in a botanical garden. In addition to taking a week off from work, my mother wore a dress that she had purchased from a thrift store, and she shed tears of pure happiness throughout the entire ceremony. On the other hand, there was a fog of gloom that hung over the day. I was unaware that Chloe's mother, Beatrice, had sent her a text message until the night before the wedding, when I happened to notice it on her phone by accident. "I cannot believe you are throwing your life away on an uneducated boy with a glorified internet hobby. Don't expect me to applaud this." Instantaneously, Chloe swiped the notification away, acting as if she hadn't seen it at all. I didn't put any pressure on it. As much as I loved her, I believed that I would finally be able to win over her mother. The ringing of my phone occurred throughout our reception. The message was sent from a big venture capital firm, who offered a preliminary contract of $22,000 to WanderLocal in order to develop their business into the European market. Looking at my stunning new wife, as she danced with her friends, I grinned and slid the phone back into my pocket before continuing to watch her. There was no flaw in any aspect. Or so I had believed. "Nathan, you have to help us. Mom's bank sold her loan to some massive corporate tech firm. They sent a notice of foreclosure this morning. They're taking the house. We have 30 days to vacate. Please, I know you have some savings from your web stuff. Can you help us?" Although I was standing on the balcony of my villa, I could feel the warm breeze from Hawaii blowing across my face. I whispered, "Chloe," saying it. "I can't lend you the money." At that moment, Beatrice's voice could be heard on the line. She had taken possession of the phone. "Listen to me, you petty little boy. I know I was harsh, but you are legally married to my daughter. You owe this family. If you have any money at all, you will wire it to us immediately, or I swear to God, I will ruin you." In all honesty, I laughed. It was a profound and resonating sound that emanated from my chest. I addressed her with a voice that echoed the tranquility of the water in front of me. "Beatrice," I began, "you can't ruin me, and you can't save your house, because the corporate technology firm that just bought your debt is called WanderLocal. I am the CEO. I own your house." Absolutely no sound could be heard coming from the other end of the connection. The burdensome and oppressive stillness of a reality that was fully shattered was what it was. "You're lying," Beatrice finally mumbled, her voice breaking as she broke into a whisper. "Check the signature on the bottom of your foreclosure notice, Beatrice. It's an electronic signature from the parent company. Tell me whose name is on it." It was in the background that I heard papers being shuffled around frantically. Following that, Chloe let out a sharp and raspy gasp. Sobbing, Chloe whispered, "Nathan. I was never the uneducated loser you thought I was, Beatrice. I just didn't feel the need to scream about my success to validate my ego. You have 30 days to vacate my property." The phone was hung up by me. It was a biblical kind of fallout. The news of the real estate acquisition was brought to the attention of the local Monterey newspaper, most likely by a member of the bank staff. Despite the fact that they did not utilize my photograph, the headline read, "Tech CEO quietly buys up distressed Monterey estates." WanderLocal was acknowledged in the article. During the subsequent month, I was on the island of Maui, where I worked from my balcony while watching the sun rise over the ocean. My mother drove all the way out to see me. As she entered the enormous villa that was illuminated by the sun, she simply halted and stared the entire time, her hands covering her lips. She hushed. "You built this, Nathan," as she touched the marble surfaces one by one. "We built this, Mom," I corrected her. "We built it ourselves." However, the circumstance involving Beatrice and Chloe continued to loom like a gloomy cloud over my head when I thought about it. It was within my power to remove them from their homes. I had the ability to completely erase the memory of the woman who had mistreated me for a number of years. At first, it was a pleasant experience. The vengeance was addicting to the senses. On the other hand, as time went on, the fury subsided, and it was replaced with a fatigue that was heavy and empty. Being vindictive is comparable to consuming poison and then waiting for the other person to pass away. I came to the realization that I did not wish to ruin Beatrice. All I wanted was for her to be completely removed from my life. In San Francisco, I planned for a final meeting to take place. I leased a meeting space in a high-rise building that has a view of the Bay Bridge. As the fog rolled in, it was dense and gloomy, and it was pressing against the windows that reached from floor to ceiling. Upon entering, Beatrice and Chloe appeared to be in a state of full and utter disarray. This month, Beatrice had reached the age of 10 years. Her posture was slouched, and her aristocratic arrogance had completely vanished. She was not wearing the exquisite jewelry that she had been wearing. The tears that Chloe had shed had caused her eyes to become red and swollen. I positioned myself at the very top of the long glass table. Water was not offered to them by me. There are 2 manila folders that I just pushed across the glass. Beatrice inquired with a little quiver in her voice. What is this? Are these the eviction papers? No, I responded in a composed manner. Open it. Beatrice opened the folder, she said. Her hands were shaking so violently that the paper gave out a rattling sound as her gaze examined the contents. When she looked up at me, she was completely taken aback. It was a whisper that she asked, You cleared the debt? It was me who said, I paid it off completely. The house is yours, free and clear. Wander Local is relinquishing all claims to the property. While Chloe was reaching across the table to take my hand, she let out a loud and heartfelt sigh of relief. Oh my God, Nathan, thank you. I knew you loved us. I knew you wouldn't do this to us. We can go back to normal now. Mom has learned her lesson. Slowly, I removed my hand from hers and pulled it away. The woman I had loved, the woman who had stood by and watched me be treated like a dog for years, was the one I glanced at when I made eye contact with my wife. Open the second folder, Chloe. The grin on Chloe's face wavered. She made a move to grab the second folder and opened it by turning it over. Included within was a pile of legally binding documents that had already been signed by my legal representatives. Those are divorce papers, I remarked, my voice devoid of any emotion. I do not feel any emotion. And a non-disclosure agreement. I'm leaving you, Chloe. Chloe's face was completely devoid of any color. What? No. Nathan, why? You just saved the house. We can fix this. My voice was gentle as I whispered, I did not save the house for you. I did it for me. For 3 years, I sat in that house, while your mother degraded me. I fixed her toilets, I cleaned her gutters, and I endured her psychological abuse. And you sat there in silence. You let her do it. You chose her pride over my dignity every single time. I was scared of her, Chloe shouted out, tears flowing down her cheeks as she shared her fear. I know, was my response. But during the financial audit of the house, my lawyers found something interesting. Chloe, you knew about the back taxes. You knew about the foreclosure notices a year ago. And you knew that I had quietly paid over $40,000 in property taxes out of my personal account to keep the lights on, didn't you? Chloe became ice cold. Beatrice jerked her head sharply in the direction of her daughter. It was Beatrice who snarled. You knew? I found the receipts in your office, Nathan, Chloe stutteringly said as she looked down towards the floor. I didn't say anything, because if Mom knew you were paying for her life, she would have felt humiliated. To alleviate the tiredness that was beginning to seep into my bones, I leaned back in my chair. You let me be treated like a jobless loser, knowing full well I was financially keeping your family afloat just to protect her ego. That is a betrayal I will never forgive. I got to my feet and buttoned up the jacket of my suit. The house is yours, Beatrice. But there's a catch. The deed has been transferred into an irrevocable trust. You can live in it until you pass away, but you cannot sell it, and you cannot borrow against it. Upon your death, the $8.5 million estate will be automatically donated to the Oregon Western Horizons Scholarship Fund, a charity that provides full college tuition for underprivileged kids from my hometown. Beatrice was acting like a fish that was out of water as she peered at me with her jaws opening and shutting. Although I had ensured her safety, I had completely deprived her of her inheritance to begin with. She had lost the family fortune that she had taken such pride in, and it was now going to be used to educate the same peasants that she detested. Sign the papers, Chloe. My lawyers will be in touch. After leaving the conference room, I went for a walk and then took the elevator down to the street level. When I stepped out onto the pavement in San Francisco, I felt lighter than I had in years, despite the fact that the air was cold and saturated with moisture. I took a flight back to Maui the following day. My mother is the recipient of a lovely and unpretentious cottage that I purchased on the island. It is located just down the street from my villa. The majority of her mornings are spent strolling along the beach, gathering shells, and reading books that she is genuinely interested in reading, as opposed to the books that she was required to sort at the library. There is ongoing expansion of Wander Local. We recently expanded our operations into the Asian market, and everything is going swimmingly for the company. At times, while I am sitting on my balcony at night, listening to the crashing beat of the surf, I find myself thinking about that old cabin in Bend that was leaking. The thought of Beatrice, who is confined to her enormous, silent museum of a home, and who is aware that she owes her entire existence to the uneducated boy whom she told to leave her alone, comes to my mind. When I was younger, I believed that success meant proving those who judged you wrong. I believed that when I eventually rubbed my wealth in their faces, peace would finally become a reality. The destruction of those who have wronged you is not, however, the essence of great power. When you look at the people who have attempted to shatter you, you realize that you have the ability to smash them, yet you choose to walk away instead of doing so. This is the true definition of power. Someone referred to me as uneducated. Someone referred to me as a failure. It is possible that I would not have been able to discover the extent of my capabilities if it were not for their terrible treatment. My brother faked cheating screenshots and mom kicked me out. 3 years later, I bought his firm and brought the feds to our reunion. None of this makes sense without understanding the architecture of what transpired, so I'll give you the context. At first glance, it seems like a petty revenge story. It wasn't. There was structural demolition. A mid-size urban infrastructure firm in a large coastal metropolis employed me as a structural engineer at 29. It's not a career that makes dinner party guests excited, not glamorous. However, it pays well, silently protects thousands of individuals every day, and suits someone who thinks in systems, variables, and load distributions. I was proficient. I liked solving intricate spatial problems that stayed solved. I liked that if I performed my arithmetic well, a bridge, building, and people would be safe. Same ideals guided my life. Maya made ceramics. She had a modest, sunny studio downtown, a loyal clientele who bought her custom pieces, and a captivating manner of portraying a clay glaze like a living organism. We met at a mutual friend's art display on a dreary Tuesday night. I knew nothing about ceramics, kilns, or art. She had no idea of load-bearing calculations, tensile strength, or concrete curing. For 4 great years, the vast difference between our worlds was plenty, balanced each other. I grounded her, she colored me. We got engaged 8 months before the collapse, not a dramatic or theatrical proposition, no hidden photographers or flash mobs. On a Sunday morning, we sat at her paint-stained kitchen table with black coffee and a ring. I spent 3 months choosing to compliment her style. My statement was cut off by her yes. I believed my life was secure. Brother Julian is 3 years older than me. I want to be realistic about who he was to avoid turning him a cartoon villain. Real villains don't twirl mustaches. He was more specific, common, and dangerous than a caricature. He was charming in the way amoral people are. He was eternally adaptive, immensely contemplative, and always showed you a personalized version of himself according to the time. Apex Horizon Group was his commercial real estate brokerage. The mid-size, fast-growing company relied on networking, handshakes, and unshakable credibility. Julian knew optics well. Everything else, money, friends, and personality, was borrowed. My mother adored him like some parents love their firstborn blindly, without a character check. Despite never saying so, she treated me as an afterthought for 30 years. It was like bad weather. I made peace with it. You don't yell at rain, you get an umbrella. The night I died was a typical extended family gathering. Aunts, nosy neighbors, a sweltering evening when someone always talks too much about their kitchen remodel. Maya and I were there. Sharing appetizers on the sofa, we relaxed. It was unnecessary to feel uncomfortable. The base felt solid. Julian stood after an hour, clinked his glass. He stated something crucial was due. His voice was controlled, reluctant, and heavy with faux sadness, like what he was about to do was costing him his soul. He presented his phone, and passed a tablet around. Screenshots, dozens. A woman I had never met sent a lengthy text to my phone number. Graphic, intimate, and explicit messages could end an engagement 10 times. He screenshotted a lingerie-clad woman, with a timestamp matching a weekend. I was supposed to be away for an engineering conference. It was disastrous. It was carefully forged. Chloe came from the back of the room before I could absorb the ridiculousness of what I was seeing. I dimly recognized her as an event coordinator or assistant from Julian's large professional circle. She gazed at Maya with a lovely pity face. She said she saw me leaving a downtown boutique hotel with the woman in the text 2 months ago. Her description of my favorite leather jacket was amazing. My car's license plate was described. She specified a time and date. The room changed in 90 seconds. It takes exactly that long. 90 seconds for 24 people who have known you your whole life to entirely restructure what they know about you into an unpleasant new shape. Thick air filled the space. A deafening hush. I regarded Maya. Expected confusion. I expected her to yell, demand explanations, and ask whether it was true. No tears fell from her face. Complete blankness was far worse. It was neither anger nor devastation. A door silently closed behind her eyes. She said nothing. She took the engagement ring I spent 3 months choosing from her jacket pocket, and set it on the oak coffee table in front of her. Metal clanked against wood. She did it without looking at me. Tried to talk. Julian interrupted me when I said, "This is insane. It should be loud and forceful enough to dominate the acoustic space without being pushy or yelling." He occupied the entire room. I could feel it. Before I spoke, a guilty verdict was stamped and confirmed. My mother crossed the room to join Julian. I still think of her expression when I'm alone in the dark. It wasn't rude. No cruelty was intended. It was just certain. "She was never meant for you," my mother stated. She spoke clinically, like she was correcting a tax return factual error. I waited another 30 seconds in the living room. No one defended me. No one inquired further. No one requested to authenticate my texts on my phone. Maya stared at the table. Julian was already talking again, directing the gathering, and guiding the throng toward normalcy as the protective elder brother who had saved Maya from a monster. No screaming. I didn't flip tables. I grabbed my jacket off the chair back, opened the front door, and left in the cool night air. Not a glance back. They never saw me as they believed I was again. I had made a permanent decision as I drove north from that driveway without a destination, but they didn't know. I wasn't mad. My anguish wasn't showing. I was calculating coldly. I drove without music for 6 hours. I wanted full silence to think. Not because I was in a dramatic, weeping mourning spiral. Only clear thought mattered now. As the sun rose above the roadway as I crossed the state line, I envisioned a new architecture. It wasn't revenge yet. Only a direction. I went to Oakhaven. The industrial hub was medium-sized and grimy. It was a location where nobody asks what led you there because half the population has a slightly different gloomy answer. I found a cheap, furnished, well-lit apartment. I joined a regional civil engineering consultancy in 3 weeks. I identified myself to my new supervisor as Arthur, my legal middle name, and my mother's maiden name shortened, Arthur Vance. It was clean, lawful, and invisible to non-searchers. I redirected my mail, closed my bank accounts, started new ones under Vance, and removed all my social media. Ghostly me. I won't lie. Oakhaven's first 4 months were the hardest. Grief doesn't schedule itself. Sideways. It hits you during a concrete poor site review or at 2 a.m. when the work is done and you're staring at the ceiling fan. Maya's death affected me differently than expected. Not exactly heartbreak. It felt more like the intense, terrible pain of seeing a good, authentic building wrecked by a phony. That is harder to process than a routine breakup. My only means of processing it did work. I watched. I recorded. Julian's Apex Horizon group was small but expanding publicly. He had commercial listings, great press mentions in local business periodicals, and a LinkedIn account he updated religiously with nauseating hustle and integrity. I read everything. Not obsessively systematically. The difference is huge. Was an engineer. Load distribution made sense. Every structure, from suspension bridges to corporations, has stress points. Find those stress areas to understand the system. Putting enough pressure on certain spots collapses the system. After 12 months of quiet, dogged, late-night investigation, I discovered Apex Horizon's valuation procedure had a catastrophic defect. Julian valued commercial properties far over market for high-net-worth clients. He was secretly funneling his exorbitant commissions through a Delaware shell firm. Not a clever Wall Street scam. The blunt force fraud worked because nobody was looking for it, not because it was clever. But I looked. I didn't act. Not yet. I recorded it. I timestamped all public records. I got LLC registrations. I compared property tax records to his sales data. Over 18 months, I meticulously developed an airtight digital file. I moved my money while compiling that forensic file. Living at Oakhaven was dirt inexpensive. My salary was substantial, and costs were nothing. I bought minority holdings in Apex Horizon's holding businesses through 3 convoluted layers of legitimate Arthur Vance investment entities. Julian was constantly raising finance by selling little stakes of equity to silent partners to support his next big initiative. Purchased tiny positions. Nothing that required legal disclosure. Everything seemed like ordinary portfolio diversification from a generic mid-level investing agency. But by month 22, the stakes had silently grown much larger. Julian sold parts of his bogus corporation to the guy he attempted to remove from the world. Julian and Maya were introduced to me around this time. I heard it from a loose acquaintance, a man outside the family who was unaware of the severe fallout. He casually suggested it over the phone. Hey, saw your brother and Maya at a gallery opening. They looked pretty serious. You guys still not talking? I hung up. I spent one day with that information in my peaceful flat. I analyzed data. I knew Julian wanted my life, not simply my death. After filing that emotion under noted, I opened my laptop and worked. Since Reddit expects a different narrative, I'll be honest. I wasn't scheming retribution every waking hour in a dark room like a comic book villain. I was creating a life. Arthur Vance was well known. I liked my modest flat. Marcus, my colleague, made horrible, bitter coffee but wrote perfect structural appraisals. My Oakhaven job was real. My soul rebuilding happened. My patience wasn't staged. When I stopped focusing on individuals who had previously defined me, I became who I was. Still, I updated the fraud file. I increased equity stakes. I monitored Apex Horizons course as carefully as any load-bearing structure I was responsible for. 3 years after I left my life, a big envelope came at my Oakhaven address on a dreary Tuesday morning. A distant cousin, with my contact info, sent it expecting me to want it. The invitation to the yearly extended family reunion. Same house, same format, same folks. I was still a guest. That may have been a clerical error, Julian's twisted joke, or my mother's passive-aggressive attempt to cover up. Not a problem. Sitting at my desk, I read the hefty cardstock invitation, twice. My second monitor displayed my investment portfolio summary. I opened the enormous 6-3-page fraud paperwork file on my third monitor. Now everything was ready. Every financial position was fixed. A complete, cross-referenced evidentiary file was undisputed. Federal proceedings initiated. Do not speak to anyone. Call me, immediately. Julian read the message. Then he read it again. I know he read it twice because I literally watched his eyes frantically track back and forth across the illuminated text. His grip on my arm didn't loosen immediately. It just entirely lost its purpose. There is a massive psychological difference between someone actively holding on to you in anger, and someone who is in such deep shock they simply forgot to tell their hand to let go. By the time he dropped his hand, it was the second one. He stumbled a step backward. He looked at the horrified faces of our family. He looked at the text message. He looked at me. I could see the gears grinding in his head as he did the exact same terrifying arithmetic that I had done 3 years ago, and he arrived at the exact same inescapable answer I had. There was absolutely no version of this reality where he was talking his way out. Not tonight. Not with his own attorney panicking. Not with 63 pages of airtight financial forensics already sitting on a federal prosecutor's desk. He tried anyway. Because it's all he knew how to do. He set this up, Julian whispered, his voice completely hollow. The performance was still barely there, but the foundation underneath it had completely shattered. You don't see what he's doing. He disappears, builds some insane fake case, shows up here just to humiliate the family. A few people in the room physically shifted, not toward him. They shifted away from him. It was the exact way weight redistributes when a floorboard starts to rot. You planted that evidence 3 years ago, I said calmly. That is not an accusation. It is a mathematical correction. And you paid a woman $4,500 to confirm it in front of everyone in this room. Nobody spoke. The air was dead. And then, Maya finally did. She hadn't moved from the spot near the doorway. When she finally spoke, her voice was so incredibly quiet, so fragile, that the entire room had to physically lean in slightly to catch the words. Which meant every single person heard her perfectly. I knew something was wrong, she said. Julian whipped his head toward her. Maya, shut up. Don't. About 6 months after. She continued, completely ignoring him. She said it without any heat, without any anger. She just placed the words in his path like a closed steel door. She kept her eyes focused on the middle distance. Not on me. Not on him. It was like she was speaking to the room itself, or maybe just finally speaking to her own conscience. There were things that didn't line up in his story, she said, her voice trembling but gaining strength. Dates. The way he talked about it. I asked him once, directly, about the timeline of the texts. He told me I was misremembering. He told me I was attaching unnecessary guilt to something that wasn't there because I just felt bad about how things ended with you. She paused. A tear finally tracked down her cheek, but she didn't wipe it away. He was very convincing. He usually is. The room was entirely with her now. As they were with Julian 3 years prior. Completely silent. Maya. I didn't push further. She now spoke precisely, like she had been holding their sharp shapes in her mouth for years, and was finally spitting them out. I told myself, it was because I believed him. But it wasn't that. She inhaled deeply. It was because I had already made my choice. I chose to stay. And admitting that I had made that choice based on a lie meant admitting that I had thrown away something real, something good, just because it was easier to believe the loud version of the story that didn't require me to actually trust my own instincts. She didn't want my forgiveness. She wasn't looking for a hug or reaction. It was a true confession. She said it to expel the poison from her body, not to get my forgiveness. I lingered on her, processed data, then I nodded, a nod that says, I hear you. I know. That guilt is now yours, not mine. I returned to the room. Julian was slightly hyperventilating. She's upset. She's hysterical. She doesn't know what she's. Stop talking. My mother. She crossed the room undetected. She was now 3 feet away. She appeared 10 years older than 20 minutes earlier. She appeared to have completed a brutal moral calculation she had avoided for her entire adulthood. She wasn't crying. She wasn't dramatic. It was just her. Done. She stared at me in agony. Her eyes searched mine for her former son. He was lost to her. I should have listened to you, she whispered, her voice cracking with realization. Held her gaze. I didn't make the silence comforting. I didn't hug her. I denied her the cheap, easy forgiveness she craved. Yes, I said smoothly. You should have. She felt the word's impact. She closed her eyes and nodded slowly. She didn't argue. Through the large front bay window, I saw movement outside. Behind Julian's rusted, broken-down car, a dark, unmarked federal sedan, pulled up to the curb. 2 professionally dressed people entered the streetlights. They were leisurely. They walked up the front path and stood on the porch, waiting with the terrifying patience of people who know how the evening will end. I scheduled their arrival 4 days prior. Formal notice of proceedings. Freeze civil assets first, then attach criminal warrants securely. I took my tablet from the table. I faced the front door. Julian extended and grabbed my arm again. Tougher this time. Fingers in my jacket. Pure animalistic desperation. The terror of a man watching his fake kingdom burn. I stopped walking. I stayed put. I looked down at his shaking hand on my sleeve. Then I slowly looked up at his face. I stared at him without hurry or anger. I regarded him like an engineer views a pile of scrap metal. Let go, I said. Single sentence. No volume increase. Not a threat. Just a command. Outside, the 2 federal agents stepped together toward the heavy wooden door. Julian relented. He held on because I physically intimidated him. It wasn't necessary. He let go because the 2 people on the front porch had just knocked on the door, and the heavy authoritative sound shook the silent house like a judge's gavel. The moment finally took shape. Its sharp edges were closing in on his throat. Walking forward, I opened the front door. The taller agent introduced herself quietly, showed her credentials, and gave Julian a thick, sealed manila envelope. Official proceeding notice. Warning of asset freeze. Added criminal referral. She was professional, brief, and completely unmoved by delivering federal indictments into a living room full of stunned family members who had just seen a 3-year web of lies dismantled in 40 minutes. Past the agents. Julian stared down at the heavy envelope with both of his shaking hands in the doorway, unsure what to do with the weight of his own consequences. After walking down the driveway, I got in my car, started it, and drove out into the evening. Within 48 hours, the government froze Apex Horizon Group. I was surprised by how quickly the regulatory body moved, indicating that my forensic file was cleaner than expected. Julian's broker licenses were federally reviewed within a week. As soon as the inquiry became semi-public, his wealthy clients, whose loyalty he had carefully cultivated through expensive dinners, golf games, and the social performance he had spent his career perfecting, stopped returning his calls. An industry based on trust and optics works that way. The moment the shiny appearance cracks, trust disappears to discover the truth. No explosion shattered his empire. It shrank quietly, systematically, just like weak structures fail when their load exceeds their capacity. Maya resolved her issue differently. Julian's wealthy network helped her ceramics business more than she realized. Gallery introductions, high-end collector referrals, exclusive event placements. When Julian's network violently retreated to avoid federal prosecution, all those lucrative channels closed. She remained. I want to clarify that. Not completely destroyed. But she was severely reset. She had to start over without Julian's credibility, to support her art career. If she rebuilt something from that humble beginning was her business, not mine. I didn't want her to fail. I also no longer wanted her story in my life. I was called by my mother 3 weeks later. Sitting in my Oak Haven apartment, received the call. I listened to her full apology. Very measured. She didn't cry. That she wasn't dramatic. It was admirable. She said, she was so wrong. After the reunion, she spent 3 weeks alone in her house, contemplating what she had allowed, and what she had said to me that night 3 years ago. She realized both were crushingly heavy. She finished her speech without interruption. Next I said, you made your choice the same night everyone else in that room did. I have made mine since. Her silence was long and heavy. Line static hummed. Is there a way back? She whispered. I don't know yet, I confessed. But this was the right place to start. I meant it. I wasn't always slamming doors on her. I was being mathematically accurate about where the door was, not where we both wanted it. That was the most genuine gift I could give her. I think she knew that deep down. Next morning, I worked. Back to consulting. Marcus's burnt coffee again. Back to municipal infrastructure assessments, blueprints, and Arthur Vance's quiet, solid life in the empty space, left after everything was violently taken away. Really good work. The apartment had plenty of sunlight. New name still fits me well. I've thought a lot about what internet readers expect from this story. The screaming rage is usually desired. They want movie-style speech drama. They want the OP to violently break down in the car steering wheel, crying over what he lost, or stare into the rain at something that symbolizes his broken heart. I missed that moment. I drove away from that house with the deep satisfaction of seeing a system work as intended. Every variable was considered. Every load was distributed properly. Unlucky outcome. It was right. Call. 2. The world was finally reflecting the truth that had always been there, waiting for someone to stop emotionally arguing with it and build the case. They thought disappearing and crying was the worst thing I could do. Disappearing won. Silence didn't mean inaction. A construction site. I never returned to that house for emotional closure. I returned when the structure was ready. Load was calculated perfectly. Just show up, pull the pin, and let gravity do its thing. I exited by closing the door. Not a massive crash. Just firm. How to permanently close something. My family mocked my minimum wage job at dinner. I slid my phone across the table to show them. A $215 million wire transfer. This is Maya, my name. I am 29 years old, and for the entirety of my existence, I have been the ghost that haunts the house that belongs to my own family. I work as a nurse in the intensive care unit of a trauma center in Chicago, which is a position that demands me to hold the lives of patients in my hands for 12 hard hours every night. On the other hand, my parents, Susan and Robert, regarded my profession as nothing more than a cute little hobby that assisted them in avoiding my presence. I was the kid that required little attention from them. The one who did not require praise, did not require attention, and most importantly, did not require their financial or emotional support for their endeavors. My older brother Liam received every last drop of their parental adoration while they were still alive. Liam was the child of the golden age. The quarterback for the high school football team, the head of the fraternity, and the finance bro who was meant to take over the world. During his highlight reel, I was nothing more than a mere background noise. As I was growing up, the gap was not only immediately apparent, it was also oppressive. My father gave me a side hug, saying, "That's nice, kiddo. Nurses are always needed," and then spent the next 3 hours at my graduation dinner talking about Liam's summer job at a brokerage firm. This occurred when I graduated from high school with honors and was awarded a full ride to a nursing program that was highly competitive. When Liam graduated from college with a grade point average that was below average, my parents celebrated by throwing a party for 70 guests and purchasing a brand new BMW for him. At an early age, I realized that love in my home was a transactional relationship, and I simply did not possess the coin to support it. As a result, I gave up on trying to purchase it. My entire being was devoted to my work. It was a test of my mettle to get a job in the intensive care unit, ICU, during my first year of school. When my parents were transfixed to Liam's LinkedIn updates, I was learning how to read crashing vitals, how to push epinephrine, and how to keep my hands steady when a patient's chest was cracked open in front of me. All of these things were happening simultaneously. When I was alive, I lived in a world where there was controlled anarchy, blood, and the constant beeping of monitors. In the midst of all that mayhem, I was able to spot the flaw in the existing system. Every single night, I was able to observe patients who were on the verge of being overlooked due to the horrifying inefficiencies that existed in the hospital's communication system. The emergency room charge nurse would not receive the correct vitals in time, despite the fact that a paramedic would radio in a trauma. Due to the fact that the handoff was completed on a piece of paper that was written and then lost, the intensive care unit would not have a bed prepared. Due to the fact that nobody had a real-time clear picture of who was where and what was going on, I witnessed several potentially deadly delays. There was no way I could avoid thinking about it. I started drawing up wireframes on the back of the box for sterile gloves during the pockets of dead time that occurred at 3 o'clock in the morning. Other nurses were scrolling through Instagram at the same time. A cloud-based, real-time coordination system that quickly synchronized paramedics, emergency room triage personnel, and intensive care unit staff was my goal. I talked about the concept with Sarah, a friend of mine from high school who is a talented back-end engineer but was working in a corporate IT position that was a dead end. We started the construction. It was given the name, Triage, Flow. I lived a double life for 3 years, which brought me to the point of tiredness beyond what is considered normal for a human being. I would finish a tough 1-2-hour night shift, drag myself back to my tiny apartment that was chilly at 8 a.m., sleep for 4 hours, wake up, choke down a pot of black coffee, and get on Zoom calls with Sarah to debug code and pitch to hospital officials. I would do all of this in order to get ready for the next day. My next step would be to put on my scrubs once more and head back to the hospital. Absolutely no one in my family was aware of this information. To them, I was nothing more than Maya working those weird night shifts. My mother would periodically send me a text message that said, "You're going to ruin your skin staying up all night. Maya, Liam just got a promotion. You should ask him for advice on getting a daytime desk job." This was approximately 2 years into the process of establishing Triage Flow when my family reached its breaking point. Sarah and I had finally been successful in securing a meeting with a large hospital board in order to launch a pilot program. However, we were in critical need of $15,000 in order to upgrade our secure servers to satisfy the criteria of HIPAA compliance. All of my savings had been depleted. I forced myself to swallow my pride and drove to my parents' house in order to make a request for a loan. A laptop was carried by me. I attempted to demonstrate the dashboard to them. I made an effort to convey how many lives it may potentially save. Without a doubt, my father laughed. Even then, he did not even glance at the TV. "Sweetheart, apps are a fad. Tech is a brutal industry. Stick to taking blood pressure. Be realistic. We aren't throwing away good money on a computer project." After closing my laptop, I walked away. After 2 weeks had passed, my mother left a gushing status update on Facebook. A gift of $85,000 had just been given to Liam in order to fund the initial payment on a luxury condominium in the downtown area, supporting our boy's bright future. "So proud of our future CEO," she wrote to us. No, I did not cry. I recently experienced a chilly and forceful jolt in my chest. The following day, I sold my 2008 Honda Civic. I rode the bus through the winter in Chicago for a total of 8 months, and I paid for the servers on my own. Take a step back in time to a month ago. From that point on, Triage Flow was no longer merely a pilot program. Our measurements were indisputable, and it was being implemented in 4 of the most prominent institutions. We were able to cut the delays in patient intake by 40%. We were able to save lives. And the business sector took note. Our company was approached by a big healthcare technology multinational based in Boston. They had no intention of granting a license for it. We were interested in being purchased outright, having our technology integrated into their national grid, and having Sarah and I continue to serve as executive consultants. Negotiations lasted for several weeks. While I was in the hospital supply closet, I was listening to calls from high-powered mergers and acquisitions lawyers. I was whispering so that the charge nurse wouldn't hear me. When the final offer arrived, I was sitting in my claustrophobic apartment waiting for information. Under my sweatpants, there was a bleach stain on the knee. I was wearing them. While she was hyperventilating, Sarah called me. $215 million was the amount that they proposed. The amount is $215 million. Not only was I going to walk away with about $75 million in liquid cash, but I was also going to walk away with millions more in restricted stock, after taxes, legal expenses, and sharing it with Sarah, and our early angel investors also took place. The papers was signed electronically by me. On the next week, the wire transfer was deposited into my checking account. While I was staring at the TV, my vision began to become blurry. The sum of money that I possessed was greater than what my parents and Liam would ever see in 10 lifetimes altogether. After crying till I felt like throwing up, I went to work, put on my scrubs, and sat on the couch that I had purchased at a thrift store. Due to the fact that my patients still required their IVs to be replaced, I kept it a secret from my family. I was completely aware of what they were going to do. They would try to downplay it, assert that they have always been on my side, or even worse, they would try to take credit for it. While I was quietly making preparations for my departure from the hospital and the beginning of my new life, I was quite content to let them continue to live in ignorance. Then, however, my mother posted a message on the family group chat message board. "Special family dinner this Sunday. Mandatory attendance. We are celebrating Liam's massive promotion to junior partner at his firm. He's officially making the big bucks. Come celebrate the star of the family." I couldn't take my eyes off the champagne emojis that were displayed on my screen. She did not inquire as to whether or not I was employed. She did not inquire as to whether or not I was available. In the same way that I had been for the previous 29 years, I was just expected to turn up and act as the audience for Liam's impressive performance. It was at that precise moment when the plan became clear. I had no intention of skipping it. For the purpose of begging for their attention, I was not going to arrive up in a brand new Porsche or while wearing a Rolex watch. I was going to walk into that house looking just like the fatigued registered nurse that they believed I was. I was going to be invisible. It was my intention to allow them to go with their routine. The writing was going to be reduced to ashes after that, at that point. I have received a lot of questions from you in the comments section about how I was able to conceal a multi-million-dollar buy from my friends and family. In all honesty, it was a very simple process. My parents have never, in their entire lives, looked up my name on Google. The glasses of wine shook violently. I brought a business plan. You didn't even look at the screen. You never looked at me. For 29 years, I have been invisible in this house. The only time you ever acknowledged me was to use me as a baseline to prove how amazing Liam was. As he stood up, Liam's chair made a loud and violent scraping sound against the floor. He was in a state of panic. His pride was dripping with blood. You're a liar. This is fake. You set this up to humiliate me at my promotion dinner. You're a psychotic, jealous bitch. Jealous? I also rose up and asked. I went up to Liam, took my phone off the table, and put it back into my pocket. I then walked away. Liam, I make your entire lifetime earning potential in the interest my account generates in a month. I'm not jealous of your junior partner title. I'm embarrassed for you. You're a 32-year-old man whose parents still cut his meat for him. After that, I went to my parents. They appeared to be in panic. It was not because of me, but more because of the understanding that the daughter they had thrown away was now entirely and utterly invisible. Without making a sound, I whispered, I didn't come here to ruin your dinner, as I zipped up my coat. I came here to let you know that I am finally, officially, done. You bet on the wrong horse. Enjoy your roast. I exited the first door and walked out. I was assaulted by the icy wind from Chicago, and for the very first time in my life, I had the sensation that I could take a full, deep breath, because of the cold. It was a biblical kind of fallout. Over the course of the first 2 weeks, my phone blew up. My father sent me lengthy, meandering letters about how he always knew I had greatness in me, and how he wanted to sit down and talk wealth management strategies with me. My mother sent me frantic, weeping voicemails in which she apologized for everything and begged me to come over so that we could be a real family again. The two of their numbers were blocked by me. I resigned from my position at the hospital. I was fatigued, yet it was the most difficult thing I've ever done, to say goodbye to the personnel working in the intensive care unit. I purchased a stunning brownstone in the city that is steeped in history. Following the establishment of a trust and the hiring of a big wealth management business, I eventually began sleeping for 8 hours each night. However, the most surprising turn of events in this tale did not take place until around 2 months after the Christmas meal. An unidentified number called me, and I answered it. When I was waiting for a call from a contractor, I answered the phone. Even though I typically don't, I took it in my hands. Maya, please don't hang up. No, it was Liam. It was as if he had been entirely shredded. There was a scratchy quality to his speech, as if he hadn't slept in days. I asked Liam in a chilly tone, what is it that you want? I need your help, please. I'm begging you. I have nowhere else to go. I sat down on the plush sofa in my living room and looked out the window. You're a junior partner. Go ask your boss for help. I got fired, Maya. 2 weeks ago. I blinked my eyes. Fired? Why? The second thing that Liam shared with me was a degree of poetic justice that was so profound that it bordered on being scripted. For quite some time, Liam's finance firm has been working hard to secure a large new client that would be considered a whale. The Boston-based healthcare technology conglomerate is worth many billions of dollars. Indeed, the very same business that has recently purchased Triage Flow. Considering that Liam was the new junior partner, he was selected to be a member of the pitch team. The chief executive officer of the Boston conglomerate, Marcus, a self-made tech billionaire with whom I had worked very closely throughout my buyout, was conducting a background check on Liam during the final pitch meeting. He is a really hands-on individual, Marcus. During the course of the meeting, Marcus became aware of Liam's last name and his background in Chicago. Liam was questioned by Marcus, who inquired, "Are you related to Maya, the founder of Triage Flow?" Liam claims that he broke down in a panic. His ego got the better of him, despite his best efforts to appear calm and collected. Marcus said to Marcus, "Yeah, that's my little sister. She got lucky with a little app. It's mostly fluff. I'm the real finance guy in the family." Marcus was disgusted since he had spent months evaluating my code, my measurements, and my entire dedication to the point of blood, sweat, and tears as a commitment. He told Liam's boss, right there in the boardroom, that he wanted nothing to do with their company if they employed arrogant, misogynistic idiots who completely misunderstood the significance of innovative healthcare technology. He believed that such individuals would be detrimental to the company. The Boston company decided to withdraw from the transaction. A $50 million account was lost by Liam's company. Even before he returned to his desk, he was terminated from his position. "They blacklisted me, Maya," Liam cried out into the phone. "I'm sorry." Word got around. No major firm in the city will touch me. I'm ruined. I said, that sounds like a personal problem, despite the fact that I had no sympathy whatsoever for him. He said the words, "No, Maya, you don't understand," in a voice that reached a funny pitch. "It's not just me, it's Mom and Dad. You have to help us." To my parents I screamed, "What do you mean, Mom and Dad?" while sitting up straight. On the line, there was a great deal of stillness. After that, the all-encompassing truth was revealed. Did you remember that they provided him with a down payment of $85,000 for his penthouse? This wasn't just money taken out of their savings account. It wasn't enough for Liam to have a $1.5 million apartment in order to look like a big shot. $85,000 wasn't enough. Therefore, Liam was successful in persuading our parents to remortgage their entire property, which was the house that they had outright owned for a period of 10 years, and to co-sign his enormous mortgage. On the other hand, things grew even worse. Liam, who was quite proud of himself, had been using his penthouse as collateral in order to run a highly leveraged and extremely risky options trading account on the side. It was his belief that he was a genius. In order to demonstrate that he was the leader, he was attempting to amass millions of dollars. As soon as he was let go, the market experienced a decline. It was a margin call for him. It was impossible for him to pay for it with cash. The bank took possession of his funds, and because his mother and father had co-signed his life insurance policy, the bank was also going to come after them. He sobbed, "Maya, they are going to lose the house." And he was crying. "Mom and Dad are going to be homeless. The bank is foreclosing in 30 days. They owe almost $1.2 million. You have $74 million. You could pay it off right now. It's pocket change to you. Please, Maya, they're your parents." I was sitting in the serene and lovely living room of my home. It occurred to me that I had been ignored for the past 29 years. I reflected on the icy bus rides that I had to endure. The picture of my father laughing in my face came to mind as I requested for $15,000 to save lives. I pondered the possibility that they would hand Liam the keys to their financial ruin simply due to the fact that he was the boy who liked to play football. It was Liam who pleaded with Maya. "Are you there?" "I'm here," I intoned in a low voice. "Will you wire the money? I'll pay you back. I swear. I'll work at McDonald's if I have to. Just save Mom and Dad." "Liam," I said, maintaining a steady tone that was as icy as ice. "When I asked for help, Dad told me to be realistic. He told me they weren't throwing away good money on a bad investment." "Maya, don't do this. You are a bad investment, Liam. And Mom and Dad bet their entire lives on you. They made their choice. They chose their golden child. Now, they get to reap the rewards of that choice." Liam yelled out in a distressing tone. "You are a monster. You can't let them be homeless." I calmly responded. "They won't be homeless, and I meant it. They can move into your penthouse." "Oh, wait. The bank is taking that, too. Good luck, Liam." The phone was hung up by me. Once more, I blocked his phone number. The following day, I made a change to my phone number. My attorneys were instructed to send a letter to my parents and brother requesting that they stop contacting me for financial bailouts. The letter would state that any further attempts to contact me for financial bailouts would be considered harassment. That the bank had officially foreclosed on their house the previous week was something that I learned from Sarah, who continues to follow my mother on Facebook. Liam has filed for bankruptcy court. Due to the fact that they were forced to move into a cramped apartment with only 2 bedrooms in a rundown suburb, my parents were forced to completely deplete any meager savings they had for retirement in order to pay the rent. Liam is currently living on their couch, working at a retail management job that is at the middle level, and he is completely miserable. In the meantime, I am enjoying a cup of coffee that I did not have to purchase from a vending machine at the hospital while I am sitting on the balcony of my brownstone. At the moment, Sarah and I are putting a portion of our wealth toward the funding of a venture capital firm that is dedicated solely to providing seed money to female entrepreneurs in the fields of healthcare and science. They will receive the $15,000 that my father insisted on not giving to me. Family is not the same thing as blood. Friends and family are the people who are there for you when you are creating something out of nothing. For a number of years, my parents chose to ignore me, because they believed that I would always be the unnoticed and unimportant backup plan. That was not the case. My presence was not a backup plan. In every way, I was the show. All they did was forget to purchase a ticket. My sister demanded my income and Dad told me to leave. I canceled his mortgage and used his illegal paper trail to annihilate them. By 8:32 p.m., on New Year's Eve, I was standing in my dad's oppressive, mahogany-paneled dining room in Portland, Oregon, staring down at a cold plate of prime rib and a half-empty glass of cheap grocery store champagne. My sister was sitting across from me, acting like she had a legal right to my paycheck. "I'm Maya. I'm 35, a systems architect at a mid-sized tech firm, and for the entirety of my adult life, I have been the designated emergency fund for this family. Whenever something broke, whenever a poor decision was made, whenever reality caught up with their delusions, my phone rang. A blown car transmission, a sudden rent shortfall, an exorbitant private school fee for my niece, a tiny emergency that somehow always miraculously cost me 4 figures. That night, the dining table was suffocatingly crowded. My dad, Arthur, sat at the head of the table like a king holding court. My sister, Chloe, sat beside him, her husband Kyle aggressively chewing his food as if none of this conversation involved him. Chloe's 2 kids were literally throwing bread rolls at each other, knocking over water glasses while everyone smiled and called it high energy. My adopted status wasn't spoken out loud. Not usually. But in my family, it was the invisible elephant in every room, dictating every interaction. I was the child they generously took in. Chloe was the real one, the blood one, the one everyone adjusted their lives around. I had brought an expensive artisan dessert, 3 bottles of imported wine, and the mental burden of the envelope containing Dad's January mortgage transfer. He had texted me that morning, a message I had received 100 times before. Maya, need your help covering the gap again, just until the quarterly bonuses hit. Bonuses, plural. He had been using that exact phrase for almost 3 years. I was already paying a portion of their utilities every single month. I had covered Dad's expensive medication co-pays more times than I could count. I paid for Chloe's oldest daughter's elite gymnastics after-school program back in October when she got a little behind. In November, I paid a $2,750 emergency plumber bill, because the family home matters to all of us. In December, I sent $1,100 directly toward Dad's mortgage because he claimed the bank's foreclosure notices were getting aggressive. I knew the exact numbers because my brain does that when I'm stressed. It categorizes, it counts. Mortgage help in December, $1,100. Plumber, $2,750. Gymnastics fees for my niece, $420. Groceries because Chloe forgot to budget, $24,500 over the span of 3 years. Amazon orders for house basics, sent directly to Dad's place just last week, $215.40. I knew all of this because I had every single receipt saved in a hidden, encrypted folder on my phone simply titled, Family Debt. The kids were screaming. Chloe's youngest had mashed potatoes in his hair, and nobody even blinked. Kyle was on his 3rd IPA, and his 5th unsolicited opinion about the economy. Dad was in one of his sentimental, performative moods, which usually meant he was about to ask for something massive. Then, Chloe put down her fork. She wiped her mouth with a cloth napkin, leaned forward, and smiled at me. It was a cold, calculating smile. The kind of smile that made the blood in my veins turn to ice. Maya, we should just say it clearly for the new year so there's no confusion, Chloe announced. The table went dead silent. Even the kids stopped throwing food. Your support now covers my kids and my household. Simple as that. For a split second, the room spun. I genuinely thought I had misheard her. Not because she mumbled, but because the words were so breathtakingly blunt, so dripping with entitlement, that they sounded like dialogue from a bad movie. I looked at Kyle first. He didn't look shocked. He just nodded once, like Chloe had just summarized a successful corporate merger. Then I looked at Dad. He didn't even hesitate. He didn't look apologetic or embarrassed. He lifted his champagne glass, took a slow sip, and pointed toward the front hallway. If you disagree, the door is right there. My mouth went completely dry. My brain started counting stupid, irrelevant things to keep me from screaming. 4 adults at the table. 2 kids in booster seats. 1 antique grandfather clock ticking way too loud. 1 mortgage payment of $1,100 scheduled to leave my checking account at exactly midnight. Chloe leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. Maya, let's be real. You don't have kids. You don't have a husband. You make tech money. This helps all of us. All of us. That phrase. All of us. That phrase was the architect of half the traps in my life. I looked down the length of the table. Kyle suddenly found his plate fascinating and wouldn't meet my eyes. Dad wore that rigid, authoritative expression he always used when he was about to disguise cruelty as practicality. My stepmother, Helen, just kept meticulously cutting her meat as if she were completely deaf to the total collapse of basic human decency happening 2 feet away from her. Chloe's daughter looked at me, then quickly down at her lap. Even a 7-year-old could tell when the adults had crossed a massive, unforgivable line. I slowly set down my linen napkin. I kept my voice terrifyingly level. Perfect. Chloe blinked, her smug smile faltering for a fraction of a second. Excuse me? I said perfect. I'm gone. And you can start paying your own mortgage. Simple as that. Nobody moved. The silence was absolute. Then, Dad actually laughed. It was a short, ugly, dismissive sound. Maya, don't be dramatic. Sit down. I stood up. I was so calm it actually scared me. The shaking in my hands had completely stopped. I'm not being dramatic, Dad. I'm canceling the transfer. Chloe's entire face contorted. The smugness vanished, replaced by sheer panic. Maya, you wouldn't. I didn't argue. I pulled out my phone, unlocked it, opened my banking app, and navigated to the scheduled transfers page. I held the screen up so they could all see the glowing interface. I hit Cancel Series. January mortgage transfer canceled at 8:36 p.m. I read aloud. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I didn't deliver a tearful monologue about how much they had hurt me. I calmly walked over to the coat rack, picked up my wool trench coat, grabbed my car keys, and picked up the untouched artisan tart I had brought. I looked back at them one last time. You just confused access to me with ownership of me. And I walked out into the freezing Portland rain. I got into my car, locked the doors, and just sat there with both hands gripping the steering wheel. The rain was coming down in sheets, blurring the streetlights. I didn't scream. I just opened that hidden folder on my phone, the one they didn't know existed. Because there was something else they were going to find out later, and it was going to cost them so much more than a missed mortgage payment. To understand how we got here, you have to understand the psychology of my family. I was adopted when I was 3 years old. Nice people hear that and say, "Oh, that's beautiful." Curious people ask, "Do you know your biological parents?" But my family weaponized it, not directly. Never in a way you could record and play back without sounding oversensitive. It was more like a high-pressure weather system you are forced to live inside. Chloe was your sister by chance. You were the blessing we chose, Dad used to say at dinner parties. It sounded incredibly sweet, until you grew up and realized that chosen translates to indebted, real fast. I learned very early on that endless gratitude was the currency expected from me. Chloe got grace. I got expectations. If Chloe forgot a bill, she was just overwhelmed. If I hesitated to pay it for her, I was selfish. If she needed help, family steps up. If I needed space, I was being cold. I bought a small, 2-bedroom condo when I was 30. Nothing extravagant. Just a quiet place with a tiny balcony, a view of a wet parking lot, and 3 stubborn pine trees. But it was mine. And that independence threatened Dad more than I understood at the time. The morning after the New Year's Eve dinner, I woke up to exactly 14 text messages. Dad, call me immediately. Chloe, you embarrassed me in front of my children. You are toxic. Helen, Maya, dear, this can all still be fixed if you just calm down and apologize. Kyle, you completely overreacted, Maya. It was just a conversation. Dad, again, the mortgage is due on the 3rd. Stop being childish, and send the money. I made a cup of black coffee, sat at my kitchen island, and replied to exactly one text. In the family group chat, I wrote, I am no longer paying any expenses for your house or Chloe's household. Do not ask again, the bank is closed. Dad responded in under 30 seconds. After everything we did for you, we took you in when nobody else wanted you. There it was. The adoption debt, finally unwrapped and slammed on the table. I didn't answer. Wave 1 of their retaliation was pure, unadulterated guilt. Calls I ignored. Voicemails about family unity. Helen leaving me voice notes in that soft, dangerous whisper she used to manipulate situations. Nobody is saying you owe anyone forever, Maya, but your father is old-fashioned. He sees family wealth as collective. Collective, of course, always meant money flowing in one direction, away from me. Then came the second wave, the practical wave. And this is where the story goes from a toxic family dispute to a literal crime. A week later, I was sitting at my desk at work running system diagnostics when my personal email pinged. It was an automated alert from my bank asking me to confirm a home equity line of credit, HELOC, inquiry. A $150,000 inquiry. I never submitted an application. I definitely never submitted one tied to Dad's address. My stomach completely dropped. I immediately called the fraud department, then my personal banker. The application had been started online using my exact personal information. My full name, my date of birth, my income bracket, my social security number, and employment details that were terrifyingly accurate. It wasn't complete, and it wasn't successful, but it was close enough to make me feel physically sick. The loan officer on the phone told me the application was abandoned because the system requested more supporting documentation and didn't receive it. Requested where? I asked, my voice shaking. The prompt was sent to arthur.anderson@email.com, the banker replied. I asked for every single digital timestamp they could legally provide me. January 8, 2:14 p.m. Inquiry submitted. 2:17 p.m. Documents requested. 2:21 p.m. Abandoned. I hung up, walked into an empty conference room, and called Dad. He picked up on the first ring, probably thinking I was calling to apologize, and hand over my wallet. "Did you use my social security number and personal information for a $150,000 loan inquiry?" I asked, skipping hello. He laughed. A short, nervous chuckle. That was his tell. "Maya, don't accuse me of crimes just because you're in a mood. Answer the damn question, Dad." I was simply seeing what options existed. The bank requires a cosigner for the equity line, and since you're part of this family, I actually had to sit down in the rolling chair. With my information? Without my consent? It's all family property, Maya. If you had just helped pay the mortgage like you were supposed to, none of this would be necessary. I hung up the phone. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. Something permanent inside me just snapped. He didn't view me as a daughter. He viewed me as an asset. A line of credit with a heartbeat. That was the exact moment I stopped arguing and started documenting for real. I am a systems architect. When a system is compromised, you isolate the breach, freeze the network, and pull the logs. Rage doesn't make me messy. It makes me terrifyingly organized. I spent the next 48 hours pulling every credit report from Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. I froze everything. I filed a police information report, followed by a formal identity theft and fraud report after my bank strongly advised it. I printed out my transfer history going back 36 months. I exported every text message. I built a master timeline. But the real shock, the thing that made me realize I was dealing with actual sociopaths, came when I started digging into property records. The bank officer had asked me if I had any formal, legal connection to Dad's property. I told him no. But to be safe, I went online and searched the county parcel details. I expected to find nothing. Instead, I found a recorded document filed 2 years ago. Dad had drafted a transfer on death deed. Originally, my name had been on it. Then, 2 years ago, it was updated. My name was completely removed, replaced entirely by Chloe's. But that wasn't the bad part. The bad part was a secondary filing attached to a county correction notice. It was titled, Private Family Reimbursement Agreement. I had never seen this document in my life. I had certainly never signed it. I drove straight to the county recorder's office on my lunch break, paid the $15 fee, and got physical copies. I sat in my car in the rain, reading it page by page. There was no forged signature from me, which was almost worse. Dad had simply drafted and filed his own internal paper trail, signing it himself, as if his signature alone was enough to legally rewrite reality. He had been building a fictitious legal narrative. The document claimed that my ongoing financial contributions were not gifts, not loans, and not emergency help. It categorized them as voluntary occupancy-related obligations. Occupancy? I hadn't lived in that house since I was 22. The document explicitly stated that the house was a shared family arrangement, and that Chloe's occupancy and her children's needs were anticipated under prior verbal discussions with Maya. Prior discussions, my ass. Then, I found the line that actually made me laugh out loud. Alone, in a cold parking lot. Adoptive daughter Maya Anderson acknowledges a moral commitment to household continuity and financial stabilization. A moral commitment. Written in pseudo-legal English by a man trying to legally bind me to his debt. They thought they had emotional leverage. What they actually had was a fraudulent paper trail. And paper trails work both ways. I hired an attorney on January 14th. I didn't hire a loud, dramatic TV lawyer. I hired a quiet, lethal civil litigation attorney named Sarah, who wore sharp navy suits and didn't waste words. She flipped through my meticulously tabbed binder in under 20 minutes. "Did you ever live in the property during the period these payments were made?" Sarah asked. "No," I said. "Did you authorize any credit inquiry, HELOC application, or use of your SSN?" "No." "Did you ever sign or verbally agree to this moral commitment nonsense?" "Absolutely not." Sarah nodded once, closed the binder, and smiled. It was a terrifying smile. "Good. Then we stop letting them narrate this story. We are going to bury them in paperwork." Within a week, Sarah's office sent 3 things via certified mail. 1. A formal cease and desist, regarding the use of my identity. 2. A demand to preserve documents, anticipating litigation. 3. A formal notice, disputing any claim that my past payments were obligations, tenancy-related, or binding. Then, Sarah told me to do one controlled thing myself. She drafted a single sentence. She told me to send it, screenshot it, and ignore the fallout. At Neo. Trey. A. On a Monday, I dropped this into the family group chat. Effective immediately, do not use my name, income, credit, or prior financial support in connection with your mortgage, household, or any application for funds. All future communication goes through my legal counsel. Dad called in under 10 seconds. I declined it. Chloe called next. Declined. Helen. Kyle. Declined. Declined. Dad showed up at my condo that evening. I was cooking dinner when the aggressive pounding started. Not a normal knock. Hard, furious, open-handed pounding that made the doorframe rattle. Maya, open this goddamn door, his voice boomed through the wood. You do not send lawyers after your own family. I had already installed a Ring camera the day after I discovered the loan inquiry. I stood in my hallway, watching him on my phone screen. He looked unhinged, his face was red, his coat was soaked from the rain, and he was pacing around my welcome mat like a caged animal. I pressed the microphone button on the app. Leave my property immediately, Arthur. He slammed his fist against the door again. You ungrateful little bitch, I put a roof over your head, I gave you a name. He stopped screaming because he suddenly saw the flashing blue and red lights reflecting off the wet pavement of the parking lot. I had called the police non-emergency line the exact second he refused to leave. 2 Portland police officers walked up the stairs. They were calm, professional, and entirely unimpressed by Dad's sudden attempt to look like a respectable, misunderstood patriarch. Dad immediately did what manipulative men always do when authority enters the room. He softened his voice, slumped his shoulders, and tried to sound like a wounded, loving father dealing with a hysterical daughter. Officers, it's just a family misunderstanding. My daughter is going through a tough time, and we're just trying to talk. I opened the door exactly 2 inches, leaving the chain locked. Officers, this man attempted to open a $150,000 line of credit using my stolen social security number. He has been served a cease and desist. I want him trespassed from my property. The older officer turned to Dad. This was the moment that ended it all. The officer asked the only question that mattered. Sir, did she authorize the use of her personal information for a loan? Dad started rambling about context. Well, you see, the house is a family asset, and we have an internal agreement regarding household continuity. Sir, the officer interrupted, his voice hardening. Yes or no? Dad swallowed hard. He looked at the cops, then looked at the crack in my door. Not exactly. Not exactly. It was the most devastating, pathetic admission I had ever heard. The officer stared at him for a long, agonizing second. Then, he unclipped his radio, took a step closer to Dad, and explained the trespass warning language so plainly, so aggressively, that even Dad couldn't pretend this was a misunderstanding anymore. If you return to this address, you will be arrested. If you contact her outside of her legal counsel, it will be documented for a restraining order. Do you understand? Dad left. He looked pale, furious, and suddenly very old. 2 days later, Chloe tried her own desperate tactic. Since she couldn't come to my house, she showed up at my tech firm. I was in the middle of a sprint planning meeting when my phone buzzed with a message from the front desk. Your sister is here in the lobby. She's demanding to see you and is causing a bit of a scene. I didn't go down. I called Marcus, our head of building security. I explained that an estranged family member was trespassing and I felt unsafe. 5 minutes later, I watched from the second-floor glass atrium as Marcus and another guard politely but firmly escorted a screaming Chloe out of the revolving glass doors. She was shouting about how I was starving her children. She texted me a photo of her kids standing in the rain looking sad, with the caption, "Hope your pride was worth hurting them over. You are a monster." I took a screenshot, forwarded it to Sarah without comment, and blocked Chloe's number forever. The irreversible step came the following week. I spent an entire Saturday changing every remaining shared point of access in my life. I purged my emergency contacts. I deleted old account recovery emails. I reviewed my life insurance beneficiaries, making sure everything was left to a charity. I updated my HR file at work, changed my credit freeze pins, and even changed the entry code to my building. I completely erased my digital footprint from their lives. And because my lawyer, Sarah, was a shark who knew exactly where to smell blood, we pushed the bank's internal fraud complaint process to the absolute limit. We formally subpoenaed the IP address and documentation logs from the abandoned HELOC application. The results were chilling. The bank confirmed that the inquiry was initiated from Dad's home IP address. But worse, we discovered how he got my exact income figures. He had uploaded a PDF to the bank's portal to try and prove my income. It was an old insurance comparison document I had emailed to Helen 3 years ago when she was helping me compare dental plans. That document had my exact salary, my SSN, and my employment history on it, which meant this wasn't confusion. It wasn't an accident. It was calculated, intentional identity theft, facilitated by my stepmother keeping my documents. The absolute second Sarah forwarded that evidence to Dad's newly hired, panicked defense attorney, the entire tone of the war shifted. There were no more lectures about family unity. There were no more guilt trips about my adoption. Suddenly, they were absolutely terrified. Helen ambushed me at a local coffee shop near my office. She literally jumped out of her SUV and tried to hand me a cheap, ugly silver locket that belonged to Dad's mother. Maya, please. This is a family heirloom. Surely we don't want permanent damage over a silly paperwork error. We can resolve this privately. I didn't take the locket. I looked at her and said, permanent damage is what you do to a bank account. What you did to me is a felony. Speak to my lawyer. I walked away, leaving her standing on the sidewalk holding the cheap necklace. You're taking this too far, she screamed after me. Too far is what abusers say when consequences finally arrive at their own front door. The funny thing is, peace is incredibly boring. That's how you know it's real. By March, my life had gotten smaller, quieter, and infinitely better. I went to work. I came home. I cooked complex meals for myself, without obsessively checking my phone for manufactured emergencies that belonged to other adults. I put my bonus into my own savings account, and actually watched the number grow instead of immediately transferring it to fix someone else's mistake. I bought a new couch. A ridiculous, expensive, emerald green velvet sectional. Not because of some deep symbolism, but simply because my old one hurt my back, and for the first time in 10 years, I wasn't sacrificing my own basic comfort to subsidize Chloe's chaos. My best friend, Tasha, came over one Friday night, with boxes of spicy Thai takeout. She sat cross-legged on that green velvet couch, eating pad ki mao, while I read her the latest email update from Sarah. So let me get this straight, Tasha said, pointing a chopstick at me. They treated you like a sentient ATM, legally tried to claim your salary as their own, committed light treason with your social security number, and then got completely shocked when the ATM hired a shark lawyer and called the cops? I laughed so hard I almost choked on my noodles. At work, my lack of constant stress paid off. In April, I was promoted to senior systems architect. It came with a massive pay bump and stock options. I almost missed the email from HR because I was so conditioned to other people's crises drowning out my own milestones. I didn't tell a single member of my family. I celebrated by ordering a $100 dry-aged steak to my apartment and eating it in total, luxurious silence. Good silence. Expensive. Feeling silence. Dad and Chloe both tried one final, pathetic pass at reconciliation as the legal walls closed in on them. For my birthday, Dad mailed a card to my office. There was no apology written inside. Just a check for $250 and a sticky note that read, "For everything getting out of hand, let's move on. Les." I didn't cash it. I mailed it back directly to his lawyer via certified mail. Chloe, completely unhinged by the fact that she now had to actually budget her own life, managed to circumvent my blocks by emailing me from a newly created address. She sent a collage of photos of her kids looking sad, with a long rambling caption about how family shouldn't stay divided over silly financial misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? Like she hadn't proudly announced that my income was her household infrastructure over a plate of roast potatoes and sparkling cider. I replied once, exactly once. I am not available for financial exploitation disguised as family love. Do not contact me again. Then I blocked that email address too. As for the legal side, nothing cinematic happened. There was no explosive courtroom speech, no dramatic collapse on a witness stand. Just relentless, suffocating paperwork, forced admissions, and the kind of ugly, quiet settlements that toxic families make when they realize the calm one kept flawless records. Faced with the undeniable proof of the IP address logs and the stolen insurance PDF, Dad's lawyer advised him to surrender completely to avoid me pushing for criminal fraud charges. Dad had to formally, legally withdraw any claimed reliance on my financial support. He had to sign a legally binding declaration, drafted by Sarah, stating that the private family reimbursement agreement was completely fabricated, null, and void, and that I owed them absolutely nothing. That document mattered to me more than any amount of money. I didn't need revenge. I didn't need to see him in handcuffs. I just needed the absolute truth pinned down on legal paper where they couldn't twist it, manipulate it, or wiggle it into some softer shape later. I was never obligated. I was never legally responsible for Chloe's household. I was never the backup mortgage plan just because they unilaterally declared it over dinner. And being adopted did not make me an open line of credit in exchange for the privilege of belonging to them. That was the real thing they found out later, not just that I had the spine to leave, but that I had the proof to destroy their narrative. And undeniable proof is very inconvenient for people who survive by rewriting the story. Now, when co-workers or acquaintances ask whether I speak to my family, I don't give them the polite, socially acceptable answer. I tell the truth. Not really. I speak to my lawyer if I need to. I speak to myself a lot more kindly than I used to. I trust my own reality. And I speak up a hell of a lot faster the second someone starts confusing love with entitlement. Because that is the absolute moral of this story, if there is one. The people who benefit the most from your silence, your guilt, and your endless sacrifices will always be the first ones to call your boundaries cruel. They will call you selfish, for finally putting up a fence around your own life. Let them call you cruel. Let them call you selfish. Set the boundary anyway. Protect your peace, freeze your credit, and keep the receipts. Because access to you is a privilege, not a family right. My sister invented a $600 childless tax. I gave a $66,500 counter invoice, exposed her $10,500 cosmetic surgeries, and destroyed her marriage. I, 32F, have always been happily child-free by choice. I have a demanding but rewarding corporate career, a quiet, peaceful apartment, and a healthy amount of disposable income that I usually spend on travel, my own hobbies, and completely spoiling my 8-year-old nephew Leo. My older sister, Chloe, 35F, has always been a bit entitled, but I always chalked it up to standard older sibling bossiness and the general stress of motherhood. I never realized how deeply her resentment toward my lifestyle ran until this past Thanksgiving, when she decided to turn my love for my nephew into a literal subscription service. We were all gathered at my parents' house for the holidays. The turkey had just been carved, the wine was flowing, and everyone was in high spirits. That is, until Chloe stood up, walked over to her designer tote bag, and pulled out a thick, professionally bound folder. She slapped it onto the dining table, right next to the cranberry sauce. The cover page read, in bold, terrifyingly official-looking font, Child Support Agreement for Non-Parents, Family Line Continuation Contribution. I stared at the document, a nervous laugh escaping my lips because I genuinely thought it was some kind of bizarre, overly elaborate prank. But Chloe's face was dead serious. She cleared her throat, commanding the attention of the entire room, and announced that women without children had been getting away with freeloading off the next generation for far too long, and it was time for childless aunts to finally pay their fair share. She opened the folder and started reading off a spreadsheet. Chloe had calculated that because I didn't have the financial burden of my own offspring, I was selfishly hoarding wealth. Therefore, she demanded I pay her $600 a month in a childless tax. But it didn't stop there. She also demanded a staggering $57,600 in back pay, calculated from the exact day Leo was born 8 years ago. She looked me dead in the eye in front of our parents, her husband Marcus 36 meters, and our extended relatives, and actually said that she could take me to family court for abandoning my financial duties to my nephew. She claimed any judge in the country would side with a struggling mother over a selfish, childless woman hoarding money. I was completely speechless, but Chloe was just getting started. She told everyone at the table that I had been exploiting the family by expecting to enjoy access to Leo without paying for his upbringing. She said childless people who wanted relationships with their nieces and nephews needed to pay child support just like divorced parents did. When I finally found my voice and laughed, telling her that was absolutely not how child support or the law worked, Chloe's face went red. She accused me of discriminating against parents, claiming this was exactly the kind of toxic entitlement childless people showed when they refused to support the children in their lives. Then came the most unhinged part of her speech. She said Leo was basically my part-time child since I saw him regularly, took him to the park, and bought him ice cream, so I owed partial financial support for his very existence. She actually compared herself to a surrogate, stating that she had done the hard biological labor of having a child for the family since I couldn't or wouldn't, and since surrogates got paid tens of thousands of dollars, she should be compensated too. She closed the folder and delivered her ultimatum. She was officially threatening to ban me from seeing Leo entirely, unless I signed the document and started paying the $600 monthly child support immediately. Here is the kicker that made my blood boil. Chloe had spent a massive amount of money on cosmetic procedures that year. I knew this because she constantly posted selfies from high-end dermatology clinics, but she stood there claiming she couldn't afford Leo's basic school supplies without my financial assistance. She said raising children was expensive and childless people needed to understand that their privilege of having disposable income came with heavy financial responsibilities to the children of the family. To prove she was serious, she actually handed me an itemized invoice for half of Leo's expenses from the past month, including his haircuts, his winter clothes, and even his after-school snacks, stating this was my portion of our shared custody costs. She then turned to Leo, who was sitting there looking confused, and told him that I was his financial aunt, who was supposed to pay for his things but was being greedy and stingy with money that rightfully belonged to him. That was the exact moment my shock morphed into pure, cold fury. I decided right then and there that Chloe needed a harsh, unforgiving lesson in what paying support actually meant. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I simply picked up her ridiculous folder, put on my coat, and left the Thanksgiving dinner without saying another word. I drove straight back to my apartment, opened my laptop, and fired up Excel. If she wanted to treat our family dynamic like a corporate transaction, I was going to give her a masterclass in accounting. I spent the next 6 hours pulling up 8 years of bank statements, credit card histories, Amazon order archives, and old calendar appointments. I started by creating my own invoices for all the babysitting I had done over the past 8 years. I calculated my time at the standard going rate for an experienced sitter in our city, $25 per hour. I went through every single Friday night they wanted to go to a concert, every weekend getaway they took, every time Chloe called me in a panic because Leo was sick and she couldn't miss her hair appointment. I calculated that Chloe owed me exactly $48,000 for unpaid childcare services that she had been freeloading off of while claiming I didn't contribute to the family. I formatted it into a highly professional document titled Childcare Services Past Due, Immediate Collection Notice, and demanded immediate payment for the labor she had been stealing from me. Next, I started demanding Chloe pay me support for everything I had given up to be available for Leo. I billed her for missed career opportunities when I had taken time off to watch him, lost income from leaving the office early for his school plays, and emotional labor compensation for dealing with his tantrums when she was too overwhelmed to parent. Then came the gifts. I created separate tabs for holidays, birthdays, school supplies, and miscellaneous spoilings. I logged the $450 Nintendo Switch I bought him for his 6th birthday when Chloe claimed they couldn't afford it. I logged the $200 customized mountain bike for his 7th birthday. I logged the $150 in specialized art supplies because Leo loves drawing and Chloe said cheap crayons were good enough. I went through every single weekend outing. The $40 zoo tickets. The $25 museum entries. The countless $8 ice cream cones from the parlor downtown. I even calculated the interest at standard credit card rates, treating my contributions as a loan she had defaulted on. The gift total alone came to an agonizing $18,500 that Chloe owed me for items she had happily accepted without payment. The grand total of my counter invoice was $66,500. I printed it all out, bound it in an even thicker, more expensive-looking folder, and wrote a cover letter stating that she couldn't have it both ways, demanding future support while keeping past contributions. If she wanted her $57,600, she needed to cut me a check for $66,500 first. The real justice came the next morning when I started telling everyone exactly what Chloe was doing. I called our parents, our extended relatives, and even a few of her friends. I explained that Chloe had created a pay-to-play system where family members had to pay monthly subscription fees to have relationships with Leo. I told them she was charging me to see my nephew like he was a rental child. People were absolutely horrified. The idea that she was essentially selling access to her son and treating him like a premium streaming service disgusted everyone. The fallout from Thanksgiving was more explosive than I could have ever imagined. I didn't realize it when I left the dinner, but Chloe's husband, Marcus, had been completely blindsided by her little presentation. My phone rang at 8 a.m., the day after Thanksgiving. Marcus's name popped up on the screen. When I answered, his voice sounded incredibly rough, like he had been awake all night and had been crying. He immediately started apologizing profusely for what Chloe tried to do. He swore on his life that he had absolutely no idea she had been planning this insane child support stunt. Marcus told me that after I left the dinner, he dragged Chloe into the kitchen and demanded to know what the hell she was thinking. When she tried to defend herself, he packed up Leo and forced them to leave my parents' house immediately. But the real bombshell dropped when they got home. Marcus said he stayed up until 4:00 the morning tearing through every single bank statement, credit card bill, and hidden account he could find. That is when he uncovered the truth. He found over $10,500 in charges from a high-end cosmetic and dermatology clinic downtown. He listed them out to me, his voice shaking with anger. There was $1,500 for lip fillers, $3,000 for preventative Botox, and $6,000 for some non-surgical jawline contouring nonsense, he said, sounding utterly defeated. Marcus explained that for the past year, Chloe had been telling him they were broke. She claimed those massive credit card charges were for Leo's private tutoring, his new winter gear, and essential household repairs. Now, he knew she had been lying straight to his face for months. His voice completely cracked when he asked if I could send him copies of all the invoices and spreadsheets I had made, because he needed to see exactly what Chloe had been demanding from me behind his back. I told him I would email everything over within the hour, and he thanked me about 5 times before hanging up. 2 days later, I met Marcus at a quiet coffee shop near his office during his lunch break. He looked terrible. He had deep, dark circles under his eyes, he had lost weight, and his dress shirt wasn't even ironed properly. I brought my laptop and pulled up all the spreadsheets I had created. I showed him the 8 years of babysitting at $25 per hour, every single birthday present and Christmas gift with attached digital receipts, all the times I left work early to pick up Leo from school, and the complete, documented timeline of Chloe's financial demands starting from her first passive-aggressive text message 3 months ago. Marcus's hands literally shook as he scrolled through the numbers, watching the total climb to over $66,500 of free childcare and gifts I had provided for their family. He kept zooming in on the dates of Chloe's cosmetic procedures, which he had brought on his own printed statements, and comparing them to the exact time she had texted me begging me to buy Leo's school supplies or pay for his field trips because they couldn't make ends meet. He broke down right there in the coffee shop. He admitted that he had been picking up grueling extra weekend shifts at the hospital for the past 14 months because Chloe kept crying that they were drowning in debt and needed more money coming in just to survive. He had missed Leo's soccer games, he had missed family dinners, he had exhausted himself to the bone. Now he realized that all that extra blood, sweat, and tears went straight into his wife's face instead of their son's needs or their savings account. He put his head in his hands and sobbed, saying he felt like the biggest idiot in the world for not seeing what was happening right under his nose. 3 days after Thanksgiving, the bomb finally went off at my apartment. I was making dinner when someone started pounding on my front door hard enough to make the doorframe rattle. I looked through the peephole and saw Chloe standing there, her arms crossed, her face flushed dark red with absolute rage. I unlocked the door, and she pushed violently past me into my living room, without even waiting for an invitation. She immediately started screaming at the top of her lungs about how I was a homewrecker. She accused me of trying to destroy her marriage by showing Marcus her private financial information and turning her own husband against her. I stayed perfectly calm, crossed my arms, and told her that those invoices weren't private since she had literally presented them to me in a professionally bound document at a holiday dinner in front of 20 people. I told her I just responded with my own official-looking documents to show what she actually owed me. She screamed that I was being petty, vindictive, and a jealous spinster, and that I had no right to go behind her back to Marcus. I didn't go behind your back at all, I replied coldly. Marcus called me crying. He asked questions, and I simply answered them honestly with documentation, exactly like you did to me. The only difference is, my numbers were real. She got right in my face, her newly contoured jawline trembling with fury, and said that if her marriage fell apart, it would be 100% my fault for being a selfish witch who couldn't just open her wallet to help out her own sister. I looked her dead in the eye and delivered the final blow. If showing your husband the exact same invoices you tried to extort me with is destroying your marriage, maybe the problem isn't me. Maybe the problem is the $10,500 worth of lies injected into your face. She gasped, her face draining of color, as she realized Marcus had told me everything. She spun around and stormed out of my apartment, slamming the door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall. Later that afternoon, Mom called me crying so hard I could barely understand her. She finally calmed down enough to tell me that Chloe had shown up at their house, claiming I was trying to steal Leo away from her by poisoning Marcus's mind with fabricated lies. Mom said Chloe kept sobbing that I was jealous of her perfect family and was trying to break them up because I was a bitter, childless woman who wanted everyone else to be as miserable as I was. Mom admitted she didn't know what to believe at first because Chloe was so hysterical and convincing. But then Mom remembered the psychotic child support agreement from Thanksgiving and realized Chloe's narrative was completely delusional. Mom said she loved both her daughters, but Chloe's extortion attempt was completely indefensible, and the family could no longer protect her from the consequences of her own actions. I explained everything to Mom: the cosmetic bills, Marcus's overtime, the lies. I told her I wasn't trying to break up anyone's marriage. I was simply refusing to be financially abused. My phone buzzed later that week with a text from Chloe that was so nasty, so vile, that I had to read it twice to believe she actually typed it. She wrote that I was officially banned from seeing Leo forever, until I apologized for destroying her life, and agreed to pay at least $250 monthly in aunt support as a compromise. She said if I really loved my nephew, I would be willing to help support him financially instead of being a greedy, barren witch hoarding my wealth. I didn't reply. I just took a screenshot of the entire message, and forwarded it straight to Marcus. He texted back in less than 5 minutes, "Chloe does not get to decide who sees Leo. She definitely cannot ban you from his life over her psychotic extortion attempts. I am bringing him to your place this Saturday. We are done playing her games." Saturday morning, Marcus showed up at my apartment with Leo. My nephew ran inside and gave me a massive hug, but then he pulled back, looked up at me with these huge, sad, confused eyes, and asked the question that absolutely broke my heart. "Auntie, why does Mommy keep saying you don't love me anymore, and you don't want to help take care of me?" My stomach plummeted. I felt physically sick realizing that Chloe had been actively weaponizing an 8-year-old child, telling him that I was abandoning him over money. I knelt down so we were eye level, took his little hands in mine, and told him the absolute truth in a way he could understand. "I love you more than anything in the entire world," I told him fiercely, "and I will always be your aunt, no matter what. But grown-ups do not charge each other money to be family. That is not how love works." Mommy got very confused about how family relationships are supposed to work. I told him that sometimes adults make huge mistakes and say things that aren't true when they're upset, but none of this was his fault, and nothing would ever change how much I cared about him. He hugged me so tight my ribs ached, and asked if we could go to the park like we always did. Marcus stayed at my apartment to make some private phone calls while I took Leo to the park down the street. We sat on the swings, and Leo started talking about how Mommy and Daddy had been fighting a lot at home lately. He said he could hear them screaming at night after he went to bed, and it scared him because they never used to fight like that. He told me Mommy kept saying I was selfish and mean, but he didn't understand why because I had always been the one to take him to fun places and buy him the things he needed. I pushed his swing gently and promised him that the grown-ups were working through some very complicated problems that had nothing to do with him, and it was not his job to fix them. I promised him I wasn't going anywhere. He smiled, said I was his favorite aunt, and for a moment, things felt okay. 2 weeks after the Thanksgiving disaster, my phone rang with an unknown number. When I answered, a woman named Maya introduced herself. She was Chloe's best friend, and she said she desperately needed to talk to me about what was going on. We agreed to meet for lunch at a sandwich shop halfway between our apartments. Maya looked incredibly nervous when she sat down. She started by saying she had heard Chloe's completely unhinged version of the story, but she had also spoken to my mom and Marcus, and now she was genuinely terrified for Chloe's mental state. Maya admitted that Chloe had been complaining to her for over a year about this childless tax concept, but Maya thought it was just a dark joke, a way of venting about financial stress. She never in a million years imagined Chloe would actually draft legal-looking documents and try to extort real money from me in front of the whole family. Then Maya leaned forward and revealed things about Chloe that made all the pieces finally click into place. She said Chloe had developed a severe, consuming addiction to social media. She had been spending 6 to 8 hours a day scrolling through Instagram and TikTok, obsessively comparing herself to momfluencers who seemed to have perfect lives, perfect designer houses, perfect children, and flawless, surgically enhanced faces. Chloe had started buying ridiculously expensive designer clothes and booking high-end cosmetic procedures in a desperate attempt to look like those wealthy women online. She was burning through cash they didn't have to fund a fake lifestyle for her 2,000 Instagram followers. She borrowed $2,000 from me last spring, Maya confessed, looking deeply ashamed. She told me Marcus was being financially abusive and withholding money for Leo's groceries. I gave it to her, no questions asked. 2 days later, she posted a selfie with brand new lip fillers and a $500 designer haircut. I realized she's been lying to everyone to fund her image. Maya said she loved Chloe like a sister, but she couldn't stand by while Chloe tried to destroy her family for cash. She honestly believed Chloe had completely lost touch with reality and needed intense psychiatric help to deal with her spending addiction and her warped, narcissistic entitlement. I thanked Maya for her honesty. I sat in my car for a long time after lunch, feeling a strange mix of anger and profound pity. My sister had gotten so lost in the toxic illusion of fake internet perfection that she had convinced herself she was entitled to steal from her own family to fund it. The climax of this entire nightmare happened on the first Sunday in December. My parents hosted their regular weekly family dinner. I showed up with a casserole, wondering if Chloe would even dare to show her face. She arrived with Marcus and Leo, but the second she walked in and saw me setting food on the dining table, her entire demeanor shifted into hostility. She dragged a chair to the absolute farthest end of the table, making sure Leo sat between her and Marcus like a human shield. Throughout the entire dinner, she kept making loud, passive-aggressive comments, to no one in particular. She talked about how some people cared more about their bank accounts than their own flesh and blood. She loudly sighed and said it was a tragedy when selfish individuals forgot that family was supposed to support each other through hard times instead of keeping score. My mom desperately tried to change the subject by asking Leo about his science project, but Chloe wouldn't let it go. She raised her voice and said, well, maybe if Leo had an aunt who actually cared about his future instead of hoarding her wealth, he could afford to go to the better private science camp this summer. That was it. Dad set his fork down on his plate so hard the ceramic actually chipped. The entire room went dead silent. Dad looked directly at Chloe, his face a mask of absolute authority, and said, you need to stop playing the victim right this second, Chloe. You are the one who made this family about money, by demanding your sister pay you a ridiculous, insulting child support fee. His voice was firm, loud, and exhausted. He told her she had created this massive mess with her manipulation, her lies, and her insane entitlement, and now she was going to sit there and take responsibility instead of acting like everyone else was attacking her. Chloe's mouth dropped open. She looked around the room, expecting someone to defend her. When no one did, she started to scream, but Dad held up his hand, completely shutting her down. I am not finished. Dad boomed. Your behavior toward your sister has been cruel, abusive, and borderline psychotic. I am absolutely done watching you try to guilt trip her for having basic boundaries. You lied to your husband. You stole from your family's future to pump chemicals into your face. And you have the audacity to sit at my table and call your sister selfish? The tension in the room was so thick it was suffocating. Leo started crying, terrified by the yelling. Marcus immediately stood up, scooped Leo into his arms, and walked out to the backyard to protect him from the fallout. Mom reached over, her hands shaking, and looked Chloe in the eye. We have enabled you for far too long, Mom said, her voice cracking. We paid for your extravagant wedding when your sister eloped. We gave you the down payment for your house while she rented. We bailed you out every time you overspent. But watching you try to extort your sister and poison your son's mind against her, it finally opened my eyes. We are done. Mom told Chloe that her spending habits and her delusions were hers alone to deal with, and the family would no longer pretend everything was fine. Chloe's face went pale white, then violent red. She pushed her chair back so hard it flipped over and crashed onto the hardwood floor. She started screaming hysterically that the entire family had betrayed her, that we were all jealous of her, and that we would regret ganging up on a struggling mother. She stomped toward the back door, screaming for Marcus and Leo. Marcus came back inside, his face completely deadpan. He grabbed Leo's jacket, didn't say a word to Chloe, and walked out the front door. Chloe chased after him, screaming obscenities at all of us. The front door slammed, and we heard tires squeal as they drove away. Mom put her face in her hands and broke down into heavy, racking sobs. Dad wrapped his arms around her, both of them looking 10 years older than they had just an hour ago. I felt a crushing weight of guilt in my chest, even though I knew logically that I hadn't started this. Chloe had built a house of cards out of lies, and I had simply refused to be the wind that kept it standing. At 11 p.m. that night, Marcus texted me. Chloe locked herself in the bedroom the second we got home. She won't come out. She's just screaming through the door that everyone hates her. I've reached my absolute breaking point. I am telling her tomorrow that she either agrees to intense psychiatric therapy and financial counseling, or I am filing for divorce and full custody of Leo. I cannot raise my son in a house full of manipulation and manufactured drama. I'm so sorry she put you through this. I texted him back, thanking him for protecting Leo, and told him I supported whatever hard choices he had to make. The week before Christmas, the situation escalated to its absolute peak. Marcus showed up at my parents' house with Leo and 2 large suitcases. He asked Mom if they could stay in the guest room indefinitely. Marcus explained that he had given Chloe the ultimatum about therapy, and she had completely lost her mind, throwing a vase at the wall and screaming that he was abandoning her. He packed his bags and left. Within an hour of Marcus arriving at my parents' house, my phone started ringing endlessly. I finally answered, and Chloe's shrieks nearly blew out my phone's speaker. She screamed that I was a homewrecker, a monster, and a thief. She yelled that I had stolen her husband and her son, that I had poisoned everyone's minds, and that I had finally gotten exactly what I wanted to ruin her life because I was barren and jealous. I stayed ice cold. Marcus left you because you lied to him about $10,500, tried to extort your family, and refused to get mental help. You ruined your own life, Chloe. Call me when you rejoin reality. I hung up and blocked her number. Christmas Eve arrived. The atmosphere at my parents' house was somber, but peaceful. I was helping Mom set up the dinner table, and Marcus was in the living room reading a book to Leo. Then the doorbell rang. Dad opened the door, and there was Chloe standing on the freezing front porch. She looked completely unhinged. Her hair was a mess, her designer coat was thrown on haphazardly, and she was demanding to see Leo. Her voice carried through the entire house as she screamed that we were all guilty of parental alienation and kidnapping. She threatened to call the police and have us all arrested if we didn't hand over her son immediately. Dad stood firm in the doorway, completely blocking her path. His voice was steady and remarkably calm. You are absolutely welcome to visit your son on Christmas Eve, Chloe. But you will not cross this threshold if you are going to scream, make threats, or say terrible things about this family in front of that little boy. If you can calm down and act like a rational adult, you can come inside. If you cannot, I will close this door. For a long, agonizing moment, Chloe stared at him, her chest heaving. And then, the illusion finally shattered. Her face crumpled, she collapsed to her knees right there on the freezing concrete porch and started sobbing. Not the manipulative, angry tears she usually deployed to get her way, but genuine, agonizing, soul-crushing sobs. Her shoulders shook violently as she covered her face, crying like something deep inside her had finally broken completely. Mom gently pushed past Dad, stepped out into the cold, and knelt beside her eldest daughter. She wrapped her arms around Chloe, and softly told her to come inside and have some tea. Chloe nodded weakly, not looking at anyone, and let Mom guide her straight to the kitchen, closing the door behind them. They stayed in that kitchen for 2 hours. I kept Leo distracted in the dining room decorating sugar cookies, pretending everything was fine. When Mom finally emerged, she looked drained but cautiously hopeful. She announced that Chloe had finally hit rock bottom. She had admitted she had a severe problem, that she was drowning in debt, and that her obsession with social media had destroyed her sanity. Chloe agreed to check into an intensive outpatient therapy program, hand over complete control of her finances to Marcus, and attend marriage counseling. Marcus agreed to let her see Leo for the evening, and eventually agreed to return home after the holidays, but only on the strict condition that she followed through with every single promise. He also demanded she write a formal apology to me. In mid-January, I found a handwritten letter in my mailbox. It was written on plain notebook paper, covered in crossed-out words, and actual tear stains that made the ink run. Chloe wrote that she was deeply, profoundly sorry for demanding child support from me and for trying to manipulate the family. She confessed how her addiction to Instagram had warped her brain, making her feel like a total failure as a mother because her life didn't look like a filtered influencer's grid. She admitted that spending $10,500 on her face while claiming she couldn't afford her son's school supplies was sick and hypocritical. She said her new therapist was helping her realize that she had tried to extort me because she felt completely out of control of her own life, and punishing me for my financial stability was easier than facing her own failures. She asked if, over time, we could slowly try to rebuild a relationship for Leo's sake, ending the letter by saying she knew she had to prove herself with actions, not just words. I sat at my kitchen table and read it 3 times. I was relieved, but I wasn't naive. I wrote a firm letter back. I told her I appreciated the apology and was glad she was getting help. However, I explicitly laid out my boundaries. I would never, ever, pay any form of aunt tax or financial support. Any future relationship would require absolute respect for my choices and my lifestyle, with 0 guilt trips. I mailed it the next day. By February, Maya told me Chloe had permanently deleted all her social media accounts. Marcus had taken her credit cards, and she was strictly using cash envelopes for groceries to physically force herself to understand the value of money again. In March, I finally agreed to meet Chloe for coffee. When she walked into the cafe, I almost didn't recognize her. She wore no makeup, her hair was in a messy bun, and she was wearing a plain sweater. She ordered an $8 black coffee instead of her usual absurdly complex, expensive latte. We talked for 2 hours. It wasn't entirely comfortable, but it was the most honest conversation we had shared in a decade. She didn't make excuses. She didn't play the victim. She just owned her terrible behavior. It's been a few months now. We see each other at Sunday dinners, and things are civil. I take Leo out on weekends again, and Chloe never makes a single comment about the money I spend on him. Our relationship will never be the same. The blind trust is gone forever. But what we have now is real, grounded in boundaries and reality, not entitlement and Instagram filters. Sometimes, the kindest thing you can do for family is absolutely refuse to participate in their delusion, force them to hit rock bottom, and let the truth destroy the lies they built their life upon. My coworker built his career on my stolen work. I trapped him with fake data that sparked a massive lawsuit and destroyed his entire life. As a result of my charismatic coworker's covert theft of my physical documents over the course of several months in order to establish his golden boy reputation, I placed a concealed camera and a massively booby-trapped false report on my desk. I was able to sit back and watch as the radioactive data that he took not only resulted in him being fired, but also caused a lawsuit that was worth many millions of dollars and banned him from the whole industry. When the office discovered this and attempted to terminate me for spying, I sat back and watched. I am a male who is 29 years old, and I have been employed as a senior data architect at a supply chain and logistics company in Seattle that is of a medium size for almost 4 years now. Major e-commerce businesses and national retailers are among the clients that our company serves, with regard to complicated routing, warehousing optimizations, and freight analytics capabilities. The piece is extremely thick and of a high technical complexity. As you stare at spreadsheets that include hundreds of thousands of rows, you are attempting to reduce the cost of a shipping route by 3 cents, which would ultimately result in a savings of $2 million for a client over the course of a fiscal year. It's not exactly a glamorous career. There are no magazine covers that feature data architects who work in supply chains. However, I adore it. I actually enjoy the challenge that it presents. Throughout my whole life, I have always been a reserved individual, a true introvert. I do not participate in the water cooler gossip, I do not play on the corporate softball team, and I do not participate in the happy hours that are held with the employees at the office. After coming in, I put on my noise-canceling headphones, I construct analytical models that are immaculate, and then I leave before going home. For as long as I can remember, I have held the belief that quality work speaks for itself. It is one of those contemporary, horrific open-plan notions that we have in our office. There are no walls, no cubicles, and no privacy is available. When you are seated, the frosted glass separators that separate the long, continuous white desks that are separated from one another fall just short of reaching your chin. I have my desk tucked up in the extreme back corner, next to the exit for the fire department. The reason I particularly chose this location is because I despise it when people stroll behind my monitors. My ability to concentrate is greatly enhanced by the seclusion. Nevertheless, as I would soon discover, it also produced the ideal blind spot for me. 2 years ago, management made the decision to hire a new individual to work in our department. We'll refer to him as Julian, 31 years old. The individual was a social genius, and if I had to use just one word to characterize Julian, it would be chameleon. His technical talents were, at most, poor, and he was not particularly intelligent. Nonetheless, his gift was that he was able to make everyone fall in love with him. Julian was the owner of the office from the very first week he was there. Monday mornings, he would bring in artisanal pastries that he had purchased from a bakery located across town. He committed the names of the children owned by the receptionist to memory. He was well aware of the sports teams that the directors considered to be their favorites, and he would casually bring up statistics during morning chats. When he spoke to you, he had this effortless way of making you feel like you were the most important person in the room. He was charming, he was perfectly dressed, and he had this way of making you feel at ease. At first, I had a genuine attachment to him. Sometimes, we would go out to eat breakfast. When he came by my secluded corner desk, he would lean against the glass divider and inquire about my weekend. He would grumble about the horrible coffee that was served in the break room, inquire about my dog, and most importantly, inquire about the projects that I was currently delving deeply into. My assumption was that we were genuine pals. I had the impression that he was merely a pleasant and inquisitive individual who was attempting to become familiar with the intricacies of a complicated sector. A gradual onset of the nightmare occurred approximately 10 months ago. I arrived into the office on a Tuesday morning while it was raining, put my coffee down, and reached for a physical routing report that I had printed out and left on my keyboard the previous evening. It had vanished. The thought occurred to me that I might have left it on the tray, so I checked my drawers, looked under the desk, and even went to the common printer to see if it was there. None of it. I reasoned that the late-night cleaning crew may have swept it into the recycling bin when they were mistakenly cleaning. Although I was irritated by it, I simply reprinted it, handed in my results, and carried on with my life. After a period of 3 weeks, it occurred once more. For this particular instance, it was a full variance analysis for the third quarter for one of our most important national retail clients. During the course of the 12 hours that I had spent constructing the model, I had printed out a paper copy in order to handwrite some specific margin comments before digitizing it the following day. It's gone. They simply disappeared into thin air. Upon inquiring with the janitorial personnel, they declared that they never touch documents that are sitting on desks. Had he seen anything? I inquired of my neighbor, who worked at my desk. When it happened for the third time, it became more than just a little annoyance. The warehouse audit packet was enormous, consisting of 40 pages. I had been working on the analysis for a total of 2 weeks in a row. Because it was a physical draft that was covered in my own personal shorthand annotations, I was unable to simply press the print button once more. Days of labor were lost by me. In order to reconstruct my notes from memory, I was required to remain at the office until 2 a.m. for 3 consecutive nights in a row. I was completely spent, I was consuming caffeine in quantities that were dangerously close to being toxic, and I was beginning to seriously question my own sanity. Was I going completely insane? When I was in a condition of confusion, did I bring these documents home with me and then dispose of them? Following that, the encounter that broke my reality occurred. It was an all-hands meeting on behalf of the department. A man named Marcus, who was the director of our department, was standing at the front of the room and talking over the quarterly victories. He was a kind and straightforward individual. It was the identical warehouse audit that I had been working on, and he clicked on the next presentation, which showed a large logistical revamp for a key client. Marcus gave Julian a big smile and gestured in his direction. I want to take a moment to specifically highlight Julian's phenomenal work on this account, Marcus said. Julian really stepped up. His analysis on the asymptotic cost reductions in Sector 4 was frankly brilliant. The client was blown away. My respiration came to a halt. Before long, the room began to spin. Cost reductions that are asymptotically occurring. My phrase was just that. That was the exact definition of my hyperspecific language, which I had used in the 40-page packet that I had misplaced. I focused my attention on Julian. He was soaking up the adulation from the audience while he was doing this lowly, aw shucks way of nodding his head. When he grabbed my attention, he smiled warmly, winked at me, and then mouthed, "Team effort." I was experiencing a bodily sickness. It was as if a freight train had hit me with the betrayal. In no way was he a friend. The parasite that he was. I can't count the number of times he came to my desk to chat and inquire about the project I was working on. He was conducting reconnaissance. He was treating my desk as if it were his own personal smorgasbord, waiting for me to accomplish the heavy lifting so that he could sneak in after hours, steal my physical manuscripts, retype them, and present them as his own original work of genius. I did not lose my cool. During the course of the meeting, I restrained myself from getting up and yelling at him. Throughout my life, my father, who is now retired from the military, instilled in me one fundamental principle for navigating conflict: never respond. Respond at all times. Rather than being a tactical action, reacting is an emotional one. I went back to my work, where I stared blankly at my displays, and I made the decision right then and there that I wasn't going to merely expose Julian. I intended to completely destroy him in every way. A significant number of individuals who have left comments have inquired as to the reason why I did not simply store my records in a drawer or rely solely on digital files. Before submitting the final digital version of the document, management strongly encourages the use of physical markups in our particular workflow model. For the purpose of warehouse routing, we make use of enormous blueprints in the form of architectural drawings, which are considerably simpler to annotate by hand. Additionally, filing cabinets that lock are not provided to us at our desks. Instead, we are given open trays. Because I imagined that I worked with grown-ups who were professionals and not with corporate robbers, I never considered the possibility of requiring a lockbox. If I were to simply walk into human resources and accuse the office golden boy of stealing, I was well aware that I would be laughed out of the room entirely. At that moment, Julian had everyone firmly grasped in his grasp. If I did not have concrete evidence that cannot be refuted, I would appear to be a resentful and envious coworker who is attempting to undermine a rising star. A smoking gun was what I needed. The first thing I did was go online and get a high-definition wildlife trail camera that was quite small. It was built to be attached to a tree in order to capture deer, which meant that it was motion-activated, fully silent, did not require Wi-Fi, and branded each and every frame with the precise date and time. It set me back $65. I brought it into the office in a concealed manner, concealed within my workout bag, and positioned it in the ideal spot on the shelf of my workstation, sandwiching it between two thick and tedious accounting textbooks. In spite of the fact that it was almost undetectable, the lens provided an excellent wide-angle view of my entire desk. After that, I required bait. Nevertheless, I wasn't simply interested in catching him in the act of stealing. I wanted to make a document that was so poisonous that stealing it would irreparably damage him. Because if you look at the first letter of every sentence in the third paragraph, it spells out, "Liam wrote this." In a physical sense, Julian choked. While he sat there, his mouth moved back and forth like a fish that was about to die. After that, Marcus, who had finally developed a spine, intervened and provided the CEO with an explanation of the entire issue. It was told to him that the entire document was a honeypot that was designed to catch Julian in the process of stealing, as well as the camera, the metadata, and the thefts itself. Harrison was drenched with rage. It wasn't directed at me. Rather, it was directed at the fact that a scam had been going on in his firm for a year, and that human resources had allowed the office to turn against victim. Not 10 minutes later, I received a call to report to the primary boardroom. When I stepped in, I saw Julian looking pale, sweating through his fine suit, and even appearing as though he was about to throw up. At the very top of the table, Harrison was observed to be standing. Brenda from Human Resources was examining the floor. Harrison called out, "Liam," and his voice reverberated throughout the spacious room. "I have reviewed your security footage, I have reviewed your metadata, and I have reviewed your highly creative bait document. I want to personally apologize to you. You were failed by your management team, and you should never have had to play detective to protect your own labor." After that, Harrison was looking at Julian. There was no longer any warmth in his eyes. Instead, they were completely icy. "Julian, you are terminated effective immediately, for gross misconduct, intellectual property theft, and fraud. Security is currently packing your desk. You will hand over your badge, your company phone, and your laptop right now. If you ever contact anyone in this office again, I will personally see to it that you are sued into oblivion." Julian made an attempt to communicate. There was trembling in his voice as he attempted to turn on the charm. "Harrison, please, let me explain. The pressure was just..." Harrison yelled. "Get out of my building," he directed. The man who had harassed me and turned my coworkers against me, the golden boy of the company, was seen walking out of the boardroom while being accompanied by two imposing security officers. I watched him complete the walk of shame. When the door clicked shut, Harrison came back to me. "The senior architect position has been open for 3 months. Marcus tells me you've been doing the work of a senior for over a year. The job is yours, effective today." It comes with a 30% raise and your own private office with a locking door. Do you accept? I was aware of a smile gradually spreading across my face. I accept. 6 months have passed since Julian was removed off the premises, and in that time, his life has undergone a significant transformation. To begin with, the private office is a blessing in disguise. In terms of my mental health, the fact that I have 4 actual walls and a door that locks has been extremely beneficial. At the moment, I am in charge of a small team of junior analysts, and the rule that I adhere to the most is complete transparency. There is a clear attribution for every single piece of work. I will not allow anyone on my team to experience the same feelings of fear and hopelessness that I had. While it took some time, the social dynamics in the workplace began to recover. The environment underwent a seismic change after Julian was terminated from his position, and the truth about the Phoenix Initiative became widely known. The individuals who had shunned me suddenly became aware of the extent to which they had been influenced by Julian's charisma. A great number of individuals felt indescribably ashamed. The woman from marketing who had dubbed me a creepy stalker actually came to my office, shut the door, and apologized to me in a heartfelt and sad manner throughout our conversation. She stated that she had been influenced by Julian's magnetism, and that she had joined the bandwagon without being aware of the pertinent information. Her apology was accepted by me. In the hallways, the majority of the other people simply nodded at me in an awkward manner, because they were too embarrassed to address the issue properly. It didn't matter to me. At the same time that I was performing something that I enjoyed, I was making 30% more. But it is not the conclusion of the narrative. Mostly due to the fact that Julian, being the complete and utter psychopath that he is, was unable to simply accept his loss and go on. I was reading a book on a Sunday morning at a neighborhood coffee shop around 2 months ago. I was there because I was there. A voice that I was familiar with said, "Well, if it isn't the director's favorite spy." When I looked up, I saw Julian standing there. He didn't look good at all. He appeared to have lost weight, his hair was disheveled, and he was wearing a button-down shirt that was wrinkled and appeared to have been worn while he was sleeping. The lack of effortless charm had fully vanished, and in its stead came an atmosphere that was acrid and empty. He sat down opposite me without my permission and said, "I hope you're happy, Liam. You ruined my life. I had a mortgage. I had plans. You couldn't just talk to me? You had to set me up?" I closed my book carefully, while maintaining eye contact during the entire process. Because of this, I no longer felt angry. I simply experienced feelings of pity. "You didn't make a mistake, Julian," I remarked in a composed manner. "You made a calculated choice to steal from me, night after night, for almost a year. You stole my late nights, my weekends, and my professional credibility so you could play the genius. And when you got caught, you tried to turn the whole office against me to save your own skin. I didn't ruin your life, your own arrogance did." As he scoffed, a sneering expression appeared on his face. "Whatever. Enjoy your little promotion. I just got hired as the director of analytics at Horizon Freight. Better pay, better title? I don't need your garbage data anyway." After getting to his feet, he violently pushed his chair back, and then he immediately rushed out of the coffee shop. The most significant regional competitor that we faced was Horizon Freight. Upon hearing that he had been offered a director post there, I was irritated for around 10 seconds, until I became aware of something very important. A slacker, Julian was. For the past 2 years, he had been doing nothing but coasting on my efforts. It was completely beyond his comprehension how to construct an effective logistics model from the ground up. When I got home, I waited there. I had a feeling that the other shoe was going to fall. The stunning collapse of Julian's house of cards occurred exactly 4 months after it had been planned. I learned about it from rumors that circulated among the industry, and I subsequently confirmed it with Marcus, who was really excited when he informed me about it. When Julian first started working at Horizon Freight, he was under a great deal of pressure to demonstrate that he was deserving of the enormous new pay he was receiving. It was imperative that he achieve a significant victory right away. The fact that he no longer had me to steal from caused him to experience a state of terror. So, what exactly did he do? Over the course of his employment at our organization, he utilized his personal backup disks. In particular, he retrieved the digital copy of the Phoenix Initiative, which he believed to be the only brilliant model he had left. Indeed, he utilized the paperwork from the poison bait. It was not known to him that the math was flipped. It was unknown to him that the zip codes were lethal. After cleaning up the acrostic Liam wrote this, and making some formatting adjustments, he presented the Phoenix Initiative to Horizon Freight's most important client, a national grocery chain, as his own innovative plan. The newly appointed director was trusted by Horizon Freight. The model was put into action by them. Within the span of 3 weeks, the whole supply network of the grocery chain came to an abrupt halt. Instead of being dispatched to densely populated urban areas, trucks were being routed to vacant properties in rural areas. There was a problem with perishable items going bad in warehouses, since the timetables for routing were mathematically impossible to meet. Over the course of less than a month, the customer suffered losses of around $4.2 million due to ruined goods and missing delivery. Immediately, the customer terminated their contract and threatened to sue Horizon Freight until they were unable to defend themselves. After experiencing a state of fear, the executives of Horizon decided to bring in forensic auditors from the outside in order to determine the cause of their routing model's catastrophic failure. The auditors investigated Julian's code extensively. Not only did they discover the inverted matrices, but they also discovered the minuscule white type that was concealed within the borders of the digital file. This is my employment identification number, along with the covert digital watermarks that Apex Logistics has implemented. The company Horizon Freight came to the realization that Julian had not only produced a disaster that was worth multiple millions of dollars, but that he had done it by stealing intellectual property from a direct competitor that was copyrighted and had significant flaws. Instantaneously, Horizon terminated Julian's employment. However, that was not the last of him. Horizon put Julian completely under the bus, in order to protect itself from the impending litigation brought by the customer. In a lawsuit, they accused Julian of committing fraud and sabotage against the company. As a result of the extremely close-knit nature of the logistics industry in the Pacific Northwest, the word quickly spread like wildfire. The story of the golden boy who stole a paper that was booby-trapped, utilized it at a competing company, and caused a $4 million meltdown, was told to every large company, every recruiter, and every CEO. A comprehensive blacklist has been placed on Julian. In his whole life, he will never again be employed in the fields of finance, supply chain management, or data analytics. According to the most recent information that I had through the grapevine, he was working as a shift manager at a retail electronics store, was facing the prospect of selling his condo, and was drowning in legal bills. Occasionally, when I am sitting in my private office, which is a quiet place, and staring out the window at the skyline of Seattle, I find myself thinking about that concealed camera. When I contemplate how close I came to quitting my job, I think of how the office turned against me. This experience imparted upon me a valuable lesson. Charm has the ability to influence a space, but it cannot influence basic data. If you ever find yourself in a scenario in which someone else is taking credit for the hard work that you have put in, you should not let your emotions determine how you behave. Keep a record of everything. Develop your argument in a stealthy manner. They should be allowed to become accustomed to their arrogance. You should also make sure that the bait is something that they will never, ever, be able to digest when you finally set your trap. Please remember to keep your receipts at all times. My dad claimed I never gave the family anything, so I canceled my sister's $120,000 tuition, repossessed brother's car, and took back my parents' house. I believed I understood family until a year ago. I believed in gritty, real-world family dynamics, not Hallmark cards. The kind where you create your life around your folks, even if it means carrying too much weight. I felt that was a wonderful son act. I'm Leo, 31 male. I've always been the quiet, responsible middle child who sends expensive birthday flowers, remembers anniversaries, and quietly picks up the slack when nobody knows the rope is unraveling. I didn't grow up thinking I'd support a family that made me feel expendable. That discovery took time. It happened very slowly, like rot under the floorboards. You don't see the damage until the house collapses. Growing up, familial dynamics were painfully evident. My older brother, Mark, 34 male, was the golden boy. The charming extrovert and varsity baseball star always had a crowd of admiring friends and relatives hanging on his every word. My younger sister, Chloe, 22 female, was a princess from birth. My folks pampered her like royalty. I was next. I was the middle child with good grades and no trouble. But my father kept telling me I wasn't living up to my potential, and lacked Mark's killer instinct. Honestly, it didn't bother me then. So I was alone. I kept my head down, worked hard for a partial academic scholarship, left at 18, and founded my own boutique cybersecurity and IT infrastructure firm. That business launch was a nightmare. I spent 3 years eating generic ramen, working 6 to 8-hour days until my eyesight blurred, sleeping on a mattress on the floor of a studio apartment that smelled like damp drywall, and getting ghosted by every angel investor I pitched. The saddest, funniest element of that struggle: my family was silent for years. When I couldn't afford a Christmas flight home, my mom commented, "Oh, that's a shame, Mark is bringing his new girlfriend." Nobody helped. No one asked if I ate. But the moment my company won its first significant corporate contract and started making money, then I became family, again mysteriously. It started without big demands. It started slowly, methodically bleeding. On a Sunday, my dad called me extremely pleasant and asked if I could help pay off Mark's expensive SUV loan, just until he gets his big promotion. I did. Chloe's private university tuition followed. She wanted to attend a costly out-of-state private college, and my parents said financial aid wasn't enough. You wouldn't want your little sister drowning in student debt, would you, Leo? My mom guilt-tripped me. I paid her $120,000 tuition directly. My mom needed emergency roof repairs thereafter. The central heating system exploded. So she wanted the luxury kitchen overhaul she always dreamed of since we were kids. I was funding 3 households before I could comprehend it. I paid Mark's auto insurance, Chloe's tuition and rent, and my parents' big home renovations. Even so, my mom would email me weekly, "Can you Venmo me $400 for the groceries this week? Your father's back is hurting so he had to take time off." I wasn't bothered at first. I was very glad my business was prospering and I could help. Creating a legacy was my belief. I saw myself at a huge family reunion, looking around and believing I improved my loved ones' lives. I reassured them. But how they treated my money ate away at my spirit. They viewed my financial support like a human right, that I owed them for sharing their last name. There was no, thank you, never-ending expectation. The tipping moment was Thanksgiving last year. I hosted the holiday dinner. I bought a gorgeous, huge hill country property near Austin that could fit the whole extended family, not to show off my wealth. I overdid it. I hired a private caterer, deep cleaned the house, bought premium wine, and built a backyard fire pit with pricey seats. Complete disrespect ruled the day. None of the 15 people volunteered to help me carry a plate, pour a drink, or clear a table. Adam raised his glass of wine, that I paid for halfway through dinner, and gave a 10-minute speech about how lucky we are to have such a strong family bond, and how family always comes through in a crisis. He never mentioned me. He ignored whose house he was in. Chloe brought her flavor of the month boyfriend, and stared at her iPhone screen for 5 hours, rolling her eyes when I asked about her classes. My dad? He spent the evening in my living room, loudly complaining to my uncles that things were so much tougher in his day and that kids nowadays, especially the tech guys, have it so incredibly easy. They just push buttons on a keyboard and think they've done a hard day's work. He drank $200 scotch on my $5,000 custom sofa. A stiff, polite smile helped me swallow the embarrassment, but something essential was dying inside, pulling away. The last thread broke 2 months later on a random Tuesday. I had just finished a rigorous 9-hour meeting with a difficult client. After driving home with a pounding head, I entered my quiet abode. My dad left a voicemail on my phone. His voice was clipped, tired, and razor sharp, the perfect tone to make you feel 3 inches tall. "Leo," began voicemail. "Your mother told me you questioned the contractor's estimate for the new deck. Listen to me very closely. All you do is take. You've never given this family anything worth remembering. You just throw money around to make yourself feel superior. If you had an ounce of actual pride, you'd stop acting like we owe you a damn parade and just leave us alone." I was so shocked that I lost my breath. I stood in my kitchen, suit on, staring at the wall. I assumed I misheard him. Pressed replay. "You only take. You never gave this family anything special." No screaming. Phone wasn't thrown at granite countertops. I didn't call him to argue or seek an apology. I walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Texas hills and watched the sunset. Something gave out in my chest. I imagined a quiet, pitiful sound like a rusted hinge snapping under pressure. Walking upstairs, I took my suitcase from the closet and packed a month's worth of clothes. A dramatic goodbye letter wasn't written. I didn't announce anything vague on Facebook. I opened my laptop, logged into my banking portals, and started working. My wealth manager and executive assistant received a simple email: pause all outgoing recurring payments, wire transfers, and direct deposits to any family member's account. Cancel secondary credit cards. Immediately. The break was quiet and clean. I drove to the airport that night, bought a first-class ticket to London on the next flight and left. 3 days passed. A full week follows. Total radio silence. No one called to check on me. Nobody texted to check on my week. They didn't notice my absence from the country because they were used to me being a silent ATM. It took them almost a month to notice, but only because the money stopped flowing. Chloe broke first. She called me late Friday night. I was drinking a pint in a Soho pub. I left it on voicemail, but she texted me immediately. Her shaky voice was an attempt to sound casual while hiding her panic. "Leo, hey. I just logged into the university financial portal, and my tuition for the semester didn't go through. The registrar is threatening to drop my classes. Did something happen with the autopay account?" I stared at the screen. I typed out one single sentence, hit send, and then put my phone face down on the sticky wooden table. Thought I never gave this family anything worth remembering. I didn't offer a follow-up. I didn't explain the voicemail. Just that. She didn't respond. But within 45 minutes, my phone absolutely exploded. I had 6 missed calls from my mom, 4 from Mark, and 3 from my dad. My dad left a voicemail. It was hilarious in the darkest, most twisted way possible. "Leo, pick up the damn phone," he barked, his voice dripping with condescension. "We need to talk right now. Whatever this little temper tantrum stunt is, it's not funny. Your sister's entire academic future is on the line. Fix the account." No apology for his previous voicemail. No self-reflection. Just demands. Just that exact same, grating tone that screamed, "You exist to serve us." I didn't fix the account. I ordered another pint, listened to the rain, hit the windows of the pub, and for the first time in a decade, I smiled a real, genuine smile. I ended up staying in Europe for a month. From London, I took a train up to Edinburgh, rented a car, and drove deep into the Scottish Highlands. I rented a tiny, isolated stone cottage that barely had Wi-Fi. I slept for 12 hours a night. I hiked in the freezing rain. I sat by a peat fire and read books I had bought years ago but never had the energy to open. I let the world completely spin without me. And back in Texas, my family's world was violently collapsing. Because I had completely severed the financial umbilical cord, the dominoes fell with terrifying speed. Chloe's university sent her a formal notice of pending administrative withdrawal due to severe non-payment. Mark, who had been blowing his own paycheck on expensive watches and vacations while I paid his bills, had his luxury SUV repossessed from the parking lot of his office. And my parents? The auto draft for their massive, newly refinanced mortgage bounced hard. The foundation of absolute entitlement they had built on my silent suffering cracked wide open, and they went into full panic mode. They started frantically reaching out to every single member of our extended family, spinning wild, dramatic tales. They told my aunts and uncles that I had suffered some sort of psychotic break, that I had maliciously cut them off out of nowhere, and that I had abandoned my duties to the family. But the beautiful thing about truth is that you can't easily rewrite history when too many people have quietly watched the actual reality unfold for years. A few of my cousins had seen the toxic dynamic. They knew exactly who was paying for the Thanksgiving dinners and the Christmas gifts. I got a long text message from my cousin, Sarah, 30F, my mom's niece. Sarah is a no-nonsense ER nurse who has never bought into my parents' delusions of grandeur. She wrote, "Your mom is calling everyone crying about the mortgage. I just wanted to say that I have always admired how incredibly patient you've been with them, but I am so damn glad you finally stopped being their safety net. Enjoy your vacation. Turn your phone off." That message hit me much harder than I expected. It made me tear up in the middle of a hiking trail, because the absolute truth was, I didn't want revenge. I never wanted to destroy them. I just wanted peace. I wanted to be loved for who I was, not for the digits in my bank account. But I was learning a harsh lesson. Once you remove the exact mechanism they use to control and drain you, once they realize they need you a million times more than you ever needed them, they don't self-reflect. They just rage. People mass reported the GoFundMe campaign for fraud. GoFundMe suspended her campaign, frozen $8,500, and refunded all donors the next morning. She was permanently banned from Reddit. My sister had never experienced anything like that in her 22 years. My parents received the second consequence 5 days later. A thick, certified legal envelope arrived at my corporate office. It wasn't handwritten by my parents. It was typed on cheap letterhead to look legal. It began, "We are formally requesting a mandatory mediation meeting to discuss the immediate breakdown of our family dynamic and the equitable division of shared assets." I laughed out loud at work. They wanted a corporate board meeting to fix their emotionally damaged family. But hidden in the pseudo-legal jargon was their desperate reason for reaching out. The Colorado cabin was under contract for sale. They demanded 50% of the proceeds, claiming emotional equity and sweat equity in the property. I gave Vance the letter. He read it, smiled, and said, "Do you want me to send them a polite reminder that emotional equity is a completely fabricated concept that holds zero weight in a court of law? Do better than that," I advised. Vance wrote a brutal reply. He sent me my dad's 5-year-old contract from when I bailed him out. My father's legally notarized signature read, "I acknowledge that this property is purchased by, and remains the sole legal property of, Leo, last name. I waive all financial and legal claims to this estate." Vance's letter threatened to countersue for legal fees and harassment if they sued for a cabin cut. A letter silenced them instantly. The silence didn't last long because Vance and I were working on a much larger, quieter side project in Europe. Before I started paying for everything directly, my parents were about to default on their primary home mortgage 4 years ago. I loaned them $115,000 up front to save the house. As a less naive child, I made my father sign a promissory note. The loan agreement was legally binding and had a repayment schedule. They never returned my money, 0 cents. Vance meticulously recorded every deposit, compiled the original signed promissory note, calculated the interest, and quietly filed a massive legal lien against their primary residence. Because they were defaulting on their newly refinanced mortgage, and I had a $115,000 senior lien on the property, I could force a foreclosure sale to recover my debt. Sarah called me the night of the notice. "Leo, it is absolute chaos over there," she whispered into the phone. "Your mom called my mom hyperventilating. Your dad put a hole in the drywall. He's threatening to go to the local news and destroy your business reputation." I sighed, looking out my office window. "Let him go to the news, Sarah. I have a mountain of legally binding receipts. Let's see who wins that PR war." However, I wasn't doing this for revenge anymore. Only a clinical need for closure remained after the anger faded. They mistook my loyalty for weakness. They thought I was a faucet they could turn on when thirsty and leave dripping when they left. Now I was making them experience drought. I had the most surreal experience when my childhood home went up for county auction. I wasn't needed. Vance let me stay at the office, but I needed to see it. My car was parked across the street in the old neighborhood. Late fall suburbs always had a sharp, stale chill. I watched the house for 20 minutes from the driver's seat. It was strange seeing my childhood home, which held so much hidden misery, silent resentment, and forced smiles, with a huge, ugly white sign staked into the perfectly manicured front lawn. Notice of foreclosure. Public auction today. I got out of my car, put my hands in my jacket pockets, and crossed the street slowly. Front door propped open. Vance was in the driveway talking to the county auction representative, a stern clipboard-wielding woman. Vance nodded and asked, "You sure you want to be here for this, Leo?" "I must be," I said. "Not for revenge. Not to boast. Because this massive shift in my universe needed witnesses. I had to witness the final chain break." I crossed the empty living room. My dad blamed me for not stopping Mark from recklessly throwing a kettlebell inside, which dented the hardwood floor. I cried when I saw Chloe's faded dark nail polish stain on the carpet, and my mom made me scrub it for 3 hours. My academic awards were in a drawer, but my parents proudly displayed Mark's sports trophies and Chloe's pageant ribbons on the hallway wall. I was a ghost in my family's museum. Near noon, the front lawn filled. My family arrived after some aggressive real estate investors and nosy neighbors pretending to walk their dogs. They arrived in Mark's rusted truck. A miserable, twisted clown car piled them out. Chloe emerged first, blotchy, and wearing gigantic sunglasses to hide her red-rimmed eyes. Mark followed, scowling and puffing his chest like he was ready to fight. Then my parents. My mom appeared 15 years older in 2 months. She held a defeated posture. My dad walked with that arrogant, heavy step, like he could intimidate the universe into submission. He immediately saw me near the porch. His face turned a hideous purple. He stomped across the grass, barking, "Leo, we need to talk right now, in private." I remained still. I held my ground on the porch. Mark stalked him to appear menacing. "You're actually going through with this?" My dad shouted, furious and disbelieving. "You're going to publicly humiliate your own flesh and blood? You're going to put your mother on the street? Over what? Some perceived slight because I hurt your delicate feelings on a voicemail?" I looked him dead in the eyes. I no longer felt small. My only emotion was pity. I said, "It wasn't a slight, Dad." Eerily calm and steady. "It was a lifetime pattern of extreme financial and emotional abuse, and that pattern terminates today." "You ungrateful little bastard," he began, half-stepping up the stairs. I stopped him with a hand. "Don't. Do not finish that sentence. You have absolutely zero leverage left." Chloe pushed past Mark, crying high-pitched, "Leo, please, I'm officially expelled. I have nowhere to live. My life is completely ruined. Why are you doing this to us? We're your family." I slowly looked at my sister. "I paid for 3 years of your life, Chloe. Every tuition bill, every textbook, every luxury apartment, every vacation. You never said thank you. Not once. Instead, you went on the internet, called me a mentally unstable abuser, and tried to scam innocent people out of thousands of dollars. You ruined your own life." Her face crumpled. She hid behind my mother. My mom finally spoke, trembling, playing the ultimate victim. "Families don't do this to each other, Leo. You are destroying us." "No," I said, echoing off the porch roof. "Families don't act like parasites. You took my time, my money, my mental health, and my trust. And when I finally stopped bleeding out for you, you called me a taker. I am just taking back what is legally mine." The county auctioneer's sharp, professional voice broke the tension. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the bidding process in exactly 2 minutes." My dad panicked as investors gathered on his lawn. The truth finally sank into his bones. His arrogance vanished, replaced by naked terror. "Leo, please," he whispered, breaking. "You can't do this. We have nowhere to go. You wouldn't even have the money to do this, if we hadn't raised you. You're right, I whispered. You raised me to be independent. And now, you get to be independent, too. I left them, walked down the driveway, got in my car, and drove away. Within 45 minutes, the house sold at auction. A corporate rental conglomerate paid cash. Since I had the senior lien, the first $115,000 of the sale went to my trust account plus legal fees. The bank took the rest for the mortgage default. My parents left with nothing, no equity. After 30 days, the county sheriff enforced the eviction. My parents filed desperate, poorly written elder abuse motions in court, but the judge dismissed them immediately. Law was unbreakable. No exceptions, 30 days. They couldn't afford professional movers. They packed everything they could into a cheap U-Haul and left decades of junk. Vance hired cleaners to prepare the house for the new corporate owners. I finished the house tour with the crew foreman. It was filthy. Broken appliances, boxes of Mark's high school trophies he didn't pack, and mountains of garbage. In the corner of my tiny childhood bedroom, a worker found a dusty cardboard box labeled junk. I opened it. My 16-year-old journal was inside. I leafed through yellowed pages. It was full of my teenage dreams. A full college scholarship. Start a tech firm. Make $1 million. I'll finally make my parents proud by buying them a nice house. It was shocking to realize that I had achieved all of my goals only to discover that their pride and love were an illusion. I put the journal in the heavy trash bag. I paid the crew to haul the rest to the city dump and donated the usable furniture to a local women's shelter. Sarah helped me finish estate paperwork. My only extended family member who peacefully supported my decision to leave was her. We stood in Vance's office parking lot when the final document was signed. Her hug was tight. You did the absolute right thing, Leo, she whispered. Even if it feels like a funeral right now. She was right. The movie ending wasn't satisfying. No dramatic ending with soaring orchestral music or kneeling to beg forgiveness. There was silence. A huge, echoing silence that slowly gave way to profound peace. I sold my huge hill country house soon after. Felt contaminated. I left Texas and moved to a chic, minimalist loft in downtown Chicago. The smaller, quieter one is mine. No hidden expenses drain my accounts. My conscience is clear. I don't wake up sweating over what financial disaster to fix. The frantic calls from unknown numbers stopped. Threatening emails stopped. Apathy has replaced my bitterness over the past year. I no longer hate them. Hatred requires energy I won't spend. I disconnected, like cutting the last frayed thread of a heavy anchor dragging me to the ocean floor. Sarah told me my parents rent a small 2-bedroom apartment in a bad neighborhood. Mark works nights at a warehouse and sleeps on their couch. Chloe waitresses at a diner to save for community college. Finally living their earned reality. Some weeks ago, I was drinking black coffee on my Chicago balcony and watching the snow fall over the skyline. I remembered Thanksgiving dinner. I thought about how they all smiled, unaware that their comfortable lives were about to crumble. Never a family. They were financial ecosystem. An ecosystem that only worked if I was silent, useful, and small. My phone buzzed on the table. The email was from Chloe. Blank subject line. Leo. Not expecting a response. Today was my first time paying rent. It took my total pay. Now I understand. I regret my words and actions. I hope you're okay. 2 times I read the email. I had a tiny hope that the real world would make her a decent person. I didn't reply. I clicked archive, put my phone down, and watched the snow fall. I was free for the first time in my life. My dad and his lawyer ambushed my birthday to steal my $2.15 million house for my sister. I smiled as 3 police cruisers crashed their plan. My father, Arthur, stood in the center of my massive living room, the one with the vaulted ceilings and the panoramic, floor-to-ceiling glass panels overlooking the dark, glassy surface of Lake Tahoe, and declared the end of my life as I knew it. It was 8:14 p.m. The room instantly went so dead quiet that you could hear the soft hum of the climate control system and the fizz of champagne bubbles dying in 40 untouched crystal flutes. Everyone needs to clear out. The party is finished. Julian is here to handle the paperwork, he projected to the room. He didn't say it to me. He said it to the 42 extended family members, colleagues, and friends scattered around my property. He spoke with the unearned, booming authority of a man who had spent his entire 64 years treating my existence as a minor administrative error that he was finally getting around to correcting. He pulled his phone from his tailored suit jacket with the practiced arrogance of a man who believed the universe existed solely to validate his whims. 42 people stood entirely frozen. My aunts, my uncles, my cousins, my carefully selected circle of friends, all of them holding catered plates of Wagyu beef crostinis and glasses of imported Pinot Noir, wearing the collective, horrified expression of pedestrians watching a multicar pileup in slow motion, desperately trying to calculate the blast radius. And then, there was my sister. Chloe. Chloe is 32 years old, and she stood right next to the massive stone fireplace wearing a silk emerald green dress that I instantly recognized because it was mine. She was holding a glass of actual vintage champagne, and she did not look even fractionally embarrassed by the hostile takeover happening in my living room. She looked radiant. She looked like a woman who had spent weeks doing the prep work and was now just waiting to collect her prize. "Don't make a scene, Eleanor. She'll come around," Chloe said to my father, her voice carrying easily over the silence. "She always caves when things get public." My father nodded slowly, the deeply satisfied nod of a patriarch who has pulled the strings and is now just waiting for the puppet to dance. I just nodded back. It wasn't the defeated, exhausted, fine take what you want nod that I had spent the first 25 years of my life producing on demand to survive the emotional meat grinder of the Vance family. No, this was a different nod. This was the terrifyingly calm, absolute silence of a woman who had been waiting for this exact moment for 6 days, and who had spent every single hour of those 6 days preparing for it with the cold, systematic, ruthless precision of someone who builds military-grade security architecture for a living. My father interpreted my silence as weakness. That was his first catastrophic miscalculation. His second miscalculation was not knowing about the phone call I had made 30 minutes before the caterers even arrived, a direct line call to Detective Marcus Ramirez of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Detective Ramirez had been extremely professional, highly attentive, and incredibly efficient when I had walked into his precinct 5 days earlier carrying a decrypted hard drive containing 12 hours of 4K, cloud-stored, night vision security footage, accompanied by a fully drafted, legally binding trespassing and grand larceny report. But my father's third mistake was the one he made 6 days ago. To explain that, I need to explain exactly who I am, and exactly what I do. My name is Eleanor Vance. I am 36 years old, and I have been building walls, both literal and metaphorical, since I was 19. I started by building a reputation as the only person in the Vance family who refused to play the game. I was the one who didn't ask for loans, who didn't need bailouts, and who moved out the second I legally could. It was a lonely way to live, but it bought me the silence I needed to build my life's work. Sentinel Home AI. I started Sentinel in a cramped, unheated studio apartment in San Francisco back in 2012 with a refurbished laptop, a cheap soldering iron, and a deeply ingrained, trauma-born belief that most human beings drastically underestimate exactly how much a well-placed camera can see. Today, Sentinel designs heavily integrated, AI-driven smart security ecosystems for ultra-high-net-worth residential and commercial clients across the globe. We build custom, invisible camera arrays, AI-assisted predictive motion detection, cloud storage, with forensic-grade, tamper-proof timestamps, and smart lock networks keyed to highly encrypted biometric data. We currently employ over 90 people. We have headquarters in Silicon Valley, and a secondary hub in Austin. We have an annual revenue that would literally cause my father to go into cardiac arrest if he ever saw the balance sheets. He doesn't know the numbers, of course, because he stopped asking about my little tech hobby roughly a decade ago when it became abundantly clear that my success would require him to admit he was wrong about my potential. I designed and installed the security system in my Lake Tahoe house myself. I do not mean that I hired a crew and supervised them. I mean I spent 3 weeks physically running the Cat6 cables through the drywall, installing the sensors, and calibrating the biometric nodes. The property is covered by 48 distinct optical sensors: interior, exterior, infrared, and thermal. There are military-grade smart locks on every single entry point, including the garage and the wine cellar, with individual, encrypted access codes that log directly to my private server. There are motion sensors mapped to the specific weight and gait of a human being on all 3 floors. And, most importantly, there is high-fidelity audio capture in the primary living spaces, which is perfectly legal under Nevada law for a homeowner on their own private property. I have always possessed the quiet, chilling instinct that documentation is the only true form of self-defense. The house itself sits right on the water on the Nevada side of Lake Tahoe. I bought it in 2021 for $2.15 million. It was a steal for the market. It boasts 5 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms, a massive wraparound deck built from reclaimed redwood, and those breathtaking, towering windows that my father's greedy eyes had been scanning all night like a conqueror, assessing his new territory. I had lived in this house, completely alone and blissfully happy, for 3 years. In that entire time, my family had visited exactly twice. During both of those visits, they communicated their absolute disdain for my independence in that passive-aggressive, ambient way that toxic families perfect. My father repeatedly mentioned that the square footage was grossly underutilized. My mother, Helen, a woman whose entire personality consists of smoothing over my father's abuses while secretly orchestrating them, sighed heavily in every room, and muttered about how much wasted potential, The guest wing had. My sister, Chloe, didn't say a word. Instead, she walked through my home with the slow, predatory, deliberate focus of a woman memorizing a floor plan. I noticed it. I cataloged it in the back of my mind. Professionally and personally, I have a mental folder for situations where I don't quite have enough data to execute a defensive protocol yet, but I know a threat is forming. To fully grasp the architecture of this betrayal, you need to understand the Vance family dynamics. My father, Arthur, is a retired corporate real estate developer. He made good money in the 90s, but more importantly, he parlayed that money into a god complex so massive it requires the constant, groveling submission of everyone around him to maintain its structural integrity. He introduces himself to strangers by listing his former assets. He believes he is the absolute authority on everything and the ultimate owner of everyone in his bloodline. His core philosophy regarding me has always been simple: Eleanor takes care of herself, so Eleanor requires nothing. Therefore, whatever Eleanor acquires is surplus, and that surplus legally belongs to the family. Chloe, at 32, is his masterpiece. She is stunningly beautiful, incredibly charming, and has never, not once in her entire life, collided with a consequence. My parents established a pattern of unconditional rescue when she was a toddler, and they never stopped. She has lived rent-free in 4 different luxury apartments over the last 6 years, inevitably being evicted or fleeing when her informal arrangements with various wealthy boyfriends collapsed. Currently, she was living in a cramped, 2-bedroom apartment in Reno that she loudly complained was giving her seasonal depression. And then there is my mother, Helen, the softest, quietest, and undeniably the most lethal member of the family. She communicates entirely in mild, concerned tones, making you feel like she's your biggest ally right as she slides the knife into your ribs. She enables every single one of my father's destructive whims, masking them as worrying about the family's well-being. These were the 3 people standing in my living room at 8:14 p.m., attempting to formally steal my home in front of 42 witnesses. I had always known they would try something. I just didn't expect them to be stupid enough to try it after spending 96 hours inside a house that was essentially one giant, recording supercomputer. It started 6 days prior. I had flown to Chicago for a major cybersecurity convention. I returned on a Thursday afternoon at roughly 3:45 p.m. The absolute second I unlocked my front door, I knew the perimeter had been breached. If you live alone, you know what I mean. There is a specific, undisturbed stillness to a house that has been empty. The air settles. The temperature equalizes. When I stepped into my foyer, the air felt bruised. It was too warm. There was a disruption in the atmospheric quiet. I stood completely still on the expensive hardwood, my suitcase still in my hand, and just let my senses adjust. The ambient jazz music faded as my father reached over and physically unplugged the Sonos speaker. "Everyone, listen up," Arthur boomed. "The celebration is over. My attorney is pulling into the driveway. Well, he's here now. Julian is here to handle the paperwork. Everyone needs to clear out." The room froze. 42 people stopped chewing, stopped talking, stopped breathing. Julian Thorne stepped forward, opening his briefcase on my marble kitchen island. "Eleanor," he said, using his best reasonable adult voice, "your father has explained the situation regarding your sister's housing crisis. Given the excessive square footage of this property, and your status as a single, childless woman, we have drafted a long-term, rent-free residential lease for Chloe. It grants her exclusive use of the guest wing and shared use of the common areas. If you refuse to sign, your father is prepared to litigate regarding the initial seed money he claims he provided for your company. Note, my father never gave me a single dime. It was a pure, fabricated bluff designed to terrify me." Chloe stood by the fireplace, sipping champagne, looking incredibly pleased with herself. "Don't make a scene, Eleanor," she chimed in. "She'll come around. She always caves when things get public." I set my glass of sparkling water down on the table. I didn't say a word to Julian. I didn't look at my sister. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. I looked at my father. "You think I'm weak because I've spent my life walking away from your abuse," I said, my voice perfectly calm, slicing through the dead silence of the room. "You think my silence was surrender. It wasn't. It was data collection." I pressed the widget on my screen. Checkmate. A heavy mechanical thunk echoed through the house as all 16 steel smart deadbolts engaged simultaneously. The house was locked down. Then, the 8.5-inch OLED TV, mounted above the fireplace, clicked on. It didn't play a movie. It played the night vision footage from day 3. The resolution was flawless. The timestamp glowed brightly in the bottom corner. No. The entire party watched as the giant screen showed my father, my mother, and my sister sitting in my exact living room, drinking my stolen wine. Then, the $4,000 surround sound system kicked in, broadcasting their audio in cinematic quality. Honestly, Eleanor is so incredibly naive. Once I'm fully moved in, she won't dare call the cops. Chloe's voice echoed off the vaulted ceilings. She'll fold. Eleanor always folds when I put the pressure on. My father's booming laugh filled the room. Just make sure we bring it up when she's surrounded by the family. She won't make a scene. My mother's venomous, soft whisper. Aunt Beatrice let out a sound that was half gasp, half scream. Uncle Marcus dropped his plate of risotto. The ceramic shattered loudly against the hardwood floor, but nobody even looked at it. Julian Thorne, the high-priced lawyer, physically flinched. He stared at the screen, then looked at the date stamp, then looked at my father. The color completely drained from Julian's face. He realized in real time that his client had lied to him, and that he was currently standing in the middle of an active crime scene, attempting to extort a homeowner. My father's face went from smug, to confused, to a violent, apoplectic purple. "Turn that off," he roared, taking a step toward me. "That is manipulated. That's illegal recording." Nevada is a one-party consent state for recording in areas where there is no reasonable expectation of privacy from the homeowner. "Arthur," I said coldly, "and you are trespassing in my home." Through the massive glass windows, the driveway suddenly illuminated with flashing red and blue lights. 3 Washoe County Sheriff's cruisers had silently rolled up the driveway. Julian Thorne didn't hesitate. He snapped his briefcase shut with the speed of a man whose career was flashing before his eyes. "Arthur," Julian said, his voice trembling slightly, "I am formally withdrawing as your legal counsel. Do not contact my office." Julian practically sprinted to the front door, manually unlocked the deadbolt, and threw himself out into the night, brushing past the officers walking up the steps. Detective Ramirez stepped into the foyer, flanked by 2 heavily armed deputies. He surveyed the dead, silent, terrified crowd, his eyes landing on my family. "Eleanor Vance?" Ramirez asked formally. "Right here, detective," I said. I handed him a thick manila folder containing the USB drive, the printed logs, and Cassandra's legal filings. The 3 individuals in question are Arthur Vance, Helen Vance, and Chloe Vance. The evidence of burglary, grand larceny, and criminal trespass is fully documented. Chloe finally snapped out of her shock. "You psycho bitch," she screamed, lunging forward. "You set us up, you framed us." A female deputy stepped directly into Chloe's path, grabbing her arm and twisting it behind her back with practiced, effortless efficiency. "Ma'am, calm down, or you're going on the floor," the deputy warned. "Let her go," my mother shrieked, finally breaking her facade. "She's my daughter. This is a family dispute. Eleanor, tell them to stop." "It ceased being a family dispute the second you stole an $8,000 Cartier watch from my bedroom, Helen," I said. Detective Ramirez looked at my mother. "Ma'am, do you have a Cartier watch in your possession?" My mother froze. She looked completely panicked. The female deputy expertly grabbed my mother's designer handbag from the counter and unzipped it. Right on top, gleaming under the recessed lighting, was my vintage Cartier watch. "Well," Ramirez said, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "that makes the inventory process very easy." The deputy turned to Chloe. "We need to search your bag, too, miss." Chloe was hyperventilating. "No. You can't do that without a warrant." "Actually, incident to a lawful arrest for burglary, we absolutely can," the deputy said. She grabbed Chloe's massive tote bag and dumped it onto the kitchen island. Out tumbled my property. A $300 bottle of La Mer face cream, 2 pairs of my expensive Lululemon leggings, a diamond tennis bracelet I hadn't even realized was missing yet, and, the absolute cherry on top, the physical, counterfeit brass key my father had used to breach the house. The entire extended family watched in absolute, horrified silence as the police systematically handcuffed my father, my mother, and my golden child sister. My father was fighting the cuffs, his face red with fury. "You are dead to me, Eleanor. Do you hear me? Dead. You will never get another thing from this family." "Arthur," I replied, my voice echoing in the quiet room. "I never wanted anything from you except for you to leave me alone. You couldn't even do that. Enjoy the holding cell." They marched them out. The heavy wooden door clicked shut behind them. The remaining 39 party guests stood in my living room, completely paralyzed. The blue and red lights from the cruisers washed through the windows, casting long, dramatic shadows across the walls. Uncle Marcus finally broke the silence. He looked at the door, then looked at me, and let out a long, heavy exhale. "Well," Marcus said quietly, "I always knew Arthur was a son of a bitch. I just didn't know he was a stupid one." A nervous, collective chuckle rippled through the room. "The cake is chocolate raspberry," I announced to the crowd, picking up my glass of sparkling water. "Please, help yourselves, the party is not over." It took 7 months for the legal system to finish chewing them up. Cassandra Sterling was merciless. Because of the overwhelming, undeniable video and audio evidence, plus the stolen property recovered directly on their persons by law enforcement, None of their defense attorneys even attempted to take it to trial. They all took plea deals. My father pleaded guilty to felony criminal trespass and unauthorized key duplication. He avoided jail time due to his age and lack of prior convictions, but he was hit with 3 years of heavily monitored probation, a massive fine, and a permanent, legally binding restraining order preventing him from coming within 500 yards of me or my property. The scandal completely ruined his reputation in his country club circle. My mother pleaded guilty to grand larceny for the watch. She received 2 years of probation and 500 hours of community service. Chloe got the worst of it. Because she had prior, sealed misdemeanors for shoplifting that the judge unsealed for this case, she was sentenced to 90 days in the county jail, followed by 3 years of probation. She also has a felony on her record now, which makes leasing those luxury apartments she loves so much mathematically impossible. I haven't spoken to any of them since the night they were escorted out of my house in handcuffs. I spent the last few months working intensively with a trauma therapist. She helped me unpack the profound, lingering damage of being raised by people who viewed my boundaries as an insult and my success as a communal asset. I learned that I had spent my entire adult life building physical security systems for other people because I was desperately trying to build a safe fortress for myself. I finally have it. I am sitting on my reclaimed redwood deck right now, typing this out. The sun is setting over Lake Tahoe, turning the water into a sheet of liquid copper. The house is completely silent. The air is cool and undisturbed. My security system is humming quietly in the background. The logs are clean. The biometric locks are engaged. There is exactly one person on the face of the earth who has the access code to this property, and it is me. My father thought I would fold. He thought my silence was hesitation. He didn't realize that when a woman stops arguing, stops crying, and stops trying to explain her humanity to people who refuse to see it, she isn't surrendering. She's just recalibrating the targeting system. The house is mine. The peace is mine. And for the first time in my 36 years of life, I am entirely, untouchably safe. My husband smirked and called me the drive. I left 400 pages of federal evidence and a live Bluetooth speaker to trigger an FBI raid. I drove 45 minutes in horrendous Boston weekend traffic to this location. I wrapped a large silver gift box with a navy ribbon myself because I do everything. My life revolves around independence, and this story is about it. The hostess stared at her clipboard again and again, dragging her manicured finger along the column of names like people do when they're desperate to see a name appear. It didn't. "I'm so sorry," she said with the precision of someone trained to deliver bad news to expensive-dressed folks. "I don't see your name on the guest list." I bought a midnight blue silk midi dress for this occasion. I wore pearl earrings, properly styled hair, and my best heels saved for special occasions. "Could you please check again?" I respectfully and calmly asked. "It might be under my married name. Sterling. Elena Sterling." Eleanor emerged as she turned to the second page of her clipboard. My mother-in-law usually appeared from the luxurious country club location, as if she had a mystical radar called by the subtle fragrance of someone else's social distress. Her custom silk gown was champagne-colored, massive jewels rested around her throat, and she held a crystal glass with what I would have bet my life savings was her fourth gin and tonic of the evening. Eleanor smiled at me in the grand entrance with my silver box and high heels. Not a kind smile. It was the smile of a predator who had caught her victim in public. "Did you actually think you were invited?" she questioned, purposefully loud enough for the 3 bridesmaids behind her to hear every word. She leaned in close enough for me to smell juniper and costly perfume on her skin. How utterly pathetic. Bridesmaids smiled together, as if societal permission to be harsh had been granted. I ignored them. I looked at my hubby. Julian was around 10 feet from the elaborate floral entry table. He was holding a champagne glass and his tuxedo tie was slightly slack, looking like the person he always was around his family. He appeared larger, louder, and arrogant in a way he only recalled being allowed to be when I wasn't his audience. He witnessed the entire exchange. He stood and watched his mother bend into my face and laugh at me. He caught my sight for a moment, then purposefully looked past me toward the open bar. Julian kindly told the hostess, "She's just the driver," sounding dismissive. "She's just dropping off a gift for my sister." The hostess blinked, surprised. Behind their hands, bridesmaids laughed. 4 senior guests at the coat check watched the humiliation. Something deep happened in my chest at that split second. In the months since, I've attempted to describe it to my therapist and lawyer, but I can never express its seriousness. It wasn't shame. I had spent 8 years carefully working to overcome that emotion of the Sterling family. My body briefly considered something other than anguish, blazing wrath, or the searing, humiliating sting of tears, silent, cold, and far more dangerous. My brain went absolutely, terrifyingly still. Background string quartet noise faded into white noise. The visitors' embarrassing looks flowed over me like water off glass. I grinned. The smile wasn't sad or apologetic. The smile wasn't meant for human connection, thus it didn't reach the eyes. "Of course," I whispered, calmly. "Then please ensure the bride and groom receive this." Walking forward, I placed the silver box on the foyer table. Navel ribbon. Perfectly square. Heavy. Much heavier than a crystal vase or good china dinner plates should be. Lovely. Precise wrapping. I did not cry when I turned around, walked back through the magnificent entrance, crossed the vast gravel parking lot in my heels, and got into my automobile. I drove 3 blocks, stopped under a huge weeping willow tree on a quiet, upscale residential street, shut the engine, and waited in the dark. None of those country club members knew this about me. My name is Elena Sterling. My age is 33. I'm a senior risk analyst at a top Boston financial forensics business. I spend my career unearthing the dark, hidden secrets desperate people try to hide in intricate statistics. I want disparities. I seek for illogical behavior. I uncover big deceptions, disguised as business deals. I do my job really well. And exactly 3 months ago, I was sitting at his costly mahogany home office desk at 2A, while my husband Julian was supposed to be spending a lengthy, boys-only weekend at a Martha's Vineyard golf club with his college fraternity mates. As I watched his secret digital wall safe open again, the home was absolutely black and quiet. I could unlock it because I had carelessly jotted down the combination the first time I observed him open it nearly 3 years previously, storing the 6-digit number in a secure vault in my memory for future use. I'm also really good at that. After 8 hard years with Julian Sterling, I realized the awful reality of what I had married into. Our paths crossed at a high-profile gala for a youth reading foundation where I had volunteered since college, when I was 24 and he was 28. He was charming in the highly addictive way of gorgeous men who have been taught they are special since birth. He was attentive, spontaneously hilarious, and magnetic when he wanted to be. He was finishing his MBA at a top university. He had crippling student loan debt, but his blinding optimism in his future made it appear like a transitory clerical error rather than a scary financial reality. My first entry-level analytic job paid well. Private jet money wasn't extravagant, but it was enough to live comfortably. I cheerfully paid for our dinners as he finished his difficult degree since I loved him. When his new financial firm's promised signing bonus was strangely delayed by 6 weeks, 12 weeks, and finally stopped being mentioned, I quietly paid the enormous rent difference. I justified everything. I figured these were short-term financial imbalances in a long-term, equitable relationship. Julian's mother, Eleanor Sterling, possessed money like a dominant personality trait. It structured everything in her life. Her boutique consulting firm had made her rich during the late 1990s tech boom, and she had spent the next 2 decades relentlessly transforming that fortune into impenetrable social status. Maintaining social status was a full-time job in her affluent Boston circles. Eleanor was sharp, dramatic, and had the terrible capacity to make you feel like your shoes were slightly off, your posture was insulting, and your entire existence was a minor inconvenience to her day with a single glance. She never liked me. Not from our first introductory supper, our wedding day, or ever. Not from the right family. I wasn't from the right wealth generation. I was an outsider who had entered her carefully controlled world for Julian. She treated me civilly, but only in the manner that extreme class women do, with weaponized politeness that is basically a protracted, exquisite dismissal. Many years, I persuaded myself her opinion didn't matter. I convinced myself, Julian chose me, not his mother. I told myself that soothing falsehood for 8 years. 18 months into our marriage, the first crack developed. We attended Julian's senior partner's fancy dinner party. After using the restroom, I stopped behind a pillar and heard him describe me to a senior partner. He termed me supportive in the background. It sounds like a compliment but is actually a method to put someone in the background. We drove home silently that night, trying to convince myself he was anxious. I rationalized that it was just the social pressure of high-stakes, client-facing events and that his statements weren't significant. The second, larger break, smashed the glass completely. Julian eventually became a partner at his firm. I had worked 60-hour weeks at my own job, racking up my own overtime, not his, to build a solid savings account to cover our massive financial gap when his variable compensation came in shockingly low, during the 2 lean years it took him to climb the corporate ladder. Eleanor prepared a huge celebratory dinner at an elite downtown restaurant with leather-bound menus that don't list costs after his partnership was confirmed. Triumphant Eleanor sat at the head of the long table. Julian's younger sister Chloe sat alongside him. I was sent to the other end of the table with a deaf great-uncle. Eleanor stepped up and tapped her crystal glass to give a 10-minute toast to Julian's amazing endurance and solitary successes, never mentioning me. I gripped the steering wheel as I drove home from supper, terrified. If this is the pattern, what does it become? I buried the question in my head, and continued. Ironically, the affair was the most banal discovery. I found it by mistake, as people always do, when they should have been actively hunting for it earlier. Unlocked phone on kitchen island. Maya, an unfamiliar name, appeared 4 times in an hour on Sunday morning. No screaming. I didn't throw dishes. Never confronted him. Currently a forensic analyst. Documenting. Not confronting. My subtle discovery after 3 weeks verified the affair. His firm has a 6-year-old junior associate, Maya. I found 18 months of explicit communications, hotel receipts, and calendar anomalies that revealed their ill relationship. My blood didn't freeze because of the affair. It was money. The night Julian kissed my cheek, grabbed his golf clubs, and went for his purported boys' trip to Martha's Vineyard, I waited 2 hours after his Porsche left our driveway. I entered his home office, shut the door, sat at his clean desk, and entered the 6-digit code to open the digital wall safe. A laptop I had never seen was within the steel chamber under a stack of passports. It was matte black, unbranded, and fully encrypted. It was the machine you buy because it's untraceable. Next to it was a small high-capacity thumb drive fastened to the safe door with thick black electrical tape. It is where a conceited genius hides something they feel will never be found. In the kitchen, I put on blue nitrile gloves, the kind I keep in my home office for sensitive physical document work, and started the laptop. A senior risk analyst in sophisticated financial forensics. I spent the previous 11 years methodically understanding how money moves across borders, hides in plain sight, and how its digital trail can be correctly charted if you know what microscopic irregularities to look for. I was an expert witness in 3 significant federal financial lawsuits. My government security clearance and Northwestern University digital forensic accounting certification are not authorized to be mentioned in this report. I needed 10 hours of unblinking, frightening analysis to understand what was on that matte black laptop. Corporate theft was mastered. After 8 years of taking the stifling weight of another person's existence while being told I was just a supplement, my hands were stiller than ever. Sekis. Kurt Besh PMA. I called the burner number. After using the sworn witness testimony in the public court record, I was able to precisely reconstruct what happened inside that vast $300,000 tent. In a comical turn of events, the best man, Leo, carried the hefty silver box to the head table as planned. He would later joyfully collaborate with federal investigators and wear a wire in exchange for full legal immunity. He put it in front of Chloe. The bride was still shining in her stolen designer dress, holding a crystal flute of stolen champagne, radiating the insufferable glee of a woman who believes she is the center of the universe and hasn't understood galaxies have scary boundaries. Julian was sitting next to her at the head table when the parcel arrived. He saw the crisp navy ribbon and scoffed loudly. Leo later testified that Julian said, "It's probably something cheap and sad from Elena. Let's get it out of the way." Julian arrogantly grabbed the box and removed the lid. Julian reached inside the package and grabbed the burner phone that rang quickly. He did, obviously. His ego sought control. Since I had set it to auto-answer, his voice boomed over the disguised Bluetooth speaker as he clutched the phone. He asked, "Hello?" He seemed shocked and amused. It was the arrogant tone of a man who assumed any slight inconvenience would be readily handled. My voice then replaced his, reverberating across the empty tent at maximum volume. "I hope everyone is thoroughly enjoying this $300,000 wedding," I said. I spoke in a steely, crisp, heatless voice, especially the senior partners from Julian's firm who are in attendance tonight. The tent went silent. 3 sworn witnesses described it as the oppressive quiet that occurs when a crowd is hit with something too big for their brains to process. With silver forks halfway to their mouths, senior partners froze. Julian's brilliant, merciless managing director, Arthur Pendleton, a guy with 26 years of institutional memory who noted everything, slowly moved his chair back from his table, his eyes narrowing. "Every single rare flower on your tables," I said, echoing from the box. "Every drop of vintage champagne in your glasses. Every single handcrafted stitch of the dress the bride is currently wearing. All of it was paid for with $5.2 million of stolen, laundered money." Eleanor rose instantly. Leo said she crossed the raised platform with the frenzied, fearful intensity of someone who knows what is occurring and is 3 seconds too late to stop it. She violently seized the silver box. She frantically tore through the well-organized tabs, scattering heavy archival pages. She desperately searched 400 pages of damning federal documents for the speaker. Her logical brain must have realized that the longer she looked at the papers, the worse it would get, even in her blind, animalistic panic. Julian dropped the burner phone on the table like it burned his hand. "Not a problem." The speaker broadcast while secured to the box bottom. "I know all about the Cayman Island shell accounts, Eleanor," I said coldly. "I know exactly how you structured the Peterson acquisition escrow diversions. I know about the IP addresses. I know about the fake vendor accounts. I know about all of it." I stopped for 2 seconds. I timed the dramatic beat "Oh, you called me "Just the driver tonight, Julian," I whispered, piercing the tense silence. "You were wrong. I'm the federal whistleblower." The call ended immediately. Only 3 seconds of absolute, paralyzing stillness existed inside the tent. Then, the country club's massive wrought iron front gates exploded with red and blue strobe lights. 4 massive black FBI tactical SUVs and 3 local police cruisers smashed through the pristine gravel driveway. Dark FBI windbreaker-clad 15 agents flooded the grand tent. They moved with the terrifying, organized efficiency of professionals who had done this maneuver 100 times before and were completely unimpressed by the $30,000 floral arrangements they were trampling over. Special Agent Victor Hayes personally led the raid. Later, I discovered that detail. He intentionally executed the warrants on this night after 14 years in high-level financial crimes. The crowd would include Julian's senior partners, he knew. He knew the undeniable evidence could be physically seized in a dramatic way to maximize its legal utility and visibility to the violently defrauded professional community. Agent Hayes knew optics well. Respected that completely. Eleanor Sterling was violently handcuffed at the head table. In front of every wealthy socialite she had ever lunched with, every prestigious charity board member she had ever manipulated, and every person whose respect she had spent 30 years aggressively purchasing with stolen money, she was restrained. The agents forced her out of the tent with the heavy diamonds at her throat. She screams. Every witness account used screaming. Her champagne-colored gown dragged through the wine, spilled on the floor as she screamed obscenities at the agents. However, my 400-page dossier was scattered across the white dance floor by then. The federal agents had taken the silver box, Bluetooth speaker, burner phone, an exact copy of the evidence I had spent 21 days building to eliminate legal gaps. No screams from Julian. Julian kneeled immediately. I remembered that detail longer than expected. It didn't make me feel instantly satisfied. The feeling of a fundamental truth being confirmed was deeper. He kneeled because arrogant people do that when the crushing weight of what they've done carried for so long inside the fragile fiction of a wildly successful life finally hits them. Always, knees give out first. Everything else collapses. As her dream wedding became a federal crime scene, Chloe stood frozen in her stolen designer dress and cried at the head table. I watched red and blue police lights flashing through the thick branches of the weeping willow tree from my dark sedan 3 blocks away. Didn't smile. I didn't cheer. I didn't drink champagne. After 8 years of painful declines, I didn't feel vindicated. Every dinner I was forced to sit at the wrong end of the table came to mind. I thought about every introduction where I was called supportive in the background. I remembered the night my husband confidently told a hostess I was the driver. Put the car in drive. He was partly right. I always drove. I had silently kept the machine running, covering the massive financial distance, and doing the exhausting, thankless work that never gets acknowledged, because acknowledging it means the people who need you admit they are completely dependent on you for 8 years. I drove home. The legal aftermath was horrific. Eleanor Sterling was indicted on 14 serious federal charges, including wire fraud, money laundering, conspiracy to commit fraud, tax evasion, and others, which Samantha Reed cheerfully explained to me over the phone the morning the massive indictment was unsealed. Samantha read the federal document with the quiet, deep pleasure of a brilliant woman who has done this brutal work for 22 years and still finds a clean indictment deeply satisfying. Julian faced 9 federal charges. He desperately hired a costly, aggressive defense attorney who spent 3 exhausting months trying to make a sympathetic case that Julian had been emotionally manipulated and misled by his domineering mother. The legal position might have been slightly sympathetic if my dossier hadn't included 60 pages of encrypted emails between the two of them, explicitly discussing the offshore routing structure in blunt language that left no room for misinterpretation. Julian broke under the weight of overwhelming evidence. He pleaded guilty to 3 major counts after extensive negotiations. He received 18 months in a minimum security federal prison, 3 years of strict probation, and massive financial restitution. A massive federal consent decree and a court-appointed monitor were immediately imposed on the advisory firm, or what was left of its reputation. Arthur Pendleton, the managing director who watched the raid from the tent that night, became the aggressively restructured entity's de facto leader. He called my office 3 weeks after the high-profile arrest to thank me for exposing the rot before it destroyed the company. I ended the strange, surreal conversation quickly and professionally. Exactly 7 months after I served him the papers, we divorced. Samantha terrorized the courtroom. She obtained a brutal settlement that legally required the return of my full financial contribution over our 8-year marriage, calculated to the dollar using my own flawless dossier records from Tab E, plus aggressive compound interest. I received the marital home, where my initial down payment was 60% of the equity. Julian signed the divorce papers in federal custody. I only read one message from his defeated attorney. which Samantha forwarded to my email. I hope you realize how much of this destruction you caused. I read the sad words. I wasn't mad. I felt nothing. I deleted the email, put my phone down, and resumed my forensic document. This story concludes without a big cinematic bang. It arrives quietly, as things end when they're real. 14 months after that chaotic night at the country club, I was sitting on the back porch of my massive marital home, which I now owned and had always carried the financial burden of. On a crisp Sunday morning in early October, I read a book with a hot cup of black coffee. It was very quiet in the wealthy neighborhood. The light through the trees was the color of that golden autumn sunshine that has always made me feel like everything will be okay for no reason. I heard my phone buzz on the wrought iron table next to me. I set up a Google News alert months earlier. Eleanor Sterling gets 84 months in federal prison. $5.2 million restitution. To confirm my eyesight, I read the stark headline twice. I calmly placed my phone face down on the glass table, grabbed my coffee mug, and looked out at the quiet street. I considered the venue's grand entry table. I considered the navy ribbon's purity, thinking about the hostess's careful, trained face. I remembered Julian's arrogant smirk as he reached for the ringing phone in the silver box, so confident, so slightly contemptuous, so sure that whatever minor issue came his way would be easily handled. I thought about the 8 years I spent believing that being financially useful was the same as being romantically valued. I considered how working quietly and tirelessly in the background was a slow, agonizing disappearance rather than an equal partnership. After inhaling the cold autumn air, I stopped thinking about them. Just finished coffee. I stood, entered my quiet, beautiful home, and went to my office. I opened my secure laptop and began a new investigative document for a large case my firm had brought me earlier that week. A massive international real estate fund had a bizarre discrepancy pattern that could be a clerical error or the start of something much bigger and darker. My extensive experience suggested the latter. A new folder opened. I cracked my knuckles and started work on tab A. "She's just the driver," Julian sneered at the hostess that night. He wasn't wrong. I drove the car always. The biggest difference, the one fundamental truth he never understood and none of those arrogant people understood until it was too late, is that the driver always chooses the destination. Pay my mortgage. My mom demanded at Thanksgiving. I dropped an $84,000 receipt binder, canceled sister-in-law's SUV, and revealed my house. My name is Marcus. I am 35 years old, and I run a sports rehabilitation and physical therapy clinic. It's a modest space that perpetually smells of peppermint oil, eucalyptus, and the heavy-duty menthol patches I buy in bulk because my patients swear by them and they cost a fraction of the name-brand stuff. The clinic isn't glamorous. The waiting room chairs are covered in a beige vinyl that has seen better days, but they are comfortable. The lighting is that standard fluorescent hum that makes everyone look a little bit exhausted, but the equipment is top tier. I built this place with my own 2 hands, blood, sweat, and a terrifying amount of debt over the course of 7 years. I started with a single rented room in the back of a martial arts gym, working on blown-out knees and torn rotator cuffs for guys who couldn't afford to miss a shift at the warehouse. I took every walk-in, worked every local weekend 5K marathon tent, and slowly built a reputation. I mention all of this because my family's perception of my career and my money is the rotting foundation this entire story is built on. The drive to my brother Derek's house for Thanksgiving took exactly 22 minutes. I had spent the previous night baking a homemade pecan pie from scratch. I don't even like baking, but I did it because it was a tradition my grandmother started, and I was trying, as I always did, to keep the peace. I also brought a 6-pack of expensive craft ginger ale because my sister-in-law, Chloe, had suddenly decided she was sensitive to artificial sweeteners. Before I even merged onto the highway, I felt that familiar, heavy tightness in the center of my chest. If you come from a family that views you not as a person, but as a utility, you know exactly what this tightness feels like. It's an early warning system. A biological radar that activates the moment you are within a 10-mile radius of people who love what you do for them, but not who you are. I had to park 3 blocks away from Derek's house. The street was crammed with cars, stacked bumper to bumper, half of them parked illegally on the brown autumn grass. The wind coming off the street was bitter and hollow, slicing right through the thin wool of my coat. I walked the 3 blocks carrying the pie in one hand and the ginger ales in the other, dreading the moment I would have to turn the brass knob on their front door. Derek's house is a sprawling, slightly outdated split level in a neighborhood where everyone desperately pretends they are wealthier than they are. The kind of subdivision where the HOA cares more about the color of your mailbox than the structural integrity of your roof. Chloe had decorated the front porch with an aggressive amount of seasonal decor gourds, faux rustic wooden signs that said "Gather," and an oversized wreath that looked like it cost more than my weekly grocery budget. I pushed the door open and was instantly hit by a wall of sound, heat, and the smell of roasting meat and burnt butter. There were at least 45 people crammed into the house. It was absolute chaos. The television in the living room was blaring a football game that half the room was screaming at. A baby I didn't recognize was having a total meltdown on the staircase. Two of my younger cousins were sliding across the hardwood floor in their socks, nearly crashing into a folding table loaded with casseroles. A woman from my mother's church was aggressively reorganizing the dessert station, looking offended by everything around her. I navigated through the maze of folding chairs and winter coats piled on the banister. I nodded at my dad, who was stationed in his usual corner. He gave me a slight upward tilt of his chin, his maximum effort for a greeting, and immediately looked back at the TV. He had perfected the art of being physically present while completely emotionally absent. I hadn't even fully stepped into the kitchen before my mother's voice cut through the noise. She didn't turn around from the stovetop where she was violently mashing sweet potatoes. "Marcus," she said. She didn't say it like a greeting. She said it like a warden calling a prisoner's number. I set the pecan pie down on the granite counter, moving a stack of dirty plates out of the way. "Hey Mom, happy Thanksgiving." I brought the pie. She stopped mashing. She didn't look at the pie. "The mortgage is due on Tuesday. I need to pause here and make something crystal clear." It was not the demand for money that shocked me. I had heard variations of, "The bill is due," "We're short this month," and "We need a favor," so many times over the last half-decade, that the words had lost all meaning. What paralyzed me was the venue. She didn't pull me into the pantry. She didn't call me the night before. She didn't even drop her voice. She said it at full volume, right at the threshold of the kitchen and the living room, with dozens of people standing within earshot. I kept my voice low, trying to de-escalate. "Mom, we talked about this on Tuesday. I told you I am completely tapped out for the month. I have payroll to meet." The noise in the immediate vicinity began to evaporate. The cousins stopped sliding. The church lady froze with a pie server in her hand. The conversations in the adjoining dining room died off mid-sentence. Suddenly, 45 people, neighbors, distant relatives, the pastor from her church were dead silent, looking directly at me. My mother finally turned around. Her face was locked into a hard, rigid mask. It was the expression she wore when she had decided reality was going to bend to her will, regardless of the collateral damage. "Either pay the mortgage," she said, her voice echoing perfectly in the sudden quiet, "or get out." It felt like a physical blow. It was so clean, so loud, and so meticulously designed to break me in front of an audience. From the living room couch, Chloe lazily swirled a glass of wine. She let out a short, mocking laugh. "Let's see how you survive in the real world without us, Marcus." I looked at my brother, Derek. He was standing near the fridge, holding a beer. He looked at the floor. He wouldn't make eye contact with me. My dad did his signature move, a slow shrug of his shoulders, retreating deeper into his invisible shell, praying the conflict would just wash over him. My hands started to shake. I pressed them flat against the cold granite of the kitchen island so nobody would see the tremor. "You're doing this right now? Here? In front of everyone?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My mother took a step closer. The overpowering scent of her expensive, powdery perfume hit my nose. "I am done keeping your secrets," she announced to the room. "We carried you when you had nothing. We fed you. We housed you. You pay what this family is owed, or you don't come back. I am sick of funding your little glorified lotion-rubbing hobby while we struggle." She called my licensed, medical practice, a business I bled for, a clinic that helped people walk again, a glorified lotion-rubbing hobby, in front of her pastor, in front of my entire extended family. I let out a laugh. Just one short, sharp exhale of breath. It was the involuntary sound your body makes when the humiliation is so vast, your brain simply cannot process it. Chloe started a slow, sarcastic golf clap from the couch. "Preach, Linda," she muttered. The silence in the house was suffocating. Somewhere in the back room, the baby hiccuped, and it sounded like a gunshot. I looked at my mother. I looked at Derek, who was still studying the floorboards. I looked at Chloe's smug face. "Message received," I said softly. I didn't yell. I didn't flip the table. I didn't give them the dramatic, screaming meltdown they were so clearly trying to provoke. I calmly picked up my coat from the back of a chair. I grabbed the 6-pack of craft ginger ale, because I paid $30 for it, and I wasn't leaving it for Chloe. I left the pecan pie sitting next to the dirty dishes. I baked it, but they could choke on it for all I cared. I turned and walked out. I walked past the staring church ladies, past the silent cousins, past the cooling green bean casseroles. I walked out the front door and pulled it shut behind me with a quiet, definitive click. I made it to my car, got in, locked the doors, and rested my forehead against the freezing leather of the steering wheel. The street was completely still. Faintly, through the walls of the houses, I could hear the muffled cheers of the football game. I sat there in the freezing cold for 20 minutes, just breathing. My chest felt like it had been cracked open. But as I sat there, something shifted. The panic and the humiliation started to recede, leaving behind something entirely different. It wasn't rage. Rage is hot and chaotic. This was cold. It was absolute, crystalline clarity. The machine inside me that had been running on fumes, generating excuses, absorbing guilt, and prioritizing their survival over my own, simply powered down. It died. And in its place, a very cold, very calculating accountant woke up. To understand what happened next, I need to explain how you become a family bank. It never happens overnight. No one ever sits you down and says, "Hey, we are going to slowly drain your life savings over the next 5 years until you are a hollow shell of a human being." It happens in increments. It starts with $60. When I was 30, right after I opened my first standalone clinic room, my parents called. Their electric bill was short. "Just until Friday, sweetie," my mom had said. I transferred $85. Friday came and went. I didn't ask for it back because I loved them, and who starts a war over $80? 3 months later, Derek's truck transmission blew. He needed it to get to his contracting job. He was terrified he'd be fired. He needed $1,200. "I swear on my life, bro, I'll pay you back in installments." I paid the mechanic directly. He never paid me back a single dime. I let it slide because he was my older brother, the guy who used to protect me from bullies in middle school. Then it accelerated. Dad needed winter tires because the treads were bald and the snow was coming. Mom needed a root canal that her bottom-tier insurance refused to cover. Then it was back-to-school clothes for Derek and Chloe's kids. Then it was groceries at the end of the month when Derek's hours got cut. The Range Rover Evoque you're leasing currently has 3 missed payments. The room stopped. The air pressure seemed to drop. Chloe froze. Her mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. "Excuse me?" Mom said, looking back and forth between us. "The lease is in Derek's name," I continued, projecting my voice so every word landed like a hammer. "The lender has sent 2 final warning notices. I know this, because the autopay for that luxury SUV is secretly connected to my clinic's business credit card. You stole my credit card number, Chloe. You've been charging me $650 a month to play pretend on Instagram." Mom whipped her head toward Derek. "Derek? Is this true? You're stealing from your brother?" Derek looked like he was going to vomit. He gripped the edge of the counter so hard his knuckles turned white. I didn't know whose card it was," he stammered, looking at Chloe with raw betrayal. "Chloe told me she secured corporate sponsorship for the lease." "Corporate sponsorship?" I laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "I am the corporation, Derek. I've been funding her boss babe delusions while eating ramen noodles." "I didn't steal it," Chloe shrieked, her face turning crimson. "It was an administrative error. The accounts got crossed on the Apple Pay. I was going to reimburse you when my wellness brand launched." "I canceled the card at 4 a.m., I said, ignoring her screaming. "The bank is flagging it as fraudulent activity. Good luck with the repo man." I pointed to the rules on the table. "If you want my help going forward, it will not be financial. It will be strategic. Cancel the Evoque. Sell the designer clothes. Cut the streaming subscriptions. Call your mortgage lender right now and beg for a forbearance program. They would rather pause your payments than foreclose. These are your real options." Chloe crossed her arms, her nails digging into her sleeves. "And what exactly is Derek supposed to do while we wait for your genius strategy to work? Just magically conjure money?" "He can get a second job," I said. "Deliver pizzas. Work at a warehouse. Do what normal people do when they are broke." Mom slammed her hand flat against the granite island. The coffee mugs rattled. "We are not laborers, Marcus. We are an educated family. Your brother is not scrubbing toilets to appease your ego." I looked at my mother. I looked at the sheer, unadulterated delusion radiating from her eyes. "Then you'll be tenants," I said simply. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. The reality of the situation finally crashed down on them. The ATM was broken. The bank vault was sealed. The safety net had been completely severed. "You think you're so much better than us," Chloe hissed, venom dripping from every syllable. "You think because you crack backs for a living you're a god." "No," I said, buttoning my suit jacket. "I think reality exists whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. I'm choosing reality. You guys can stay in the fantasy." "Chiavi." I turned around and started walking toward the front door. Derek finally spoke. His voice was cracked, hollowed out. "Where are you going, Marcus?" I stopped with my hand on the doorknob. I looked back at them over my shoulder. "To my house." Mom blinked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Your apartment?" "No," I said, pushing the door open, letting the freezing November wind rush into the stale house. "My house. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, hardwood floors. I closed on it last Tuesday. I wanted one thing in my life that didn't belong to this family." Behind me, I heard Chloe gasp. I heard Mom's voice start to rise. winding up for another screaming tirade about how I was a traitor, how I would regret this, how God would punish me. I didn't stay to listen. I stepped out onto the porch, walked down the driveway, and got into my car. I started the engine, turned the heater on full blast, and drove away. For the first time in 5 years, I was driving toward a destination that had only my name on the deed. It's been 3 weeks since Thanksgiving. The fallout was immediate, chaotic, and incredibly predictable. The first wave was the voicemail blitzkrieg. Mom realized I had blocked her number by Friday afternoon, so she started using Google Voice numbers to bypass the block. She left 14 voicemails over the course of 3 days. They cycled through the standard stages of toxic grief. Voicemail 1. Rage. You are dead to me. You have destroyed this family over pennies. Voicemail 5. Guilt. Your father's blood pressure is spiking. If he has a heart attack, it is on your hands. Voicemail 11. Bargaining. Just pay the mortgage this one last time, Marcus. Just to get us to January. I promise I will never ask again. I exported all the audio files to a secure cloud folder labeled Evidence and deleted them from my phone. Chloe took a different route. She sent me a barrage of voice memos on WhatsApp. She wasn't angry, she was manic. She pitched me 3 different business ideas in the span of 48 hours. She wanted me to angel invest $10,000 into a new dropshipping scheme, promising me a 40% ROI by Easter. When I didn't respond, she switched tactics and threatened to sue me for defamation because I called her a thief in front of Derek. I forwarded her the credit card fraud report I filed with the bank. She hasn't messaged me since. Then came the smear campaign. Distant aunts and cousins I hadn't spoken to in a decade started posting vague, passive-aggressive statuses on Facebook. So sad when the younger generation forgets who wiped their tears. Money changes people, but family is forever. I muted all of them. I didn't engage. Engaging is what they want. It gives them oxygen. I suffocated them with silence. The climax of the fallout happened exactly 1 week ago. I was at the clinic, finishing up some charting after hours. The waiting room was empty. The bell above the glass door chimed. I walked out of my office, expecting the late-night cleaning crew. It was Mom. She was wearing her expensive wool coat, clutching her designer handbag. She stood in the center of the waiting area, looking around. She had never actually been inside my clinic before. She had always claimed she was too busy to visit. I watched her eyes scan the room. I watched her take in the framed medical degrees on the wall, the state-of-the-art ultrasound therapy machines, the pristine adjustment tables, the wall of signed photos from local athletes I had rehabbed. I could see her brain working, trying desperately to find a flaw, something to criticize, something to diminish what I had built. She walked over to the reception desk and ran her index finger along the edge of the polished wood. "Nice place," she said softly, her tone entirely unreadable. "Must have been nice to build an empire on the back of your family's sacrifices." I set my clipboard down on the desk. I didn't get angry. I just felt incredibly tired. "It was built on 80-hour work weeks and ramen noodles, Mom," I said. She looked at me, her eyes hardening. "You embarrassed me, Marcus. You told me to pay or disappear in front of 45 people. You humiliated me in front of Pastor Miller. You backed me into a corner in front of 45 people." I corrected her. "You put a gun to my head and expected me to hand over my wallet. I just showed everyone the bullets. Key. She didn't answer right away. She looked down at the floor. For a fleeting second, I thought I saw the facade crack. I thought I saw genuine fear. "We are going to lose the house, Marcus," she whispered. It was the most honest thing she had said to me in a decade. "Then you need to make real cuts," I said, my voice softening just a fraction. "Cancel the luxury cars. Downgrade the internet. Stop buying organic groceries. Derek needs to pick up extra shifts. Dad needs to come out of retirement and work part-time. The options exist, Mom. You just think you're too good for them." She stiffened, the vulnerability vanishing instantly, replaced by the familiar rigid pride. "We believed in you when you were nobody, Marcus. You owe us." I took a deep breath, letting the scent of eucalyptus fill my lungs. "I paid my debt, Mom," I said smoothly. "I paid it back to the tune of $84,350. I have the receipts. The debt is settled." I walked over to the glass front door and held it open for her. The cold night air rushed into the warm clinic. "You can stay in my life if you want to be my mother," I said, looking her dead in the eye. "But your bank is permanently closed." She stared at me for a long, agonizing moment. She realized I wasn't bluffing. The well was truly dry. She tightened her grip on her purse, walked out the door without another word, and disappeared into the dark parking lot. It's been a few more weeks. Things have finally settled into a quiet, strange, new rhythm. Mom hasn't called again. The Google Voice numbers stopped. I think she finally accepted that the wall is impenetrable. Derek texted me 4 days ago. It was a short message, no drama, no hidden requests for cash. "Derek, hey man. Got a second job working the night shift at the Amazon fulfillment center. It sucks, but it pays the property tax. Chloe is furious. I'm not home at night, but whatever. I stared at that text for 20 minutes. I typed out a dozen replies, but deleted all of them. I ended up just liking the message with a thumbs up reaction. It's not forgiveness, but it's an acknowledgement that he is finally living in reality. I hope he makes it, I really do. As for me, I am sitting in my new house. It's not a mansion. It's a modest, 3-bedroom ranch, built in the 1980s. The paint in the kitchen is a hideous shade of mustard yellow that I need to scrape off. There is a floorboard right outside the master bedroom that squeaks loudly every time I step on it. The backyard has a massive, ancient oak tree that drops leaves incessantly, forcing me to rake every single weekend. I absolutely love it. I spent the first week sleeping on a $40 air mattress in the living room because I couldn't afford to buy furniture yet. I drank my morning coffee out of paper cups. I sat on the bare hardwood floor with my laptop, opening my budgeting software. I created the new monthly budget. Mortgage, paid. Utilities, paid. Clinic overhead, paid. Groceries, paid. Savings account, funded. Family bailouts, $0. Seeing that zero next to the family category felt illegal at first. My brain had been so heavily conditioned to panic, to anticipate the emergency text, to hoard cash for their inevitable disasters. The first few days, I would wake up in a cold sweat, reaching for my phone to check the group chat. But the chat is muted. The phone is silent. This morning, I woke up at 6 a.m. I walked into my mustard yellow kitchen. I brewed a pot of strong, cheap coffee. I stood by the window and watched the sun come up over my backyard. The house was completely, beautifully silent. No vibrating phones. No screaming matches. No guilt trips. Just me, the squeaky floorboard, and a deed with only my name on it. I know some people might read this and think I was too harsh. They might think keeping a 5-year spreadsheet is petty, or that dropping the binder at Thanksgiving was cruel. Part of me still wrestles with that guilt. The conditioning runs deep. But then I remember the $84,350. I remember the Range Rover. I remember being told my life's work was a lotion-rubbing hobby. I didn't abandon my family. I just finally stopped letting them drown me. My parents forged a deed and brought movers to evict me from my $3.8 million estate. They didn't know my lawyer, and cops were in the kitchen waiting. Hi there, Reddit. Now, envision this image. For the entirety of your life, you have been under the impression that the concept of family genuinely carries some significance. Then, one day, your biological parents, who hardly raised you, walk up on your porch with these smug, predatory smiles, thinking that they have just taken the entire $3.8 million bequest that your beloved grandparents left behind right out from under you. When they look you in the eye, they present you a piece of paper and tell you that you are going to be fired by Friday. Nevertheless, I must tell you that the look of complete and utter dread that appeared on their faces when they returned with those movers and saw exactly who was waiting on the doorstep. Unquestionably irreplaceable. This is Marcus. Despite the fact that I am 29 years old and work as a financial analyst, I never in a million years imagined that I would be fighting my own blood over something that my grandparents had spent their entire lives constructing. When I received my degree in finance, my very first goal was to make certain that their $3.8 million estate was secured in such a way that it could not be breached by anything, not even a nuclear weapon. This was my extremely first priority. How come? The reason for this is that I had been observing the vultures circle for 20 years. My mother, my father, and my younger sister were the vultures that were responsible for this. You need to know the complete history in order to have a complete understanding of why I went to such severe and neurotic lengths. This is not merely a tale about wealth or belonging to a luxurious home. This is about 23 years of being manipulated, feeling suffocated by entitlement, and witnessing people who were supposed to be my family treat the most kind and kind-hearted people I have ever met, like a bottomless ATM. Put on your seatbelt and get something to drink, because this is about to become quite nasty. During the time when I was 6 years old, my grandparents, Arthur and Eleanor Vance, were responsible for my upbringing. To chase massive career opportunities in Florida, my biological parents, Richard and Brenda, practically left me at their doorstep in Boston. They were determined to pursue these opportunities. But in all honesty, on the other hand, what they were really looking for was a life that was completely free from the responsibilities of parenthood, and they were bouncing around crazily between various schemes to become wealthy quickly. Every single one of their projects was a complete and utter failure despite their best efforts. Still to this day, I can vividly recall the day when they left me behind. When I was 6 years old, I was standing on the brick path that encompassed the driveway of my grandparents. At the time, I was holding a stuffed golden retriever and a little luggage that had seen better days. In the meantime, my father, Richard, was just tapping his foot and checking his watch while my mother, Brenda, was acting out these dramatic, fake tears for the neighbors to witness. They kept saying, "It's just temporary, buddy," over and over again, just until we get settled in our new executive roles. The executive roles in question entailed the sale of various health supplements that were imported and not regulated, which ultimately turned out to be a gigantic pyramid scheme. They were completely deprived of everything within a span of 8 months. But by the time they reached their lowest point, I had already reached a point of profound contentment with Arthur and Eleanor. They were already being referred to as Grandpa and Grandma by me. During the little time that I had spent with my biological parents, I had already experienced feelings of more safety, security, and love than I ever had before. Not just any house, but the house I grew up in was special. It was a stunning brownstone that had been built in the 1890s and lived in a historic neighborhood in Boston. Original mahogany woodwork, enormous stained glass windows in the stairs, and a library with bookshelves that reached from floor to ceiling and one of those rolling ladders were all features associated with this property. Since the beginning of time, Grandpa Arthur's family had owned and lived in the house. The structure was constructed by his grandfather, who had been a prosperous maritime businessman. Over the course of several decades, it was scrupulously preserved and passed down. It wasn't simply the brownstone that was involved. As well as that, there were rental properties. A magnificent townhouse in Cambridge and a gigantic triple-decker in Somerville are both available for purchase. Grandpa had purchased them in the late 1970s, when the real estate market in Boston was very different from what it is today. He brought them back to life with his own 2 hands and rented them out to families from the working class as well as graduate students at prices that were extremely affordable. He was not a slumlord interested in extorting every last penny from people. Rather, he merely desired a consistent and dependable source of income. The value of those properties alone is around $1.4 million at the present time. Then there were the things that were invested. Grandpa Arthur had worked for 40 years as an actuary at a major insurance firm. His lifestyle was unassuming. He drove a sedan that was 10 years old, and he was a diligent saver. Index funds, municipal bonds, and blue-chip stocks were the components that he included in his investment portfolio. No Bitcoin, no day trading, and nothing flashy to talk about. Simply growth that is steady, calculated, and solid. I was a senior in high school when I discovered that their portfolio had a value of more than $1.2 million. By the time you factor in the brownstone, the total value of the estate was somewhere near $3.8 million. There is no insignificant alteration. On the other hand, I solemnly declare that the money was never an issue for me. For me, that brownstone served as a paradise. I gained an understanding of what it is like to experience love that is not conditional. Every morning, when I woke up, I would be greeted by the aroma of Grandma Eleanor's freshly baked goods and coffee. Blueberry scones were served on Tuesdays, cinnamon buns were served on Fridays, and sourdough pancakes were served on Sundays. She adhered to this strict schedule. Even before I made the decision to pursue a career in finance, she would call up the stairs, "Rise and shine, my little calculator." During my childhood, this nickname was given to me when I was 8 years old, and I spent an entire Saturday sorting my Pokemon cards solely based on their hit point ratios and attack statistics rather than actually playing the game. Within that library, Grandpa Arthur instructed me on how to play the game of chess. He had an infinite amount of patience, despite the fact that I was a hyperactive child who frequently knocked down pieces. Risk assessment, Marcus, he would say as he reset the board for the fifth time. Look, 3 moves ahead, anticipate what the other guy wants, and protect your king. Rushing only leads to ruin. For many years, Sunday dinners were a tradition. When Grandma would prepare enormous roasts, we would sit at the long dining table for a considerable amount of time. We discussed topics such as history, politics in the area, and the subjects that I was studying in middle school. I was never made to feel inferior by them. My viewpoints were taken into consideration by them. I gained a knowledge of honesty from them. My grandfather often said to me, "A man's word is his only true currency, Marcus. Once you bankrupt your reputation, you can never earn it back." While everything was going on, my connection with my real parents and my younger sister, Chloe, was a poisonous wasteland. They would appear once or twice a year at most. Most of the time, it is just around the time of the holidays, when expensive presents are anticipated, or it might be at any time during the middle of summer, when they have exhausted their financial resources and require a bridge loan. By the time I was 10 years old, I had already learned to recognize their excruciating rhythm. When my father would contact me a few days before my Little League games, he would suddenly become extremely engaged in them and act as if he were the father of the year. First, they would show up. In the beginning, there were the smothering and theatrical hugs. Following that, the empty compliments. Then there was the matter of casually strolling around the house, making passive-aggressive remarks about how much the brownstone must be worth at this point in time, or dropping clues about Grandpa's stock holdings. Last but not least, the most impressive part of the visit, the weeping and frantic pitch. The transmission blew on their leased BMW. The chronic migraines that my mother suffered from class tear, which, for some reason, vanished while she was drinking wine, resulted in medical costs. There was a exclusive investment opportunity in luxury timeshares, and all that was required was a $10,000 investment for them to become billionaires. Always in a hurry. All the time, a crisis. On top of that, the loans were never, ever paid back. Over the course of 23 years, not a single penny. When I was 14 years old, my father spent Thanksgiving in the kitchen encircling my grandfather and asking him for $8,000 so that he could invest in a revolutionary cryptocurrency mining firm. Father pleaded with his son, "This is the big one, Arthur," when he was sweating through his inexpensive dress shirt. In order to persuade him to leave the house, so that we could eat turkey without any disturbances, Grandpa wrote him a check for $4,000. This is generational wealth. This startup's founders were indicted by the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, for wire fraud 6 months later. After that, Dad never brought it up again. I asked Grandpa why he gave him the money, and he just sighed, appearing suddenly very old. I was so surprised by his response. "Sometimes, Marcus, you pay money just to learn exactly who someone is. I learned my son is a fool." Up to the time that I graduated from high school, my father had filed for bankruptcy 3 times. In order to give the impression that they were prosperous, they lived extravagantly above their means, rented a luxury apartment that they were unable to afford and publicizing it all over Facebook. This milieu of delusion was the one in which my younger sister, Chloe, who was 7 years younger than I, was brought up through her childhood. She took some of their worst characteristics and turned them into weapons. As soon as she was 16 years old, she had become a nightmare of entitlement. When I was home from college for the winter break, I remember arriving home. These historic pearl necklaces, which were family treasures dating back to the 1920s, belonged to Grandma. Although it is not worth millions of dollars, it is priceless in terms of sentiment. A VIP pass to a music festival was purchased by Chloe after she took 2 of them from Grandma's vanity, pawned them for $400, and then used the money to purchase the pass. When Grandma discovered that they were missing, Chloe instantly fell into uncontrollable sobs and pointed the blame at me, stating that she had seen me snooping around in the bedroom. Almost immediately, my parents stood up for her. "Marcus is in college. He probably needs beer money," Dad shouted out. After Grandpa made his way down to the neighborhood pawn shop, he discovered the slip that contained Chloe's false ID signature on it. This was the moment when the truth was revealed. "Is this how my parents feel? She's just a kid, Arthur. She didn't know the value. Don't be so hard on her." Grandpa paid to retrieve them so that they might be returned to him. On that day, I witnessed a portion of his heart breaking. As my grandparents entered their senior years, the relationship went from being merely bothersome to being quite sinister. As a college student, I was attempting to balance a full course load in finance, working a part-time internship, and racing home to assist with the care of my parents. Dad began phoning them on a weekly basis, not to inquire about how they were feeling, but rather to inquire about their estate planning, their will, and the specific names of their financial consultants with the purpose of asking extremely pointed questions. "The stairs in the brownstone are just too dangerous for them now. We should sell the house and use the cash to put them in a home." Translation: sell the house, dump them in a cheap facility, and pocket the remaining million. Mom would casually email me links to assisted living facilities, saying, "We should sell the house and use the cash to put them in a home." College was an agonizing experience. Congestive heart failure was a devastating condition that Grandpa developed. The early symptoms of vascular dementia were beginning to manifest in Grandma. Because I wanted to be close to home, I decided to commute to a nearby institution. When I was presented with a significant opportunity to study in London, I declined it. I woke up every day at 5:30 the morning to organize Grandpa's 10 different pills, prepare breakfast for them, commute to class, rush back at noon to check on them, and then study at the kitchen table until 2 in the morning while listening to make sure Grandma didn't wander out. Sadly, my social life failed. Relationships were a joke. However, I did not care. During the time when my parents were abandoning me, they had given up their golden years in order to raise me. Authentic families behaved in this manner. You are present. During my entire life, the day of my graduation was the most bittersweet time. The morning of May was brisk and clear. I was successful in transporting Grandpa there in a medical transport van that I chartered, complete with his portable oxygen tank along with him. I looked over at Grandma, who was sitting next to him and holding his hand. She occasionally forgot the purpose of the ceremony, but she was beaming with pride anytime I looked in her direction. "Oh, and Chloe, And my parents? There is no trace of either. Months earlier, they had responded with a yes. I received a text message from my mother at 6:45 inches the morning, which said, "Car trouble, so sorry, so proud of you though, catch up soon. Car problems have a reason." The following day, I discovered that they were staying at a casino resort in Connecticut by looking at Chloe's Instagram story. Nevertheless, when I came across that stage and saw Grandpa Arthur crying, with actual tears flowing down his cheeks as he clapped his weak hands, I was immediately overcome with emotion. I came to the realization that I did not require the assistance of my parents. My biological parents were right there with me. Grandpa drew me in close to him that evening, when we were back at the brownstone. His breaths were faint and labored. With a wheezing sound, he said, "Your parents are hollow people, Marcus. They have no center. Don't ever let them hollow you out." After a period of 4 weeks, Grandpa Arthur's heart finally stopped beating while he was sleeping. Within the library, I discovered him sitting in his armchair with a book on his lap. I am unable to adequately express the level of devastation that I experienced. It seemed as if the very basis upon which my universe was built had been shattered. After exactly 5 months had passed, Grandma Eleanor continued to follow him. I am aware of the reality, despite the fact that the physicians referred to it as a quick deterioration, owing to the dementia. Due of a broken heart, she passed away. To put it simply, she did not wish to live in a world that was devoid of Arthur. On one of the few days that she was still conscious, she seized my hand with a horrifying amount of force. "Marcus," she murmured, her eyes gleaming with brilliant clarity. While I was sobbing into her blankets, I made a promise to her. "Arthur and I fixed it. We fixed the house. We fixed the future. They can't touch it. Promise me you won't let them touch it." After a period of 3 days, she passed away. Funeral services were like a circus. When they arrived, my dad and Chloe were dressed in fashionable black, and they were acting out the character of a family that was distraught and grieving. When my grandfather was cornering my grandparents' friends, he was nearly shaking hands like a politician. He wanted to know if they knew when the will reading was going to take place. The fact that I had already been working behind the scenes for more than a year was something that Richard, Brenda, and Chloe were already unaware of. He had his estate attorney, a bright and ruthless woman named Victoria, come to the bedside during one of Grandpa's hospital stays. Victoria was there to represent his estate. The Arthur and Eleanor Vance Family Trust was formed by our organization. Each and every asset, including the brownstone, the Somerville triple-decker, the Cambridge townhouses, the investment portfolios, and the bank accounts, was placed directly into the trust. I was appointed as the only trustee, without any disputes, and I have complete and total power over all of the assets. In a specific section, it was stated that my parents and sister were purposely excluded from inheriting the property since they had been subjected to financial abuse throughout their entire lives. There was a shark named Victoria. "This trust is bulletproof," she explained to me. "If they try to contest it, they'll be laughed out of probate court." A meeting with Victoria was something that my parents insisted on having after the burial. The explosion was biblical when she calmly informed them that all of the assets were in a private trust and that they were not beneficiaries of the trust. Dad's face turned purple, and he yelled that I had deceived an elderly guy who was nearing the end of his life. A glass of water was hurled at the wall by the mother. Victoria simply glanced at them over her glasses and urged them to go before she phoned building security. Chloe yelled that I was a thief, and that she was going to sue me for her fair share. Victoria then called building security into action. After they passed away, the harassment continued unabated for the first 8 months after their passing. In addition to working at my finance career, and attempting to get over my sadness, I was living by myself in the brownstone. Each day, my phone would explode. Father's text messages threatening to take legal action. They were in danger of being evicted, and Mom left voicemails in which she begged for just one of the rental properties to be assigned to them. Chloe showed up to my door at 11 o'clock at night, pounding on the wood and yelling that I was keeping their treasure that had been saved for generations. I acted on the recommendation of my closest buddy, Julian, who also happens to be an attorney specializing in real estate. I wrote down every single detail, every single message, every single voicemail, and every single Ring camera captured video of Chloe yelling on my porch. A month or so later, there was a complete and utter lack of activity. There were no calls. There are no texts. What I should have understood is that when swindlers remain silent, it only indicates that they are planning. It was necessary for me to travel to Chicago for a 3-day financial conference that I had to attend. There was a Friday afternoon when I arrived back in Boston. After hauling my suitcase up the brick steps of the brownstone, I ultimately decided to take an Uber home. I was fatigued. Chloe and my dad were enjoying a glass of lemonade as they were seated on the sofa on my porch. They were all wearing smirks that were both horrible and triumphant, and they were all pasted together. "Marcus," the father said as he stood up and held his arms out, as if he were the rightful owner of the property. Welcome home. Or should I say, welcome to our home. I became numb. What the hell are you talking about, Richard? As a matter of fact, Mom laughed out loud. We know about the trust, sweetie. But we also know that trust can be dissolved when the trustee realizes they've made a mistake. We've taken care of the paperwork. Chloe reached into her luxury bag and pulled out a manila folder. She then flopped it down on the patio table nearby. We transferred the deed, Marcus. A judge agreed the trust was fraudulent. The house is in Dad's name now. It's all filed with the county. You have until next Friday to pack your crap and get out. We're moving in. The sound of my heart beating could be heard in my ears. The folder was opened by me. A photocopy of a quitclaim deed was found within the package. The property was shown to be transferred from the Vance Family Trust to Richard Vance based on the information provided. In addition, my signature was clearly visible at the bottom, right next to a notary stamp. All the same, I had never signed it before. This is a forgery, I replied, my tone of voice being dangerously calm. You forged my signature. The scowl came from my father as he entered my personal space. Prove it. It's filed with the Suffolk County Registry of Deeds. It's public record now, boy. The house is mine. It was always supposed to be mine. You're out by Friday, or I'm having you trespassed by the police. The two of them strolled off the porch, with Chloe giggling as she purposefully bumped into me on the shoulder as she went by. As she sneered. Enjoy the street, you loser, she said. I didn't freak out about it. Immediately after entering the building, I shut the door and then contacted both Victoria and Julian. At the beginning of the Monday morning, Julian and I went to the Suffolk County Registry of Deeds to do our business. It was the official public record that we retrieved. Indeed, when I looked, there it was. The previous Wednesday, a quitclaim deed was submitted for filing. Although there was a reasonable amount of my handwriting in the signature, the notary stamp was that of a man whose license had expired 3 years prior to the signing being made. Julian's enthusiasm was so intense that he was virtually vibrating. Marcus, they didn't just forge a document. They filed a forged deed with a government entity. That is felony uttering, felony forgery, and real estate fraud. However, when Julian proceeded to delve deeper into the county records, he noticed that his face had turned absolutely pale. Oh my God. Marcus, look at this. It was a secondary filing that was attached to the new deed that he retrieved. The house had not been taken by my parents in order for them to reside in it. Dad had used the brownstone as collateral to obtain a $250,000 hard money bridge loan from a predatory private lender on the very same day that they filed the falsified deed. The loan comes with a high interest rate and is secured by the brownstone. They cashed out, I said, and I felt sick to my stomach. Julian exclaimed, worse, with his eyes wide open. They committed wire fraud and bank fraud. They took out $250,000 against a house they don't own, using forged documents. This isn't just a civil dispute anymore. This is federal-level criminal fraud. Immediately, we made our way to Victoria's workplace. Immediately, she submitted a notice of pending action, sometimes known as an emergency lis pendens, in order to freeze the title, and she also submitted an injunction in order to nullify the fraudulent deed. The next thing she did was call a contact she had in the white-collar crime unit of the Boston Police Department that she had previously established. The delivery of everything took place during the course of Tuesday and Wednesday. Documents pertaining to the initial trust, examples of my actual signature, the video footage from the Ring camera showing my father making threats against me, and evidence of the fake bridge loan. Those who were investigating were drooling. It was almost humiliating to crooks worldwide that the paper trail was so glaringly evident that it was almost disrespectful. On Wednesday evening, my father sent me a text message that read, "Movers will arrive tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. Have your boxes on the curb or they will be thrown away." In response, I sent a text message that read, "Understood. See you at 9. This morning, Thursday." 23 years of complete and utter lunacy culminated in this moment. I woke up at 5 in the morning. The coffee that Grandma Eleanor enjoys drinking the most was made by me. The chessboard was in front of me as I sat in the chair that Grandpa Arthur had given me in the library. Think about the next 3 steps. You must guard your king. That is just what I had done. Both Victoria and Julian showed up at my residence around 8:30 inches the morning. At 8:45 inches the morning, a police SUV that was not marked pulled into my alleyway, which was hidden from view from the street. My kitchen was invaded by 2 investigators from the fraud squad who were drinking coffee and making idle chatter about the Red Sox. A large moving truck rumbled along the old street at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, attempting to squeeze through the spaces between the parked automobiles. It pulled up in front of the brownstone and parked down there. The vehicle that was pulled up behind it was Dad's recently leased Mercedes, which was undoubtedly sponsored by the fake bridge loan of $250,000. my parents and Chloe were able to escape. The attire that they wore was exquisite. While Chloe was gazing up at the brownstone, her mother was wearing enormous sunglasses, her father was smoking a cigar, and Chloe was taking a video on her phone, most likely for TikTok. The ramp was lowered by 3 tough movers who jumped out of the truck and lowered it. As he climbed the brick steps, my father hammered on the hefty oak door that was on my door. "Time's up, Marcus. Let's go." I walked out onto the porch after opening the door and stepping out. A single box was not packed by me at any point. A mug of coffee was in my hand at the time. It took a moment for Dad's smug smile to stumble down. "Where's your stuff? I told you, if it's not packed, the movers are throwing it out." "I'm not leaving, Richard," I responded in a manner that was smooth. A snort came from the bottom of the stairs as Mom laughed. "Don't make this harder than it has to be, Marcus. The house is ours. We have the deed." As Victoria emerged from the corridor to take a position next to me, she asked, "You mean the forged quitclaim deed?" She was carrying a briefcase, while wearing a suit that was as sharp as a razor. On my opposite side, Julian emerged from his house. The expression on Dad's face changed. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Victoria Harrington, the executor and legal counsel for the Vance Family Trust, and this is Julian Reyes, Marcus's personal attorney. We're here to inform you that your fraudulent deed has been voided by an emergency court order as of 8 a.m. this morning." Chloe ceased recording the audio. "Dad, what is she talking about?" The voice of the father trembled as he attempted to exhale from his chest. "You can't do that. A judge signed off on it. I have rights. I'm the son." "No judge gave their approval to anything," Julian stated with a smile on his face. "You forged a signature, used an expired notary stamp, and filed a fraudulent document with the county, which is a felony." "We didn't forge anything," Mom shouted, her voice reverberating down the street as she stood there. "He signed it. He's lying." "That's going to be very hard to prove," I replied, sipping a cup of coffee. "Considering you also used that forged deed to take out a $250,000 bridge loan from Apex Lending. Where is that money, Richard?" The expression on Dad's face gradually lost all of its color. A look on his face suggested that he was about to throw up right there on the brick steps. With a surprise, Mom looked at her father. "Richard, what bridge loan? What is he talking about?" "It was a secret from him. He falsified the deed, took out the loan, and concealed the funds from his own wife, all while he was doing it." Victoria smiled and said, "Oh, things are going to get better. Because you defrauded a licensed financial institution across state lines using a wire transfer, you've escalated this from local real estate fraud to federal wire and bank fraud." Taking a step back, Dad came dangerously close to falling down the stairs, screaming in a panic. "Movers," he cried. "Pack it up. We're leaving, now." A low voice could be heard coming from within the home, saying, "In all honesty, you are not going anywhere." When the 2 detectives emerged onto the porch, they were wearing badges that were attached to their belts. It is the first time in my entire life that I have ever witnessed a human being deflate in the manner that my father did at that very instant. There was a real buckle in his knees. The cigar fell out of his mouth and rolled down the stairs into the ground below. Richard Vance, Brenda Vance, the lead detective, who was walking down the stairs, said to Brenda Vance, "You're both under arrest for forgery, uttering a false document, and real estate fraud. Mr. Vance, we also have a warrant regarding the fraudulent procurement of a $250,000 loan." When the movers realized they were in the middle of a major crime scene, they literally threw their hands in the air, ran back to their truck, and then walked out of the building without uttering a single word. This caused Mom to begin hyperventilating. She was immediately selling out her husband in order to save herself. No, I didn't know about the loan. I just signed the deed. He told me to sign it," she exclaimed. First, the police officers placed Dad in handcuffs. In fact, he didn't even fight. The realization that he had spent his entire life engaging in fraudulent activities finally dawned on him, and he did nothing except gaze blankly at the ground. Mom, who was crying uncontrollably, was the 3rd person to be placed in handcuffs. Her pricey sunglasses were accidentally dropped upon the brick path, where they broke. Afterwards, there was Chloe. She remained trembling as she stood by the Mercedes, holding her phone in her hand, the entire time. It was then that she yelled out, "Wait," as they were loading our parents into the back of the unmarked SUV. "What about me? Where am I supposed to go? My stuff is in their apartment." The investigator turned his gaze to her. "Are you Chloe Vance?" "Yes. We have evidence you were present when the notary stamp was procured. You're not under arrest right now, but we strongly suggest you don't leave the state. We'll be in touch." Dad peered out the window of the SUV and looked at me as the doors slammed shut completely. Neither anger nor rage could be seen in his eyes. Just a void of terror that is empty. I whispered softly, "Enjoy the street, Chloe," and I repeated her exact words from the previous week. I retraced my steps, entered the building, and closed the massive oak door behind me. Over the course of the past few months, the aftermath has been a non-stop whirlwind. Due to the overwhelming amount of evidence, the legal system moved at a startlingly rapid pace. In light of the fact that the $250,000 cash was discovered concealed within a cryptocurrency wallet, Dad was not granted bail because he was deemed to be a flight risk. He could be sentenced to up to 15 years in federal prison at this time. Even though Mom accepted a plea bargain and testified against him, she is still facing a sentence of 3 to 5 years in prison for her role in the forgery. Due to the fact that they immediately defaulted on the fraudulent bridge loan, the private lender went after their personal assets. It was confiscated everything that they owned. Everything from their bank accounts to the Mercedes that they loaned out. About a month ago, Chloe made an attempt to call me while crying and stating that she was living on the couch of a friend and that she needed money to pay her rent. I reminded her that Grandpa's rule remains in effect, which states that rushing is the path to disaster, and that she ought to have looked 3 steps ahead. After that, I blocked her voicemail. It is still the brownstone where I make my home, now that it's quiet. Sometimes, when I'm sitting in the library, I swear I can smell Grandma's cinnamon rolls or hear the soft clack of Grandpa's chess pieces. I just can't find the words to describe it. During the past week, I completed something that Victoria and I had been working on together. In order to establish the Arthur and Eleanor Vance Foundation, I used a portion of the rental income that was generated from the properties in Somerville. Children who are making their transition out of the foster care system in Boston are eligible for full-ride scholarships and mentoring in the area of financial literacy. Children who do not have parents on whom they can rely. Children who cannot live without Grandpa Arthur in their lives. A significant portion of my parents' lives was spent attempting to steal wealth that they had not earned. At the end of the day, they gave me the perfect opportunity to put them away for good, and they didn't even realize that they were doing it. Not a chance. My parents hijacked Grandpa's trust for brother and told me to sell my penthouse. I sued for the land and exposed his fake self-made empire to everyone. I knew my folks didn't call to celebrate my promotion. Chase, my younger brother, felt pressured by my success. Our family illusion shattered when they explicitly advised me to give up to preserve his feelings. I believed I had to work hard, stay focused, and climb the ladder while others used shortcuts or handouts to be free. No more judgment, guilt, or tedious comparisons. No one tells you that success doesn't free you if your family wants you to stay small to feel big. An enormous, glowing bullseye appears on your back. My name is Liam. I'm 28 and a digital giant's senior data architect. Fang-like place that fills LinkedIn inboxes with recruiter spam for adding the company logo. A tidy, modern downtown apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows, a panoramic skyline view, and a smart espresso machine costs more than my beat-up college Honda Civic. I succeeded on paper. My life is the American dream. A drama is happening behind the scenes. You wouldn't believe the toxic, ingrained family dysfunction until you lived it. Unfortunately, I did. Childhood wasn't lavish. Nobody gave me anything. My parents weren't abusive, just conditional. Everything in our house was transactional, gaining affection and pride. Even then, it featured heavy strings. My younger brother Chase, 25, never worried about it. The consummate golden child. He may fail classes, be incarcerated twice for petty misbehavior before 19, and getting embraces and, he's just figuring himself out. He has an artistic soul. Me? A week of stillness followed an 8th grade homework error. When I told my parents I wanted to attend a top engineering school out of state, they laughed. He chuckled dismissively when I claimed I wanted to be a wizard. You think we're going to take out massive loans for that? Be serious, Liam. Go to the community college, down the road. Got serious. My junior and senior years of high school were spent working 2 grueling part-time jobs. They couldn't borrow my money from a shoebox. College involves 70-80 hours a week of advanced math, teaching freshmen, food delivery in the freezing rain, and corporate security desk night jobs. I coded on a broken laptop with a dying battery in that dimly lit booth while watching fuzzy CCTV footage of an empty parking garage. Dollar meals and generic caffeine tablets maintained me. I didn't party. Not dated. I barely slept. I graduated magna cum laude, built 2 complex machine learning side projects that went semi-viral on GitHub, and obtained a great internship that led to my 6-figure career. No money was stolen or held against my parents. No, I told myself. Chase wasted 6 years in meaningless majors and dropped out twice. His only job was odd gigs my dad secured through his golf buddies. My parents urged him to find his passion, as if he could legally enter his mid-20s rent-free. He became a visionary freelance photographer and creative director, and they supported his enterprise. They bought him $10,000 in photography gear, rented him a chic studio, and paid his flat rent for a year to help him get on his feet. I visited Chase's new residence for Thanksgiving. It had a classic espresso bar, exposed brick walls, and a giant Seattle skyline canvas print. My filthy, lumpy couch above a noisy 2-4-hour taco restaurant smelled like grease every morning. When I praised his apartment, my mom glared and said, "Well, he's pursuing his dream, Liam. That's hard too. Don't be jealous." I agreed. I smiled at my dry turkey, swallowed my pride, and grinded again. Years of scraping, aggressive saving, index fund investment, and nice breaks with my company's stock options led to my largest buy of my life a few months ago. Modern tech hub, penthouse residence. My cash deposit topped $300,000. I got whatever I wanted on broke college nights: clear lines, water views, high ceilings, and most importantly, silence, loudness, guilt, and upstairs neighbors are prohibited. Just me, my dual monitor workstation, and the scarcely audible metropolis below. Not on social media. I wasn't boasting or annoying. Probably for my best friend, career mentor, and family, I wouldn't hide huge life events. I mistakenly imagined they'd be proud of me once in my terrible existence. Dad was undecided. He immediately questioned my finances. He asked how much I put down, the loan rate, and whether I considered buying somewhere less flashy and more practical. My mom pursed her lips at my phone images before adding, "Wow. Must be nice to have that kind of disposable income." And Chase? He remained silent. He frantically scrolled through the photographs, slammed my phone face down on the table, and said, "Editing raw files." I ignored him. They were astonished, I thought. They may have been unable to display excitement, possibly feeling behind. I excused them again. The call came 2 agonizing weeks later. Mom said, "Liam," sounding rehearsed and serious, "we'd like to have a family dinner. Just us. Sunday night." Asking about a sick person. She said, "Just a conversation. No big deal." When I entered their house that Sunday, the same claustrophobic house I grew up in with the creaky wood staircase and nauseating lemon-scented candles, stress hit me like a wall. Like a tribunal attendance, not a family lunch visitor. My parents sat tightly at the dinner table, looking serious and unhappy. Chase stood with arms crossed and jaw clenched on the kitchen counter. "We wanted to talk," my dad began, hands flat on table, "because there's been some hurt feelings lately." Total stomach collapse. Mom folded her hands like a therapist. "Liam, we're happy for you. We really, truly are. But we've noticed your brother has been feeling deeply inadequate lately. Like he just can't measure up to the impossible standard you're setting." Chase ignored me. He regarded the hardwood floor closely. Her remarks reflected her fake pity. "We think it might help the family dynamic if you scaled things back a little, at least for now, just until Chase gets his business fully off the ground." I blinked, confused by her statements. What does that even mean? Scale what back? Dad cleared his throat, appearing uncomfortable but proceeded. "Well, this whole penthouse situation, it's a bit much, don't you think? You're only 28. You don't need all that space. You could get a nice, normal apartment. Live reasonably. Save more for retirement. There's really no need to be so flashy and ostentatious." Are you actually suggesting I sell my home?" I trembled to confirm our hearing. "We're not demanding that directly," my mom responded defensively, gesturing. "Just consider how it looks, Liam. Think about how it makes Chase feel every time he thinks about you up in that glass tower. He's trying, you know he is. He's had some really rough luck with clients lately, and then you come waltzing in with this palace. It's insensitive." Chase whispered harshly. "It just feels like you're rubbing it in, man. You always have to be the best. You always have to make me look like a failure." My heart raced and blood poured into my ears as I watched the 3 of them. I glanced around, wondering whether I'd entered a crazy prank show. Hidden cameras were needed. "I worked for that place," I said, furious. "I didn't win it in a raffle. I didn't get a handout. I gave up everything for years. I sacrificed my entire youth for this." "And we're not denying that," my mom said, forgiving. "But family is about balance, Liam. It's about keeping each other in check and supporting the weakest link." My dad nodded intently. "It's about harmony. And right now, the dynamic is completely off. You're throwing off the balance." Something snapped inside me. Not loud. Not a movie explosion. Quiet internal snap. Over-tightened steel wire loosened. "Stand up gently, move my chair in, and look at my father. Thanks for the dinner. I've got work in the morning." I wasn't loud. Curse them not. I quit battling for life. I turned around, left the front door, got in my car, drove home to my palace, and stared at the bright skyline I had chased for a decade in quiet for 2 hours. If only the hysterical family supper had calmed down after my parents respectfully urged me to sell my real estate to protect a 25-year-old man's fragile ego, I thought I'd define my limits. A subtle departure seemed definitive. It made things much worse. My refusal to follow their story felt like offending an unwritten hierarchy. Unexpectedly, Tension rose over the next few weeks. Subtlety gave way to aggression. Initial texts were steady. Initial suggestions were innocent. My mom sent me Zillow links to affordable, tiny downtown lofts with passive-aggressive notes like, "See? This one's much more modest, but still cute." Or, "Wouldn't it be nice to have neighbors more your age instead of all those stuffy corporate executives?" I disregarded them all. Next came heavy-handed guilt-tripping. "Chase hasn't been sleeping well at all. He keeps comparing his studio's revenue to your salary. It's breaking a mother's heart to see her boys so divided." Or my pick, "Material success means absolutely nothing if it tears a loving family apart." I ignored those too. I focused on work with my phone on Do Not Disturb. The flying monkeys were employed. I was surprised when my Aunt Susan called me on Tuesday night after a year and a half. She immediately started a frantic, faux-concerned rant about how proud everyone was of me, but, she said, "Maybe you should consider how incredibly hard it must be for Chase to constantly live in your massive shadow," gently condescendingly. "You've always been the intensely driven one, Liam. Almost to a fault. Maybe just tone it down a bit? For everyone's sake? Tone it down for everyone's sake?" I repeated, holding the phone. "Aunt Susan, would you be willing to call Chase right now and tell him to tone down the freeloading for everyone's sake?" Her wrath ended our call. I didn't care. My mom tried another method when that failed. She invited me to a Saturday, just us, lunch. No dad, Chase. Mother and son alone. I was dubious but morbidly curious about her plans. I arrived to see the dining table set, expensive pasta boiling, and my mom in her apron and smile. She happily talked the weather, a new neighbor's noisy dog, and meaningless local gossip. She slid a large manila folder across the table toward me while we ate. "What's this?" I asked, not touching. "Just something to consider," she muttered. I opened. Inside were glossy brochures for expensive, intensive family therapy centers. Alienated family behavior counseling. Her well-practiced pitying expression always suggested she was being magnanimous as she sat opposite from me. "I think we all need to heal, Liam," she mumbled. "You've been so terribly angry lately." I laughed aloud. I gave in. Gaslighting was nearly impressive. "I've been angry? Mom, you ambushed me at dinner and asked me to sell my literal home to protect Chase's ego," she said, "because we were trying to help you see the bigger picture," her mask falling. "You are obsessed with money and status." Midway through lunch, I stood up, threw a $20 note on the table for pasta, and left. Afterward, gloves were removed. Chase stopped by my high-security building uninvited. Not always. He texted me 5 minutes before arriving. He buzzed my unit from the intercom the first time, saying he was downtown for a massive fashion shoot and needed to charge his expensive camera. Because I was meeting, I declined. He buzzed again. One more time. One more time. Muted intercom. My phone app showed the building's security camera footage 20 minutes later. He was still pacing frantically in the marble lobby and staring at the cameras. My dad texted me a multi-paragraph diatribe the next day. "Family means being there for each other in emergencies, not slamming luxury doors in people's faces. You've become cold and arrogant." I responded, "Family also means respecting basic boundaries." Silence. Chase returned a week later. His expensive pastries and coffee were disguised as a brotherly visit this time. After seeing him on tape, I stopped him. I encountered the concierge in the foyer after using the elevator, before he could call my room. He said, "Thought I'd bring breakfast," pointing to the expensive bakery bag with a smirk. "I'm working, Chase," I said, not taking the bag. "You're always working," he sneered, breaking the friendship. Glaring. "Yes, because that's how I got here." He looked at me, fury painted on his face. He violently dropped the bag of donuts on the concierge's mahogany front desk, spun around, and ran out through the rotating glass doors. He stopped talking. "Refused donuts. I trashed them in the lobby." Answering took a while. The family is radio silence. Should I lie and say it didn't influence my head? I worked long hours, improved archaic code bases, and supervised engineering teams, but my apartment's silence was occasionally too loud. My mind said, "Maybe you really are the problem, Liam. Maybe you could have handled it differently. Maybe you are arrogant." Ultimate betrayal followed. A peaceful Saturday morning. The property manager of my building pinged me when I was in bed checking work emails. "Hi Liam, just a quick note. Your brother dropped off the photography prints for the lobby exhibit. We'll be installing them on the display walls later this afternoon. Thanks for coordinating." Looking at the message, I was confused. My luxury building lobby had local photos, modern sculptures, and abstract paintings. I also nominated failing college art school friends to the board. Recently, I hadn't submitted anyone's name or signed Chase for a showcase. I said, "Sorry, what prints? I didn't authorize anything." The manager reacted quickly. "Chase said you cleared it with the board." He said you wanted to support his new studio launch and thought the lobby would be perfect exposure. He had access to the freight elevator already. It seemed totally legit. It was a cold adrenaline surge. I got up, put on sweatpants, and rushed barefoot to the elevators. My heart beat against my ribs as I descended. They existed. Maintenance may hang 4 6-foot canvas paintings on the clean lobby wall, styled high-contrast black and white portraits. Chase's pretensions, moody and dramatic. However, the gigantic posters with bold, elegant type under each image shocked and chilled me. Not all succeed. Privilege camouflaged. Some climb broken backs. Not all penthouses are homes. I froze. My hands shook. Several wealthy people were drinking coffee, viewing the prints, and whispering in the foyer. An older, 14th-level aristocrat smiled at me as she passed. "These are incredibly powerful, Liam," she whispered. Very raw and provocative. "Who is the artist?" I ignored her. I couldn't breathe. I passed her into the property manager's glass office and commanded their removal and destruction in a voice I barely knew. The manager was confused and apologized, then called maintenance to throw them in the back alley trash. Chase ignored my desperate calls. Neither today nor tomorrow. I drove to my parents' suburban home, furious. By banging the wood against the wall with my old key, I opened the front door without knocking. My mom wrung her hands in the foyer like she'd waited all morning. "Liam, please, we didn't mean to upset you," she shook. I hissed, "You knew," approaching her. She didn't reply. She looked down. I violently entered the living room past her. Chase browsed his iPhone on the comfy sofa with his feet on the coffee table. "You forged my name," I whispered, panicked. "You accessed my private building under false pretenses and tried to publicly slander me in my own home." He said, "It was just art, bro," staring at his screen. "Art is supposed to make you uncomfortable." "No," I said, towering above him. "It was a pathetic, cowardly hit job because you are a monumental failure and you know it." Finally, he looked up. His venomous eyes and icy face shone. "You've made it perfectly clear you don't care about this family. You think you're a god up in that tower. I was just returning the favor and showing people who you really are." Unable to speak, because of his nasty statements and unsettling ease in saying them. After humiliating me, he felt more alive than ever. He had harbored this toxic hate for decades. "You could have just asked for my help, Chase," I muttered, rage gone, lonesome exhaustion. "If your business is failing, you could have just asked." Standing before me, he scoffed fiercely. "You don't offer help, Liam. You flaunt what you have. You think just because you suffered and ate garbage in college, it gives you the divine right to look down on everyone else. You're a narcissist." I muttered, "I don't look down on you," looking him in the eye. I didn't. But God help me, maybe I should have. My last message to him. Turning, I left the house. No door slammed. I wasn't loud. I stayed in the driveway. Driving back to the city, my chest changed. Permanent, unchangeable. My anger subsided. I wasn't sad. Was just done. Cut cord. At least I thought. My mail contained an official letter 2 days later. Dad's solid cardstock handwritten letter. The envelope made the fake art exhibit look like a kid's warm-up. Butter knife in hand, I opened the cream-colored envelope on my kitchen island. Same steady, architectural penmanship. Statements were like surgical stomach punches. No rage. Almost wished. A deliberate, cold, legal threat. He indicated empathy. "Liam, I've always admired your intense discipline. Your ability to shut out distractions and aggressively chase your financial goals is remarkable. That's not easy, and I'm proud of you. We both are. But there is something vastly more important than corporate achievement and material wealth. Balance, loyalty, family." The horrible pivot then. "I've been speaking extensively with your brother. He is going through an incredibly hard time financially. Your recent choices and your refusal to compromise have made things significantly worse for him mentally. Whether intentional or not, you've created a massive gulf between yourself and this family. Your tone, your arrogant attitude, your flashy lifestyle. They send a clear message. A message that says, I am better than you. That message has hurt your brother deeply, and it's forced your mother and me to radically reevaluate how we move forward to protect our flock." He then dropped the absolute nuclear bomb. "As of this week, after consulting with counsel, we have decided to temporarily restructure the Carter Family Trust. We have named Chase as the sole, primary beneficiary for the next 5 years. Trust. Dropped letter on granite counter. My family trust details were unknown. My parents were middle class. But I knew my paternal grandfather left a vast upstate property a decade ago. About 100 acres of beautiful woodland and lakeshore were undeveloped. The luxury cabin boom made it worth much more than most people believed. I believed they were saving for retirement, or a catastrophic family calamity. My dad never explained. The "we'll talk about the estate someday" theme Always got lost in small talk and holiday chaos. It appeared someday had come, without me. I grabbed the mail, shivering. It's not about favoritism, Liam. It's about equity and need. We hope you are mature enough to understand that this isn't a punishment. It's a protective measure for the family's future. If you are willing to humble yourself, apologize to your brother, and meet us halfway, this restructuring can be reversed. But if you continue down your current selfish path, you will force our hand permanently. The door is always open, but so is the window of opportunity. 2 times I read the letter. 3rd time. Each time, it made less sense and hurt more. Money was an issue. Self-made cash. Nobody required my grandfather's estate money. It was symbolic. As punishment for accomplishment, my bloodline was wiped off. In my life, I tried to follow their weird rules. Work, be humble, responsible, and never ask for aid. I requested nothing, not once. Now, I wasn't overlooked when something valuable was available. They intentionally extorted me. I spiraled for 3 weeks, not dramatically like movie rock bottom. I didn't drink or shatter mirrors, I just faded. I got up, used my work VPN, answered crucial emails, and attended Zoom sessions. I was inspected thoroughly. I lost focus. I missed 2 huge project deadlines that came early. Abandoned exercise. I stopped cooking and ordered greasy takeout every night. Left sinkfuls of dishes to decay. I missed my best friend's birthday dinner, and didn't call my mentor, who left a worrisome voicemail saying I sounded dead inside. Once my director of engineering took me into a private virtual breakout room, I realized how far I'd gone. Liam, she whispered, frowning. Your code commits are down 60%. You missed the Q3 integration deadline. This isn't like you at all. What is going on? My want to lie was great. Just fighting a bad illness or a mild flu. I looked at my camera and said, I know, I'm sorry. She refrained. She gave me a paid week off. Take a week. Disconnect completely. No questions asked. Just fix whatever is broken. I pondered vacationing. Escape and recharge in Japan. I was too tired and mentally weak to pack. My peaceful, beautiful penthouse was my retreat. Sleeping until noon, binge-watching obscure 90s sci-fi, and staring at the ceiling for hours. I mindlessly browsed an old phone photo album at 3 a.m. Photos from my rough college years. Grainy photographs of my first roach-infested flat, sloppy Python scripts, and selfies with exhausted classmates I rarely spoke to. I saw a video I didn't remember making. I clicked play. I was 21 and sat on my college dorm's dangerous slanted roof at daybreak. A paper cup of awful cafeteria coffee, dark eye bags, and a cheap hoodie. Semi-jokingly, I addressed the camera. If future me ever actually sees this, congrats, man. You survived. You made it. I really hope you've got a real, fancy coffee machine by now, and not this instant radioactive junk. But seriously, don't ever forget what it felt like to want it this bad. To work this insanely hard while everyone else was sleeping. You owe that broke kid something. Don't let anyone take your fire. Twice, I watched the 3-0-second clip. 3rd time, I was more hurt by seeing that younger, desperate me hungry, fatigued, and hopeful than by my parents' wrath. I remembered the emotion without knowing that kid. The fire sprang to mind. Absolute loss aversion. I stayed up late. I didn't cry. No wild, passionate retaliation was planned. I pondered at my kitchen island with a notepad. Hard logic. Next morning, I woke up at 6 a.m. Completely cleaned my penthouse. 4 enormous garbage bags of takeout boxes were thrown out, every dish washed, 3 loads of laundry were done, and my bed was made military style. I opened a blank IDE on my high-end PC, and wrote for the first time in years, a passion project. Not for my corporate bosses or cash. Mine alone. A difficult software project I neglected for years. A robust, AI-powered freelancer finance solution that records variable earnings, automates tax deductions, and handles contract disputes in one simple interface. I called it VaultSync. I abandoned it early in my career due to time constraints. Needed something truly my again. It indicated I still planned my life. I coded madly for 14 days to make the beta prototype. Though unfinished, the back-end logic was perfect. Most significantly, it healed my soul. Told no one. I discreetly reconstructed my life at night. I weightlifted again, preparing food. I silently and steadily destroyed sophisticated data migrations in business enterprise. This was my first time not rushing to impress my family, just living. Silence for 2 months. I stopped following Chase's arrogant Instagram. Bad family group chat was permanently muted. I gained by leaving. After I thought I was at peace, the cosmos lured me back into the flames. My mother's hysterical voicemail started it. My gym locker held my phone. 1 voice message and 3 missed calls awaited me after departing. I hit play on my way to the car. My mother. Hyperventilation made her voice emotive and unintelligible. Liam, please pick up. I didn't know they were going to do this. I swear to God I didn't know. Please call me back. It's gone way too far. Your brother, your father. They made a terrible mistake. I can't fix this alone. We need you. Ah. I died in the garage. Cold, ran down my spine. I realized something bad happened then. Now I wouldn't quit and take the high road. I'd respond my way. Calling back wasn't immediate. This sounds cruel after hearing my mother cry. Understanding my mother's psyche is crucial. She manipulates emotions well. She understands maternal love and helplessness. Her tears cut like a scalpel as I aged. The soft voice, shaky breath, and dramatic pauses make you connect the dots, feel guilty, and race to help her. She never left voicemails claiming she couldn't help. That hint was crucial. There was no pointless fight or guilt trip regarding my apartment. This structural calamity was huge. But I wouldn't fall into another emotional trap. For my sanity, I tried too hard. So, I did something I never would have 6 months ago. No response. Plans were developed. First, I downloaded and backed up the voicemail to a secure cloud. I sensed this will become highly legal soon. After 2 years, I texted someone. Hey Chloe, can I buy you a drink this week? I desperately need to talk. Family estate stuff. Chloe, my childhood buddy, lived 3 streets away. We parted ways after college, but Chloe knew my family. She witnessed terrible dynamics. She was there the night my dad made Chase lie to the police about shattering a neighbor's fence and grounded me for a month. Chloe, a razor-sharp paralegal, always spoke truthfully. 2 days later, we met at a gloomy downtown jazz cafe. She stared at my face and asked, "Okay, what did those psychopaths do now?" Before I could sit. Over an hour, I told her everything. Penthouse dinner scam, the therapeutic lunch scam, crazy art in my lobby. A dreadful letter disinheriting me from the trust, frightened voicemail last. She listened intently while drinking her dark coffee. After I finished, she leaned forward, serious. "They're bleeding you, Liam," she added. "Just emotionally, instead of financially." "I know," I sighed, scratching my head. "No, I don't think you do," she said firmly. "This isn't about the money, and it was never about your apartment making Chase sad. It is entirely about control. You are the only person who ever successfully escaped their sick little orbit. You proved they aren't necessary for your survival, and now they are violently trying to drag you back down to their level so they can feel powerful again." I viewed my empty cup. So what do I do? Keep ignoring them? Chloe smiled hungrily. "No. You stop playing defense, Liam. You start playing offense." I blinked. "What does that even look like?" She tapped her manicured nail on the wooden table. "You said there's a trust. Your grandfather's estate. You said your dad sent a letter claiming you were written out and Chase was made the sole beneficiary for 5 years. Yeah. He sent it in writing. Does it have to be 5 years? She wondered. I frowned. My dad made it sound like the decision was ironclad and final. Just because a boomer writes something on nice paper doesn't mean it's legally binding, she added. If it's an inherited generational trust, there are massive legal hurdles to altering beneficiaries, especially if it was established as irrevocable by the deceased. The first puzzle piece fit then. I wasn't aware of the trust's formal structure when my grandfather established it, but a governing agreement made changes difficult. Next morning, I called a prominent estate litigator, an IT company contract enforcement bulldog, not a family lawyer, owing me a favor. Just explaining the trust change got him to take the case on retainer. "Do not file anything. Do not threaten them," he said via phone. "We are just gathering intelligence. Act stupid. Bait them gently into giving you the documents." My dad received a calculated, passive text. "Hey, got mom's voicemail. Sounded bad. Hope everyone is okay. I'm willing to come over Sunday afternoon to hear you out. Just want to clear the air." Response time was under 3 minutes. Thank God. Sunday at 2 p.m. We need you. It felt too easy. So my neck hair stood up. I arrived at my folks' house on Sunday to suffocation. My mom looked sick, pale, shivering, huge heavy eye bags. When she opened the door, I retreated and she desperately hugged me, letting her arms fall. "Thank you for coming," she exclaimed. My dad reclined in his den leather recliner, gray and ancient. Chase stayed away. That alone showed the disaster's scale. Chase always starred in family summits. Not sitting. Against the doorframe. Cut the small talk. "What happened?" My parents looked scared. My dad shook his hands and coughed. "Your brother. He's going through a massive crisis. His photography business. It didn't scale the way he projected." "I assumed as much," I said coldly. "Get to the point." "He took out a massive commercial business loan last year," my dad continued, staring at the floor. "He tried to rapidly expand the studio. Bought $50,000 in new cinema equipment, leased a second, Massive warehouse location downtown. That was new to me. He fell behind on the massive monthly payments. He missed 3 deadlines. The commercial lender is playing hardball. They are initiating asset seizure. 2 all. Crossed arms. Okay, sucks for him. But why is mom leaving me voicemails sobbing? How does this affect me? Scarier looks. Silence extended until the room was oxygen deprived. The words were forced by dad. He used the family trust as collateral for the loan. The room swirled. I blinked to avoid stroke. He did what? My mother cried. It wasn't the whole property. And ran. It was just a sliver. A few dozen acres. He swore he could flip the studio profit quickly and pay it off before anyone noticed. I softly said, which part of the land? My dad whispered, the East Ridge, face and hands. The East Ridge. The estate had solely that development potential. Direct highway access, lakefront view, grandfather's multi-million-dollar crown treasure. I said, I didn't even know he had the legal authority to do that, my mind racing. Mom, he shouldn't have, cried. But your father. We signed some papers to help him get approved. We thought it would finally make him stable. Let me guess, I said, going into the dark. The bank's lawyers started digging when he defaulted. The paperwork wasn't clean. And now the entire trust is frozen and under legal review for fraud. They remained mute. Complete confession was silence. Staring at my parents, I stood there. I wasn't called because they loved me. No one approached me because they realized they were wrong to disinherit me. I was called because the golden child committed a crime so serious they couldn't overlook it and needed the scapegoat's tech salary money to beat foreclosure. I inhaled, losing childhood. I want the documents, I demanded, all of them. The original trust, the addendums, the loan transfers, now. My dad tightened, regaining confidence. That is a private legal matter, Liam. We just need a short-term loan from you, to satisfy the bank. When I said, not if it affects my legal inheritance, the walls rang. Not if your golden boy's felony fraud is jeopardizing my grandfather's estate. You have exactly 2 choices right now. You either hand me the entire folder so my lawyer can review it, or I have him file a subpoena tomorrow morning and drag all 3 of you into open court for breach of fiduciary duty. I had never seen my father so scared in 28 years, not mad, terrified. He knew he had no power over me then. He mumbled, "You've changed," gazing at me like a monster. No, I answered calmly. I just stopped apologizing for existing. I left the house 20 minutes later with a massive legal file stack. No goodbyes or hugs. My litigator called me 3 days later. He examined all trust pages and adjustments. As Chloe suspected, a muddy amendment papers obscured my name, making it unreadable to a judge. The original trust was set up by your grandfather with an ironclad clause, my lawyer said. No alterations to beneficiaries can be made unless all named parties agree in writing and get it notarized. Your signature is nowhere to be found on this restructure. Which means the 5-year transfer to Chase is entirely illegitimate. Furthermore, using an illegally modified trust as collateral for a commercial loan borders on bank fraud. Smiled predatorily, he reclined on his leather chair. We have them dead to rights, Liam. We can force a full reversal. We can probably get Chase indicted, if we really want to push it. Withdrawing seemed like a decade. Do it. Force the reversal. My lawyer sent my parents and Chase's commercial lender a terrifyingly polite, legally damaging cease and desist letter. It criticized the updated trust's legal faults, referenced the original portion, highlighted my signature fraud, and closed with an ultimatum. We demand the immediate, legally binding reversal of all unauthorized modifications, and the full reinstatement of Liam Carter as an equal beneficiary. If this is not executed within 14 days, we will immediately file suit for estate fraud and breach of fiduciary duty. I heard nothing for 13 days. I get no texts, crying voicemails, or doorbells. Shipwreck rats scrambling in dreadful silence. On the 14th morning, my dad's chief attorney sent me a cold, automated email, PDF attached. Revisions brought the trust to 1,998. Chase Carter is powerless. You get 50% again. A title dispute stopped the bank from accepting collateral. The email went to my lawyer. He laughed when called. It's done. You won. They caved to avoid prison. Something about me, my folks never understood, tone it down. I win. I optimize. Since the documentation was fixed, they thought the war was finished. They had no concept how much they hurt my mind, reputation, and peace of mind. Chase tried to put an outrageous photographic display in my building. The one where he crept in and placed libelous captions calling me a parasite to my neighbors? Yeah, it was remembered. After my legal inheritance was secure, and the threat was over, I had time and energy to teach Chase about life. Started small. Surgical strikes. Chase had been attempting to find a high-end gallery manager to host his debut solo exhibition. I knew her from a tech art charity board. I sent her a polite, professional email with surveillance footage of Chase coming into my residential building and clear photographs of the libelous art and captions he attempted. Wrote, "Thought you should be aware of the kind of guerrilla, non-consensual stunts this artist attempts in private residential spaces. It caused quite a legal headache for our condo board." She replied 2 hours later. "Wow. Thank you, Liam. That completely crosses a professional and legal line. We will absolutely not be moving forward with his portfolio review. Liam." Strike 1. I checked his commercial lease. I discovered which commercial real estate firm owned his new warehouse studio, after some basic open source research and an arrogant LinkedIn post gloating about his expansion months earlier. I didn't call landlord. Fingerprinting wasn't required. A fraternity mate who was a senior risk analyst for a rival commercial firm in the district was casually called. I suggested Chase's LLC and asked if that property had high-risk tenants. Friend laughed. "Oh dude, yeah. That specific tenant is a known disaster. Word on the street is he hasn't paid rent in 3 months, and now his bank collateral just fell through. The owners are locking him out this weekend." I said nothing wrong. Naturally, Chase's financial loss crushed him. Chase left the warehouse 2 weeks later. Strike 2. Finally, I stole his most precious asset, his fake social media image. Chase called himself a visionary, self-made creative entrepreneur. His 15,000 Instagram followers saw stunning photographs, motivational posts about the grind, and beautifully filtered behind-the-scenes videos of him teaching models. An anonymous burner account was created. Following his site, I waited. A few days later, he posted a pretentious black and white portrait of himself looking exhausted but determined. The caption read, "Overcoming adversity, building an empire without handouts, and chasing success without ever compromising your morals or relying on generational wealth." Hypocrisy felt scripted. Screen capped the post. I compared them on a public Imgur gallery. Left, his ludicrous, "No handouts." Right, a severely altered scan of my dad's formal legal letter, which explicitly revealed that Chase had discreetly utilized the family trust as collateral for his failing business loan because he was broke. Forgot our surnames. I omitted addresses. I exhibited his company logo, posting the link, with one caption in his comments. "Curious definition of without handouts when you secretly mortgage your grandfather's estate to pay for your cameras." So I slept. My next morning internet check did its thing. Commenters disseminated the link and harassed him. Other local photographers who despised his arrogance joined. Chase panicked and made his account private within 24 hours. Strike 3. The city's creative scene devastated him. Fallout was fast. Not heard from again. No angry texts, reconciliations, or apologies. Beautiful silence. He was removed from my building's banned guest list. I heard he sold his expensive camera gear to avoid bankruptcy and was sleeping on a friend's couch in another state. However, my parents made one last desperate move. A handwritten invitation arrived by mail. Request a home, reconciliation dinner. I considered throwing it away. Some of me needed complete closure. Finally, I had to look them in the eye. So I went. Only 2 attended. Without Chase's chaos, the house felt empty and big. The dining room was clean, napkins folded, and nice china I hadn't seen since high school. Mother served a big roast meat. Dad served expensive red. It resembled a great family supper briefly. My mom cried and said, "We just want to move forward, Liam. We want our family back." Sipped wine and nodded politely. "So do I." My father coughed, looking older and sadder. "We made catastrophic mistakes, Liam. We let things spiral out of control. We thought we were protecting Chase from himself, but we see now how profoundly we betrayed you." I regarded him. Unblinking cold. Do you? Do you really see it?" Swallowing deeply, he paused. "We are trying to." Sitting back, I folded and laid my napkin on the table. "Good, because here is exactly how we move forward." To escape, they straightened and leaned forward. "I am not asking for an apology," I said gently. "I am not asking for retroactive affection. I am not even asking for a relationship. What I am demanding, permanently, is distance." Mom's face fell. "Liam, please." Her voice was smothered by my palm. "I have spent my entire life rebuilding everything you constantly tried to strip away from me." I cleaned up the massive legal mess Chase left behind. And I did it without screaming, without throwing tantrums, and without dragging your actual names through the mud in open court. Because despite everything, I still have more respect for the concept of this family than you ever had for me. They stopped, ghost-like, staring at me. My suit jacket buttoned, I stood. I am done playing the designated scapegoat. I am done being the emotional punching bag, to make Chase feel better about his failures. From this second forward, you get access to my life based strictly on how you treat me, not because we share DNA. And right now, you have a zero balance. Mom cried with hands over face. His actions broke my dad, who stared at his empty plate. Left. No embrace. No wave. The heavy oak front door closed behind me, without, "Thank you for the roast." Quiet. Clean. Final. Exactly 6 months ago. My life has been easy and happy since then. Great job. The side project I started amid despair, VaultSync, exploded. In the first 3 months, 10,000 signed up. After angel funding and employing excellent developers, we're scaling discreetly and profitably. No Instagram brags, results only. Still own penthouse. I upgraded the espresso machine to commercial, because I could. My family hasn't phoned. They now know the bridge collapsed and ashes spread. Chase's social media is offline indefinitely. His Ohio smartphone repair kiosk work was reported by Chloe. I occasionally wonder if I regret anything while watching the city skyline at night. Maybe I was too harsh. Maybe I should have let them steal the trust and stayed quiet. Honestly, I didn't burn the bridge. I got the match after fuel drenched it. I stopped anyone from rebuilding with my money.